wonder she said last time to remember to reply to WeChat messages. 96, Chapter 96 What kind of pillow is for knees? The messages sent by young Nina could only be described as dense, they were endless. Basically, it was all just rambling, when she woke up, what she ate, what classes she had today. There were also photos of study materials, calculations from math problems, and doodles on scratch paper. There were even self-portraits of her. If these could barely be considered normal, then mixed in were a huge pile of 60-second voice messages. It was obvious that 60 seconds wasn't her limit, but WeChat's. She was completely treating him like a secondary account for recording her daily life. Su Qingyi hesitated, but still didn't click on the voice messages. But regardless, not replying to so many messages was still a bit impolite. So, he deliberated for a moment and replied, "Hello, Junior. I accidentally set message notifications to silent earlier. Sorry for not replying for so long." Unexpectedly, she replied immediately, as if she had been guarding her phone, staring at the screen waiting for his message. "It's okay, I know, Senior." Thinking about her secret spying that day, and the fact that Han Bing mentioned she was deliberately imitating Chu Qingyan. Su Qingyi took a deep breath, deciding to be honest and state his thoughts truthfully. "If there's nothing special, you don't need to send me WeChat messages. I don't have time to look at them." The other party's status immediately changed to typing. Looking at this status made him inexplicably nervous. He waited for a while, but didn't get a new message notification. Su Qingyi breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to lock his screen and sleep, the status changed to recording voice message. He frowned instantly. Before he could react, several 2- or 3-second voice messages were sent over. Suppressing the repulsion in his heart, and with the mindset of settling this matter tonight, Su Qingyi clicked on the voice messages. "Why? You just don't have to look at them. If I don't talk to you, I'll die, Senior." Liang Nina's voice sounded very hoarse, as if her entire state of mind was not quite right. "Are you okay?" Su Qingyi didn't know what to reply for a moment. Upon receiving his message, she stopped sending voice messages and instead sent a long string of text. The amount of text was enough to almost fill the entire phone screen, yet it was all a repeated sentence. "Why? Please pity me." Now he was genuinely worried about this junior's mental state. "Why don't you calm down first?" It would have been better if he hadn't said that. As soon as he did, she started bombarding him with voice and video calls like she was crazy. After hanging up the 23rd call, no matter how patient Su Qingyi was, it was truly worn out. "If you call again, I'm blocking you." He thought this, and surprisingly, she really didn't call again. Actually, generally speaking, in this situation, just blocking her would be fine. However, for someone with an extremely unstable mental state, any stimulating behavior could potentially be the straw that breaks the camel's back. He couldn't be the person to place that final straw. Liang Nina's behavior was a bit over the line, but she was ultimately just a 16 or 17-year-old girl. Perhaps she had watched some anime, her chinibyu was acting up, and so she started imitating it. This was, of course, not a major mistake, let alone a capital crime. "Sorry, Senior. I was too emotional just now. I will try to reduce the frequency of sending you messages for a while. I just found out the senior year's second mock exam is coming up. I'm sorry, I shouldn't disturb you like this." Did she suddenly think of the second mock exam after bombarding him with 20-something calls? However, the reason he didn't want to be in contact with her had absolutely nothing to do with the second mock exam. But obviously, it wasn't appropriate to say that now. Su Qingyi sighed, didn't reply, and simply turned off his phone screen. This night, which should have been a peaceful sleep, was completely ruined because he opened Liang Nina's chat box. He had a night full of chaotic dreams. It was just as tiring as not sleeping at all. Su Qingyi dragged his heavy feet and entered the classroom right on time. There was a very eye-catching sight in the front row of the classroom. Chu Qingyan had actually come to school with her hair styled in neza buns. However, it wasn't the hairstyle Su Qingyi had imagined with 2 big hair buns, hers seemed to be what was called a half-up neza hairstyle. Her hair was still let down in the back, just with 2 little tufts tied on top of her head. It seemed even more faithful to the neza in the myths than what he had imagined, and it looked very cute. This couldn't even be considered a game penalty anymore, it was just unlocking a new look for Miss Chu. Yeah, a limited edition skin for the week. As soon as teacher Li Lu entered the classroom, she was amused by Chu Qingyan's new look. "Why isn't there any reading in the morning?" Pfft. Chu Qingyan naturally knew she was laughing at her, and immediately covered her head with a book to block it. An act of burying one's head in the sand. Teacher Li Lu also used a book to cover her face and laughed for a while, then cleared her throat and continued seriously, "Why isn't there the sound of reading in the morning? Read it out loud. Do you need to stand up to have any energy?" With her threat of standing as punishment, the chanting that sounded like mosquito buzzing just moments ago became loud and clear. Only Su Qingyi didn't want to read a single word. He took out his collection of ancient poetry and forced himself to flip through it. Zhuangzi's Morning Dream, Lost in the Butterfly, Emperor Wang's Spring Heart, Entrusted to the Cuckoo. The vast sea, moonlit pearls shedding tears, blue field, sun-warmed jade birthing smoke. Just as he was recalling the allusions used in these 4 lines, Chen Jinji in the back row suddenly poked his back. Su Qingyi glanced at Teacher Li Lu on the podium. He didn't turn around, just moved his chair back and leaned against Chen Jinji's desk. "Didn't sleep well?" Chen Jinji's voice was as close as if she were speaking right next to his ear. Su Qingyi felt he could even smell the scent of her perfume. Today's seemed to be some kind of woody scent, carrying the aroma of fresh tea leaves. Is it that obvious? Just after Su Qingyi asked this question, he couldn't help but yawn. Yeah, very obvious. There was a hint of a smile in Chen Jinji's tone. It would be great if there were a place where I could hide and sleep in secret. Su Qingyi yawned again, feeling like tears were about to come out. He was just speaking off the cuff, complaining. It is well known that the patrolling teachers at number 1 high school are sharper than the next, just like detective dogs. They can accurately catch every student who tries to escape the complex curriculum to slack off for a while, whether they are hiding in the infirmary, the equipment room, the laboratory, or even the restroom. Unexpectedly, Chen Jinji answered solemnly, "There really is, you know." Su Qingyi was a bit surprised and turned his head slightly. "Want to go?" Chen Jinji rested her chin in her hand and winked at him slyly. Why did it feel so obviously like luring the enemy deep? Su Qingyi looked at her with great vigilance. Then he followed Chen Jinji out of the classroom. Which was equivalent to walking straight into the enemy's trap. Chen Jinji was clearly very experienced. She led him through twists and turns, avoiding the patrolling teachers. The place they finally arrived at was actually, the rooftop. The rooftops of every teaching building at number 1 high school were closed off, students had been forbidden from entering for a long time. It was said that something bad happened there back then. Therefore, the school's students would never think of coming up here, probably only a transfer student like Chen Jinji would discover this place. The iron gate was locked with a padlock. Su Qingyi looked closely, the chain had already been broken, and it was just hanging there for show. He couldn't help but look at Chen Jinji. The latter was removing the lock and pushing the door open, saying to herself, "I didn't break it, you know. I don't know who broke it either." That sounded a bit like protesting too much. This was the first time Su Qingyi had ever come to the school rooftop. Unlike the empty scene he had imagined, the rooftop was stacked with some discarded desks, chairs, lockers, and the like. Chen Jinji had clearly hidden here many times. Even though she had only transferred here not long ago. She had even specially pushed a few desks together to clean up a corner for herself. With her hands supporting her, she sat on them very skillfully. Seeing Su Qingyi standing still, Chen Jinji suddenly smiled at him. "Didn't you want to sleep?" Today was an overcast day, the temperature was pleasant, and the wind on the rooftop was very comfortable. "If you don't sleep now, when will you sleep?" Su Qingyi no longer hesitated. Imitating her, he supported himself with his hands and lay back on them. Except for being a bit hard, it had no other flaws. Just as he was thinking this, someone suddenly supported the back of his head and lifted it up slightly. Immediately after, a warm, soft object was placed under his head, and the fresh scent of post-rain tea leaves wafted over. 97, Chapter 97 Parent-Teacher Meeting, "Let me borrow you as a pillow," Chen Jinji said as she adjusted her posture to make him more comfortable. Su Qingyi realized it a beat too late and tried to look up at her, but his eyes were quickly covered. "You're not allowed to look. This is called the death angle, dot." So Su Qingyi obediently closed his eyes, but still asked, "Why is it called the death angle?" "Because anyone who sees it gets silenced," Chen Jinji said nonchalantly. Her tone didn't sound like she was joking, so Su Qingyi silently squeezed his eyes shut even tighter. Chen Jinji looked skin and bones, but perhaps because she practiced dance often, her lap didn't feel bony at all when he used it as a pillow, it was actually quite comfortable. "Just sleep peacefully for a while. I'll wake you up later." Seeing that he was behaving very well, Chen Jinji removed the hand covering Su Qingyi's eyes. "Will your legs fall asleep?" Su Qingyi was genuinely sleepy. Before falling completely asleep, he asked drowsily. It seemed he heard Chen Jinji let out a soft laugh as she soothingly stroked his slightly tousled bangs. "No." After hearing her reply, Su Qingyi fell into a deep sleep. The environment Chen Jinji created was unexpectedly comfortable. Su Qingyi slept very soundly and even had a short dream. He couldn't remember the specific content, and the faces in the dream were blurry, but he was inexplicably certain that it was a wonderful dream. When he opened his eyes, the first thing that came into view was Chen Jinji's superior jawline. Even from this angle, she was as exquisite as a sculpted work of art. She didn't look down, staring blankly into the distance. "You really want to be silenced, huh?" Sensing his unblinking gaze, she spoke slowly. Su Qingyi hurriedly closed his eyes, trying to cover up his actions. Just as he was about to try to sit up, Chen Jinji pulled his hand and held her watch up in front of his eyes. 8:40. He had actually slept for an hour, he had only intended to nap for a little while. "Class ends in 5 minutes. Go back during the break." "Okay." Thinking about the sleep time that had exceeded his budget, Su Qingyi sat up first. "Are your legs numb? Is it uncomfortable?" Chen Jinji stood up and stretched her body, saying with a smile, "No, I'm not that weak." After observing her carefully, she didn't seem to be experiencing any discomfort, so Su Qingyi finally felt relieved. The two leaned against the rooftop railing, waiting for the bell to ring. After the nap, Su Qingyi felt much more refreshed. He suddenly felt that skipping a class like this occasionally was actually quite nice. It was like successfully escaping from his oppressive, packed life and gaining a little time that belonged to him. The second mock exam is coming up. How are you preparing? Su Qingyi had originally just wanted to find a random topic, but once the words were out, he couldn't even stand to listen to them himself. So he hurriedly tried to make up for it. "It's okay if you aren't prepared well. There are no more placement tests, so you won't be dropped to other classes." Chen Jinji had been silent, not knowing what she was thinking, but she was successfully amused by his skill at making conversation out of nothing. "Didn't you say before that I was more suitable for the basic class? And I also said I would help you." Su Qingyi said this very firmly. Of course, he had his reasons for being firm. When he couldn't sleep, tossing and turning last night, he simply got up and finished what he had originally planned to do this morning. As soon as he returned to the classroom, Su Qingyi handed the test paper from his backpack to Chen Jinji. "Here, your test paper." Chen Jinji took it. This was her math weekly test paper from last week. Out of a total score of 150, she got 73 points. Actually, when he first saw the score, it had already exceeded Su Qingyi's expectations. This test paper was slightly more difficult. He was the only one in the entire grade to get a perfect score. But when he took the paper to look at it, Chen Jinji had only gotten one multiple-choice question wrong. She had already secured 55 points right off the bat. Out of 12 multiple-choice questions, she only got the third one wrong. And the third question was a giveaway question. This meant her luck was very good. To some extent, luck seemed to be a form of strength too. But one couldn't guarantee good luck every time, so one couldn't rely on superstition. The questions on this weekly test were very well written, and most of them could be used as examples. However, due to the average level of the rocket class, Teacher Li Lu couldn't go over the entire paper just for Chen Jinji alone, so she only explained the few difficult problems that most people got wrong. Therefore, Su Qingyi specifically took some time to write out the solving process for every single question. If there wasn't enough space on the test paper, he used sticky notes. Chen Jinji's originally clean test paper was now covered in dense notes. The question types and knowledge points tested in the college entrance exam all have certain patterns. To learn the basic, must-test points, doing classic example problems is the simplest and most effective method. This was the crash course method that Su Qingyi thought was most suitable for Chen Jinji after careful consideration. For the rocket class, there was actually no difference between the start of class bell and the end of class bell, because most of the time, the only sound in the classroom was the quiet scratching of pens. At this final stage of review, Su Qingyi suddenly realized that even if he skipped morning reading in the first class, no one would notice at all. Teacher Li Lu was so busy with the parent-teacher conference and the second mock exam that she was barely touching the ground. She had no time to manage individual student discipline. Almost every time she came to check on the class amidst her busy schedule, she would unconsciously mutter, "It'll be fine after these few days are over, it'll be fine after the parent-teacher conference." Su Qingyi felt that if Saturday didn't arrive soon, Teacher Li Lu's mental state and physical health would both collapse. Fortunately, she managed to hold out until that day, and even formally wore a dress suit. As soon as Han Bing saw her, she said exaggeratedly, "Wow, Teacher Li, you look so good in that dress." Although Teacher Li Lu's expression remained serious, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. "I've never seen you wear this before, Teacher Li. The last time you wore a dress like this was when you came for your school interview, right?" Su Yang added a very snarky comment. Teacher Li Lu's mouth fell back down instantly. and just as she was about to glare at Su Yang, a woman dripping with jewels came clattering over in high heels and slapped the back of Su Yang's head. "If you talk nonsense again, I'll sew your mouth shut." Then she looked at the slightly astonished Teacher Li Lu with an ingratiating smile. "Teacher Li. Hello, I've heard so much about you. They say there's a beautiful teacher at number 1 high school, and I've finally met you in person." Teacher Li Lu shook her hand, feeling flattered, and was just about to exchange pleasantries, but the woman's mouth was like a machine gun and wouldn't stop. She didn't give her a chance to speak at all. "Oh my, is this the rocket class classroom? Great. Look at these children, they all look so smart. But then again, it's because you teach well, Teacher Li. How can there be good students without a good teacher? By the way, where is that student Su Qingyi in your class? I came here specifically to see him this time. I must get a good look at him, and I need to meet his mother and ask if she's willing to swap sons with me. I can throw in the house and car at home." Teacher Li Lu immediately raised her hand and pressed her temples. She had been forcing herself to work for the past few days, and being bombarded by her chatter, she felt like her head was about to explode. "You are Su Yang's mother, right? Hello, but the basic classroom is upstairs. Could it be that you've gone to the wrong place?" Su Yang's mother waved her hand, completely missing the subtext that Teacher Li Lu wanted her to leave. She leaned right against the classroom door and shouted inside, "Is student Su Qingyi here? Auntie has something to ask you. May I ask who you are?" Su Qingyi, carrying his school bag in one hand, stood at the door with a confused look on his face. He had woken up a bit late today and had just arrived at school. "Oh. Here you are." Su Yang's mother became excited, looking him up and down, and couldn't stop making tisk-tisk sounds of admiration. "Mom. You're being too exaggerated. Boss Su doesn't like talking to strangers, don't scare him." Su Yang finally couldn't take it anymore, shaking her arm, trying to awaken her reason. So it was Su Yang's mother, how should he put it, they were clearly mother and son. Su Qingyi smiled and nodded in greeting, "Hello, auntie." It was clear that Su Yang's mother still had a belly full of words to chat with him about. Su Qingyi indicated that she could say whatever she wanted, he wasn't necessarily listening anyway. Teacher Li Lu wanted her to hurry back to her own class and not interfere with the normal progress of the parent-teacher conference. Su Yang was afraid Su Qingyi would feel awkward, so he grabbed his mother's arm and tried to drag her away. In the midst of the chaos, a deep, middle-aged man's voice suddenly rang out. "Oh. The famous student Su Qingyi. 98, Chapter 98. Expulsion. He must be expelled." The voice wasn't particularly loud, but it had immense penetration, it cut through the noisy crowd and successfully reached the ears of everyone present. Everyone turned their heads in unison, seeing a man in a striped suit standing at the top of the stairs. Su Qingyi met his gaze for a moment and found it difficult to describe the feeling the man gave off. He was tall and thin with a hooked nose and slightly sunken eye sockets, his mouth fixed in a long, stiff smile. His eyes were sharp and vicious, radiating obvious malice. In short, one look was enough to tell he was no good. Su Yang's mother saw him, and her previously high spirits were extinguished by more than half. Looking as if she had seen something unlucky, she patted Su Qingyi on the shoulder to signal they would meet later, then turned and headed upstairs. Teacher Li Lu saw him and offered a polite greeting. "Mr. Ho Yukuan, hello." So, he was Ho Yukuan, Ho Xiaohong's father. Su Qingyi suddenly had the feeling that this was only to be expected. Hearing Teacher Li Lu's words, Ho Yukuan lifted his feet and walked over at an unhurried pace. His gaze was like a hyena that had caught the scent of raw meat, staring straight at Su Qingyi. Teacher Li Lu naturally felt the pressure created by Ho Yukuan. She subconsciously wanted to say something to ease the atmosphere, but he suddenly raised his hand to interrupt. "Regarding the recent fight, I presume you have heard of the solution proposed by your school's principal, Teacher Li." Teacher Li Lu's heart skipped a beat, and she cast a complicated look at Su Qingyi. Su Qingyi was very clear that this matter would sooner or later be made into a big deal by the Ho family, so he felt no ripples in his heart and calmly met Ho Yukuan's probing gaze. Ho Yukuan seemed very satisfied with his reaction, the stiff smile on his face actually gained a hint of genuine emotion. "Your parents are already waiting for you in the principal's office. Please." Su Qingyi nodded and handed his school bag to Su Yang. Seeing the rare look of worry on the other's face, he smiled to reassure him, then turned to leave. Teacher Li Lu suddenly spoke up to call them back. "Wait, do you know where the principal's office is? Shall I take you there?" It was obvious she was making an excuse to tag along, but it was reasonable enough. Su Qingyi indeed did not know where the principal's office was. Not to mention someone from outside the school. Just as Teacher Li Lu was about to remove the "Welcome Parents" sash from her body, a hand pressed down on her movement. "If you leave, what will happen to the parent-teacher meeting?" Teacher Wang had appeared from out of nowhere. "I'll help you take them there. After all, I could never bring myself to wear that thing." She pointed at the sash with a bright red background and gold lettering, looking disgusted. Teacher Li Lu's intentions had been guessed perfectly clearly. She had originally planned to go over first and then have Teacher Wang cover for her for a while. For some reason, watching the three of them walk away, Teacher Li Lu inexplicably felt even more uneasy than before. "Mr. Ho, please sit, please have some tea." As soon as they reached the door, Principal Xiang walked out to greet them with a fawning expression. "Nickname, come sit over here." Yang Lu and Su Qingyi had been craning their necks to look for a long time, and they also reached out to beckon him. It originally had nothing to do with Teacher Wang, but for some reason, she sat down along with them, looking indifferent. After everyone was seated, Ho Yukuan cleared his throat and swept his gaze across everyone's faces. This was his habit before every speech. While applying sufficient pressure, he would also adjust his own mood. Number 1 High School has always been the top-tier school in Tangan, and even the entire province, in all aspects. I trust the management, teaching resources, and student quality here very much. Otherwise, I wouldn't have sent my child here to attend school, right, Principal Xiang? The act of praising after disparaging was played to the hilt. Su Qingyi watched his fingers tapping continuously on the table. The principal, of course, accompanied him with a smile and nodded repeatedly, carefully refilling his tea. "Then, I will speak directly. Regarding this extremely vile fight, the preliminary handling plan proposed by your school makes me very dissatisfied." Ho Yukuan pounded the table heavily, then leaned back, resting against the back of the sofa. The principal was startled by the sound of him pounding the table, and the teacup in his hand became a bit unsteady. "Yes. Yes, that's why we invited both sets of parents here today, to rediscuss the handling results. Is a disciplinary warning not enough?" The complete process of the incident was already reconstructed at the time. It was a mutual fight, and there was a situation of many against few, and the most serious injuries were not on your son's head. Su Zilong slammed the teacup in his hand heavily on the table, refusing to be outdone. "Do you only look at the surface of things? The scale was so large, the consequences so serious, and the negative impact spread so far, it's unprecedented in the entire history of number 1 high school, isn't it? Yet, for the student who started this fight, it was only a disciplinary warning. Ridiculous." Ho Yukuan said these words with righteous indignation, as if he were a warrior holding up the banner of justice. "Correct. That's so right." Teacher Wang, who hadn't spoken until now, suddenly clapped her hands and said in extreme agreement. Everyone looked over in surprise for a moment, only Su Qingyi knew what kind of sarcastic remark she would make next. Sure enough, she continued quickly, "How is a disciplinary warning enough? The scale was so large, the consequences so serious, the negative impact so far-reaching." "Principal." The principal was startled by her shout, and Su Qingyi looked at him with some sympathy. At his age, he surely had high blood pressure, and his heart probably wasn't very good either. A few more scares and they'd need to call an ambulance. "My suggestion is that he must be expelled. With such a violent student remaining at our number 1 high school, there will be endless trouble." Teacher Wang looked full of integrity and righteousness. Even Ho Yukuan, who was used to controlling the scene, was a bit stunned, being led by her topic. The principal had been timid and submissive, all because he was afraid Ho Yukuan would force the school to expel Su Qingyi. He hadn't expected that before Ho Yukuan could even bring it up, his own teacher would, and his face was full of unspoken tears. "Teacher Wang, this is a parent meeting, why are you here?" "I am his Chinese teacher, I've taught him for 3 years. I know him very well, Principal. Don't look at his good grades, such a student is a flood or a beast, a black sheep, and absolutely must not be kept." Ignoring everyone else's reaction, Teacher Wang continued her passionate speech. "Why not send him to the foreign language school next door? Let him go wreak havoc on other schools. If that doesn't work, number 2 high school or number 7 high school would also be fine." The day before yesterday, a teacher from number 2 high school was still asking me about him. Speaking up to this point, her emotions were fully brewed, and she grabbed Su Qingyi's hand. "Child, although number 1 high school cannot accommodate you, you must remember that you were once a student of number 1 high school. When the time comes for the interview for the college entrance exam top scorer, remember to mention that you came from number 1 high school." Su Qingyi nodded repeatedly, holding back his laughter until he was almost out of breath. Everyone else present wasn't a fool either, of course, they understood the meaning behind Teacher Wang's performance. On the surface, she was calling for expulsion, but in reality, every sentence was warning the principal what the consequences of expelling Su Qingyi would be. Clearly, if number 1 high school expelled him one moment, other high schools would be beating drums and bringing a sedan chair to welcome him the next. The principal couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "It is impossible to expel him." This was probably the loudest sentence he had spoken today. Perhaps having regained a bit of confidence, he actually had some of the aura of a principal next. For such an incident, expulsion is really too harsh. We should still handle everything according to school rules. Furthermore, if there is to be punishment, Mr. Ho, your son must also be punished. Unexpectedly, Ho Yukuan let out a cold laugh. Principal Xiang, are you threatening me? Before the principal could reply, he suddenly clapped his hands, and someone who had been waiting for a long time walked in from outside the door. When he walked up to them, Su Qingyi recognized him. It was actually Ho Xiaohong, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. Having not seen him for a few days, he seemed like a different person. His head was shaved like a monk's, his whole body huddled in his oversized school uniform, his head bowed low, and he no longer had his previous arrogant and domineering aura. It was too strange. Su Qingyi couldn't help but frown. 99, Chapter 99 The Pitiful Aspects. I naturally understand the principle of disciplining oneself before disciplining others. Ho Yukuan had no intention of letting Ho Xiaohong sit down, so Ho Xiaohong could only stand by the side, at a loss. Regarding the disciplinary action Su Qingyi receives, Ho Xiaohong will not shirk his share of responsibility. However, the expulsion proposed by this teacher just now is truly uncalled for. Ho Yukuan picked up his tea, took a sip, and deliberately paused. A written apology. And it must be a public one. After beating around the bush for so long, he finally revealed his true purpose. Su Qingyi lowered his eyes. As expected, he had guessed it. Ho Yukuan was clearly not the type to fiercely protect his own kin, so he had gone to such great lengths definitely not to seek justice for Ho Xiaohong. It was very likely because this fight had spread too widely, with various rumors circulating, affecting his and the Ho family's reputation in certain aspects. The best way to resolve this was to force the involved parties to come forward and retell a version of events, written by himself, that would have the least impact on the Ho family. Compared to the excessive demands they had originally imagined Ho Yukuan might make, writing an apology seemed acceptable. Su Zilong and Yang Lu were momentarily swayed. Upon hearing this, Principal Xiang was so relieved he almost wanted to slap his own thigh. Ever since Ho Yukuan mercilessly rejected the solution he had proposed over the phone, Principal Xiang hadn't slept well for days. He knew that Ho Yukuan himself was not someone easy to deal with, let alone with the Ho family eyeing things from behind the scenes. But regardless, as the principal of number 1 high school, he had to protect Su Qingyi no matter what. The top science student of this year was almost certainly going to be Su Qingyi. If he were pushed too far and transferred schools, the loss to number 1 high school would be immense. Giving a disciplinary mark didn't matter, it could be removed through proper procedures before the college entrance exam, leaving no record on his file. He had communicated this with Su Qingyi's parents from the start, just in case they wouldn't cooperate later. Furthermore, Su Qingyi was a talent cultivated by number 1 high school and a key protected student, but he was also just an ordinary student at number 1 high school. Protecting the school's students was a basic duty of the principal. Fortunately, everything was becoming easier to resolve now. Ho Yukuan's request was actually quite reasonable. Teacher Wang looked at Su Qingyi, whose expression was dark and unreadable, and couldn't help but sigh softly. It would be a miracle if this kid agreed to it. I refuse. As expected, Su Qingyi's reply was without hesitation. Ho Yukuan's expression instantly turned ugly. Son, regardless of anything else, we both participated in the fight. The school rules state that students must write an apology when they make a mistake. Su Zilong observed Su Qingyi's expression and said cautiously. Student Su Qingyi, regardless of whether Mr. Ho makes this request for an apology, according to school regulations, you are required to write one. Not only you, but student Ho Xiaohong must write one as well. Principal Xiang hadn't expected him to refuse and immediately turned his tone serious. Yang Lu also wanted to say something but hesitated. She seemed to want to persuade him, but seeing the bruises on his fingers that hadn't completely faded, her heart ached, and she couldn't bear to force him to do something he didn't want to do. Heh. Su Qingyi suddenly let out a laugh. Principal Xiang, if I am to write the apology myself, I can accept it. But Mr. Ho's intention seems to be different. Having his intentions exposed so directly, Ho Yukuan also smiled and simply laid his cards on the table. Yes, my meaning is that you don't need to write the apology. I will have someone prepare it, and you just need to read it in front of the entire school's teachers and students when the time comes. As for the content, it might deviate slightly from reality, but you don't need to worry about that, just read it as it is. What the hell are you trying to do? Su Zilong was shocked and furious. Su Qingyi, however, nodded nonchalantly. That is why I said I refuse. Is there a problem? Principal Xiang understood Ho Yukuan's meaning after hearing this. He wanted to twist the facts in the apology script and make Su Qingyi take the blame for the whole incident. Don't be so resistant, this won't have much impact on you. Young people make small mistakes, don't they? 100,000 yuan per word, consider it earning some pocket money. How about it? Ho Yukuan smiled and pointed to his teacup. Principal Xiang immediately understood and stood up to refill his tea. 1,000-word apology for 100,000 yuan. TSK, he really has too much money to spend. Su Zilong was so angry he laughed after hearing this. I'm asking you, who are you trying to insult with money? Who doesn't have 100,000 yuan these days? After proposing the monetary transaction, Ho Yukuan relaxed quite a bit. He seemed very certain that Su Qingyi would not refuse. It was true, 100,000 yuan was a significant amount for a high school student. His parents might have the ability to give him 100,000 yuan, but that wouldn't be money he earned himself and could spend freely. The most advanced gaming console on the market, designer sneakers, or taking a girl he liked to an expensive star-rated restaurant. All of this was very tempting. Thank you, I don't lack pocket money. Unexpectedly, Su Qingyi refused again without even thinking. He was simply impervious to reason. He even found it a bit funny, because it showed that Ho Xiaohong and Ho Yukuan were definitely father and son. Both liked to use the temptation of money or the pressure of power as a means to achieve their ulterior motives. It was just a pity that they had run into him. Ho Xiaohong's provocations and threats using his family background as a weapon were useless against Su Qingyi, because he was now the 17-year-old Su Qingyi. If I want to hit you, I hit you, do I need to pick a special day for it? And Ho Yukuan's tactics were his condescending, high-handed strike as a successful middle-aged man against a naive high school student. But this was also useless against Su Qingyi, because he had once been the 27-year-old Su Qingyi. 100,000 yuan couldn't even buy a single floor tile in Shanghai, it really couldn't accomplish much. After being refused again, Ho Yukuan suddenly fell silent. After a long while, he looked up again with a smile, his tone suddenly becoming very familiar with everyone. Sigh, I'm not afraid of you all laughing, but this matter has truly brought considerable negative impact to me and to the Ho family. The water in the teacup was freshly boiled, he leaned in and blew on it, and steam instantly rose up. Whenever I go out to handle business, people say as soon as they see me, oh, it's not just saying. They even show me the video. Is this your son? How did he get beaten up by someone? Tell me, how embarrassing. Is that for me? Speaking of this, Ho Yukuan suddenly, without warning, smashed the teacup hard onto Ho Xiaohong, who was standing honestly nearby. The boiling water splashed everywhere. Ho Xiaohong screamed as he was scalded, but he quickly gritted his teeth, not daring to cry out in pain again. He even stood frozen in place, not daring to move an inch. Everyone present was shocked by Ho Yukuan's sudden action. Su Qingyi reacted quickly, stood up rapidly, and turned Ho Xiaohong's face to check if he had been scalded by the boiling water. Ho Xiaohong's chin was already bright red, and visibly, several blisters were rapidly forming. It made sense, at such close range, how could it not have splashed onto his face? Scalds are very painful, the wounds need to be treated as soon as possible. Mr. Ho. What are you doing? Principal Xiang looked at Ho Yukuan, his face full of shock. Teacher Wang glanced at her phone. I will take him to the infirmary to get checked. Ho Yukuan suddenly stood up. After doing such a somewhat deranged thing, the smile on his face remained unchanged. No need, it's just a minor injury. Seeing him stand up, Ho Xiaohong immediately trembled uncontrollably, almost about to collapse to the ground. Su Qingyi reached out to steady him, frowning as he watched Ho Yukuan approaching step by step. Do you not have legs of your own? Can't you even stand properly? If one couldn't see his face and only heard Ho Yukuan's smiling tone, others would definitely think this was an affectionate joke between father and son. But paired with his smirk, the atmosphere became terrifying. Ho Xiaohong quickly pushed away Su Qingyi, who was beside him, and stood with his head lowered, still trembling. Student Su Qingyi, do you know why you need to write an apology? Ho Yukuan leisurely unbuttoned his suit cuffs and then rolled up his sleeves. Catching a glimpse of this, Ho Xiaohong instantly had a mental breakdown, continuously making sobbing sounds of extreme fear. Perhaps because he was standing too close, Su Qingyi felt he could even hear the chattering sound of his teeth. Because you didn't beat this piece of trash to death that day. 100, Chapter 100 Scheme. Su Zilong and Principal Xiang both rushed forward to hold back Ho Yukuan, while Ho Xiaohong had already collapsed onto the floor in terror. Su Qingyi cast a glance at him with a look of pity. There is always something hateful about a pitiful person. However, with a father at home who was so moody and prone to violence, it would be strange if he had grown up with a normal personality. Although he was somewhat pitiful, unfortunately, Su Qingyi was not the type of person to fall for a sob story. The personal grudge between your son and me was settled after that fight. If you want him dead, there is no need to use my hands. He said this somewhat cold-blooded statement with an expressionless face. Ho Yukuan was stunned for a moment. He had never expected a 17-year-old high school student to be so difficult to deal with. Of course, he couldn't actually beat Ho Xiaohong to the point of causing serious harm right here. Even though he was his biological son, all that remained for him now was disgust. No one in the Ho family was anything but elitist, and having raised such a son, he felt ashamed from the bottom of his heart. As the few of them were in a stalemate, a burst of hurried footsteps suddenly came from outside. A woman with exquisite makeup stumbled in. She ran straight toward Ho Xiaohong, who was curled up on the floor, and collapsed beside him. Xiaohong. Upon seeing this woman, Ho Xiaohong seemed to suddenly snap back to reality. He called out, "Mom," and began to wail. "Shut up." Ho Yukuan lost patience with the noise and pointed toward the door. "Get out." The woman looked up at him with resentment, then stood up and helped Ho Xiaohong up. "Mom will take you to the infirmary." "Slowly, walk slowly." Ho Xiaohong, however, ran out. Quickly as if he were fleeing for his life. Excuse the unseemly display. Ho Yukuan sat back down on his sofa as if nothing had happened. Since classmate Su Qingyi has no intention of cooperating, I will have no choice but to go down with you all. He said this while looking into Su Zilong's eyes, his words filled with threats. Mr. Su, you are in the red wine business, right? I recall the supplier is surnamed Duan, isn't it? Oh, the wine there isn't very good. I'll introduce a new one to you another day. Su Zilong's expression instantly turned ugly. Ho Yukuan smiled and turned to Yang Lu. Ms. Yang, isn't it a coincidence? Your husband just happens to be working as a financial director under a friend of mine. He has strong work capabilities, and there's a good chance of a promotion in the second half of the year. Mr. Ho, there is no need for you to threaten my son with these things. Yang Lu interrupted him coldly. If they were still a family of three, Su Qingyi would have no concerns. But Su Zilong and Yang Lu both had their own new families now and had new children to raise. If they were to lose their businesses or jobs because of him, both of these families would be left with nothing. Sighing softly, just as Su Qingyi was about to speak, someone kicked open the door to the principal's office. Principal Xiang. A very resonant and imposing voice. The person who arrived was actually Chu Yuanjiang. Behind him, two little devils were following sneakily. Oh. Everyone is here. Great, that saves me from having to look for people everywhere. Come, let's settle this matter right here. Chu Yuanjiang sat down brazenly, pushing Ho Yukuan aside. Mr. Chu, what matter are you trying to settle? Principal Xiang looked puzzled. Isn't First High School deciding to expel Su Qingyi? As a representative of foreign language school, I'll secure him first. Chu Yuanjiang had a fountain pen tucked into his suit pocket. He immediately pulled it out, preparing to put things in black and white and get signatures. No, 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 who did you hear that from? There is no such thing as an expulsion. Principal Xiang waved his hands in a panic. What? Then what is this for? Isn't this just wasting time? Chu Yuanjiang slapped his thigh, appearing very annoyed. The two people peeking outside the door also walked in. Chu Qingyan was wearing her hair in two buns, and she had a red sash draped across her body that read, "Welcome Parents." She looked just like a little lucky mascot, exceptionally festive. Su Qingyi couldn't help but smile when he saw her, and Chu Qingyan glared at him fiercely. The angry mascot looked even funnier. And the second person to walk in was actually, Zhou Lian. This truly left Su Qingyi a bit confused. Could it be that he came specifically to watch him get humbled? Zhou Lian noticed his gaze, rolled his eyes, and stood with his arms folded, not saying a word. We are just discussing the outcome, expulsion is purely nonsense. The scene was becoming increasingly chaotic. It was unbelievable that so many people could squeeze into such a small office. Principal Xiang pressed his temples, trying to explain. Principal. If Su Qingyi transfers, I want to transfer too. Chu Qingyan said crisply, raising her hand as if answering a question in class. Ahem, me too. If Su Qingyi transfers, I want to transfer too. Zhou Lian covered his mouth and coughed to hide his embarrassment, also stating his position. Huh. He could understand why Chu Qingyan would say such a thing, but Zhou Lian. Su Qingyi felt his brain starting to ache, just like Principal Xiang's. I've already said there is no expulsion. Principal Xiang's mental state was on the verge of collapse. How could there be an expulsion? Classmate Su Qingyi is so outstanding. Ho Yukuan finally found an opportunity to interject. Chu Yuanjiang shook his hand with a beaming smile, as if he had only just noticed him. Oh. Isn't this President Ho? Long time no. See. The last time we met was when we were drinking with President Liang, the time we discussed that plot of land in the suburbs. Ho Yukuan shook his hand back with a forced smile and quickly pulled his hand away. This shameless Chu Yuanjiang still had the nerve to bring it up. He had negotiated the matter 3 months in advance, but Chu Yuanjiang insisted on sticking his nose in. After a meal of drinking, the price of that piece of junk land was raised by 30% before the deal was closed. President Chu, I came here today to discuss serious business. Drinking, buying land, and whatnot can wait for later. Oh. You have serious business? Chu Yuanjiang put on an expression of sudden realization. Ho Yukuan thought he was being sensible this time, but the next second, what business? Let me hear it. Damn it. Ho Yukuan was so angry he didn't want to speak. Su Qingyi watched the two of them trading blows, advancing and retreating, and found it secretly amusing. But there was no way Chu Yuanjiang simply wanted to come here to annoy Ho Yukuan, he had a purpose. With a thought, he exchanged a glance with Chu Yuanjiang and instantly understood the other's meaning. I agree, but I want to confirm the content of the self-reflection letter written by your side first. Also, I want more money. Su Qingyi said suddenly. Hearing this, Su Zilong and Yang Lu both felt a complex mix of emotions, feeling somewhat distressed. That's strange. Why does the victim have to ghostwrite a self-reflection letter for the offending student? Su Qingyi, you brat, this isn't right. Being this lazy, are you bullying your Uncle Ho because he's easygoing? Chu Yuanjiang criticized him righteously, and Su Qingyi nodded along seriously, indicating he had learned his lesson. Money is not a problem. I will send you the content of the self-reflection in advance. You must read it exactly as it is written. If there is even the slightest discrepancy, the money promised to you, as well as your parents' sources of income, you should be able to tell that I am not the type of person who leaves any room for mercy. Ho Yukuan really had no energy left to drag things out or play games with these lunatics. The venomous snake that had been lurking for a long time bared its fangs once more, and this was exactly the moment the hunter had been waiting for. After Ho Yukuan, having achieved his goal, left first, the others also walked out of the office one after another. Only Principal Xiang was left alone in the office to recuperate. The trouble today had already left him severely drained. As the group walked downstairs, Chu Qingmian frowned, looking somewhat worried. What kind of self-reflection does he want you to read? It must be some bad things, right? How hateful. Can you not read it? Do you need money? I'll give you 500,000 first. This girl is quite the spender. Walking behind them, Chu Yuanjiang immediately clutched his chest. Dad, that's my own pocket money, don't act so stingy. The sharp-eyed Chu Qingmian noticed Chu Yuanjiang's affected gesture. What a wealthy woman's statement. Su Qingyi couldn't help but laugh. It's not a money issue, it's fine. Chu Yuanjiang walked up and patted Su Qingyi on the shoulder. Good lad, uncle will give you a pen. Keep it safe. He took the fountain pen that was clipped to his chest and handed it over. Su Qingyi nodded and took it, fiddling with it with his fingers and observing it slightly. Vaguely seeing the red light flickering slightly on the pen cap, he understood in his heart and put the pen into his pocket. Thank you, uncle. 101, Chapter 101 Discussion. Su Qingyi leaned against the bathroom stall and pressed the switch on the recording pen. Ho Yukuan's speech just now had been recorded in its entirety. Chu Yuanjiang had said that the mines were already buried on all sides, and all that was needed was an outsider to light the fuse. And the recording pen in his hand was the lighter. But Su Qingyi actually didn't know if he should trust him. The reason Chu Yuanjiang went to such great lengths was essentially for their business struggle, while Su Qingyi was completely in the dark on his end, fearing he might unknowingly be used as a pawn. Sighing, he tucked the pen into his pocket. When he returned to the classroom, Teacher Li Lu had already been waiting at the door for a long time. Is everything settled? He didn't make things difficult for you, did he? Su Qingyi shook his head. If everything's fine, go on in. The parent-child interaction session is about to start. Standing on the podium was a short, stout man, a stranger, looking down and flipping through a notebook. Beside Su Qingyi's seat were 3 people, Su Zilong, Yang Lu, and an unfamiliar woman in a white dress. Su Zilong stood with his back to the two of them, looking as if he didn't want to face them. Meanwhile, Yang Lu's face was pale, whether from anger or physical discomfort. The woman in the white dress, however, looked perfectly at ease. Seeing Su Qingyi standing there looking uncertain, she took the initiative to greet him. This must be Qingyi. Let's get acquainted, I'm Auntie Zhong. Just as Su Qingyi was about to offer a polite greeting, Yang Lu suddenly grabbed his arm and pulled him back. Zhong Qiuhe, I'm keeping quiet about the past to save you some face. Please stay away from my son. It sounded like there was quite a history between them. Su Qingyi's gaze flickered between the two before landing on Su Zilong, who still had his back turned. Zhong Qiuhe acted as if she hadn't heard, smiling at Su Qingyi on her own. My child is in this class too. You're classmates, so feel free to come over to our house to play sometime. The feeling Zhong Qiuhe gave off. Su Qingyi subconsciously glanced at Zhou Lian's seat. His name is Zhou Lian. Do you usually hang out together? You boys should have plenty in common. Zhong Qiuhe. Before she could finish, she was shrilly interrupted by Yang Lu. This immediately drew the attention of everyone in the classroom. The silent Su Zilong finally spoke up, enough. We're in a classroom. Do you want to make us a laughingstock? However, his words only made Yang Lu even less calm. She sneered, laughingstock. You're just feeling guilty, aren't you? Su Qingyi's heart sank. Looking at the strange atmosphere among the three, he suddenly had a suspicion. He had heard gossiping relatives talk about it when he was little. Maybe they thought he was too young to understand, or maybe they did it on purpose. In any case, they all said the reason Su Zilong and Yang Lu divorced was Su Zilong's infidelity, and the other woman was Yang Lu's good friend. Mom, you're here for my parent-teacher meeting. To prevent the conflict from escalating further, Su Qingyi had no choice but to speak up and remind her. His words seemed to wake the three adults from their memories of the past. Zhong Qiuhe gave him a strange smile and walked back to Zhou Lian's seat. Su Zilong and Yang Lu stood like two door gods on either side of the seat, neither wanting to see the other. Seeing the scene finally calm down, the man on the podium smiled and began his introduction. Hello, parents and students. I am a professor from the psychology department of Tangan Normal University. My surname is Yuan, you can call me Teacher Yuan. I've been invited to number 1 high school mainly to provide some guidance regarding the immense pressure commonly faced by students and parents before the college entrance exam. Don't worry, we won't have any awkward little games or the usual clichés today. Our theme today is called, the Heart-to-Heart Meeting. Teacher Yuan turned and wrote those words on the blackboard, then checked his watch. A heart-to-heart means talking about topics we usually avoid and speaking the words buried in our hearts. Whether it's expressing love or dissatisfaction, take this opportunity to talk to your closest family members. For this session, the school has specially prepared 5 identical rooms. They are completely enclosed and soundproofed, so you can speak freely. Don't worry, it's been tested. I was just in there singing and dancing, and your teacher Lee outside didn't hear a thing. Perhaps seeing how tense everyone was, Teacher Yuan even demonstrated his flamboyant dance moves on the podium. This move was indeed effective, most of the students burst out laughing. Since there were only 5 rooms, they had to take turns queuing up, with a time limit of 5 minutes. The atmosphere between Su Zilong and Yang Lu was truly terrible, thick with the smell of gunpowder. Su Qingyi felt they were just one step away from getting into a public brawl. Fortunately, it wasn't long before it was their turn in the second round. The school had clearly put a lot of effort into this. The room was decorated with great detail. 3 sofas were placed back to back. In front of each person was a mirror with a sticker that read, "Speak freely, listen with your heart." There was even incense burning in the room, filling the air with the calming and relaxing scent of lavender. Ignoring his awkward parents, Su Qingyi took the lead and sat on the middle sofa. Even the school's sofa was more comfortable than the one at home. After they all sat down, the 3 of them remained in silence for at least 2 minutes. Su Qingyi sighed inwardly. It was a good thing he had been reborn. If it were his past self, he probably would have walked away long ago. Who would waste time here with them? Since this activity is called a heart-to-heart meeting, I'll be blunt. What was the reason for your divorce? It was fine as long as Su Qingyi didn't speak, but once he did, it was a total bombshell. Yang Lu and Su Zilong had originally prepared a bunch of clichés about wishing him success in the college entrance exam and progress in his studies. No one expected him to ask so directly. You're grown up now, and mom doesn't want to hide things from you. But this matter, only he can say it. It's too embarrassing, I can't bring myself to say it. Yang Lu chose to toss the hot potato straight to Su Zilong. Su Zilong was silent for a long while before answering, Yang Lu, I've explained what happened back then many times. I didn't do anything to betray you, it was all a misunderstanding. Well, at this point, things were basically clear. It was a love triangle. Yang Lu thought he cheated, while Su Zilong felt he hadn't. If that hadn't happened, do you think you would still be together now? Su Qingyi thought back to his childhood, to those unpleasant days when they would have a small argument every 3 days and a big fight every 5. The two adults were silenced by his question. Su Qingyi couldn't help but sigh. Everything in the world is like this. The mines had been buried long ago on all sides, any single incident would have become the fuse for the total collapse of the relationship. Having a child when you're not mentally prepared to maintain a complete family is a very irresponsible act. After all, you don't need to pass an exam to become a parent, and my existence is already a failing grade. So I don't want any trouble on my end that might cause problems for your respective new families. One failing test paper is enough. Hearing Su Qingyi's words made Su Zilong feel incredibly pained. He covered his face and said, "Dad knows. Dad is sorry. But, you're doing great now, better than other kids. The pain your family caused didn't defeat you, instead, it made you stronger and more capable, right?" Su Qingyi suddenly smiled. He looked into his own eyes in the mirror and said slowly, "But I was only 12 then. I didn't want to be strong. I just needed security, or perhaps a bit more warmth." 102, Chapter 102 Substitution. When they came out of the room, both Su Zilong and Yang Lu had bloodshot eyes and heavy hearts. They had never imagined Su Qingyi would have so many thoughts. They had once thought their son was born emotionally deficient, the type who was neither moved by joy nor saddened by grief. As for Su Qingyi, having finally voiced the thoughts he had kept bottled up for years, he felt much more relaxed. Just as he was feeling refreshed, he pushed open the door only to see Chu Qingyan leaning against the wall, looking somewhat dazed. "Third Prince, what's wrong?" He leaned in a bit closer and asked with a smile. Chu Qingyan was startled and instinctively tried to shrink back, but the wall was already behind her. With nowhere to retreat, she had no choice but to look up at Su Qingyi. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly and her eyes were wide and unblinking, like a little deer's. "I didn't mean to eavesdrop. The teacher told us to wait here." Seeing her looking so guilty, as if she had committed a grave sin, Su Qingyi had wondered what she was going to say, only for it to be this. "There's nothing there that you can't hear." Su Qingyi reached out and pinched the little hair bun on top of her head. He took advantage of her guilt to make his move. Once she snapped out of it, she wouldn't let him pinch it anymore. "But didn't they say these rooms were soundproof? What a scam." "I don't know, the voices were quite clear. I won't dare to speak my mind later." After saying this, Chu Qingyan lowered her eyes again, sniffled, and whispered, "I won't lose my temper with you anymore." She suddenly came out with such a nonsensical line that Su Qingyi was momentarily confused. Before he could reply, she continued to herself, "You never told us about these things at home, so I didn't know. I'll never say bad things about you to others again." Su Qingyi looked at her solemn expression and asked, stifling a laugh, "Who have you been saying bad things about me to?" "I told Han Bing before that Lin Tong is at most a dim-witted woodblock, but you are a woodblock with a nasty personality. A long time ago, I told my mom that a classmate was always pulling a long face at me, and asked her to check if our family owed your family money. And last time I told Uncle Gao that you didn't want to go to school with me because you definitely looked down on his driving. No wonder Uncle Gao had been looking at him strangely before. But none of that really counted as bad things. If she kept going through them one by one like this, who knew how long it would take?" Su Qingyi interrupted Chu Qingyan's earnest self-reflection. All right, I get it. Anyway, I won't say it again. If I were you, I don't know how much of a bad person I would have become." Chu Qingyan thought with a frown. "Don't be silly. Someone like you wouldn't survive past the second episode of a battle royale, let alone be a bad person." Su Qingyi reached out and rubbed her head, then glanced at Chu Yuanjiang, who was talking to teacher Li Lu in the distance. There was a thrilling sense of committing a crime right under someone's nose. "Who says?" Chu Qingyan was very indignant. "I agree. Someone as naive as Mian would usually be sacrificed in the first episode. Her role is just to highlight the sinister nature of society. Han Bing appeared out of nowhere. I disagree. For the sake of ratings, Sister Mian would last at least 3 episodes on her face alone. Then she'd be brought back in flashbacks every now and then to milk some tears. Su Yang appeared right after. Don't talk about me like I'm just a pretty face." Chu Qingyan was so angry she started flailing her arms. Su Qingyi felt that both of them had a point. His mind momentarily filled with the bizarre actions of horror movie heroines. Yeah, it felt like every single one of those was something Chu Qingyan would do. "Are you all finished? Then let's go get some food." Su Yang showed off a stack of red bills in his pocket. "Boss Su, this is all thanks to you. My mom told me to treat you to a meal. It's not easy to have an afternoon with no classes. Let's go out. How about hot pot? Hot pot is great, hot pot is great. I haven't had it in so long. Chu Qingyan perked up the moment she heard about food. But I'm wearing white today. What if I get oil on it? I just bought this. Let's have Japanese food instead. Han Bing frowned as she looked at her newly bought white short-sleeved shirt. Japanese food is great, Japanese food is great. Let me treat you to Japanese food then, I know a place that tastes really good. Chu Qingyan's eyes lit up as she pulled out her phone to check the location. I'm not used to Japanese food. Let's have barbecue instead. Su Yang loathed things like raw fish, just thinking about it made him feel nauseous. Barbecue is great, barbecue. Chu Qingyan seemed to support every suggestion. You fence-sitter. Su Yang and Han Bing shouted in unison. Alright, Boss Su, you say what we're eating. Finally, Su Yang handed the decision over to Su Qingyi, who had been silent and hadn't offered an opinion. Let's have hot pot. They should have aprons in the shop. Su Qingyi felt that his mood today was perfect for a hot pot meal. With him making the call, the others had no more objections. Is Wood not finished yet? Let's wait for him here. Which room is he in? Did Sister Lin come today? The four of them peered around the doors of several rooms that hadn't opened yet. Suddenly, the sharp sound of a mirror shattering came from one of the rooms. Immediately after, the door was slammed open, and Zhou Lian rushed out with his head down. His hands were covered in glass shards and dripping with blood. He had clearly just smashed a mirror with his bare hands. Zhou Lian glanced at Su Qingyi with bloodshot eyes, then turned and walked away. While the others were looking at each other in confusion, Zhong Qiuhe also walked out from inside. Her face was as calm as if nothing had happened. When she saw Su Qingyi, she even curled her lips into a gentle smile. Su Qingyi deliberately looked in the direction Zhou Lian had left, gesturing to her. But Zhong Qiuhe ignored it and left directly in the other direction. What a strange mother-son relationship. Without waiting for Lin Tong to come out, the group had no choice but to head downstairs first. Seeing the trail of blood from Zhou Lian's hand on the hallway floor, Su Qingyi suddenly felt an impulse. Wait for me at the entrance for a moment. He followed the blood trail all the way to the door of an empty classroom. Zhou Lian was leaning against the wall, covering his face and crying bitterly. Hearing footsteps, he lowered his hands for a look, but quickly covered his face again when he saw it was Su Qingyi. Damn it! Why is it you? Su Qingyi didn't approach, just leaned against the doorway and watched him. Is the reason you have such a big problem with me because of your mom? Do I need a reason to have a problem with you? It's normal for anyone to have a problem with someone like you. I don't know what your mom told you, but the past entanglements between them have nothing to do with me, and nothing to do with you. There's no need for you to be like this. Isn't it exhausting? Speaking of this, Su Qingyi suddenly understood why Zhou Lian had followed him in such a rush as soon as he heard he was transferring schools. The way he had inexplicably come to provoke him before was probably for the same reason. You make it sound so easy. What if someone kept telling you that your existence is just to serve as a foil for someone else, that you'll never be as good as them in your life, and that you and your dad are both just someone else's lower-tier substitutes? Zhou Lian had stopped crying at some point. He gave Su Qingyi another deep look, then stood up to walk out. No one treats you like that, right? So fucking annoying. Why? Next time you want to smash glass, you can wrap your hand in your sleeve. Su Qingyi looked at Zhou Lian's departing back in his still bleeding hand, and offered a suggestion. Zhou Lian cursed again through gritted teeth and didn't look back. Today's update is late, Gomen Nasai. Thanks to the book friend, Shentui Deng Yen, for the tip. Thanks everyone for the monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. 103, Chapter 103 Eating Hot Pot, 2 portions each of shrimp paste and fatty beef rolls, boneless duck paws, tripe, 1000-layer tripe, spicy meat slices, ham sausage. Su Yang was marking things down on the menu, his pen never stopping. Follow Taiwanese novels on Chow Tai Xian. Can we get some vegetables? It's all meat. Han Bing frowned and leaned in to look. I don't like veggies. You guys order them. Here, Boss Su, you order. Su Yang glanced sideways at Han Bing. Su Qingyi shook his head and gestured for him to give the menu to Han Bing. He wasn't a picky eater and didn't have any particular favorites, so he could eat a bit of everything. It didn't matter what was ordered. Mian Mian, you order some. Han Bing conveniently handed the menu to Chu Qingmian. Chu Qingmian was watching the Indian flying bread performance at the next table with a serious expression. The young man tossed the dough smoothly and vigorously. The dough grew larger and thinner, eventually becoming nearly transparent. Is this on the menu? Let's order one too. Chu Qingyan took the menu and excitedly added an order of the flying bread. Watching it once wasn't enough. Su Qingyi watched as the flying bread guy finished one and immediately moved to the next table. Business was quite busy. Watching him toss it for others and having him toss it specifically for you are two different experiences. Chu Qingyan happily flipped through the menu. Potatoes, lotus root slices, sweet potato starch noodles, baby cabbage. Wait, do you guys not eat kelp and bean curd skin when having hot pot? Hurry up and add some. Han Bing took the pen and added 2 more dishes. What about snacks and desserts? This rabbit pudding is so cute. Do you two want some? Okay, 2 portions then. Brown sugar glutinous rice cakes, fried crispy pork. At this point, the waitress nearby finally couldn't watch anymore. She asked cautiously, "Students, are you still waiting for more people?" Su Yang immediately replied, "No, ma'am, just the 4 of us." 4. Then this is definitely a bit too much food. Why don't you finish these first before ordering more? The lady looked at their bills and figured only Su Yang was a heavy hitter when it came to eating. Only after hearing the lady's reminder did Chu Qingyan snap out of it and quickly stop writing. "Ma'am, we'll have half tomato broth and half spicy broth for the pot base. Mildly spicy is fine." Although evening is the best time for hot pot, this shop had a great reputation, and both the taste and ingredients were top-notch. So even though it was the middle of the day, it was still packed. The pot had been brought out for a long while, but there was no sign of the dishes being served. "I'm so hungry, why is it so slow?" Su Yang finally couldn't help but complain. "Why is that table eating already when they came after us?" Han Bing kept staring at the server's route and the situation at other tables. Only Chu Qingyan lay on the table, silently watching the bubbling red broth. Su Qingyi wasn't in a hurry at all, but seeing Chu Qingyan like that, he couldn't help but suspect she might start gnawing on the iron pot if the food didn't arrive soon. So he picked up a ladle, scooped out a piece of tomato from the broth, and put it in her bowl. "Eat this piece first." Chu Qingyan's eyes lit up and she nodded. "Oh yeah, why didn't I think of just eating from the tomato pot directly?" The two sitting opposite them couldn't sit still either upon seeing this and picked up ladles to scoop out the tomatoes. "Sorry for the wait, sorry about that." So when the lady responsible for serving the dishes arrived, she saw that only a few spoonfuls of clear broth were left in the tomato pot. There was a bit of a situation in the kitchen just now. "Sorry, kids. Let me top up the broth base for you." It was obvious she wanted to laugh. Look how hungry these kids were. Put them in, put them in. "I'm starving." Su Yang picked up several plates of meat and dumped them in. Su Qingyi watched Su Yang's reckless way of adding food, which caused oil to splash all over Han Bing. "Put the quick cooking ones in first. Like the fatty beef rolls and the baby cabbage." Fortunately, hunger had made Han Bing forget about her newly bought white short-sleeved shirt. The boiling broth had been fragrant enough already, but now with various meats and vegetables added, the collision and fusion of the meat's aroma and the mellow scent of the spicy oil made everyone's mouth water. "That's my piece of tripe. I just finished blanching it. Is it on your chopsticks? If it's in the pot, it belongs to everyone. It's definitely mine, I recognize its shape." "You tripe thief. I fished it out with my own skill, how can you call me a thief?" The two opposite them were almost coming to blows over a piece of tripe. Chu Qingyan had tied her hair back up and was focused on eating. She ate whatever she fished out of the pot in front of her. If she found meat, she would take a moment to put it into Su Qingyi's bowl. So well behaved. Su Qingyi felt like laughing. Returning the favor, he blanched several spoonfuls of meat and piled them into her bowl. It felt like being a zookeeper feeding a small animal. After a whirlwind of eating, the dishes on the table were cleared out completely, a perfect clean plate club effort. Su Yang was suddenly quite proud. "That lady said we ordered too much. Haven't we finished it all?" Chu Qingyan wiped her mouth, indicating she could still manage a few more bites. Su Qingyi felt something was off. He frowned and thought back, he hadn't seen a single piece of the potatoes they ordered. "Students, the rest of the dishes are here." The lady from before came over again, pushing a small cart. "Oh, you ate fast. Keep it up, keep it up." The 4 of them looked at the cart full of dishes and were instantly dumbfounded. It turned out they had only finished half. "What do we do? Should we ask if we can return some?" Han Bing was already very full. A large part of why she had worked so hard was because she was provoked by Su Yang. Food tastes better when you have to fight for it. Ma'am. Chu Qingyan raised her hand obediently, like a student answering a question in class. The waitress seemed to have known they would call her and walked back with a smile. What's wrong? Can't finish it? Chu Qingyan nodded honestly. Okay, no problem. I'll try to return whatever can be returned for you. You guys just try your best with the rest. Although the lady was very understanding, there were still a few plates that couldn't be returned placed in front of the four of them. How about this, whoever ordered it, eats it. Han Bing said righteously. Get lost. If we do that, it'll all be on me. What did you say just now? Don't you guys eat kelp and bean curd skin when having hot pot? Su Yang mimicked Han Bing's tone, and didn't I end up helping you eat so much of it in the end anyway? What do you mean, helping me? You just wanted to eat it yourself. Sure enough, this is how hot pot goes. At the start, mine. I ordered this, don't snatch it from me. At the end, yours. You ordered this, you eat it yourself. Didn't you say you could manage a few more bites? Su Qingyi turned his head and looked at Chu Qingyan, who had a troubled expression. Yeah, but I still want to eat that rabbit pudding. So she was still thinking about the dessert. Don't you girls have a separate stomach specifically for desserts and snacks? Su Qingyi opened the menu and looked at the picture of the rabbit pudding. It looked like an ice cream pudding, so it probably wouldn't take up much room. There isn't much left, let's eat slowly. Su Qingyi put the meat into the pot. Fortunately, he hadn't been eating too vigorously just now, so he wasn't very full yet. Fine, I'll risk my life to keep you company. Su Yang made a bitter face and stood up to stretch his body. With everyone's combined efforts, they finally finished those large plates, adhering to the basic principle of not wasting food. Oh my god, I started a reader group 2 days ago and forgot to put the group number on the homepage. I was wondering why it was still just me after 2 days. I'm not that pathetic, am I? There will be another update in a bit. 104, Chapter 104 Selfies. Gosh, the four of us are way too strong. Han Bing counted the empty plates on the table, sighing repeatedly. Su Yang took out his phone and snapped a photo of the messy table. To be honest, I've never eaten this much even when I go out with my teammates after training. I'm truly impressed by Sister Mian's capacity, she's basically equivalent to 1.5 student athletes. Remember this site's domain name, Taiwan Novel Network, to relieve boredom, Mongolian Tugrik Korean 1 Laotian Kip Nigerian Naira.sadio, super reliable. I feel like after this meal, I won't want to eat hot pot again for the rest of the year. Stuffed to the point of delirium, Su Qingyi suddenly regretted the decision to come eat hot pot. Only Chu Qingyan acted as if nothing was wrong. She even scooped off the head of a bunny pudding and brought it to Su Qingyi's lips. Su Qingyi quickly waved his hand, he was truly stuffed to the brim and couldn't even manage a sip of water. Come on, look at the camera. After photographing the table, Su Yang held his phone high, wanting to take a group photo of the four of them. Wait a second, do you only have the default camera app on your phone? Han Bing immediately stopped him. What else would I have? Let me adjust the lens parameters. Han Bing was very particular about selfies. After she finished adjusting, Su Yang's large face on the screen actually looked a bit more normal, no longer distorted by the lens. Whoa, you've got some skills. Su Yang couldn't help but admire himself in the camera for a long while. I've wanted to roast you for a long time. Could your selfie angles on moments be any more straight guy? They're so ugly. Han Bing looked like she had to get it off her chest. Now Su Yang was unconvinced. He decided to seek verification from the other straight guy present. Boss Su, what do you think? Su Qingyi shook his head. I don't know, I don't look at moments. Seriously. Are you a caveman? Su Yang had no choice but to pull up the photos on his moments to show him. Su Qingyi glanced at them. Su Yang's selfies were all those angle of death shots taken from the bottom up, focusing on his nostrils. Unable to bring himself to offer a compliment, he could only answer truthfully, it's a bit like the angle my dad uses when he video calls me. Ha 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 ha. Han Bing and Chu Qingyan instantly dissolved into a fit of laughter. What are you laughing at? Hurry up and give me some guidance to take a good group photo so I can salvage my image on moments. Su Yang held up the phone while Han Bing gave remote instructions, finally adjusting it to a satisfactory angle. Everyone, do the V sign. Yeah. Su Qingyi had originally wanted to refuse, he didn't like taking photos. But seeing how high everyone's spirits were, he didn't want to be a killjoy, so he cooperated for one shot. Since Su Yang said to make a V sign, he used the opportunity to partially block his face. After the photo was taken, Han Bing was about to ask to see the result, but Su Yang had already posted it at lightning speed. The caption read, "Daily Team Building. Are you crazy? Why did you post it so fast?" Han Bing hurriedly clicked on his moments to check how the photo turned out. Chu Qingmian also leaned in to look. In the photo, Su Yang was laughing joyfully, looking like a total goofball. Beside him, Han Bing had the cool expression of a female celebrity being snapped by paparazzi, but it was paired with a standard V sign, making it look very out of place. Chu Qingmian's V sign was held over the top of her head like rabbit ears. Her eyes were curved into crescents from smiling, and dimples faintly appeared at the corners of her mouth. She was so beautiful she looked like she came with a built-in beauty filter. Meanwhile, Su Qingyi had his head slightly lowered, his hand covering a small portion of his face. Coupled with the black short-sleeved shirt he was wearing today, his features looked even more sharp and intense. Placed next to Chu Qingmian in the foreground, it looked like they were filming some old-school idol drama about a cold-blooded agent and a sweet young miss. Wait, did these two pay for a premium subscription? Why do they look like they're in a completely different art style from us? Han Bing zoomed in and showed Su Yang with a look of disbelief. Su Yang clutched his chest and showed Han Bing the constantly increasing comments under the photo. Who is the handsome guy in the black t-shirt? Add him on WeChat. This was Su Yang's wealthy socialite cousin who studied abroad. She had never commented on his moments before. What right do you have to eat hot pot with the great god? You truly deserve to die. Where is your morality? Where is your dignity? And where is the address of the hot pot restaurant? This was Su Yang's childhood friend who attended the foreign language school. Tell Su Qingyi not to leave. I beg you, wait 5 more minutes, I'm almost there. This was a pretty girl Su Yang had added at school. I've never seen a photo where Sister Mian smiles so sweetly. Young Master Yang, look at the two opposite you. They're a talented and beautiful couple, a match made in heaven. What right does a little lackey like you have to object? Wait, why is this kid also sitting with a beauty? These were Su Yang's group of close buddies. Both likes and comments were skyrocketing. Su Yang looked at the pitifully few likes on his own selfies and suddenly felt a complex mix of emotions. Son, well done, smile, thumbs up. Take a few more photos for me to see, Rose. At that moment, a comment from his own mother popped up. Arg. Su Yang put Su Qingyi in a headlock and then Baidu'd right in front of him. What to do if my brother is too handsome? An answer quickly jumped out. Don't feel inferior, don't be jealous. He has a handsome exterior, but you have an interesting soul. Su Qingyi couldn't help laughing as he read it. Right, pretty faces are everywhere, but interesting souls are 1 in a million. That seems to make some sense. Su Yang was easily convinced and felt slightly comforted. Han Bing suddenly chimed in reality, most people have both an ugly exterior and a boring soul. It seems that's the actual reality. Su Yang broke down once again. The group left the hot pot restaurant and decided to take a walk nearby to help with digestion. Su Yang's phone was still buzzing non-stop with notifications for likes and comments. I usually don't feel like I have this many people on my WeChat. He scratched his head, feeling a bit irritable. Finally, a private message popped up, and Su Yang quickly opened it. Zhou Kairong, young Master Yang, do you have the high-definition original of that photo on your moments? This kid probably just wants to crop out the part with Han Bing and save it. Su Yang's teeth itched with annoyance, and he replied immediately, no. Zhou Kairong, then help me take a few more photos of her. Do you think I'm a paparazzi? Besides, her moments are full of selfies. Who can you blame if you haven't added her yourself? Su Yang typed furiously, venting all his frustration on Zhou Kairong, who had walked right into the line of fire. What are you chatting about? Han Bing suddenly spoke from behind him. Holy crap. Are you a back spirit or something? Chatting about someone behind their back already made him feel guilty, being startled like this. Su Yang almost threw his phone. Heh, if you haven't done anything wrong, why are you afraid of a ghost knocking at your door? Han Bing gave a cold laugh and looked at him. Anyone would be startled by a sudden surprise like that. Su Yang locked his phone and put it back in his pocket. If you don't believe me, I'll test it out. He watched the two people walking slowly side by side ahead, stealthily crept up behind them, then suddenly slapped their shoulders and shouted, Wah! Chu Qingmian trembled, but she didn't cry out. Su Qingyi didn't even change his expression, showing no reaction at all. Han Bing looked at the frustrated Su Yang with disdain. See, I told you only people with a guilty conscience get startled. Su Qingyi glanced at Chu Qingmian beside him. She probably was startled, but her reflex arc was so long she hadn't reacted yet. She truly was a reflex arc as long as the moon. Thinking of her WeChat nickname and realizing he had never looked at anyone's moments, Su Qingyi was suddenly curious about what was on Chu Qingmian's moments. Acting on the thought, Su Qingyi found Chu Qingmian's contact card and clicked into her moments interface. What met his eyes was a somewhat blurry crescent moon. Su Qingyi was stunned for a moment. Chu Qingmian had set the photo of the moon he had casually taken on the balcony that night as her moments background. 105, Chapter 105. Secretly, Chu Qingmian's moments didn't have much content, and there were no selfies, it was mostly just daily life. Walking in the wind, the sunlight is suddenly so gentle today, accompanied by a photo of sunlight refracting through the shadows of trees. Bad news, I can't finish my homework. Good news, the deadline was yesterday. Teacher Li Lu even liked this post and commented with a friendly smiley face. I listened to a traditional Chinese music concert by the masters today, such music can only be found in heaven. The most impressive ones were the Kongho and the Yangqin. If I have time in the future, I'll definitely learn them. The teachers are so amazing, I hope one day I can become an amazing person too. The first photo was taken before the concert started, and the second was actually a photo of her with the masters backstage. Su Qingyi recognized one of them as an old friend of his grandfather, seemingly a very famous composer. Found a litter of cute little orange cats at the 5 o'clock direction of teaching building A. A photo of her back as she squatted on the ground, absorbed in petting the cats. Su Qingyi had also encountered this litter of orange cats. As soon as they saw him, these little things acted as if they'd seen the king of hell, running faster than ghosts. He didn't know if it was because his aura was too murderous or what. Yet in the photo, they were gathered around Chu Qingmian's feet of their own accord, some rolling over to show their bellies and others begging for food. He hadn't expected the orange cats to have two faces and practice such discrimination. Su Qingyi scrolled down further, it was all very normal content. It was a bit of a pity, as he thought he might see some late-night melancholic quotes. That way, he could have taken a screenshot to keep as precious, non-mainstream dark history. Looking at these daily fragments of Chu Qingmian's moments gave off a carbonated, bubbly feeling, as if her happiness was invading his life through the words and photos. Su Qingyi suddenly felt that moments, as a tool for recording life, seemed quite interesting. So, he clicked through the avatars in his message list one by one. Aside from the photos he had just shown him, Su Yang's moments consisted of his daily training routines. How many kilometers he ran today, his competition results, how he crushed the opposition today, and so on. If he lost a game, it would be, reflecting. Every now and then, there were all-around close-up shots of new sneakers. Although scrolling through it felt a bit abnormal, since it was Su Yang's moments, it actually seemed quite normal. The late-night melancholic quotes Su Qingyi was looking for were finally found in abundance on Han Bing's profile. Scrolling down, it was nothing but selfies and sentences like, "I'm sorry for being born," or at the very least, sharing idol merchandise or links to new songs. Teacher Li Lu's moments were all official work-related reposts, in stark contrast was Teacher Wang's, which didn't have a single work-related post, only her own book reviews and essays. Su Qingyi caught up on the content he had missed and conveniently enabled the moments entry in his settings. Although he didn't plan on posting anything, it wasn't bad to look at others' posts when he had nothing to do. Just as he was about to turn off his phone, he suddenly saw Chen Jinji's avatar. He felt she was likely the type who wouldn't post on moments much. Thinking this, Su Qingyi clicked in without much hope. Chen Jinji's moments were set to be visible only for the last 3 days, so he could only see the most recent post. Secretly. A photo that only captured the lower half of her face, the corners of her lips were slightly upturned in a faint smile. The background was clearly the school rooftop. Su Qingyi glanced at the posting date. Good grief, it was exactly the day they had skipped class to go to the rooftop together. If the camera had been just a little lower, it would have caught him fast asleep. The caption even used those two ambiguous words. Su Qingyi thought for a moment and, as if possessed, gave her a like. After returning home, Su Qingyi leaned against the door and pulled the recording pen out of his pocket. No matter how he planned to handle this matter, this audio clip undoubtedly needed to be preserved. He turned on his computer, uploaded the audio to it, and then copied another version onto a USB flash drive. It was too complicated. Su Qingyi leaned back in his chair and sighed. No, get the mindset right. As an ordinary high school student, the most important thing for him right now was the second mock exam. Thinking of this, Su Qingyi suddenly felt somewhat grateful for his status as a student. Having the right to ignore everything outside and focus solely on his studies was, in a way, a kind of luck. Putting aside his extra thoughts, he focused back on the exam paper spread out before him. Even though the second mock exam was on Monday, number 1 high school wouldn't give the students a chance to relax their brains, they still had to attend Sunday's evening self-study. As teacher Li Lu said, relaxation and laxity are separated by only a thin line. In this regard, she had no absolute confidence in any student. As soon as Su Qingyi walked into the classroom, he saw Zhou Kairong and Su Yang sitting on the front desks, greeting him with cheeky grins. "Excuse me, did I walk into the wrong classroom?" Su Qingyi took 2 steps back and glanced at the class name. "No, you didn't. Class hasn't started yet, so we're just hanging out here for a bit." Zhou Kairong immediately waved his hands in explanation. Su Qingyi nodded. Just as he was about to return to his seat, Su Yang ran over and dragged him over. "Boss Su, take a look at this question. Which option should I choose?" The sun must have risen in the west. Su Yang was actually in the rocket class to ask a math question. When things are out of the ordinary, there must be something fishy going on. Su Qingyi took the scratch paper from him with some surprise. The question was handwritten by Su Yang, and the handwriting was crooked. Su Qingyi frowned and looked at it for a few moments, then handed it back to Lin Tong, who was writing furiously nearby. "Wood, Su Yang is asking you a question." Lin Tong looked up with a surprised, "Huh," his expression somewhat delighted. "Have you finally decided to study hard?" "That's great, let me see." Su Qingyi thought about Lin Tong's wish to get into Tangon University and fell into deep thought. Math was Lin Tong's strongest subject. Aside from Su Qingyi, who was like a bug, only the king of grinding, Zhou Lian and Chu Qingmian could compete with him. But his English wasn't very good. The disadvantages of attending school in a rural town were exposed here. The English teachers in the town might have been fine with factual knowledge, but their accents were a complete mess. After coming to number 1 high school, classes were basically taught entirely in English. Lin Tong said he had been in a daze for a long time. His current English grades were forced up through rote memorization. He was prone to failure once he encountered more complex listening exercises. Furthermore, due to his inferiority complex regarding his pronunciation, he rarely spoke English, leading to very poor oral skills. With his current grades, he had hope of getting into Tangon University, but it wasn't certain. If his English could improve a bit more, it would basically be a done deal. The method he used, like listening to BBC radio, definitely wouldn't suit Lin Tong. So, how should he approach this? While Su Qingyi was thinking, Lin Tong had already finished the question. "This is a good question, Su Yang. Look at this figure." He was about to explain the solution method to Su Yang in detail, but Su Yang suddenly waved his hand and asked him nervously, No, stop. Just tell me which one to pick." Lin Tong was stunned for a moment and answered sheepishly, "Pick D." Su Yang immediately pumped his fist and shouted, "Yeah," even jumping in place to celebrate, repeatedly showing off in front of Zhou Kairong like a victor. Zhou Kairong had a bitter face and unwillingly confirmed with Lin Tong, "Buddy, is it really D? A, B, and C are all fractions, and only D is an integer. Shouldn't D be eliminated first?" Still a faithful believer in the mystical arts of guessing, Su Qingyi chuckled while flipping through Lin Tong's English notebook. Lin Tong scratched his head awkwardly, not knowing how to respond. "Stop talking nonsense. Wood is very good at math, it's impossible for him to be wrong. Truth or dare?" Su Yang rubbed his hands together, clearly having thought of a basketful of mischievous ideas to prank Zhou Kairong. So they were playing a game for a bet. Lin Tong realized this and, looking at the steps he had carefully written on the scratch paper, suddenly felt it was a bit of a waste. Su Qingyi had expected this all along and went back to his notes. This page was about the usage of adverbial clauses. Book Club Group, 669750920. Everyone is welcome to join the group to discuss the plot. 106, Chapter 106. The Great Adventure, I'll choose. Dare. Zhou Kairong glanced nervously at the doorway as he spoke. Su Qingyi followed his gaze. Han Bing was leaning against the doorway, chatting with students from other classes. Su Yang burst into laughter. "You actually dared to choose dare. You're really underestimating this game king here." Zhou Kairong swallowed hard upon hearing that. He knew that when it came to games, Su Yang was both dead serious and had no bottom line. But he didn't dare choose truth either. What if that blockhead Su Yang asked him directly in front of everyone, "Who is the person you like?" Wouldn't that be a forced confession? Han Bing didn't even know him yet. She would definitely think it was weird for someone to confess right off the bat and wouldn't give him a chance at all. He couldn't let a little game ruin his lifelong happiness. So dare it was, at most, he'd just lose some face. In that case, let me think. Su Yang looked around the classroom. It was still early before the evening self-study session, so only a few people were scattered about, and there were even fewer girls. Got it. Find a girl in the classroom and invite her to sing a love song duet with you. This move of Su Yang seemed mean, but he actually had good intentions. He felt there was no more loyal bro in the world than himself. There were only 3 girls in the classroom, Chu Qingyan, Han Bing, and a beautiful transfer student. He wanted to force Zhou Kairong to talk to Han Bing. After all, she seemed like the only one who would cooperate. Who would have thought that as soon as Zhou Kairong heard this, he would spinelessly choose to seek help from Chu Qingyan, whom he was slightly more familiar with. Sister Mian, would you do me the honor of singing a few lines with me? Today, Chu Qingyan was rarely not joining in on the fun or eating snacks, she was busy tackling a physics problem. Hearing Zhou Kairong's request, she immediately frowned. What song? Zhou Kairong turned to the taskmaster, Su Yang, for his input. Su Yang's eyes darted around before he replied, marry me today. Zhou Kairong almost bit his tongue off in shock. Chu Qingyan, who had originally been slightly inclined to help, immediately made a firm, no, gesture with both hands upon hearing the song title. I'm not singing. Su Qingyi, help me quickly. Su Qingyi felt like laughing at her pitiful tone. Help you with what? This problem. Like a child complaining to a parent, Chu Qingyan handed the test paper to Su Qingyi and pointed to the problem that had delayed her for 15 minutes. Su Qingyi took it and read the prompt. When there is a temperature gradient inside a metal, an electromotive force can be generated at its ends. This effect is applied in thermocouple thermometers, etc. To analyze this phenomenon, a simple classical toy model is now established. While one side was traveling through the world of physics, the other side, Zhou Kairong, was still bickering with Su Yang. What kind of crappy song is that? Tell me, which girl who's a stranger would sing, marry me today, with you? Don't blame the road for being uneven if you can't walk straight. You lost the bet, so you have to accept the consequences, understand? Anyway, you have to ask. Whether it's successful or not, you have to ask. Su Yang pushed and shoved Zhou Kairong, constantly urging him. Zhou Kairong had no choice but to glance again at Han Bing, who was chatting happily by the door. He summoned his courage and took 2 steps toward her, but the words died in his throat, and he quickly retreated. Damn, how can you be so weak? Su Yang cursed, frustrated that he couldn't shape him into something better. Zhou Kairong pinned his last hope on the final girl in the classroom, who was resting her chin in her hand and looking out the window, seemingly in a daze. But when he walked up to her and saw her face clearly, he gasped. Wasn't this the girl who had been very popular on the forum lately? How could she be even more beautiful in person than in photos? Chen Jinji noticed someone approaching and turned to look at him with a smile, waiting for him to speak. Being looked at like that, Zhou Kairong didn't dare look her in the eye at all and stuttered, hello, classmate. I just lost a game. Could you please cooperate and sing a few lines with me? It's very short. While Su Qingyi was looking at the problem, his ears caught the words from over there. Feeling a bit curious about whether Chen Jinji would cooperate, he looked up. To his surprise, Chen Jinji happened to be looking at him as well. There was an indescribable look in her eyes, something like questioning and testing. Questioning what? Was she asking him if she could sing with someone else? Look at this model diagram, I don't understand how this part is operated. Chu Qingyan was still seriously discussing the problem, it seemed this question really bothered her. Su Qingyi's eyes were still on the other side, but he replied casually, a correct analysis of the thermoelectric phenomenon in metals must consider the quantum effects of electrons. The one in this problem is a simplified version and doesn't apply to real situations. The benefits of being a top student were finally showing. Even when multitasking, others couldn't tell you were distracted. 2. Think Chen Jinji would actually seek his opinion on such a matter. Su Qingyi thought for a moment and shook his head slightly. The movement was very slight. If Chen Jinji hadn't been staring at him without blinking, almost no one would have noticed the gesture. Upon receiving his response, Chen Jinji suddenly smiled, with a faint hint of having succeeded in something. I'm sorry, I don't feel like singing right now. She then rejected Zhou Kairong decisively. For some reason, even though he had been rejected, Zhou Kairong felt a sense of relief, as if he had escaped a disaster. Chen Jinji had an inexplicable aura that made people feel pressured and very difficult to approach. Moreover, although she had been smiling and looking in his direction, Zhou Kairong felt that her gaze wasn't actually on him, but was looking past him at someone else. Okay, sorry to bother you. Zhou Kairong quickly put his hands together in apology and slipped away. The reason Su Qingyi had signaled Chen Jinji to refuse was out of a desire to help someone fulfill their wish. All of Su Yang's convoluted maneuvering was meant to push Zhou Kairong into talking to Han Bing. Otherwise, at his current pace, the two wouldn't even know each other by the time they graduated high school. Since Su Yang loved helping others so much, Su Qingyi would give him a timely hand. He just didn't know if he would regret it later. Having hit a wall twice in a row, Zhou Kairong walked toward Han Bing with a determination to face death. As the saying goes, things don't happen more than 3 times, after suffering comes happiness, extreme misfortune turns into good luck, and hitting rock bottom leads to a rebound. This time it would definitely work. Seeing Su Qingyi staring at Zhou Kairong's direction, Chu Qingyan also looked over curiously, just in time to see Zhou Kairong walking toward Han Bing with an expression of both grim resolve and caution. Ah! Him! Bing Bing! It suddenly dawned on Chu Qingyan, and she belatedly started enjoying the gossip. Shoo! Su Yang was afraid that if others started jeering, Zhou Kairong's courage would vanish, so he quickly signaled her to keep it down. With such gossip to watch, Chu Qingyan didn't want to do the problem anymore and turned around to watch the show. Under the eager gazes of several people, Zhou Kairong walked up to Han Bing and said softly, "Hello, classmate Han Bing." Han Bing was in the middle of a heated discussion about a new song with another fan from next door. Suddenly hearing someone call her name, she turned around in confusion. "Oh, it's you. What's up? Could you sing a few lines with me?" Zhou Kairong was so nervous that his throat felt parched. None of the lines he had prepared were used, and he just asked directly. "Huh?" The expression on Han Bing's face became even more confused. She instinctively looked toward her best frenemies in the classroom. Chu Qingyan was leaning over the back of her chair, looking at her excitedly and even giving an encouraging fist pump. A second before she looked over, Su Qingyi had already quickly lowered his head, pretending to be seriously working on the problem. Lin Tong was also watching the show, but he felt that gossiping was a bad thing. After realizing Han Bing was looking over, he froze for a few seconds before hurriedly turning around. Su Yang had a teasing smile on his face, with a hint of pride that he had made this happen. Han Bing glanced at Su Yang again and suddenly smiled. "Sure, what song?" 107, Chapter 107 Campus Legend, Marry Me Today. Zhou Kairong's tone when saying this was full of guilt, even carrying a hint of shame. But it didn't matter, at least she hadn't refused to sing with him. Thinking of this, he felt a bit jubilant again. "Okay, which part are we singing?" Han Bing lowered her head to search for the lyrics on her phone. "Anything. Whichever part you like." Zhou Kairong's tone feigned calmness, but in reality, his face was practically splitting from smiling so hard. After finding the lyrics, Han Bing walked back to her seat, and Zhou Kairong followed her like a puppy. "Alright, you guys, stop pretending." She tapped the table impatiently, and Lin Tong and Su Qingyi immediately put down their pens. "You're the winner, right?" She raised her eyes again to look at Su Yang. Su Yang had originally been very excited, but for some reason, under her gaze, he felt a bit guilty. He muttered under his breath, "If you don't want to sing, then don't. Why lose your temper like that?" Han Bing gave a cold snort and handed him her phone. "I'll sing, why wouldn't I? You play the accompaniment." Su Yang sheepishly took the phone. Without picking a specific part, he just started playing it from the beginning. As soon as the intro sounded, it instantly transported everyone present to a wedding scene. All that was missing was a loud-mouthed master of ceremonies. Wait, Su Yang's position was exactly that of the MC. Chu Qingyan leaned in secretly to whisper to Su Qingyi, "I went to a wedding last month, and the bride and groom sang this song together." Su Qingyi recalled for a moment, then nodded and replied, "People usually sing this at weddings." Chu Qingyan suddenly lowered her head and smiled. "Well, I'm definitely not singing this when I get married." Listening to the normal interaction between the two, Su Yang suddenly felt a surge of inexplicable anger. Spring warmth, takes away the sorrow of winter, the breeze brings a romantic atmosphere. Zhou Kairong was so nervous his mind was a bit blank, he only hurriedly caught up halfway through the first line, missing the beat, which directly caused the entire segment to be off-key. "Every love song suddenly becomes meaningful, and I suddenly meet you at this moment." But when he sang this line, Zhou Kairong suddenly felt that Su Yang's song choice was actually great, and he instantly looked at him with grateful eyes. The latter, however, looked absent-minded, staring at the scrolling lyrics on the screen, lost in thought. "The fragrance of spring flowers takes away the chill of winter, the breeze brings an unexpected love." As soon as Han Bing started singing, Chu Qingyan cooperatively waved her hands to cheer for her. Su Qingyi suddenly chuckled as he listened, this really was an unexpected love. "The bird's loud singing brings us closer, and I suddenly fall in love with you at this moment." Han Bing's singing voice was different from her usual intentionally boisterous tone, it had returned to a gentle voice that matched her appearance. It's over, Zhou Kairong is going to be completely smitten. Su Qingyi's gaze swept between the blissfully happy Zhou Kairong and the spacing out Su Yang. After this line was the duet part. Zhou Kairong was thinking to himself that he must sing well this time and not go off key or miss the beat again, otherwise, it would be too embarrassing. But at that moment, the accompaniment came to an abrupt halt. Su Yang paused the music and directly turned off the phone. Alright, singing one part is enough. I'll count it as you passing. Zhou Kairong was instantly stunned and frantically signaled to Su Yang with his eyes, but Su Yang was completely unmoved. He stood up and returned the phone to Han Bing. Han Bing gave an annoyed tch. Lin Tong had been observing the situation for a long time and felt the atmosphere was very strange. He looked up at the classroom clock and asked cautiously, "Isn't it almost time for class?" Hearing Lin Tong's question, Su Qingyi finally realized something was wrong. There were only 10 minutes left before evening self-study, yet there were still only a few of them in the classroom. Even the people who were there before had disappeared. Chen Jinji had also left at some point, her seat was empty. Chu Qingyan took out her phone to check the group messages and suddenly let out an "ah" before showing them the notification. Teacher Li Lu had sent on the screen. Notice, per higher level requirements, this Sunday's evening self-study is cancelled. Students, please review well at home and rest early. Be sure to maintain a good mental state for Monday's second mock exam. When was this sent? They didn't notify us earlier. Han Bing frowned and read the message on her phone again. Well, that's great. Time to go home. Usually, Su Yang would be over the moon receiving such a notice, but today he seemed to have lost interest. He looked dejected and was about to leave. Han Bing suddenly spoke up to stop him. What's this? You only play one round and want to leave just because you won. Su Yang sighed and had no choice but to sit back down. What a great opportunity, evening self-study is cancelled. Come on, weren't we playing a game? Let's keep playing. Han Bing seemed to be in particularly high spirits today. Zhou Kairong was naturally very cooperative, he was dying for an excuse to stay with Han Bing for a bit longer. Lin Tong looked at the problem he had just finished writing, scratched his head, and asked, "Are we still going to use problems to bet? How is that possible? Would this guy ever have a chance to lose then?" Su Yang jerked his chin toward Su Qingyi. Su Qingyi was fluidly writing the answer to the physics problem Chu Qingyan had asked about earlier. Discuss the stability of each equilibrium configuration of the rod determined in the third step. He could even derive new discussion questions based on the original problem set up after finishing it. Yeah, let's change the game. Except for the attentively listening Chu Qingyan, the rest of them nodded solemnly. As the ancient said, great skill requires no elaboration. To defeat the most terrifying academic god, one often only needs the simplest method. Han Bing took a half-finished bottle of mineral water from her backpack. And that is, spin the bottle. Whoever the bottle points to is it. This time, let's decide on the punishment for losing the game first. Su Qingyi had rejoined the group's discussion at some point. After being stopped by Han Bing, Su Yang seemed to have regained some energy. He mysteriously gestured for everyone to lean in closer. Do you guys know about the late-night legend of number 1 high school? What? Chu Qingyan had leaned in thinking there was something fun, but as soon as she heard it was this kind of scary thing, she immediately sprang back. What late-night legend? Su Qingyi was actually quite interested. He hadn't communicated with others before, so he knew nothing about these stories circulating among the students. Han Bing said with a solemn face, "Are you talking about the third floor of Laboratory Building F?" Su Yang immediately made a "shoo" gesture. Keep it down. Yes, that's the one. Zhou Kairong was also bewildered. He was easily scared, so he didn't dare listen when others talked about it and knew nothing of these campus legends. But now that he was in front of Han Bing, no matter how scared he was, he couldn't let it show. Although Chu Qingyan was afraid, she was also curious, so she pretended to cover her ears while actually eavesdropping through the gaps between her fingers. This is a story passed down between every class of students at number 1 high. Once upon a time, there was a senior sister who was the top student in her grade at the time. When he mentioned the top student, everyone looked at Su Qingyi in unison. You didn't just add that detail to make me feel more immersed, did you? Su Qingyi crossed his arms over his chest and questioned. Su Yang gave a hollow cough to cover it up and continued nonchalantly, back then, the new buildings hadn't been built yet. The main teaching building was what is now Laboratory Building F. Every day, the senior sister would study alone until the very end, only leaving before the building was locked. One night, Su Yang's tone was eerie. Chu Qingyan felt a chill in her heart. As she listened and fearfully grabbed Han Bing's arm. The senior sister was studying alone in the classroom as usual when suddenly, the light bulb in the classroom began to flicker. The senior sister thought it was a loose connection, so she walked to the switch to try and turn off the light, but the switch suddenly stopped working, and the light bulb flickered faster and faster. Like clubbing at a bar. Su Qingyi imagined the scene Su Yang described and interjected. The group, who had been on edge, all burst out laughing at once. Oh, Boss Su. The atmosphere I worked so hard to create is gone. Su Yang thumped the table helplessly. Sorry, go on. Su Qingyi also realized it wasn't good to interrupt someone telling a story seriously, even though he didn't think there was anything funny about his description. 108, Chapter 108 Murphy's Law. Su Yang adjusted his emotions and resumed his gloomy tone, continuing, then, the senior got a bit scared and went back to her seat to pack her bag and leave. Who would have thought that just as she reached the door, the classroom door slammed shut by itself. No matter how she turned the doorknob, there was no response, as if someone had locked it from the outside. At that very moment, the light bulbs in the classroom went out completely. Chu Qingyan plucked up her courage and looked up at the classroom lights. Fortunately, they were still working normally. In the pitch black, the senior began to shout for help, constantly banging on the locked door. At that moment, a burst of piano music suddenly sounded at the end of the corridor. The sound sometimes seemed to come from the left, sometimes from the right, but it felt more like the sound source itself was constantly moving. Ding ding dang dang. Just as everyone was listening intently, a sharp ringing suddenly went off. In this silent atmosphere, it was like a sudden clap of thunder on a clear day. Oh my God! For a moment, everyone was in a state of chaos, some diving under tables, others huddling together for warmth. It turned out to be Lin Tong's phone ringing. He was also quite startled himself, and while apologizing, he hurriedly searched for his phone in his bag. His phone was still one of those very old models for seniors, looking like the kind given away for free with a top-up. Because of this, the ringtone was very loud and had an alarming deterrence. Su Qingyi was sitting right next to him. He was actually quite startled as well, but luckily he only turned a bit pale and didn't show any other abnormalities. Damn, that scared the hell out of me. Who's calling? Su Yang crawled out from under the table. Moving from the table to underneath it in just a second, his reaction speed would definitely ensure he'd be the last survivor in a horror movie. Zhou Kairon was still shivering under the adjacent table, and Su Yang gave him a kick in the butt. Ostrich, out of the hole. Lin Tong listened to the receiver for a while, then looked at everyone apologetically. It's 10086 calling, reminding me to pay my phone bill. Hearing this, Chu Qingyan and Han Bing finally felt relieved, but the two of them still huddled together. To ease the tension, Su Qingyi got up to pour himself a glass of water. When he walked back to his seat, he noticed an extra note on the desk. It must have been left for him by Chen Jinji before she left. Teacher Su, I've finished the test paper you left yesterday. Good luck with the exam tomorrow. Since deciding to help Chen Jinji with her tutoring, Su Qingyi would select some suitable questions every day to form a test paper for her. Chen Jinji was a very diligent student, and her attitude toward homework was much more serious than Su Yang's. Su Qingyi looked down and smiled, folded the note, and put it in his drawer. The senior didn't dare to shout anymore and could only hold her breath and listen. She discovered that the piece was exactly, sorry, I forgot the name, it seemed to be RA something 3 something. Su Yang scratched his head. Telling this ghost story today had been full of twists and turns, and the atmosphere was long gone. Rachmaninoff's Piano Concerto No. 3. Su Qingyi walked back holding his water. Yes, I think that's the one. Su Yang nodded like a chick pecking at grain. Suddenly I feel a bit sorry for this ghost. Even after dying, they still have to play the piano, and of all things, it happens to be this piece. Fear had vanished from Chu Qingyan's expression, replaced only by a sense of shared suffering. In her over 10 years of learning the piano, the shadow cast by Rach 3 was quite severe, though it might also be because she was quite young when she learned it. After growing up, learning even more difficult pieces like Prokofiev's Piano Concerto No. 2 and Bartók's Piano Concerto No. 2 wasn't as painful as learning Rach 3. The reason Su Qingyi knew this piece was that he liked listening to classical piano music for a while, not because he could play it. With his half-baked skills, wanting to play such a piece was too much of a pipe dream. Anyway, it was this piece. At first, it was played in a normal tone, even somewhat beautiful and moving. But later it became more and more frantic and terrifying, interspersed with a woman's screams and crying. The senior was so scared she fainted and wasn't found until the next morning. After she told others about it, no one believed her because Building F doesn't even have a music room. Who would be playing the piano in the middle of the night? After that, the senior was in a daze all day, her mind unclear. She had to drop out of school and move away, and no one ever heard from her again. Later, students continued to claim they heard piano music late at night, so the school gradually turned that building into an experimental building and reduced its frequency of use. Su Qingyi thought about the location of that building. Although it was called an experimental building, it was actually completely abandoned. To be honest, he didn't believe for a second that the school would give up the use of an entire building just because of some baseless story. Alright, the story is over. So, our game penalty for today is, go on an adventure to the third floor of the experimental building. Su Yang slapped the table, announcing the reason he had spent so long telling the backstory. No way. Chu Qingmian shook her head like a rattle. It really is a bit too scary. Even without this ghost story, that experimental building seems to have had its power cut long ago, and it's already dark outside. Han Bing pointed at the sky, which had already begun to dim. Well then, how about two people go? Su Yang shook the bottle Han Bing had just brought out, looking thoughtful. The two people the bottle cap and the bottle bottom point to will go together, how about that? Two people should be better. Han Bing agreed. Zhou Kairon was scared to death, but he had to act tough in front of Han Bing, so he also nodded reluctantly. Su Qingyi, on the other hand, wasn't afraid at all and shrugged to show he didn't mind. How about wood? Are you scared? Hearing someone ask him, Lin Tong shook his head with a smile. I'm not afraid. I saw ghosts several times when I was a kid. Are you for real, man? Don't scare me. Zhou Kairon hugged his arms tightly and asked tremulously. Lin Tong nodded with a serious face, it's true. Just on the mountain behind my house, that land is full of grave mounds. I was taking a shortcut home at night and saw a white shadow from far away. Enough. Stop talking. If you keep going, my nickname is going to be scared to death. Han Bing covered his mouth. Su Qingyi glanced at Chu Qingmian, she indeed looked pale from fright, almost completely zoning out. Every time she encountered something unbearable, she would enter this state. The first time was probably when her speech was swapped at the oath-taking ceremony, and the second time. Well, it seemed to be that day when she saw him grabbing Chen Jingji's wrist. Now was the third time. He felt that if it happened a few more times, he could write an observation diary of Chu Qingmian. According to Murphy's Law, if you're worried about something happening, it's more likely to happen. Walking on the way to the experimental building, Su Qingyi spoke unhurriedly. Don't say any more, just let me die. Chu Qingmian, following behind him, looked ashen-faced, her expression one of utter despair. 109, Chapter 109 The sound of the piano, at the very least, you should be glad it's me who came and not Su Yang. Su Qingyi raised his wrist to check the time, it was already 7:30 p.m. The sky was in that state of being not quite dark yet, a sign that summer was fast approaching. When the bottle was spun earlier, it didn't deviate in the slightest, its mouth pointing steadily at Chu Qingmian. Meanwhile, the bottom of the bottle pointed between Su Yang and Su Qingyi. Su Yang appeared carefree on the surface, but he was actually scared. Just as he was stammering to come up with an excuse, Su Qingyi stood up of his own accord. Let's go. After hearing the school legend, Su Qingyi had already been somewhat curious about the story itself and the truth behind the school's abandoned experimental building. He had already decided that even if he didn't go today, he would find an opportunity to check it out in the future. Chu Qingmian had originally been prepared to back out, but seeing Su Qingyi take the initiative for the first time ever, she followed him out in a daze. After walking for a while, she realized just how terrifying a path she had embarked upon. Just as the two of them set off, messages from the group chat, Save the Universe Squad, began popping up one after another. Su Yang, how far have you guys gotten? Remember to live stream the whole thing, otherwise we won't know if we should go rescue you. Han Bing, nickname, don't be afraid, listen to me. That guy next to you is clearly someone even ghosts would fear, he has a heavy murderous aura, and neither gods nor ghosts would dare approach him. If there's any sign of trouble, just ignore everything and climb onto him. Looking at Han Bing's nonsense, Su Qingyi suddenly remembered when his grandfather took him to a fortune teller as a child. The Taoist priest had also said he had the fate of a lone star of fate, possessing a murderous aura that would curse anyone he met. Hearing this, his grandfather was incensed. Disregarding his refined scholarly demeanor, he overturned the fortune-telling stall on the spot. Su Yang, Kaizi wanted to join the group but I rejected him, ha ha ha. I'm conveying his respect and admiration for you two brave souls. Su Yang, also, Wood says he has a few common ghost-repelling tips he can teach you. Reflex arc as long as the moon, why didn't you say something so useful earlier? We're already at the entrance, okay. Su Qingyi looked at the group chat messages, finding it somewhat amusing for a moment. Do you really believe in those ghost-repelling tips? What else should I believe? Should I believe you have a heavy murderous aura? Chu Qingyan was now in a state of desperation, anxiously waiting for a reply. Su Qingyi raised an eyebrow and told Chu Qingyan about the time he went to have his fortune told as a child. Ah. Really? That's amazing. What else did that Taoist priest say? She didn't seem to understand what a lone star of fate meant at all, she only felt envious of a constitution that kept ghosts away. He also seemed to say that I wouldn't live past 20. Su Qingyi rested his chin on his hand and thought about it, there probably was such a thing. The Taoist priest probably saw that the lone star of fate rhetoric hadn't tricked him out of any money, so he took it upon himself to add a curse of not living past 20. As a result, not only was his stall smashed, but even the sign he held that read yin-yang and 5 elements, 9 out of 10 divinations are accurate, was torn to shreds. But his words still had some negative impact. His grandfather always felt uneasy after returning home. He took Su Qingyi to Jinshan Temple to burn incense for several days and asked for a string of Buddhist beads, which he often rotated in his hand. The won't be scary with more people. Let's hurry over and check. Worry for the safety of the two outweighed Zhou Kairong's fear of the supernatural. While the others were talking, Lin Tong had already put on his school uniform jacket and was heading out. After walking up 2 flights of stairs, Su Qingyi shone his flashlight, red letters on a white wall, 3F. We've reached the 3rd floor. Su Qingyi shone the light down the corridor again. It was very deep, and the flashlight's beam couldn't reach the end. The farthest point was pitch black, as if some unspeakable monster were hiding there. The layout of the 3rd floor was clearly different from the 1st and 2nd. As the two walked inward, they looked into the classrooms through the windows. They didn't look like ordinary classrooms for lessons, but rather activity rooms. Su Qingyi, something's not right here, really not right. I have a gut feeling. Even Chu Qingyan's fingertips were ice cold from fear. What's not right? Su Qingyi replied nonchalantly, his gaze sweeping over the blackboard at the back of the classroom. When they moved out of the teaching building, they hadn't even finished the cleanup. The displays students had made on the blackboard hadn't been erased. In bright red chalk, it said, without struggle or effort, the 3rd year of high school is lived in vain. It's just, not right. As they spoke these few words, the two had already reached the middle of the corridor. Su Qingyi suddenly stopped and stared intently into the darkness at the end. What is it? What's wrong? Chu Qingyan asked in a panic, her voice already carrying a hint of a sob. Su Qingyi debated in his mind whether he should tell her the truth. If he didn't say anything, it would seem even more unnatural, so he told her the truth. Something seemed to run past over there just now. Ah! Chu Qingyan's mental defenses were completely shattered by those words. She let out a scream and prepared to run downstairs. Su Qingyi grabbed her hand. Just as he was about to speak, a burst of chaotic music drifted out from the room at the end of the corridor. The piano sound from the legend. 110, Chapter 110. The unspeakable secret eerie piano music echoed through the empty school building. If Chu Qingyan had any energy left to run just now, she now felt as if her legs were made of jelly. Su Qingyi had initially only intended to support her, but since she couldn't stand up at all, he had no choice but to pull her into his arms. Feeling Chu Qingyan's trembling, Su Qingyi suddenly felt a sense of guilt. It seemed she was truly terrified. One should respect the fears of others. If his former self were thrown into a crowd, he wouldn't have fared much better than her. Regretting his actions slightly, he reached out and stroked her head comfortingly. Sensing his movement, she buried her small face even deeper into his chest. The piano music was intermittent, but it didn't stop. It indeed sounded somewhat frantic and disorganized, just like in the legends. Su Qingyi listened intently for a moment, then lowered his head and whispered into Chu Qingyan's ear, "Can you tell what song it is?" Although he felt it didn't sound like a proper melody, it was more convincing to let a professional judge it. The hug successfully calmed Chu Qingyan down quite a bit. She remained silent for a while, seemingly trying to identify it. "It's not a song, just random playing." After a long pause, she replied with certainty. Then this differed from the legend. After all, the piece played in the legend was the notoriously difficult Ratch 3, but now it was just random banging. Recalling the dark shadow running earlier, Su Qingyi had a suspicion. "I'm going over to take a look. Will you wait for me here?" No longer forcing her to go with him, Su Qingyi looked down to ask for her opinion. "No." Chu Qingyan refused quickly, staying here alone would be the scariest thing of all. "Okay. After getting her Reply, Su Qingyi matched Chu Qingyan's pace and slowly walked to the door of that classroom. Without hesitation, he reached out and pushed the door open. As the door swung wide, the piano music stopped abruptly, replaced by a meow. Chu Qingyan, who had been shrinking behind Su Qingyi, not daring to look, opened her eyes in astonishment upon hearing the cat's cry. Big Orange. The scene before them even surprised the usually unflappable Su Qingyi. In the middle of a large, empty classroom with nothing else in it, stood a single piano. The windows were wide open, and as the evening breeze blew past and moonlight spilled in, a large, fat orange cat lay on the piano lid, tilting its head to look at the two people at the door. Su Qingyi checked the white fur on the orange cat's front paws. One side was long and the other short, looking like two white socks that hadn't been pulled up properly. Case closed. This was the orange cat that frequently hung around teaching building A. It's grown so thin, it must have been at least 2 minutes since its last meal. Chu Qingyan laughed and ran to the front of the piano, scooping it into her arms. So it was you scaring me. You're a bad Big Orange. Where are your babies? As if it understood her words, Big Orange gave a lazy call, and several identical little orange cats ran out from the corners, meowing as they surrounded them. So the so-called campus legend of late-night piano music was just this cat playing the piano? Tom and Jerry really didn't lie to me. Orange 1, Orange 2, Orange 3, Orange 4. Good, you're all here. I was wondering why I hadn't seen you lately, so you were hiding here. Don't want to eat canned food anymore, do you? Chu Qingyan crouched on the ground, counting them off, while the little oranges sat there obediently to receive their scolding. Su Qingyi kept his hands in his school uniform pockets and didn't approach. Usually, as soon as they saw him approach, these little oranges would scatter as if facing a great enemy. Having had her fill of petting the cats, Chu Qingyan stood up contentedly. Why aren't you coming over? If I come over, they'll be scared away. How is that possible? They won't. Su Qingyi took 2 steps forward. Upon seeing his shadow, the little oranges indeed scrambled away. Only after reaching a safe distance did they cautiously poke their heads out to observe him. Only Big Orange, who had seen it all, remained lying peacefully in place. Perhaps it was just too fat to move. Why is it like this? Chu Qingyan was somewhat puzzled. Su Qingyi walked to the piano. Thanks to Big Orange, the keys weren't covered in dust. He ran his fingers from left to right. Some keys were unresponsive, and it seemed a bit out of tune. Chu Qingyan also followed him with interest, placing both hands on the keys as if thinking of what to play. Are you going to play Ratch 3 too? The campus legend will be confirmed for sure tomorrow. Su Qingyi petted the fat orange cat, which was now showing its belly. Chu Qingyan lowered her eyes in thought, then suddenly smiled. As her fingers danced and flew, pleasant notes flowed from between them like the tinkling of a spring. She was playing Secret. It was a piece from Jay Chou's movie, Secret. In the movie's setting, the piano in the old practice room was a tool for traveling through time. And outside the movie, this old piano, which had been abandoned for who knows how long, was now endowed with life once again. This piece had a very romantic atmosphere, Su Qingyi thought as he looked at Chu Qingyan's profile in the moonlight. An empty classroom, clear moonlight, a lazy orange cat, and a young girl playing the piano with her eyes closed. This was a romantic scene that couldn't even be captured in a movie. Even the night breeze favored her, blowing her long hair back at just the right angle. Many years later, when Su Qingyi thought back to this scene, he would still feel a sense of trance-like unreality. After striking the last note, Chu Qingyan took a deep breath and asked Su Qingyi beside her. Have you seen this movie? Su Qingyi nodded, recalling a line from the movie. It's exactly 108 steps from the piano room to the classroom. Thinking of the next line, he quickly shut his mouth. Chu Qingyan, however, suddenly broke into a smile. It's exactly 5 steps from my side to yours. Before she had even finished speaking, she lunged into Su Qingyi's arms. That wasn't 5 steps. Su Qingyi took a step back and lifted her up to stand properly. Chu Qingyan muttered, stingy, and then asked him, do you know how to play Lu Xiaoyu? That was also a piece from the movie. Actually, Su Qingyi liked this one even more than Secret, so he had learned it very seriously. But playing the piano in front of Chu Qingyan was a bit like trying to show off one's act skills in front of Lu Ban, so he shook his head and said, I don't play the piano well. Chu Qingyan seemed to have expected him to refuse and said with a smile, "MHM. I know, you play the eru." Su Qingyi was momentarily surprised. How did you know? Chu Qingyan gave a huff and slammed down a few heavy notes to express her anger. When did you first meet me? She asked. Su Qingyi thought carefully before answering, wasn't it in high school? Shortly after school started, you said you were the class monitor and asked for my contact information. Chu Qingyan glared at him and said crossly, is it possible that we were classmates for all 3 years of middle school? Huh. There was such a thing. Su Qingyi was stunned. He really wasn't very clear on his middle school memories, after all, it was many, many years ago. It's just because I wasn't the class monitor in middle school. Oh, then if you weren't the class monitor, how would I remember? After all, only the class monitor would occasionally talk to him because of class business. What ordinary classmate would bother to try and befriend him? Su Qingyi felt his logic was very sound. So you only know the class monitors. I give up. Chu Qingyan was so angry she slapped the piano lid. Forget it, I won't hold it against you. But actually, I knew you even earlier, although you've long since forgotten. Chu Qingyan sighed as she looked at Su Qingyi's blank expression. It was, Music Moves Hearts. Music Moves Hearts sounded somewhat familiar. Ah, right. It was an instrument competition he had participated in as a child. The organizer was an old classmate of his grandfather's, so Su Qingyi had been dragged along just to make up the numbers. 111, Chapter 111 The reason why green plums are green plums, so that's how you knew I played the eru. Yeah, I saw you back during the first preliminary round while the contestants were waiting backstage. Chu Qingyan leaned against the piano, reminiscing with a smile, I had already participated in many competitions back then, but it was my first time in such a mixed bag where all sorts of instruments were involved. I was a bit nervous, so I was secretly observing my opponents. I saw a boy with a great temperament, one look and I knew he'd be a formidable rival. So that was it. She had silently treated him as an imaginary enemy since then. Su Qingyi raised an eyebrow, signaling for her to continue. What's with that smug expression? Did you think I was talking about you? Chu Qingyan shot him a sidelong glance. That person was a cellist, okay? Just as I was wondering how to deal with him if we met, I saw some guy in the corner wearing blind man sunglasses with a face as long as a bitter melon. He looked like he was one bowl away from begging on the street. Yes, that was you. Su Qingyi was suddenly at a loss for words. Hearing Chu Qingyan put it that way, he started to remember a little. It was probably because the piece he played for the preliminaries was Moon reflected in the second spring, so he had mimicked Abing's look. At the time, the judges were all laughing heartily at his cool expression behind the sunglasses. The show Music Moves Hearts wasn't like other children's competitions that focused on encouragement and a friendly style, it placed a heavy emphasis on professionalism. The judges were usually quite serious, and it was rare for them to lose their composure and laugh like that. Looking back now, Su Qingyi was still very grateful for those sunglasses. Because it was his first time in such a competition, the scrutinizing gazes of the audience and judges made him very, very nervous. Fortunately, with the sunglasses on, he was able to finish the entire performance with his eyes closed. Perhaps because of that, he really managed to capture the feeling of the original blind artist. I thought you'd be eliminated quickly. I didn't expect you to advance all the way to the finals with me, while that cello student got cut in the preliminaries. Even though it was many years ago, Chu Qingyan remembered it very clearly. The piece I chose for the finals was Liszt's La Campanella. Wow, I really practiced that one for a long, long time. Su Qingyi nodded. Liszt's pieces were all very suitable for showing off technique and were the most effective type to use in competitions. The finals of Music Moves Hearts involved a full house vote. Besides the judges, the live audience's votes were also very important. If someone played Bach or Mozart, lay people might not be able to hear the skill involved. When I finished playing and went off stage, my teacher told me with a beaming face that it was a sure win, and I thought so too. Since the judges seemed quite satisfied, I wasn't in a hurry to go backstage. I wanted to watch from the side because I hadn't seen any of the other contestants' performances before. Good grief, you didn't even wait for the host to invite you up, you just went up there clutching your eru. Seeing your expression, I really wanted to shove those preliminary sunglasses back on your face. You looked so incredibly arrogant. Under Chu Qingyan's vivid description, Su Qingyi had almost recovered those buried memories. If his expression looked cocky back then, it was only because he was so nervous that he didn't know what to do with his face. Then you played Autumn Moon over the Han Palace. My God, it was the first time I realized the eru could sound so good. Though I didn't want to admit it at the time, I knew as soon as I finished listening that my first place was gone. Indeed. Su Qingyi had originally wanted to slip away as soon as he finished performing, but he was held back by the host who rushed onto the stage. He stood there for 20 minutes listening to the judges' flowery praise. In the end, it was no surprise that he took first place. That was the first time I'd ever gotten second place in my life. I was naturally a little bit indignant. Su Qingyi nodded solemnly. So you're used to it now, right? Chu Qingyan glared at him, but didn't know how to retort. And you didn't even show up to collect your award. Everyone was looking for you, and finally, I found you hiding backstage watching caterpillars crawl in a line. I was truly speechless. Chu Qingyan thought about how she had very politely gone to tell him to collect his award, even suppressing her bad mood to force a kind smile. But the detestable Su Qingyi had turned around with an expression that said, I'm doing something important, why are you bothering me, who are you anyway, and, how annoying. Just thinking about it still made her teeth itch with irritation. We had just learned about the caterpillar effect in science class. I heard they blindly follow the caterpillar in front, and I was curious if it was true. Su Qingyi explained earnestly. Anyway, at that moment, I felt like this guy was a total nerd. How could I be defeated by a nerd? I had to win back my pride. Speaking to this point, Chu Qingyan let out a deep sigh. All their ill-fated connection began with that breath she couldn't swallow back then. From then on, she actively participated in various musical instrument competitions, bringing home a pile of gold medals and certificates, but she never ran into Su Qingyi again. So she had someone specifically look up which school he went to. When transitioning from primary to middle school, she threw a tantrum at home and didn't go to the nearby foreign language school, but instead enrolled in number 1 middle school. This was actually more than just a choice of schools, it almost completely changed the trajectory of her life. According to her family's arrangements, she was supposed to be sent abroad for high school, and they had even considered her job after graduation. And so, Miss Chu began her life as a perennial runner-up. In all these years, she hadn't successfully defeated this great deity even once. Like hitting a brick wall, Chu Qingyan held on to the stubborn mindset of, I insist on forcing it, and chased after Su Qingyi for many years. Actually, you didn't have to be so stubborn. If you had just told me earlier, I could have given you as many first places as you wanted. Su Qingyi said with a smile. Who wants you to give them to me? Chu Qingyan brandished her fist and said crossly. Meanwhile, Su Qingyi suddenly realized that if he hadn't been reborn, he wouldn't have known any of this at all. Not long ago, he had wondered why Chu Qingyan was so different from the children of wealthy families in his memory. She wouldn't ride in the family Maybach and insisted on squeezing onto the subway. She didn't need to study hard to easily live any life she wanted, yet she still chose to spend her time on dry and tedious textbooks. Why? Why else? It was just a girl living in the clouds who one day suddenly met a strange boy who only lived in his own world. So she crossed mountains and rivers, wanting to see his world. That girl had followed his silhouette for so many steps without him knowing, and he hadn't looked back once. The distance between them seemed very close, but in reality, it was very far. So when did the Chu Qingyan of his previous life let go of her obsession? Su Qingyi tried to remember, but he hadn't attended a single class reunion later on and didn't care at all about his old classmates' current situations, so naturally, he didn't know what happened to her later. Looking at the current Chu Qingyan again, his heart was filled with complex emotions. What's wrong? Fine, if you really feel sorry for me, then, tomorrow, no, next time during the weekly physics test, let me win. Sensing the apology in his eyes, Chu Qingyan laughed cheerfully again. Su Qingyi, however, walked to the front of the piano. Let's play a piece together, Lu Xiaoyu. Chu Qingyan was stunned for a moment before walking over to his side. Su Qingyi only placed one hand on the keys, meaning he would only be responsible for those few simple single notes. Chu Qingyan couldn't help but smile, placed both hands on the keys, and took a deep breath. What was this? She hadn't even been nervous at the national piano competition, but standing next to this person to play, she felt like her heart was about to jump out. Chu Qingyan began to play first, the light melody flowing out like a peaceful stream. Su Qingyi counted the beats in his head and added the single notes in. The main melody slowly drew closer as if attracted by the single notes, the tunes gradually overlapping and reaching the climax of the entire piece. After the brilliant ensemble part, it returned to the solo of the main melody, like a stream disappearing into the sea. It was actually a sad song. After Chu Qingyan played the last note, she suddenly felt a bit dazed. Clearly nothing had happened, yet it felt like she had missed out on so many things. Su Qingyi then took over the lead, adding a segment at the end. Chu Qingyan easily recognized which song it was. The promise of growing up together was so sincere, endless past conversations with you. But I can no longer tell if you are friendship, or the love that was missed. 112, Chapter 112. Beautiful in the next life. Downstairs at the laboratory building. Uncle Wang, I'm begging you, please come up with us. Good grief, why does this piano music keep coming in waves? It's creeping me out. Uncle Wang, the school security guard, deeply regretted coming in to cover the night shift today. Covering the night shift was one thing, but he just had to run into these sneaky students. Running into them was one thing, but he just had to be diligent and go up to ask them what they were doing. Now look at this, Su Yang and Zhou Kairong each had one of his arms gripped tight, refusing to let him go. I'm begging you two as well, let this old man go. I'm scared too. Every time Uncle Wang patrolled the buildings, he never dared to enter this one. He would just walk around downstairs for appearance's sake. He had heard piano music before, but it was always a chaotic jumble of sounds, never a complete melody like this. It actually sounded quite nice. But that made it even scarier. Uncle, you're 60 years old, how can you still be afraid of this stuff? Han Bing kept glancing upstairs nervously. Finally, unable to suppress her inner worry, she waved her hand and ordered, just escort Uncle Wang up by force. Under duress, the group stumbled their way upstairs. They hadn't gone 2 steps when Lin Tong, who was in the lead, spotted 2 dark shadows standing at the top of the stairs and immediately let out a roar. His shout scared the people behind him so much they wailed and scrambled back down the stairs. What are you guys doing? Chu Qingyan shone her phone's flashlight over, looking at the huddled group with a face full of confusion. Su Qingyi was holding Big Orange, and Chu Qingyan was holding several little orange cats. Both were standing at the stairwell, seemingly just coming down from upstairs. Mian Mian. Seeing that the two were fine, Han Bing let out a sigh of relief and rushed up. Chu Qingyan smilingly handed the restless, squirming Orange 1 and Orange 4 over for Han Bing to hold. Hee, it's fine. Can you believe it? It was actually the big fat orange cat playing the piano. This is like an episode of Approaching Science. Huh. Su Yang and Zhou Kairong were instantly speechless. Only Lin Tong stared blankly at the corner at the end of the hallway, lost in thought. Su Qingyi nodded calmly, holding Big Orange high up to parade it before the crowd. Yes, the feline suspect has been apprehended. How do you plan to handle the suspect? Su Yang also ran up to ruffle Big Orange's thick belly. Take it back to the magistrate's office and sentence them to finish all the canned food I bought. Chu Qingyan announced the verdict with a serious face. Zhou Kairong looked at Uncle Wang's strange expression and couldn't help but tease him with a laugh. What's up, Uncle Wang? Haven't snapped out of it yet? Su Qingyi glanced over and suddenly remembered that Uncle Wang was a veteran employee who had been at No. 1 middle school for decades. So he handed Big Orange to Zhou Kairong, deliberately slowed his pace, and walked at the back of the group with Uncle Wang. Watching the group of people and cats fooling around in front, Su Qingyi asked as if casually, Uncle Wang, why did the school move the teaching building back then? Uncle Wang seemed immersed in his own world. Being suddenly addressed made him jump. What? I'm not clear about moving the teaching building. It was probably just a misunderstanding by the students. You know how rumors are, they get more ridiculous as they spread. He answered with a forced laugh. Others might believe rumors, but you've been here for decades. I imagine you wouldn't be so easily swayed. Su Qingyi looked back at the pitch-black laboratory building. This old-fashioned building appeared somewhat out of place on the brand-new No. 1 middle school campus. But it had been preserved until now, even though no one cared about what had happened inside anymore. Uncle Wang followed his gaze back and suddenly let out a heavy sigh. You students nowadays wouldn't know what No. 1 middle school used to be like. For the sake of grades and college entrance rates, the pressure on students was too harsh. Back then, I knew something would go wrong sooner or later. Su Qingyi's heart skipped a beat, and he quietly waited for him to continue. That girl student wanted to take the art exam. In those days, how could parents accept the art exam? The school pushed her, the parents pushed her, and she couldn't take it anymore, right there in the classroom. The student said that piano played all night long, but no one went to check. At this point, Uncle Wang pulled a cigarette out of his pocket. His hands were shaking so much he couldn't light it. Her parents made a scene at the school for many days. In the end, money was paid to suppress the matter. That's why they were forced to move the teaching building. What was the use of making a scene after the fact? The die was cast, it was already beyond redemption. Su Qingyi stood still, looking at the dark music classroom on the 3rd floor. She had played the piano in that classroom all night, it was actually her final cry for help. Regrettably, in the end, no one was there to lend a hand. He didn't find it scary, he only felt it was a pity. Uncle Wang, I might come here often in the future. If you happen to run into me, there's no need to chase me away. I'll only stay for a little while. Su Qingyi nodded slightly, giving him a heads up in advance. Uncle Wang was stunned for a moment, then put the cigarette back into the box and nodded. They're easy to tell apart. Orange 1 has a white spot on its forehead, Orange 2 has one foot without a sock, Orange 3's tail tip is white, and finally, the one without any of those features is Orange 4. Chu Qingyan explained how to distinguish the kittens while squatting on the ground feeding them canned food. Lin Tong had been a bit absent-minded since just now. Su Qingyi noticed and pulled him aside. I only just saw the message you sent. Why did you say there was something strange? Lin Tong glanced at the others who were focused on feeding the cats before lowering his voice. I can't explain it clearly, but when I saw that photo, I just felt like something was watching you from the shadows. Sigh, maybe I'm just being paranoid. Every time I told my sister stuff like this when I was little, I'd get scolded. Su Qingyi was silent for a while before tentatively asking, can you describe what that thing looked like? Long hair, seemed like a girl. Lin Tong tried hard to remember. Su Qingyi nodded and didn't press further. Okay, I understand. It's best not to tell the others, especially Chu Qingyan. She can't handle being scared. Yeah, I know. Lin Tong said this, but doubt still lingered in his eyes. Su Qingyi thought for a moment before continuing, it's nothing strange, and it's not scary. I'll be coming back here next time. Want to come along? Lin Tong looked at him with some surprise. The calm expression on Su Qingyi's face was very reassuring, so he nodded without hesitation. On the way home, Su Qingyi couldn't help but keep thinking about this matter. Although it wasn't a personal experience, he had felt the sensation of a vivid life fading away before his eyes. It was still early, and the alleys of the old city district hadn't entered their dormant state yet. Moonlight filtered through the plane trees by the roadside, and a few people were scattered about, taking walks. Su Qingyi brushed past them, the night wind carrying fragments of conversation to his ears. It was mostly mundane domestic chatter, what to eat tomorrow, whether they'd get off work early, whether the kids' grades were out. There were elderly people napping in lounge chairs, with small ditties playing from speakers nearby. This is how life is unpredictable, never expecting a reunion today. Looking back, prosperity is like a misty dream, a remnant life left to the crashing waves. Su Qingyi had heard this before, it was the Peking opera, the Unicorn Purse. His grandfather loved listening to opera, and Su Qingyi had listened along since he was a child, learning many passages through osmosis. In the past, he could hear various layers of meaning in it, but hearing it today, he could only think of 4 words, life is unpredictable. No one knows what will happen tomorrow. Every person you see today might be the last time you see them in this lifetime. His thoughts were somewhat chaotic. Before he knew it, he had reached the bottom of his apartment building. As soon as Su Qingyi entered his home, he realized he had actually forgotten to close the balcony door this morning. The scratch paper on the coffee table had been blown all over the floor by the wind. One more troublesome thing to deal with. His steps were a bit heavy as he knelt down to slowly tidy up. The night wind rose again. He subconsciously looked up, only to be momentarily dazed. The pot of roses on the balcony still looked droopy and listless, but compared to this morning, a flower bud had clearly emerged. The plant killer had actually managed to keep a pot of flowers alive. And it was on hell mode, too, the pot that looked the hardest to keep alive. It was worth commemorating. Su Qingyi stood there and watched it for a long time. Next time he went to the laboratory building, he would buy a bouquet of flowers. 113, Chapter 113. Tension. After the repeated onslaught of the previous placement test, as well as various weekly tests, quizzes, and short tests, Su Qingyi was no longer nervous about the second mock exam at all. Early the next morning, he specifically took a high-definition close-up photo of a newly bloomed flower bud, thinking that if he ran into Granny Su downstairs, he would show it off to her. After all, he had been leaving early and returning late recently, and it had been a long time since he had seen her. But when Su Qingyi reached the floor where Granny Su lived, he found her door tightly shut, and even the newspapers delivered to the door had piled up. He picked them up to look, the earliest one was from 5 days ago. A vague sense of foreboding rose in his heart. Just as he was about to knock, Granny Su's neighbor poked her head out, spotted him, and greeted him with a smile. "Oh, Qingyi, off to school." Su Qingyi folded the newspapers in his hand and put them back in their original place, then looked up and replied, "Yes, good morning, Auntie Zhu." Auntie Zhu saw his hesitant expression and guessed he wanted to ask about Granny Su. Before he could speak, she said, "Looking for Granny Su, are you?" "She's not home. Her son picked her up a few days ago, they probably went out of town for a few days." So that was it. Su Qingyi finally felt relieved. He let out a sigh of relief, gave Auntie Zhu a polite smile, and turned to walk toward the entrance of the alley. Auntie Zhu watched his retreating figure and clicked her tongue in admiration, sighing, "Sigh, how did this child grow up to be like this?" Even without parents to look after him, he still had good grades, excellent character, and was good-looking too. One could tell at a glance that he was a bright kid. She sighed as she turned back into her own home. Other people's children were already tidied up and off to school, while her own son was still snoring like thunder. Comparison truly is the thief of joy. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Auntie Zhu slapped her drooling son awake. "Get your butt out of bed for me." When Su Qingyi arrived at the classroom, it had already been rearranged for the exam. With 30 people per exam room, the 15 extra desks were stacked up like a human pyramid in the cleared space at the back. Su Qingyi easily found his own desk in the pile, so he struggled to reach his arm in and pull out that copy of Complete Ancient Poetry to do some last-minute cramming. Students whose desks had been put away usually shared a desk with an acquaintance, making do with the cramped space. Su Qingyi had no such plans. Since he had to enter the exam room soon anyway, he prepared to stand by the window and read for a while. Teacher Su, standing at attention. Chen Jinji's desk was still in its original position. She rested her chin on her hand and smiled at Su Qingyi, seemingly having watched him for quite a while. Today she didn't tie her hair up. Her long hair fell casually over her shoulders with a slight wave, making her overall temperament seem a bit more gentle. "Why wasn't your desk put away?" Her seat was clearly in the last row. Su Qingyi glanced again at his own desk, which was being crushed at the very bottom of the stack. How pitiful. "Because I came very early. When that little fat guy was about to put away the desks, I asked if he could take the ones from the front row instead, and he nodded." Good grief, what a clever switcheroo. The little fat guy was probably happy fatty, he had been convinced by a single sentence from Chen Jinji. After saying this, Chen Jinji pulled out the chair hidden behind her and patted it, signaling him to sit beside her. It was a bit like a kindergarten teacher calling out to a toddler. The chair was his own, so Su Qingyi sat down without much hesitation. His gaze lingered on the textbook in front of Chen Jinji, reading comprehension scoring techniques. He had given her this textbook as well. Unfortunately, it was for Chinese, so he hadn't made any notes or annotations in it. Probably considering that it was his book, Chen Jinji hadn't written anything in it either, it still looked brand new. "Are you nervous?" Su Qingyi had originally intended to take advantage of the time before the exam to discuss some serious scoring techniques, but those were the words that came out of his mouth instead. Chen Jinji's slender fingers casually brushed over the pages of the book as she replied. "What about you, are you nervous?" Su Qingyi shook his head, thought for a moment, and then nodded. What does that mean?" Chen Jinji was amused by his reaction. "I'm not nervous for myself, I'm nervous for you." "Why are you nervous for me?" "I'm afraid you won't perform well and will lose confidence." After all, just as Teacher Li Lu said, the second mock exam is the one that most closely resembles the college entrance exam. He was a little worried that Chen Jinji would be discouraged. Chen Jinji looked at his dead serious, nervous expression and comforted him with a smile. "It's fine, I won't lose confidence. Besides, don't I have Teacher Su teaching me? Yeah, don't worry about the result. Just treat it as if you're doing a set of past exam papers. Besides, you're an art student. Your academic scores don't need to be on the same starting line as regular students. There's no need to be nervous." Every sentence Su Qingyi said was telling her not to be nervous, yet every sentence made it clear, he was very nervous. Listening to his muttering, Chen Jinji suddenly took off one earbud and tucked it into his ear. "And it's not the college entrance exam anyway, You've been wearing headphones this whole time?" Su Qingyi's words stopped abruptly, and he was stunned for a second. Her long hair had covered her ears, so he couldn't tell at all that she had been wearing earbuds. Wouldn't that mean no one would notice if she listened to music during class? "Yes, I've been wearing them all along." Chen Jinji lowered her head and pulled out the phone connected to the earphone cable to show him. "But there's no sound." Su Qingyi briefly wondered if something was wrong with his ears. "I just turned it off." "When was just?" "Now." "When you walked into the classroom." Chen Jinji curled her lips into a smile, and at that moment, music began to play through the earbuds again. "I've long forgotten what it feels like to miss you, because every minute and second, you occupy my heart." The string intro was very unique, and the singer's voice sounded familiar, yet he hadn't heard this song before. "Don't try to change my mind, this isn't some cheap love. Look at me, tell me, you really love me." Su Qingyi listened very intently. He felt this song really suited Chen Jinji's voice. Chen Jinji just wanted him to listen to some music to ease his tension, but she didn't expect this guy to have such a serious expression even while listening to music. He looked like a professional music critic hired from somewhere. What's the name of this song? When the song ended, Su Qingyi pulled out his phone, ready to save it to his playlist. Guess. Chen Jinji took the earbuds off and put them back into her backpack. It's by Cheer Chen. No wonder the voice sounded familiar. Su Qingyi originally wanted to list a few of her songs. But he couldn't quite remember the release dates of the songs. It wouldn't be good if he mentioned a song of hers that hasn't been released yet. The bell to enter the exam room rang at that moment. Good luck on the exam, Teacher Su. Chen Jinji gave a soft smile and stood up. Whether it was thanks to the music or because Chen Jinji appeared so calm, Su Qingyi felt his nervousness had indeed eased quite a bit. He stood up as well and handed the pen he had specifically bought an extra of to Chen Jinji. This pen writes very well. Good luck. Chen Jinji took it. She didn't know how long he had been holding this pen, but the body of the pen still held the residual warmth of his palm. It wasn't until Su Qingyi's figure disappeared through the classroom door that the smile on her face instantly vanished. Ah, so tiring. Her cold fingertips caressed the warm body of the pen. Finally, I don't have to pretend that I'm not nervous at all. Let me recommend Cheer Chen's Will Still Be Lonely that appeared in this chapter. It's super good. 114, Chapter 114 Retsilla. Chapter 114, Masilla. Perhaps because Teacher Li Lu had raised concerns with the school after the cheating incident during the last placement test, the school had arranged the examination rooms very sparsely this time, scattering classmates far apart. Su Qingyi looked around. There wasn't a single person he recognized. The proctor also looked quite reliable. Whether it was the pre-exam reminders or the timing of distributing the answer sheets and question papers, everything was very professional. Before handing out the papers, they even meticulously showed the candidates the seals on the file bags. Upon receiving the paper, Su Qingyi's first step was still to flip to the classical poetry dictation section. Although he had been consistently reviewing during this period, the accumulation of so many years was far from something that could be solved by such a short burst of intensive revision. The Yuan dynasty dramatist Ma Ziyuan's play, Tears of the Blue Gown, was adapted from which two lines in by Zhuyi's Song of the Pipa. It was Song of the Pipa, again. It felt like the exam creators were quite partial to this piece. The question's direction was very clear, and Su Qingyi picked up his pen to write. Who among those seated wept the most? The blue gown of the Jiangzhou Sima was wet. In The Analects, Confucius points out that even if one eats coarse food, drinks water, and sleeps with their arm as a pillow, one can still find joy in it, but... After reading the prompt, Su Qingyi's mind went blank, so he had to look at the next question first. Fortunately, the remaining questions were relatively simple. After finishing them, Su Qingyi unwillingly returned to look at this one again. In fact, as long as he could remember the original sentence in the prompt, he could write the next one directly, but he had only scanned The Analects briefly and really couldn't recall it. He couldn't waste too much time, so he had to choose to give it up. After hitting a wall at the beginning, the reading comprehension part went very smoothly. They were mostly questions with fixed patterns, answering according to the templates was enough. Thinking of the book Chen Jinji was reading this morning, Su Qingyi sighed inwardly at her good luck. She had managed to hit the nail on the head even with last-minute cramming. This time, only one essay topic was given, and it was a fixed title essay. The difficulty was slightly lower. Avoid not the ordinary, but do not be mediocre. One must not be mediocre. Please write an essay of no less than 800 words titled Refusing Mediocrity. Refusing mediocrity. Su Qingyi didn't particularly like this topic. In the long river of history, those who can leave their names behind are very few. Most people are actually mediocre in some sense. Shining peak moments require preparation during the low periods, and far-reaching events require long and quiet preparation before they occur. Without the foil of mediocre people, how could there be moments when humanity's stars shine? Of course, these honest thoughts couldn't be written into the essay. Su Qingyi only thought these things in his heart, while the pen in his hand wrote numbly like a machine. In the long years, the short life of a human is but a blink of an eye. In the vast universe, the tiny existence of a human is also like a grain of sand. But even if so short and so tiny, there are still some who refuse mediocrity, striving to grasp that moment of existence, streaking across the vast night sky like meteors, illuminating the world with a momentary brilliance. If Li Bai had been content with mediocrity, the world would have lacked the romantic sentiment of wanting to scale the blue sky to embrace the bright moon. If Xin Qiji had been content with mediocrity, the world would not have the generous tragedy of having settled the king's affairs of the world, gaining a name both in life and after death. If Chao Shuaqin had been content with mediocrity, how could the world have the myriad emotions of a page full of absurd words, a handful of bitter tears? A person lives a lifetime not in every minute and second of mediocrity, but in those moments of bravely refusing mediocrity. Having written these things against his heart, Su Qingyi didn't even have the inclination to look back over them and hurriedly closed his pen cap. After all, his own plan was to live in every minute and second of mediocrity. The recent essay topics seemed to be working against him, there wasn't a single one he truly wanted to write. The essay for the last placement test was also a mess of nonsense. He hoped the grading teacher this time wouldn't give an artificially high score. After the Chinese exam ended, due to the chaotic distribution of examination rooms, Su Qingyi couldn't find Su Yang and the others to eat together during the lunch break. Su Qingyi returned to the examination room early. But the afternoon was the math exam, and there was nothing for him to prepare by coming back so early. He dazed out in his seat for a while out of sheer boredom, then took out his phone to take a look. There were actually several unread messages. Su Zilong, son, good luck on the second mock exam. After the exam, Dad will take you for a big seafood feast. Was there a possibility that he hadn't liked seafood since he was a child? Yang Lu, Xiao Yi, good luck on the exam. Don't feel pressured, grades aren't the only standard to measure a child, and the college entrance exam isn't the only way out in life. In Mom's eyes, you are always the best. Well, how should he put it? It felt like she had just finished reading a book of chicken soup literature and was forcing it into the conversation regardless of whether it was applicable. Reflex. Arc as long as the moon, dummy, good luck on the exam ovo. This is the second mock exam, you can't go easy on me this time. Actually, he had just said that casually before, he hadn't intended to go easy at all. Su Qingyi replied, good luck. Strive to take back your title as the eternal second place. The other party immediately replied with a table-flipping emoji, as if she were just waiting on the other side for a response. Chen Jinji, the pen works well, thank you teacher Su. Su Qingyi quickly replied, relax, good luck this afternoon. Su Yang, heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, I'm sucking, sucking, sucking. Sucking, 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 sucking. I'll suck your luck dry. He had nothing to say to that. Liang Nina, senior, good luck on the exam. Her message was the earliest one sent this morning, but it had been pushed to the bottom by later messages, so he only saw it last. Su Qingyi thought for a moment and replied with 2 words, thanks. He had intended to browse his moments to kill time, but the proctor had entered the classroom at some point and spoke up to remind them, all candidates, please turn off your electronic devices and hand them in at the podium. If any are found during the exam, it will be treated directly as cheating. I will not show any leniency. Being strict was good for everyone, so Su Qingyi cooperatively pressed the power button and placed his phone on the podium. Math was basically his most reliable subject, he went through the whole paper without any obstacles, and there wasn't even any need for checking or calculations. It felt slightly less difficult than the last placement test, but it also set some subtle traps that weren't easy to notice. For someone like Su Yang, who had a half-baked understanding, it would be very easy to step into a minefield and make a mistake. He wondered how Chen Jinji felt after doing it. With this kind of paper, those who feel it's very simple after finishing will mostly likely fail. Whereas those who feel the difficulty fluctuates and is hard to describe, feeling a bit unsure, are actually the ones who are stable. Lin Tong belonged to the latter. And the negative example, Su Yang, was celebrating his math just like he had celebrated his physics last time. Opening the champagne at halftime again. Su Qingyi thought of the bright red, eye-stabbing 37-foot on his last physics paper and suddenly had an urge to expel this worthless disciple from his tutelage. Big brother, you were in this same state after the science comprehensive exam last time. Do you remember what your physics score was? Han Bing rolled her eyes at him and ruthlessly threw cold water on him. Why bring that up? Anyway, I really did okay in math this time. You'll know when the results come out. Su Yang still had a look of complete self-satisfaction. A typical case of remembering the food but not the beating. Su Qingyi tilted his head and thought for a moment, then picked a question and asked, the fourth to last big question, the one about the effects of a certain drug on the growth of white mice, do you remember it? Su Yang immediately nodded like a chicken pecking at grain and said triumphantly, I remember. It's the one asking for the distribution and mathematical expectation, right? Ha, isn't that simple? I feel like that was the easiest big question in this exam. No, the first part was that the information record sheet was contaminated by ink, and you had to find the weight of the last mouse. Su Qingyi raised his wrist to look at the time, it had been 10 minutes since the exam ended, and Chu Qingyan hadn't come out yet. What? Isn't that a freebie question? 354 grams. Su Yang was somewhat dissatisfied with Su Qingyi asking such an effortless question. Lin Tong had a look of wanting to say something but stopping, while Han Bing was already holding back laughter so hard she couldn't straighten her back. Su Qingyi gave him a look of pity and slowly spoke. In general tumor experiments, the mice used are about 3 to 4 weeks old, weighing around 10 to 14 grams. Mice used in other experiments might be slightly larger, 6 to 8 weeks, which is about 20 to 25 grams. Su Yang was stunned for a moment. He had no correct perception of the size and weight of white mice used in scientific research. Your 354-gram mouse might not be much among common household rats, but among research mice, well, it's about the level of Godzilla. Musilla. Su Qingyi said solemnly. Ha 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 ha. Han Bing's laughter could probably be heard even at the foreign language school next door. Thanks to Bifang, Rascal Does Not Dream, Book Friend ending in 6855, Will It Be As Thought, Chi-Chi Stan, and the Feiyan clan for the tips. Thanks everyone for the recommendation votes, monthly tickets, and comments. The words owed from the recent single updates will be repaid with a burst of updates after the official launch. Face full of sincerity, 115, Chapter 115 Flowing Light, you mean I got it wrong starting from the very first question? Su Yang covered his face, speaking in agony. Lin Tong nodded with a hint of sympathy. You hit every single trap with pinpoint accuracy. Su Qingyi added another blow in a flat tone. This is already the second mock exam. You only have the third mock left as your last chance to fall into traps. If you don't change, you're finished. After Han Bing finished laughing, she became uncharacteristically serious. Hey, Su Yang, you don't want to end up with no university to go to, do you? By then, we'll all be at university while you're still repeating a year at number 1 high school. Su Yang let out a heavy sigh, seemingly unwilling to face such a terrifying possibility. Su Qingyi looked at his drooping eyes and asked a question on his behalf. Han Bing, where are you planning to go for university? Han Bing didn't expect Su Qingyi to ask such a question. She froze for a moment before answering, most likely, I'll stay in Tangan City. Tangan University is probably out of reach, so most likely the normal university. Su Qingyi nodded and didn't say anything more. This was as much as he could help. Tangan Sports University was also very famous and was right next to the normal university. The required score shouldn't be low either. But mainly I want to be with Mian. It depends on where she wants to go. She's so impulsive, she might even run off to the capital. While Han Bing was still seriously considering it, speak of the devil, Chu Qingyan came running out of the teaching building in a hurry, carrying some things. Sorry. I'm late. Have you been waiting long? Not long. Su Qingyi replied as he naturally took the bag from Chu Qingyan's hand. What's this for? Su Yang poked around curiously. Inside were just a few sheets of drawing paper and some printed materials. Chu Qingyan sighed and said listlessly, Teacher Wang Tingting gave them to me. It's the school's centennial anniversary, and she wants me to paint a picture to be exhibited in a few days. Why did she ask you to paint it? Logically, this kind of task wouldn't be given to a student who was about to take the college entrance exam. Hearing her words, Su Qingyi casually pulled out a sheet of material to look at. The title was, Commemoration of the Centennial Anniversary of Tangan No. 1 Experimental High School. The content included the school's history, honors received, and representatives of outstanding teachers and students. Wait, why was his name on here? Su Qingyi's brow furrowed instantly. The awards he had won from various competitions the school had sent him to were all recorded there. Among them were quite a few low-quality, pheasant competitions. If he had known, he wouldn't have gone. What are you saying? Mian is a great painter, she's won awards before. Han Bing's words were somewhat unexpected to Su Qingyi. You know how to paint? Oh, I wouldn't say I know how. I've never formally studied it, it's just an interest. The teacher asked me because I did the school anniversary paintings for the past 2 years. When they're exhibited, the works from the last 3 years will be placed together, so it would be a bit jarring if the artist suddenly changed. Chu Qingyan waved her hand and put the materials back into the bag. Don't listen to her modesty. They're really beautiful. Let me find a few for you to see. I have a special album on my phone just for things related to Mian. Han Bing started scrolling through her phone. No. You have so many embarrassing photos of me in that album. Chu Qingyan hurriedly blocked Han Bing and pulled up a photo herself to show Su Qingyi. Look at this one. It's one I painted recently. Su Qingyi took the phone and zoomed in to look closely. He was truly stunned by what he saw. The elements were very common, the starry sky and the moon. Speaking of which, the first thing that would jump into anyone's mind would be Van Gogh's masterpiece, The Starry Night. In comparison, Chu Qingyan's piece was not an impressionist work. The color palette was much simpler, far from a brilliant or dynamic style. It looked more like a study copied from the night sky of a specific day. However, it wasn't a rigid or stiff imitation. The placement of each star was full of spirit, scattered loosely around the moon. Su Qingyi pondered what the differences in the stars' tones and brightness were meant to express. Seeing him looking so seriously, Chu Qingyan suddenly felt a bit embarrassed and reached out to take the phone back. I painted this after we went to Lin Tong's house that day. Because the stars were so beautiful then, I wanted to preserve them this way. The moment the phone screen was pulled away, Su Qingyi suddenly understood. Chu Qingyan hadn't painted it from the perspective of looking up at the sky, but rather as if the viewer were standing right among the stars. Thus, the stars were near and far, flickering with radiance, echoing the moon which served as the center of the entire painting. It was truly a unique approach, very imaginative. I wish I were a star and you the moon, shining brightly together night after night. It's beautiful. I'd like to see the physical copy. Su Qingyi praised her sincerely. Hee, if you like it, I'll paint one for you next time. What kind do you like? Chu Qingyan was practically blooming with joy from the compliment. Finish the centennial anniversary task first. Speaking of which, do you really have that much time to paint? This one looks like it would take a long time. After this buzzkilling lecture, Chu Qingyan's joy instantly turned into a calm, dead pool. I have time. Why are you worrying about that? I'm going to paint 100 pictures and dump them all on you. You'd better hurry up and clear off your bedside, your desk, and your cabinets to make room for my paintings. Okay. The single word caused another ripple in the water. Back at home, Su Qingyi looked at his empty bedside table thoughtfully. It did seem like something was missing. Although he had been consciously decorating the house, even with all his trinkets displayed, the whole room still felt empty. The things taking up the most space were the manga sets in the bookshelf. Su Qingyi pulled out a few to flip through. They were mostly the big three shonen manga. Having traveled back in time, he already knew the endings of 2 of them. Only One Piece was still being updated. The ending of Naruto was somewhat acceptable. In comparison, the ending of Bleach was so ridiculous that even if he spoiled it for others now, no one would believe him. He felt an urge to send several large boxes of razor blades to the author. Ding dong, just as he was hopelessly immersed in his anger toward the author, his phone rang at the right time. Chen Jinji, I feel like I did just okay on the math exam. Su Qingyi put the manga volumes back in order. She had actually taken the initiative to message him about this, she really was a bit nervous. But according to Su Qingyi's previous deduction, feeling uncertain usually meant one had actually done well. So he felt relieved and replied, if you feel like you didn't do great on this exam, it means you actually did well. Is that so? I was in exam room 7, and so many people turned in their papers early. I thought the questions were very easy, and I got a bit nervous. What a coincidence. Su Yang was in exam room 7 too. Don't second-guess your own answers just because others are turning in their papers. Su Qingyi thought for a moment and replied this way. Chen Jinji was walking on her way home. The light of the setting sun was gradually fading, and the clouds were soft. Looking at the message on the screen, the tension she had felt all day suddenly relaxed for a brief moment. Unfortunately, just as the corners of her mouth began to turn up, she realized she had reached the bottom of her building. Hidden among the dense cluster of tenement buildings was an old, dilapidated 3-story house. She didn't know how it had been preserved back then. Strange. When she was a child, she thought this place was bigger and more beautiful than the castles in Disney cartoons. Just when did it become like this? Chen Jinji leaned against the door in silence for a while. It wasn't until the sharp, bilingual Chinese and Korean cursing from the woman inside and the sound of breaking glass stopped that she opened the door and walked in. The smile on her face had completely vanished at some point. I'm back. What answered her was a renewed wave of even more smashing and cursing. Chen Jinji habitually placed her school bag on the only semi-intact stool in the living room, then turned to pick up the broom in the corner to start cleaning the scattered glass shards on the floor. The empty beer bottles that man had left behind had probably mostly been smashed by her mother by now. Today, I also want to thank book friend 9820, Bifang, Meeting is Fate, and Kikistan for the tips. Also, thanks to everyone for the monthly tickets and recommendation votes 116, Chapter 116 The rain is coming. The second day of the exam went very smoothly. Since it was a citywide unified exam, the difficulty of the paper had to account for the comprehensive level of the majority of students. Compared to the self-designed questions from No. 1 high school during the last placement test, this was much simpler. The style of the question-setting teachers at No. 1 high school was primarily hellish. Regardless of the difficulty, they always managed to find a way to make people feel miserable. Fortunately, Chen Jinji happened to catch this unified exam. Su Qingyi did a final check of his name and exam number, packed up his things on the desk, and turned to look at the somewhat eerie weather outside the window. The sky had darkened suddenly, and a few dull rumbles of thunder could be heard in the distance. It was going to rain, and it was going to be a massive downpour. The weather forecast automatically pushed to his phone this morning hadn't predicted such a sudden change. So, Su Qingyi hadn't brought an umbrella. But more than that, he was worried about the pot of flowers he had moved to the balcony this morning. It was a very temperamental flower. It had taken a lot of effort and care for it to finally produce a single flower bud. Under the devastation of such wind and rain, it would likely be left with nothing, not even its roots. Even if one finished the exam early, they weren't allowed to leave the school. Teacher Li Lu had specifically instructed everyone at noon to return to the classroom. Su Qingyi felt a bit anxious while waiting, and finding the air in the classroom increasingly stifling, he raised his hand to signal the proctor that he was turning in his paper. He then stood up, walked out of the classroom, leaned against the outer wall of the corridor, and looked up at the sky, which was mostly covered by dark clouds. Even though it was daytime, the surroundings gradually darkened as if night had fallen, and the incandescent lights in the classrooms began to flicker on one by one. Occasional flashes of lightning briefly illuminated the scene, but once they passed, the surroundings seemed even gloomier than before. Yet, the rain hesitated to fall. Fortunately, the bell finally rang, intermingling with the thunder, and a notification came from the classroom: "Examinees, please stop writing." Just as Su Qingyi stepped into the rocket class classroom, someone lightly tapped him on the shoulder. Su Qingyi. Chu Qingyan seemed to have been waiting for him right there. "Did you bring an umbrella? Uncle Gao is coming to pick me up soon. Do you want to head back together?" Su Qingyi didn't agree immediately. "Let's see in a bit. This rain had been brewing for so long, it might not fall right away." Chu Qingyan had been rebuffed, but she wasn't unhappy. She just nodded obediently and gave a soft mm. Su Qingyi was a bit surprised and leaned in to see what was up with her today, only to be met with an annoyed glare. Teacher Li Lu apparently hadn't been proctoring today, as she returned to the classroom without making the students wait long. She also had her plans disrupted by the sudden weather. After briefly mentioning a few things about the exam, she said, "The school has notified us that due to severe weather, students may independently contact their parents to come pick them up. I've also sent a message to the class group. Please be sure to prioritize safety on your way home. Go straight home and do not linger anywhere." Just as she finished speaking, the doorway was blocked by a tall figure in a black suit. It was Uncle Gao. Judging by his impatient look, he must have been waiting for quite a while. "Mississippi." He gestured with the black umbrella in his hand. The momentum of his movement made it feel as if he could pull a steel blade out of the umbrella handle. Chu Qingyan looked at Teacher Li Lu first, and only after seeing her nod in agreement did she pick up her school bag and stand up. But her first step wasn't toward the classroom door. Instead, braving the gossiping gazes of her classmates, she ran over to Su Qingyi's desk. "Are you leaving?" Su Qingyi looked into her sparkling eyes, thinking about what kind of excuse he could find so she wouldn't get angry. However, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Uncle Gao's rare, slightly restless expression. In all likelihood, he hadn't come alone to pick up Chu Qingyan today. "You go ahead first. My dad just said he's on his way." A reason for refusal that left no room for fault-finding. "Oh, I see. Okay then, bye. Be careful on the road." Chu Qingyan had always been easy to fool. Hearing him say that, she felt relieved and crinkled her eyes at him. She might even have been a little happy for him. After all, in this situation, having a family member come to pick you up was much better than hitching a ride in a classmate's car. As she was the first to leave the classroom, others followed suit and left quickly, creating a flurry of noisy movement. Only Su Qingyi's movements were slow and leisurely, looking out of place compared to everyone else. Mainly, he didn't dare walk too fast for fear of running into Chu Qingyan downstairs, which would blow his cover. Chen Jinji's seat was empty. She seemed to have ignored Teacher Li Lu's words entirely and hadn't returned to the classroom. It seemed he was still a bit too obedient. Su Qingyi was the last to leave the classroom. He turned off the lights in sequence and locked the door. The humid air made the iron door give off an unpleasant smell of rust. Walking to the stairwell, his phone screen lit up. Su Qingyi expressionlessly turned it off again. 2 minutes ago, Su Zilong and Yang Lu had sent messages at the same time. "Son, it's going to rain heavily. Did you bring an umbrella? Dad has something to do today and can't pick you up. Take a taxi home yourself." Accompanied by a 200 yuan transfer. Xiao Yi, Mon just saw the notification from the teacher in the class group, "But I'm sorry, I can't come pick you up today. See if you can catch a taxi or go with a classmate." Anyway, be careful not to get wet in the rain, you'll catch a cold. Another 200 yuan transfer. It's no wonder these two were able to get married before. The timing of the messages was the same, the behavior of being too lazy to find an excuse was the same, and even the amount of money transferred was the same. What things to do could there be? It was nothing more than another child needing to be picked up. There was no need to be so indirect. When it rains, it pours. Just as Su Qingyi reached the ground floor, the heavy rain that had been brewing for so long came pouring down right at that moment, neither early nor late. The surrounding parents and students all opened their umbrellas and quickened their pace into the rain. The rain didn't bring a light coolness, instead, it stirred up a heavy, stifling moisture that crawled up his school uniform trousers and into his body, feeling hot and muggy. Raindrops smashed against the concrete ground, splashing up water. Su Qingyi stood there silently watching for a while. This seemed to be the heaviest rain in Tangan City since his rebirth, and there was no sign of it letting up anytime soon. In this kind of weather, the probability of successfully hailing a taxi was harder than climbing to heaven. The noisy crowd had mostly dispersed, and silence returned to the surroundings, with only the pitter-patter of the rain in his ears. Su Qingyi took off the backpack from his shoulders and checked the contents inside. Since he had just finished his exams today, he had no intention of going home to continue studying, so there were no important study materials in his bag. After putting his English vocabulary book into a waterproof compartment, Su Qingyi held the backpack over his head and charged into the curtain of rain. The rain was very dense, and with the rising water vapor, visibility was very low. He had just run a few steps with his head down when his wrist was grabbed by someone passing by. That person was holding an umbrella and walking against the crowd toward the teaching building. Su Qingyi hadn't expected this. Due to momentum, he couldn't stop immediately and stumbled forward a few steps before finally steadying himself. The person's strength was clearly all used to grip his wrist. Being pulled along like this, they swayed forward like a kite. If Su Qingyi hadn't reacted and steadied them, the two of them would have probably fallen into a nearby puddle together. Before the other person had even regained their balance, the umbrella was already over his head. The raindrops were blocked by the transparent plastic umbrella, making a pitter-patter sound. Su Qingyi subconsciously took a step back. The person holding the umbrella was persistent, taking a step forward and tilting the umbrella toward him, offering it again. Su Qingyi raised his eyes and saw that more than half of Chen Jinji's body was in the rain. Water gathered into droplets and slid down from the ends of her hair, soaking the collar of her school uniform. Thanks to the student, the world needs peace for the very generous tip. Thank you all for the monthly tickets and recommendation votes. 117, Author's Note on the launch of Chapter 117. As of today, I have been writing this book for 2 months, reaching 250,000 words. Tomorrow is the day it goes premium. After the VIP release, there should be at least 3 chapters updated daily. Bonus updates for special circumstances will be counted separately. First of all, I want to thank the readers for your continuous support. Since I was a child, I've always been a first-class quitter, rarely sticking with anything for this long. If it weren't for everyone's constant comments and follows, this book might have ended prematurely long ago. So, in a sense, these 250,000 words are the result of everyone's collective effort. Additionally, I want to thank Great Liuxing for giving me the opportunity to sign this book. When my first internal submission failed, I felt a bit of frustration. But when Starta replied to my email saying not bad, I remembered it for a long time. I truly felt encouraged. Before reaching 100,000 words, it felt like I was writing in a vacuum. Later, it was picked up by the smart recommendation system, and I gradually gained some readers. I'm quite happy every time there's a new comment, and I read them all seriously. Not to mention everyone who voted and gave tips, I'm truly very grateful. Ors. This will remain the same in the future. If you have any suggestions or thoughts, please feel free to share them in the comments section. The author will read them. So, a single insult might make the author cry for 3 years. Many people might not understand the protagonist's character design, or perhaps they won't like it. But I am quite like him in many ways. If I were to force the kind of cheerful personality popular in urban novels, I might end up writing a strange, incoherent mess. Having lived into my early 20s, I still haven't accomplished anything truly worth celebrating. I've always been pushed along by the people around me. For a long time, I avoided crowds and hid away to finish many books I usually couldn't get through. It feels a bit like a blessing in disguise. Saying this at my age might seem overly cynical or arrogant. But I still want to sigh and say that struggling to climb upward in reality is truly exhausting. So, I wanted to write a story focused on redemption and healing, so that those who read it can briefly escape. That dreamlike sense of detachment from reality while immersed in reading is why I still love the written word as much as ever in this fast-paced era of short videos. Along the way, I've also realized that my amateur writing skills aren't enough to support some of the things I want to write. Looking back at many of the paragraphs I've written, I think, that's really not well written. But the future is long, and 250,000 words is just the beginning of the story. Everyone has a bright future ahead, the characters do, and so do the readers in front of the screen. I hope that no matter how life is going, you can all enjoy reading this. 118, Chapter 118. Chenjinji does not like rainy days. The drizzling rain would cause that old building to emit an extremely unpleasant smell of mold from every corner, while a torrential downpour would make her worry if the already dilapidated house would suddenly collapse. Although sometimes she felt that it might be better if it did collapse. But regarding this house, she still had some vague, beautiful memories, though they were as distant as something from a past life. Back then, her mother was like everyone else's mother, gentle and fond of smiling. She probably was, she couldn't remember clearly anymore. She didn't know from which day it began, but everything changed. Since she was a child, Chenjinji had been very good at reading people's expressions, she knew very well what to do to make adults like her. Excellent exam results, greeting people with a polite smile, not crying or fighting for toys like other children, and pretending to be enthusiastic when helping adults with chores. Gentle, kind, courteous, frugal, and yielding. It was very effective. Whether it was the neighbors or the school teachers, they would praise her incessantly whenever they saw her, using her as a role model to educate their own children. But this approach probably didn't work in front of someone who had suddenly developed a mental illness. Perfect test papers were casually torn to shreds, prepared food was thrown everywhere, and the room she had carefully cleaned before going out would be a complete mess when she returned home. When she was in a slightly better state, her mother would curl up in her room and cry. Seeing Chenjinji would make her cry even harder, saying she was sorry for her. When she was in a bad state, she would scream, howl, bang her head against the wall, and curse everyone with the most filthy language imaginable. If it were an ordinary child, they would surely be scared into crying and run out to find help. But Chenjinji just hid in the closet, listening expressionlessly. She would wait for her to quiet down, then walk out to tidy up the room that had been extensively vandalized. Mom is sorry for you, you would live a better life without Mom. When she was lucid, her mother would repeat this sentence to her. Her eyes would shine with a glimmer of hope, clearly wishing to hear words of comfort from Chenjinji's mouth. So Chenjinji would answer as she wished, "That's not true, Mom. We will get better." Would things get better? Chenjinji didn't know. She only said those words to maintain her persona as a good child. Her mother was very afraid of thunder. During thunderstorms, her condition would worsen. Occasionally, she would harm herself. Chenjinji probably started hating rainy days from then on. Every night before going to sleep, she would recall what her mother looked like when she was normal, to prevent the current terrible image from replacing the beautiful memories. Perhaps her acting wasn't good enough, or her words of comfort weren't sincere enough. One rainy day, as Chenjinji ran to her doorstep holding an umbrella with 2 large holes, she saw everyone gathered there, with the blue lights of an ambulance flashing. The police ruled it a suicide, and the funeral arrangements were very simple. Chenjinji held the funeral urn, the weight of the ceramic was a bit much for a child of her age. Throughout the entire process, she didn't shed a single tear. Those people who usually spoke highly of her now had some criticisms regarding the indifference she displayed. Of course, there were also those who enjoyed the spectacle and said with a chuckle from the side, "Jinji, now that your mother is gone, your life will actually be easier. It must have been hard taking care of a crazy person at such a young age, right?" His mocking smile froze on his face when he saw Chenjinji's eyes. It was a look devoid of any emotion, one that made people feel a chill in their hearts. As soon as she got home, Chenjinji subconsciously went to get a rag. However, the floor was very clean. There was no white porridge splashed everywhere, no trash, and no various broken objects. There was also no mother who often wandered around the house like a ghost. Whether in this old 3-story building or in the vast world, she was now all alone. Later on, her other guardian was forced by pressure to come to her door. At that time, she was leaning on the second-floor balcony, doing her homework by the light. A man in a black suit held a card, checking it against the house number at the gate. He muttered something impatiently and crouched down to carefully wipe his leather shoes which had been stained with mud. Chenjinji. When he saw her on the second floor, the man frowned and called out tentatively. Chenjinji looked at his face, which bore some resemblance to her own, and already had the answer in her heart. All her luggage combined was just a backpack. Before leaving, Chenjinji took one last look back. The gate was locked, as if locking away a memory full of dust. The old life was certainly full of scars, but the new life wasn't much better. Being a newcomer with a language barrier, most people cast looks of contempt her way. Auntie didn't like her at first either. Who could accept their boyfriend suddenly having a 10-year-old daughter? Fortunately, Chen Jinji had an exceptionally stunning face. Auntie, who worked at an entertainment company, happened to have an eye for discovering beauty. After a period of observation, Auntie became even more firm in her opinion. Chen Jinji was a natural-born star. She didn't act like a child at all, she didn't cry or make a fuss, and she was uninterested in anything children are obsessed with. This was perfect for focusing wholeheartedly on being a trainee. She didn't like to talk, but if she did speak, she would certainly say something that made others happy to hear. Trouble comes from the mouth, and the more one speaks, the more mistakes one makes. The ultimate taboo for a public figure is talking too much. She treated everyone with a polite smile, more standard than the idols in the company who had undergone expression management training. They say no one is perfect, but stars need to be perfect like this. At least in front of the camera. Auntie also said she had a certain drive, like a plant struggling to grow out of concrete. Well, maybe a money tree, Chen Jinji thought. However, the end result was that Auntie's dream of getting rich and Chen Jinji's path to debut both shattered together. The three of them were like stray dogs with nowhere to go, packing up and rolling back to this old house. But after returning to the country, Auntie seemed unable to accept reality and decided to make a final desperate gamble, putting all her effort into sending Chen Jinji to take the art exam. Chen Jinji did not disappoint her, ranking first in the entire province. Now, the originally dying dream of getting rich was reignited into a small flame. After careful consideration, Auntie chose Tangon No. 1 Experimental High School, the school with the best academic performance, for her. Of course, what Auntie valued was not the grades, but the prestige. It could be used for hype in the future. Chen Jinji looked at the school's promotional website and found someone in the list of outstanding students whose resume was so extensive it was jaw-dropping. However, the ID photo next to it showed an expressionless, world-weary face, looking out of place among the other students, as if someone were pointing a gun at his back. Chen Jinji laughed immediately and silently remembered his name. Su Qingyi. She didn't expect to see him in person at the entrance of the Academic Affairs office on the day she reported to school. Unlike what was written in novels, the scene of their first meeting could hardly be called romantic. He stood there like a wooden post, staring at her without blinking. Chen Jinji had long been used to the feeling of being stared at. But his gaze was different from everyone else's, it wasn't tinged with any desire, and was as clean as a pool of clear water. If nothing unexpected happens, there will be 2 more chapters today. Thanks to book friend 6855, Mango Eating Hunchback, and Mufeng Qingyu for the tips. Thanks to everyone for the subscriptions, monthly tickets, and recommendation votes. 119, Chapter 119 Seeking Shelter from the Rain. The impression Su Qingyi gave in person was completely different from the gloomy, misanthropic style of his ID photo. He exuded a clear and steady woody scent. When Chen Jinji was working part-time, she learned perfumery and felt that everyone had their own unique scent. And this was her first impression of Su Qingyi. She still felt that way to this day, perhaps with a hint of a stubborn citrus scent that belonged to a young man. Don't be obedient, there's nothing good about being obedient. The serious expression he wore when he said those words often appeared in Chen Jinji's fragmented dreams. It was like a ray of sunlight suddenly projecting into a pitch-black house, making one unable to resist wanting to get a little closer. But when she was about to touch it, she would hastily pull her hand back. People are very sensitive to things they dislike. Before the science comprehensive exam started in the afternoon, Chen Jinji had already sensed that a heavy rain was coming. Every time it was about to rain, she would get the urge to drop everything and hide. But since there was nowhere to hide, she eventually got used to it over time. Actions can be controlled, but a worsening mood cannot. Thus, the smile on Chen Jinji's face disappeared in a rare occurrence. For someone like Su Qingyi, who was normally the king of sour faces, no one would think that his expressionless face meant he was in a bad mood. But with someone like Chen Jinji, when she wasn't smiling, others couldn't help but wonder if they had offended her somewhere. So, for the entire afternoon, no one dared to come up and talk to her. That was fine too, she enjoyed the peace and quiet. But the exam still had to be taken seriously. Su Qingyi saying he would help her with tutoring clearly wasn't just talk. Every day, without fail, he would put together a comprehensive test paper containing a bit of every subject. Watching his serious brow and eyes every time he explained a problem, he had the aura of a budding master teacher, so she often half-jokingly called him Teacher Su. Browsing through today's exam questions once, Chen Jinji inexplicably wanted to laugh again. Before the exam, to comfort her, Su Qingyi had specifically said, the questions will definitely be much simpler than those set by the teachers at No. 1 High School. The teachers at No. 1 High School set hellish questions. After saying that, he even specifically found the paper from the last placement test to show her. Well, how should she put it? It was the exact same style as the questions Su Qingyi compiled himself, it was all cut from the same cloth. Truly a die-hard person from number 1 high school. And the questions for this exam were indeed quite formulaic and standard. When the bell rang for the end of the exam, the rain had not yet fallen. Chen Jinji didn't return to the classroom and walked straight away. The supermarket near the school was very good at doing business, price gouging. The plastic umbrellas that usually cost 10 yuan were raised to 25 as soon as they saw the weather turning. Chen Jinji didn't hesitate too much and bought one. Although this was the last 25 yuan she had on her. Compared to skipping dinner, getting soaked in the rain was more unbearable. She didn't like getting soaked in the rain. Just as she reached the supermarket entrance, the heavy rain poured down, and the crowd that had been walking leisurely on the street just a moment ago suddenly screamed and started running. Chen Jinji opened her umbrella and walked into the rain, vaguely hearing the owner of the small supermarket behind her shouting, 50 for a transparent umbrella. 50. Only a few left. It was unclear why, perhaps not wanting to go home accounted for a part of it, and fearing he hadn't brought an umbrella accounted for another part. In any case, after wandering around, she walked back into the school. The school gate was packed with cars coming to pick up students, and among the crowded mass of people leaving school, she was the only one walking against the current. Therefore, her pace was very slow, and by the time she almost reached the teaching building, there were already few people around. So, as soon as she looked up, she easily spotted Su Qingyi downstairs. He was standing casually with one hand in his school uniform pocket, his head slightly lowered, seemingly observing the scene of raindrops hitting the ground. His white flat shoes remained clean in this muddy weather, she didn't know how he managed that. Even though he was obviously just sheltering from the rain without an umbrella, his appearance made one feel as if he had stayed here on purpose to enjoy the rain scene, his whole person exuding a lonely and quiet aura. He was completely out of place with the surrounding muddy-smelling rain, the hurried crowd, and herself, who stood there somewhat dazed. It was very much like a carefully shot movie promotional poster. But she had never seen a male lead in any movie with this kind of rare temperament. While Chen Jinji was in a daze, that person suddenly dashed out with his school bag over his head. The sense of imagery was instantly destroyed completely. Pulled back from fantasy to reality, Chen Jinji grabbed his wrist just as they were about to brush past each other. The other person, as if he hadn't reacted, kept running forward. Chen Jinji couldn't hold him back at all and had to follow along for a few steps. Her footing was unstable, and just as she was about to fall to the ground, he caught her. Su Qingyi had absolutely not expected it to be Chen Jinji. He froze for a second, then seeing that most of her body was in the rain, he finally reacted, took the umbrella from her hand, and moved a little closer. Why haven't you left yet? This was a single-person umbrella, it was already cramped to accommodate 2 people. The rain was coming down very hard, and although Su Qingyi tried his best to tilt the umbrella to the other side, the wind still carried raindrops from all directions, pelting Chen Jinji. So, without waiting for her answer, Su Qingyi first put his arm around her and returned to the teaching building. Folding up the umbrella and shaking off the water, he asked again, why haven't you left yet? Chen Jinji smiled and replied, I was afraid you didn't bring an umbrella. Su Qingyi, of course, wouldn't know she was telling the truth, he only thought she was joking again and didn't take it to heart. Did you forget to take something? But the classroom door is already locked, and I don't have the key. The rain showed no signs of letting up, and he raised his wrist to check the time. It's still early, do you want to wait here for a while before leaving? Chen Jinji followed his gaze, and Su Qingyi held his watch out in front of her. 6 o'clock sharp in the afternoon. Okay. So, the two of them returned to the student lounge inside Building A. It was empty, with not a soul around. It was the first time Su Qingyi had sat here to rest, the sofa was actually quite comfortable. You wait here for a moment, I'll go to the infirmary and get you a towel. Who was the one without an umbrella, really, getting soaked like this? Su Qingyi looked at Chen Jinji's still dripping hair tips and stood up. Chen Jinji just nodded. On the way to the infirmary, Su Qingyi thought to himself that her state seemed a bit off today. She couldn't even be bothered to manage her expressions. The towels in the infirmary were placed roll by roll in the storage cabinet, all unopened. Could it be that something bad happened at home? Thinking of this possibility, Su Qingyi pulled out a roll from the middle and quickened his pace back to the lounge. Chen Jinji was still sitting in the same spot, motionless like a sculpture. Even though Su Qingyi had walked up to her, she still didn't react much. He had no choice but to sigh, unwrap the towel roll, and start wiping her hair himself. In Su Qingyi's view, drying hair was actually quite an intimate thing. Every time he went to a hair salon and was fussed over by a stylist, he would feel a bit uncomfortable. Girls might be even more particular about these things. So Su Qingyi just simply wiped the dripping hair tips and draped the towel over her shoulders. Chen Jinji was really unbelievably thin, a towel draped over her was practically like a blanket. Thank you. She suddenly raised her head and slowly spoke. Su Qingyi was stunned by her gaze. Perhaps because of the rainy day or something else, her eyes were wet, as if separated by a layer of mist. Tomorrow was the start of the holiday, and the power in the teaching building had already been cut off at this time. Even though the two were sitting face to face, they couldn't see each other very clearly. The sound of the rain outside tugged and pulled, and Su Qingyi suddenly felt his heart rate accelerate. 120, Chapter 120. Faint thunder. Rainwater on the outside of the windowpane pooled into droplets, leaving trails of varying depths as they slid down. Inside the window, the distance between the two was very close, their breaths intertwining. He suddenly remembered that it had been the same way that morning at home. Could it be that being alone with Chen Jinji always led to such a predicament? At this moment, Chen Jinji looked completely different from her usual self, appearing vulnerable as if she had lowered her guard. This authentic version of her was far more heart-stirring than the one who usually wore a perfect facade. Su Qingyi swallowed hard and gave a forced cough to cover his nerves. His brain worked at high speed, trying to think of something to say to alleviate this strange atmosphere. The rain is so heavy. I wonder when we'll be able to go home. What a stupid conversation starter. You'll catch a cold getting soaked like that. Should I go mix some medicine for you? That had a bit of a nauseating, caring guy vibe to it. How did you feel about the exam today? This one seemed okay. Let's go with that. While Su Qingyi was still thinking seriously, he suddenly felt someone wrap their arms around his neck. Before he could react, Chen Jinji's face suddenly magnified in the next second as she leaned in. Her lips were very soft, and her temperature was slightly cool. This kiss came without any warning, seemingly carrying a sense of desperate courage and determination. Su Qingyi's brain instantly short-circuited. I actually got forcibly kissed by a girl. And in such a strongly aggressive manner, too. He was so nervous he didn't even dare to breathe, not daring to move an inch. Chen Jinji's eyes were closed, and her long, thick eyelashes almost brushed against his face, feeling slightly itchy. Time seemed to stand still, and it wasn't until a muffled rumble of thunder that Su Qingyi pushed her away. Chen Jinji opened her eyes. There was no expected panic, she looked very calm, her face practically screaming, this was premeditated. She seemed to have returned to her usual self, where it was hard to tell if her smile was real or fake. If it weren't for the slight trembling he had just felt from her, Su Qingyi would have almost believed she was truly this unflappable. Furthermore, although she had a strong aura, it was ultimately just a brief, tentative kiss. Pull yourself together, you've lived for 2 lifetimes. Su Qingyi took a deep breath and sat up straight. How did you feel about the exam today? Even Chen Jinji, who was used to great storms and understood the many faces of humanity, never expected the first sentence someone would say after a kiss would be this. She was clearly a bit stunned, staring at him for a long while with a look of doubt. Su Qingyi could sense that her gaze was likely expressing, are you crazy, is this guy an AI, are you okay? But in the end, what she asked was, have you ever kissed anyone? Su Qingyi shook his head. No. Really? Chen Jinji pursed her lips and leaned a bit closer, looking into his eyes. Really? Su Qingyi answered very frankly. He didn't feel guilty at all about this question. After all, not only had he not kissed anyone in this life, but he hadn't in his previous life even by age 27. He wasn't guilty, but why did he suddenly feel a bit pathetic? Having received his answer and knowing he wouldn't lie, Chen Jinji suddenly beamed, her beauty dazzling beyond compare. So, how did you feel about the exam today? Seeing that he was persistent about this question, Chen Jinji sighed. A rainy day, an empty school building, a beautiful girl who likes you and took the initiative to kiss you, the atmosphere was so ambiguous that doing anything wouldn't be excessive. Yet someone was determined to keep badgering her about an exam. He even went as far as solemnly taking out a pen, paper, and a flashlight from his backpack, seriously preparing to explain the problems. It was okay. The questions were much simpler than the ones you made. Hearing this, Su Qingyi handed the flashlight to Chen Jinji. Hold this for me. Then he began to draw the diagram for the last major physics problem of the day on the scratch paper. Cross-section of the ion velocity analyzer, ion source, rotating drum, detector plate. Chen Jinji held the flashlight, watching him mark points one by one on the diagram he had drawn. The first part of the first question was to find the magnitude of the magnetic induction intensity. Do you remember? Chen Jinji answered honestly, I remember, because that's the only one I solved. Su Qingyi curled his lips and smiled. Good. The subsequent questions were the angular velocity of the drum, the average impact force, and the value of the angle between the detection point and the x-axis. As he stated the questions, he circled the key points on the diagram. Chen Jinji watched his well-defined fingers holding the pen as it moved across the paper, wondering if he had a computer in his brain. When doing these problems that were as difficult to understand as a heavenly script, he didn't even seem to need to think. The pen followed his words, and every single thing he wrote was the correct answer. So when doing this kind of problem, the key is to construct a corresponding physical model. While Chen Jinji was spacing out, Su Qingyi had already finished writing the steps. She took it and looked. The problem had provided a cross-section, but Su Qingyi had relied on his imagination to draw the ion velocity analyzer from a 3D perspective as well. This might make it easier for you to understand. Su Qingyi took the flashlight back from her and sat down beside her. Below the diagram were detailed, step-by-step instructions. Everywhere that required the diagram for understanding, he had drawn arrows connecting the steps to the corresponding locations on the drawing. Chen Jinji suddenly gave a soft sigh. Could such a person really exist in this world? It felt so unreal. Su Qingyi had originally wanted to talk about chemistry too, but seeing her staring at the scratch paper with a pensive look, he had to give up on that idea. In truth, he was nowhere near as calm as he appeared on the surface. It was just that every time he was flustered, he chose to solve problems, and this time was no exception. Now that the explanation was over, the atmosphere returned to that previous indescribable feeling. After an unknown amount of time, Su Qingyi felt the person beside him lean over slightly, a light weight resting on his shoulder. He used the light from the flashlight to glance sideways. Chen Jinji was curled up with her eyes closed, her breathing very even. Her long hair was scattered over her face, making it hard to see her features clearly. Su Qingyi subconsciously clicked off the flashlight. Having been in the rain, she'll catch a cold sleeping like this. Thinking this, he looked around to see if there was anything he could cover her with. Unfortunately, he wasn't wearing his school uniform jacket today. Mainly because he hadn't expected it to rain at all. This damn weather. Chen Jinji keenly sensed the movement of the person beside her and suddenly spoke up, "I'm not asleep." Su Qingyi, whose movements were already very cautious, was startled and subconsciously let out an "hmm." "I was too tired, so I closed my eyes for a bit." "Okay." Su Qingyi thus stopped moving, quietly acting as a human pillow. Night had officially fallen, and in the empty school, there was only the sound of rain and the breathing by his ear. In this scene, neither of them spoke, so neither knew that they were both thinking of the same short poem at that moment. A faint rumble of thunder, a cloudy sky. "I hope for rain, to keep you here." Thanks to Fei Yangshi and Fuyao Yusin for the tips. Thanks to everyone for the monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Thanks to everyone for today's subscription support. I'm very happy. 121, chapter 121. I too have been drifting for a long time. If the rain had continued like this all night, perhaps the two of them would have just made do and spent the entire night like that. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. Remember this site's domain, go to kn.com for Taiwan novels. Super powerful. The sound of rain outside gradually diminished. Su Qingyi stood up and checked his watch by the light of the flashlight. The rain seems to have let up a bit. Should we head out? Chen Jinji stood up dazed and gave a soft in response. It was rare to see Chen Jinji like this. Su Qingyi leaned down with interest, wanting to see the expression on her face. However, she quickly turned away, not letting him see. "Let's get something to eat before going home." "What do you want to eat?" Su Qingyi walked in front, opening the umbrella first. "I'm not hungry." Chen Jinji didn't say this because she was out of money. She truly had no appetite today, though she rarely ate dinner anyway. She had likely grown used to being hungry as a child. Back then, she was only a few years old. She would wake up early every morning to cook a pot of porridge intended to last the whole day, but by the time she returned home in the afternoon, her mother had usually ruined it completely. Not only was there no food, but she also had to mop the floors. Over time, she lost the habit of eating dinner. Later, when she became a trainee, she slowly began to change that habit. After all, dance practice is a high-consumption activity, no less physically demanding than a proper workout. At first, she didn't take it seriously and still practiced on an empty stomach, resulting in her fainting several times due to low blood sugar. This terrified a trainee who was slacking off nearby. After taking her to the hospital a few times, the two of them actually became close. That person became one of her few friends in South Korea, or as Koreans often say, a chingu. Under her chingu's supervision, she would eat a token amount after that. If not for that particular incident, the two of them would have debuted together in a group. She wondered how her friend was doing now. Su Qingyi had only asked what she wanted to eat, but he had somehow flipped a switch, and Chen Jinji was once again lost in thought. So he stopped talking and simply led her outside. Fortunately, Chen Jinji was tall with long legs. If Su Qingyi slowed down slightly, they could easily keep their steps in sync. Su Qingyi thought silently that if they teamed up for a three-legged race, they would probably be very strong. Back in elementary school PE class, the teacher insisted on mixed-gender teams for the three-legged race. The girl paired with him was dragged along, stumbling and crawling as he charged forward. Although they took first place, she cried for the entire afternoon, swearing she would never team up with Su Qingyi again even if it killed her. When they reached the alley by the school's back gate, the combination of bad weather and the student holiday meant most small shops had closed early. Su Qingyi felt increasingly uneasy as they walked. Bringing a girl to a place like this late at night made him feel like a criminal with ill intentions. Well, it was hard to say who had intentions for whom. Thinking of Chen Jinji's sudden kiss earlier tonight, Su Qingyi still found it difficult to understand. But for now, he attributed it to an impulsive act for which she shouldn't be held accountable, given her delirious state today. Each lost in their own thoughts yet supporting one another, they walked through the puddles for a while, their steps uneven. After a turn, an orange light came into view. Su Qingyi breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Chen Jinji. The noodles at this shop are great. I've been eating here since I was a kid. Whenever he ate at the cafeteria, he would be stared at undisguisedly by nosy gossips. So whenever he could leave the school grounds, he chose to have dinner here. The noodle chef was skilled and welcoming, the two of them were already quite familiar. The chef knew he liked his noodles without green onions and that his fried egg should preferably be sunny side up. As soon as Su Qingyi lifted the door curtain and walked in, the owner inside, wearing a headscarf, put down his rolling pin and greeted him with a beaming smile. Ha! Who is this handsome young fellow? Haven't seen him in ages. I don't recognize him at all. Long time no see. Su Qingyi also smiled and nodded. It was true, lately, whenever it was mealtime, Su Yang would corner him at the classroom door, and then he'd be with Chu Qingmian and the others. Every time, Su Yang was the one arranging what to eat, so he hadn't come here for noodles in a long time. The owner assumed he had come alone again and dropped noodles into the pot with practiced ease. Beef noodles as usual, right? Su Qingyi didn't answer but turned and asked softly, what will you have? Only then did the owner realize someone was hidden behind him. In all these years, this was the first time he had seen Su Qingyi bring someone else to eat noodles, and it was an exceptionally beautiful girl at that. His gossiping heart immediately flared up. He tossed his soup ladle aside and craned his neck to look. Chen Jinji looked at the noodle shop sign. The words beef noodles were not only capitalized and bolded, but the owner had also circled them in red. The same as you. Okay. Boss, 2 bowls of beef noodles. Su Qingyi pulled out a chair for her to sit and took a tissue to give the table in front of them a token wipe. Coming right up. The owner replied, and from his angle, he could see Chen Jinji's face clearly. This boy Qingyi really has good taste. This girl is truly pretty. As they say, once a person who previously showed no interest in romance finally wakes up, the results are startling. Keenly sensing the owner's gaze, Chen Jinji smiled and nodded at him, making up for the greeting she hadn't given earlier. This made the owner even more certain of his suspicion, these two definitely weren't just ordinary classmates. BA Shu 69xin with such big news, he'd have to have a good talk with his wife when he got home tonight. When the noodles were served, both bowls were topped with a golden fried egg. Su Qingyi was about to say he hadn't ordered eggs, but the owner winked at him with a, you know how it is, expression. He probably thought Chen Jinji was his girlfriend and gave them as a friendly gift. In the past, the couple who ran the shop would often tease him about when he'd find a girlfriend. They were both from the northeast, naturally warm-hearted, and would often offer to set him up with a wife. Fortunately, the owner's wife wasn't there. Su Qingyi looked around nervously, fearing she might come charging out shouting at any moment. He would just add the price of the eggs when he paid later, he thought with a helpless sigh. The noodles here were hand-pulled, chewy and smooth with a great texture. The beef noodles were made with a base of original broth, rich and fragrant. The owner was a good man, and the prices had never gone up, so business was always good. Su Qingyi stirred his noodles, felt something was missing, and looked up to ask Chen Jinji, do you want vinegar? I'll go get it. Chen Jinji hadn't picked up her chopsticks yet and nodded. Su Qingyi stood up and went to the owner to get a bottle of vinegar. The owner had stopped rolling noodles and was leaning over to watch the show. You kid, not bad. You're top tier. Seeing him walk over, the owner hurriedly gave him a thumbs up. She's not my girlfriend. Su Qingyi had no choice but to explain. Heh, I get it. You young people like that whole, ambiguous relationship thing. The owner waved his hand with a look of total understanding. Times have changed. Not like back in our day with arranged marriages. We hadn't even met, just saw a photo. The matchmaker said a few words, and we were married. Ha, if it were today, how could your boss lady ever find a husband like me? She really struck gold. Su Qingyi nodded solemnly. I'll repeat those exact words to her the next time I see her. Don't. You brat, do you still want to eat noodles or not? Now it was the owner's turn to be jumpy. He also looked around cautiously, just as Su Qingyi had done, fearing his wife might spring out from somewhere brandishing a rolling pin. Alright, go eat your noodles quickly. They won't be good if they get soggy. Su Qingyi smiled and returned to his seat with the vinegar bottle. As soon as he sat down, he noticed something was wrong. His bowl was piled high with meat, while Chen Jinji's bowl contained nothing but noodles and green vegetables. What are you doing? Is this a time of famine? Giving away your meat? Su Qingyi asked with a frown. Chen Jinji seemed to have expected this question. She took a slow, deliberate bite of her fried egg and replied, I won't be able to digest meat at night. This egg is enough. As she spoke, she picked up the fried egg with a small bite taken out of it and smilingly showed it to the owner, who was observing them from the shadows. Only then did Su Qingyi realize the fried egg was heart-shaped. Wasn't this a bit too much effort? He couldn't help but glance back at the owner, who still wore that, you know how it is, expression. He must have used this heart-shaped egg trick quite a bit when he was pursuing his wife. After a bowl of steaming hot noodles, the two waved goodbye to the owner. The rain had stopped. A refreshing night breeze blew past. If not for the puddles of varying depths on the ground, it would have been a perfect night for a stroll. Su Qingyi insisted on seeing Chen Jinji home. It wasn't that late, but because of the weather, there were too few people on the street, making it unsafe. Unable to win the argument, Chen Jinji could only tacitly allow him to follow her onto the bus. There was no other reason, she just didn't really want him to know what kind of environment she lived in. Su Qingyi pulled a few coins from his pocket, tossed them in, and naturally sat in the seat next to Chen Jinji. Aside from the driver, they were the only two people on the bus. It felt as though, starting from that rainstorm today, the world had suddenly become an outdated game with only two players left. A school building with only 2 students, a noodle shop with only 2 customers, a bus with only 2 passengers. But a game would be beaten sooner or later. Chen Jinji looked out at the flickering night scenery, feeling a bit dazed. Su Qingyi looked at her profile and thought he should do something so she wouldn't look so lonely. So he fished out the headphones Yang Lu had given him from his backpack and placed them on her head. Chen Jinji looked at him with some surprise. Su Qingyi pressed play, though he didn't remember which song had been playing. He hadn't had time to adjust the headphones, so they sat loosely on Chen Jinji's head, looking a bit funny. Su Qingyi wanted to take them off to adjust them for her, but Chen Jinji held the headphones in place and wouldn't let him move. The sound of ship whistles comes from the distant harbor. I had been drifting until I was picked up by you. Now looking at the reflection in the window glass, there is a me that is both strange and familiar. The music was actually a bit loud. Chen Jinji looked at Su Qingyi beside her, he had a smile on his face and said something she couldn't hear. I had been drifting until I was picked up by you. Without warning, tears burst from Chen Jinji's eyes. All the bad emotions associated with rainy days over the years suddenly came crashing down at this moment. 122, Chapter 122. Waiting. The route of this bus felt somewhat familiar. After getting off, Su Qingyi looked at the station names on the bus stop sign. The map on the sign showed Olive District. Su Qingyi was momentarily stunned. Chen Jinji led him further inside. This place was the same as the last time he came, trash littered the roads, and everything was in total disarray. After the rain, the roads were even more muddy and bogged down, with the stench of dirty sewer water permeating the air. Chen Jinji seemed used to it and showed no reaction, while Su Qingyi walked through almost holding his breath. Finally, her footsteps stopped in front of a 3-story old house. Su Qingyi was a bit surprised. How could such a building remain in the middle of these dense tenement blocks? But it was just as well. Since it was so conspicuous, if anything happened, he could easily find this place. Chen Jinji turned around and said with a smile, I'm home. Although it was a bit old, it looked much better than the overcrowded tenement buildings. Su Qingyi nodded, feeling slightly more at ease. The lights in the house were still on. Recalling Chen Jinji saying last time that that man wouldn't be back for a while, he assumed her mother must still be inside. Go on in. Su Qingyi felt the rain starting to drizzle again. Chen Jinji stood still, her beautiful amber eyes gazing at him for a long while, as if she wanted to carve the image of him standing under the street lamp into her mind. Su Qingyi waved his hand in front of her eyes. She blinked quickly, stuffed the umbrella into his hands, and finally turned to walk inside. When she reached the door, she seemed to take a deep breath before pulling out her keys to open it. Although Chen Jinji closed the door very quickly, Su Qingyi still heard angry shouting coming through the crack. He couldn't understand it, but it was clearly something unpleasant. Su Qingyi didn't rush to leave, waiting at the door for a little longer. Only after confirming there were no sounds resembling domestic violence did he open the umbrella and walk away. However, he didn't head back the way he came, but instead followed his memory deeper into the area. Yes, he had realized it just now. Chen Jinji's home and Lin Tong's home were only separated by 2 small alleys. This discovery made Su Qingyi feel slightly conflicted, and he let out a soft sigh in the deep night. He walked quickly, reaching the sign for Xiaophia's grocery store in a few minutes. This was the only place in the alley that still had lights on. Su Qingyi poked his head in to take a look. Just like last time, amidst the swirling smoke, a group of shirtless men were passionately playing Fight the Landlord. Su Qingyi stood at the door of Lin Tong's house, wondering if he should knock. But just like last time, the person inside suddenly pushed the door open and walked out. It was Lin Zhuan. She was clearly startled by the dark figure standing at the door and let out a short gasp of surprise. Su Qingyi quickly took a step back so he was standing where the light could reach him. Then he made a gesture, "It's me." Once she saw clearly that it was Su Qingyi, the panic on Lin Zhuan's face instantly turned into joy. "Come in and sit down." Su Qingyi leaned the umbrella against the wall and let her pull him inside. Not much time had passed, but it felt like their home had undergone a transformation. At least there was a proper desk now. Unlike before, when the furniture was basically made of discarded cardboard boxes. The light seemed to have been changed too, the old, dim yellow bulb had been replaced by an LED tube. Su Qingyi turned to look at Lin Zhuan. Over these past few days, she seemed to have changed as well. Previously, she was permeated with an exhaustion that didn't suit her age, but now that she had a stable job, she looked much healthier. She was naturally beautiful, but whereas before her beauty was partially obscured by dust, now it was clearer and more evident. Seeing Su Qingyi, Lin Zhuan was in high spirits. She knew that as an older sister, she should be more mature and steady, but ever. Since the last time, she had been looking forward to seeing him again almost every day. After many days of such anticipation, she never expected him to suddenly appear here at this time. It was a pleasant surprise, the corners of her mouth curled up uncontrollably. She just didn't know if this anticipation was pure gratitude for someone who had helped her, or something else. She didn't dare think about it. Just how long was Lin Zhuan going to stare at him and smile like an idiot before she snapped out of it? Su Qingyi counted the seconds in his head. 19, 20, 21. Under Su Qingyi's teasing gaze, Lin Zhuan finally realized something was off. She hurriedly smoothed her hair and gestured, "Have you eaten?" Before Su Qingyi could answer, she pulled out a folding table from a corner. She seemed to be showing off the new furniture in the house. "Next time you come to visit, there will be a place to eat." She gestured with a beaming smile. Su Qingyi shook his head, indicating he had already eaten. "How's work? Is it going smoothly?" Lin Zhuan nodded quickly. "It's very smooth. Sister Yang is a very good person, she doesn't let me do many things. I feel quite embarrassed receiving such a high salary." Sister Yang. Su Qingyi was a bit speechless at this form of address. Lin Zhuan looked at most 4 or 5 years older than them. Yang Lu must have asked her to call her sister. "Don't be embarrassed. Even if someone else were at her house, the workload would be the same." Su Qingyi hadn't neglected his sign language practice lately, gesturing along to videos whenever he had time. He had clearly made a lot of progress. He could now converse with Lin Zhuan without any obstacles. After chatting for a while, Su Qingyi felt something was missing and asked, "Where's Lin Tong?" "He went to Brother De Fei's house to return something. He borrowed a bag of rat poison last time." "Rat poison?" Su Qingyi raised an eyebrow in surprise. Lin Zhuan immediately waved her hands to explain, "It's for poisoning rats." "What else would it be for?" Su Qingyi was inexplicably amused. "Are there rats in your house?" Lin Zhuan lowered her head, a bit embarrassed. "Living here, it's inevitable. But they won't come out now, so don't be afraid." Su Qingyi shook his head. "I'm not afraid." After signing this sentence, Su Qingyi didn't start a new topic. Lin Zhuan twisted her fingers, wondering what to think. What should she say? All the topics she could think of were just the mundane details of daily life. He would probably find them boring. In the cramped room, the two could only stand facing each other, and the scene suddenly became somewhat awkward. Fortunately, Lin Tong returned at that moment. He was also overjoyed to see Su Qingyi and happily showed off his new desk. "How was the exam today?" Su Qingyi asked this of everyone he met. It wasn't for any other reason than the fact that he was terrible at small talk. Lin Tong nodded with a smile. It felt much better than the last placement test. "I'm really grateful to you, Boss Su. Whenever there's something I don't understand, I ask you for advice, and it's like a sudden enlightenment, I get it immediately." Su Qingyi smiled and took off the backpack from his shoulders. Then he took out an English vocabulary notebook from the waterproof compartment and handed it to Lin Tong. "This is a notebook of key words I summarized myself, they are mostly high-frequency exam points. There are also example sentences and related grammar I wrote. I think it's more comprehensive than other materials. It's yours." Lin Tong accepted it, overwhelmed by the favor. "But don't you need it yourself? I'll copy it down and then return it to you." "No need, I've already memorized it all." Su Qingyi truly didn't need it anymore. With his current level of English, he didn't need to look at these things at all. English is currently your weakest subject. As long as you make up for it during this final period, you'll have a chance to get into whatever school you want. Su Qingyi spoke very conservatively, not mentioning Tangon University directly. Because he saw photos cut from old newspapers pasted on the side of the desk, mostly featuring scenery from the capital. He vaguely remembered Lin Tong saying that Lin Jiwan wanted to go see the capital. Lin Tong lowered his head to flip through the notebook seriously, while Su Qingyi turned his gaze back to Lin Jiwan. She had been watching the two of them talk back and forth, but since she couldn't hear, she seemed a bit out of place. Seeing Su Qingyi finally turn back, she quickly gestured, "What are you talking about?" "Lin Tong seems very happy." Su Qingyi suddenly felt like playing a little joke. "We were saying you're very beautiful." Lin Jiwan's face instantly turned red to the roots of her ears. Her hands moved in circles without being able to sign a complete sentence, so she simply turned her head away in a hurry, pretending to be busy with something. Seeing that she was no longer staring this way, Su Qingyi finally found the chance to ask Lin Tong aloud, "Has your sister ever been fitted for a hearing aid?" At the mention of this, Lin Tong's mood sank again. She had one, but last year while sister was working, she fell and broke it. "We haven't gone to fix it yet." Su Qingyi thought for a moment and asked him, "Can you let me see it?" Lin Tong cautiously glanced at Lin Jiwan, who was walking around nearby, used his body to block the desk drawer, and quickly fished out a small object, placing it in Su Qingyi's palm. Su Qingyi had never seen a hearing aid before. It felt like it was made of plastic, like a small earbud. He carefully put it into his school uniform pants pocket. After making sure their little movements hadn't been noticed by Lin Jiwan, who was peeking over from time to time, Su Qingyi nodded to Lin Tong, "I'll go ask if it can be repaired." Lin Tong quickly became nervous. "Repair costs are very expensive, I can't let you spend more money. Let's wait a few days. I did poorly on the last placement test, but I did quite well this time. I should have a chance to get the school's progress award. I'll go fix it then." Su Qingyi's fingers rubbed the small object in his pocket as he casually told a lie. "It's fine, I know a friend who specializes in this. It's good to ask for a price first." Creating a friend out of thin air. His expression while lying was so calm that Lin Tong was easily fooled. Having achieved the purpose of this trip, Su Qingyi stood up to say goodbye. The siblings saw him all the way to the entrance of the alley, still showing no intention of heading back home. Su Qingyi felt like laughing and turned to say to Lin Tong, "We'll see each other at school the day after tomorrow. Is there any need to be so reluctant to part?" Lin Tong scratched his head in embarrassment. In fact, it wasn't that he was reluctant, it was that his sister kept following along step by step, so he was brought along with her. "I'll come back here to find you in a few days." Su Qingyi spoke while simultaneously using sign language, spreading the attention equally. Both siblings thought that he referred to was themselves. Because there was a promise for the next time, the waiting time no longer seemed so long. Thanks to Mo Tianji for the tip. Thank you everyone for the subscriptions, recommendation votes, and monthly tickets. Starting today, chapters will be 3,000 words each. Actually, the total update amount hasn't changed. 123, Chapter 123. Sickness. The consequence of wandering around after getting caught in the rain instead of going home was a severe cold. The next morning, Su Qingyi realized this the moment he opened his eyes. He initially thought it was just a stuffed nose, but as soon as he stood up, the world spun, and he felt lightheaded and heavy-footed, unable to tell north from south. "Damn, I haven't had a cold in years. Are the Symptoms usually this severe. Regardless of his empty stomach, he struggled to get up, fed himself a cold pill, and then collapsed back onto the bed, falling into a groggy sleep. Under the influence of the medication, his sleep was restless, filled with one bizarre dream after another. One moment, he dreamed it was the end of the world, and zombies were constantly pounding on his front door. The next, he dreamed his home had turned into a pond, and hundreds of ducks had swum in, making a very noisy clucking sound. Finally, he dreamed of a man in a white coat with a fierce glint in his eyes who wanted to use him for human experimentation, holding a cold, glinting needle that was spraying water. It was truly terrifying, and Su Qingyi woke up with a start from the dream. Surprisingly, there were actually two people standing by his bedside, one in black and one in white. Had the black and white guards come to take his soul? It was just a cold, surely it wasn't that serious. Su Qingyi shook his head, trying hard to focus his vision. The two guards noticed his movement and immediately began to gesticulate excitedly like gorillas. "He's awake, he's awake." The excitement and joy in their tone were no less than someone shouting, "It's a boy/girl, outside a delivery room." "Boss Su. How are you feeling?" The one in white leaned in closer and asked with concern. The familiar voice and title, it was Su Yang. "Why are you in my house?" Su Qingyi propped himself up with his elbows and looked around, confirming he was indeed in his own home. "You must be delirious from the fever. You opened the door for me yourself." Su Yang reached out to feel his forehead, but Su Qingyi tilted his head to avoid it, trying hard to search through his memories. He had no recollection whatsoever. Zhou Kairong, who was playing the role of the black guard, filled in the truth for Su Yang from the side. "You really did open the door for us. Su Yang messaged you at noon to go out for food, but you didn't reply, and you didn't answer your phone. We thought something happened to you, so we called King Li for help." Su Yang pulled out his phone and showed him a full page of missed call records on the screen. Su Qingyi checked his own phone, there were indeed many missed calls. "Sorry, I'm used to keeping my phone on silent." Su Qingyi raised his hand to press his temples. After waking up from his sleep, there was still a faint, throbbing pain. "Then King Li gave us your address, and I was banging on the door. After a while, you came out like a wandering soul and opened it. You didn't even look at us and just walked straight back to sleep. Yeah, it looked pretty scary, like some kind of robot. I watched a horror movie a couple of days ago, and it was just like that. I was so scared I didn't even know if I should come in. Boss Su, do you know what it means to see true friendship in times of trouble? For the sake of your health, your brothers dared to enter the dragon's den." Su Yang and Zhou Kairong went back and forth like a pair of rapid-fire cannons. It seemed the zombies and the noisy ducks in his dreams had their origins. Dreams are projections and reflections of reality. Freud did not deceive me. But what about the white coat? While Su Qingyi was wondering, Han Bing walked in cautiously carrying a porcelain bowl. Su Yang and Zhou Kairong immediately stepped aside to make a path for her. Han Bing placed the porcelain bowl on the nightstand with a look of reverence. "Drink up." The liquid in the bowl looked like a bowl of Chinese medicine. One could infer how wonderful its taste would be just from the color. Su Qingyi looked at Han Bing with a face full of disbelief. "What are you looking at? Drink it quickly, it's not like I'm poisoning you to death." Han Bing's eyebrows shot up as she tapped the rim of the bowl. This was even scarier than the human experimentation in his dream. Zhou Kairong leaned in like a lackey to take a look and asked curiously, "Bing Bing, you even know how to brew medicine?" Han Bing glared at him irritably. "Who told you that you could call me that? Is Bing Bing a name you're allowed to use?" Zhou Kairong just grinned cheekily, not bothered by being scolded. Su Qingyi was amazed. A love brain should really be included in the scope of mental disease management. "Boss Su, don't you disbelieve it, she really is a professional." As soon as Su Yang said this, the expression on Han Bing's face became even more triumphant. "How professional?" Su Qingyi coughed and glanced again at the dark brown liquid in the bowl. "Her grandfather is a very famous old doctor of traditional Chinese medicine. The kind you might not even be able to get an appointment with for a month. He's a legend. Maybe he taught Han Bing a trick or two. That impressive." Su Qingyi looked up at Han Bing, who beamingly picked up the porcelain bowl and shoved it into his hand. Even if Han Bing's aptitude is dull and she has no talent, with a famous master teaching her hand in hand, if nothing else, treating a small cold should be more than enough. Su Yang was still talking incessantly when Han Bing fiercely jabbed him in the lower back with her elbow. He was instantly in so much pain that he couldn't even make a sound. He just fell onto Su Qingyi's bed and rolled around. "Actually, we in TCM also teach this," Han Bing said coldly. Su Qingyi looked at the liquid in the bowl and raised one final question, May I ask, divine doctor, if I remember correctly, there are no medicinal herbs in my house. What did you use to brew this medicine? Han Bing swept her gaze over. Mind your own business when it comes to the divine doctor. Just drink it. Looking at the knocked-out Su Yang, Su Qingyi silently weighed in his mind which would be more painful, being poisoned to death or being beaten to death by her internal energy techniques. In the end, he picked up the bowl and took a large gulp with a look of martyrdom. His nose was severely congested, and he could smell almost nothing. But his taste buds quickly identified this familiar flavor. Isn't this 999? Su Qingyi's face was full of doubt, but the words ganmailing were cut off by Han Bing's threatening glare. Fine, maybe this is the legendary combination of Chinese and Western medicine. Su Qingyi drank the ganmailing in the bowl very cleanly, leaving not a single drop. Han Bing looked quite satisfied and sent Su Yang, who was lying there playing dead, to wash the bowl. Su Yang dragged Zhou Kairong along with him before he left. A porcelain bowl the size of a palm needed 2 people to wash it. How meticulous. Speaking of which, they all came, so where was Chu Qingyan? Given her personality, she shouldn't have failed to show up. Su Qingyi's gaze lingered on Han Bing for a moment before shifting away inconspicuously. Han Bing had her hands folded. She obviously knew what he wanted to ask but deliberately didn't take the bait. After a long while, Su Qingyi finally gave in and asked, "Where is Chu Qingyan?" A teasing smile instantly broke out on Han Bing's face as she tapped away on her phone. He asked about you. The next second, her phone ringtone went off. Han Bing and Su Qingyi shared a look, and then she handed him the phone with a face full of disappointment at his lack of progress. It had been emphasized countless times, this girl Chu Qingyan was like she'd been hit by the Amortentia potion from Harry Potter. Why hasn't love brain been included in the scope of mental disease management yet? As soon as Su Qingyi put the phone to his ear, Chu Qingyan's voice came through. Hello. Sweet potato, this is potato. It had to be said that when his head was groggy, hearing her clear and lively voice felt like his tense nerves were being soothed and calmed. Potato, this is sweet potato. Su Qingyi didn't want her to hear that his throat was too raspy, so he deliberately cleared his throat before answering. Are you feeling any better? Are you still uncomfortable? It seemed a bit noisy on Chu Qingyan's end, with the constant sound of people talking and walking around. Much better. Are you busy? Yeah, I have a charity gala to attend today. Charity gala? These words successfully made Su Qingyi pause for a moment. This was clearly quite distant from the life of an ordinary high school student. But coming from Chu Qingyan's mouth, it seemed perfectly natural. It was just that since she hadn't mentioned these things before, it was hard for him to associate her with such events. After a moment of silence, he gave a belated "oh." On the other side of the screen, Chu Qingyan seemed to sigh softly and said in a small voice, "Actually, I'm very reluctant. But there's a reason I have to go." The so-called reason she had to go was probably pressure from her family or something similar. After all, she was a child from a wealthy family. Such situations where one couldn't act on their own will were inevitable. Su Qingyi nodded, then realized Chu Qingyan couldn't see him on the other end of the phone, so he gave another to show his understanding. Then you rest well first, I have to go get my makeup done. Someone seemed to be constantly rushing her over there. Chu Qingyan's voice sounded like she was covering the microphone, a bit distant. Okay. This time he answered quickly, and he hung up the phone quickly too. Chu Qingyan seemed to have said something just before hanging up, but he didn't hear it clearly. When he handed the phone back to Han Bing, she narrowed her eyes and observed him, saying with a hint of doubt, "What? Finished talking so soon? I thought you two were going to drain my phone battery." She showed off her specially prepared 98% green battery level. She said she's attending a gala and went to do her makeup. No emotion could be heard in Su Qingyi's flat tone. Right, she really couldn't get away, otherwise she would have come with us. I think it's even a charity auction. Han Bing inexplicably felt that the person in front of her was in a bit of a bad mood, so she instinctively explained on Chu Qingyan's behalf. Su Qingyi nodded and didn't speak. The sleepiness that had been interrupted by the group suddenly surged back. Su Yang and Zhou Kairong came back into the bedroom, pushing and shoving each other. Seeing Su Qingyi's tired expression, Han Bing clamped her hand over Su Yang's incessantly yapping mouth. Thank you all for coming to see me. I'll treat you to a meal next time. Having friends specifically come to visit when he was sick was a first in Su Qingyi's life. Even though these few were somewhat unreliable. But he still gave a heartfelt smile. What are you talking about? You're being too formal. Do you still consider us brothers or not? Get lost, let the patient rest well. Seeing that Su Yang was about to start a long-winded speech praising their brotherhood, Han Bing pushed him out. Before leaving, she turned back to look at Su Qingyi leaning against the headboard, looking pale. She felt that if she took a photo now and sent it to Chu Qingyan, the girl would definitely hike up her skirt, leave the whole crowd behind, and run over here regardless of everything. 124, Chapter 124 Auction. Hearing the sound of the front door closing, Su Qingyi lay back down and slowly closed his eyes. His brain was still groggy, yet his sleepiness had vanished to who knows where. Sighing, he rolled over and picked up his phone, swiping away all the messages with red notification dots on WeChat. More than half of them were missed calls from Su Yang. Teacher Li Lu had also called him, likely spooked by Su Yang's frantic descriptions. After thinking for a moment, Su Qingyi sent a message to Teacher Li Lu, "Teacher, it's just a minor cold. Don't worry." This "don't worry" carried multiple meanings. First, there was no need to worry about his physical health. Second, there was no need to worry that tomorrow's self-reflection assembly would be delayed due to illness, he would be there on time. Ho Yukuan was far too impatient. Su Qingyi was tempted to call him the king of impatience. The second mock exam had just ended, and he was already demanding the self-reflection assembly. Unfortunately, the outcome of the assembly would likely not be what he expected. Ding dong. Just as he was about to put down his phone, it rang again. His friend, Reflex Arc as long as the moon, sent over a picture. Su Qingyi opened it. It was a selfie of her, likely taken right after she finished her makeup. Today, Chu Qingyan was wearing a black evening gown, which made her skin look as white as snow. Su Qingyi reflected that this was probably the first time he had seen Chu Qingyan wearing makeup. The makeup artist seemed to know exactly what look suited her best. In the photo, she had shed some of her usual cuteness, gaining a touch of aloof elegance. She truly looked like a reserved and noble young lady. She was very beautiful. But her usual barefaced look in a school uniform was also very beautiful. Charity Gala. Su Qingyi did a quick search in his browser, and a flood of related news popped up. There was only one charity gala in Tangon City today, and it seemed to be a grand affair. The news articles all had live stream links from their reporters. Su Qingyi picked one at random and clicked in. It hadn't officially started yet. The crowd was noisy, and the camera was spinning around aimlessly, not following anyone in particular. Looking at it made the already unwell Su Qingyi feel even dizzier, and he suddenly felt a wave of nausea. He had to turn up the volume and place the phone face down on the bed, waiting for the auction to start by listening to the audio. After listening to the noise pollution for a while, the venue finally quieted down as a host began to maintain order. Su Qingyi picked up his phone again. The camera was pointed at the stage, where a man in a suit began his opening remarks. Distinguished guests, welcome to the Tangon City Charity Auction. All proceeds from this auction will go to the China Charities Aid Foundation for Children. Showing our strength in giving back to society. He paused pointedly at this moment, waiting for the applause from the audience to die down before continuing. Next, please join me in welcoming our special guest, the founder of Jinhai Group, Mr. Chu Yuanjiang, to deliver a speech for this event. Hearing Chu Yuanjiang's name, Su Qingyi was momentarily stunned. On the screen, he was smiling warmly, looking very approachable, like a genuine philanthropist. He couldn't help but think back to the last time he had contacted him, with half his body hidden in the shadows of the car window and his voice low and steady. You are a smart person, so I won't talk to you like an adult talking to a child. We are now in an equal partnership. Su Qingyi lowered his head slightly, looking at the beautiful curves of the Maybach. Everything is ready now, all we need is the finishing touch. You are the most suitable person to ignite the spark. You only need to do this one thing, and I will handle the rest. Since this is a cooperation between us, no matter the outcome, do not let it affect the people around me. Su Qingyi slowly turned the old-fashioned aluminum alloy watch on his wrist. He didn't actually have much interest in the business struggle between Chu Yuanjiang and Ho Yukuan. But Ho Yukuan's mistake was using Su Zilong and Yang Lu's work and lives to threaten him. Although Su Qingyi was good at self-preservation, he was by no means the type to just swallow his pride and endure in silence. Looking at the boy's calm eyes, Chu Yuanjiang suddenly smiled. He then took off the Richard Mille from his wrist and handed it to Su Qingyi. It's new. It suits you well. Su Qingyi didn't reach out to take it, instead, he shook his head. Hi. School students don't wear $10 million watches. Then keep it to wear later. Chu Yuanjiang personally fastened the strap around his wrist. Ah, this style really does look better on young people. I shouldn't have tried to follow the trend, right, Xiao Gao? He returned to his usual breezy demeanor, signaling that the serious conversation was over. Su Qingyi sat up and pulled open the drawer of his nightstand. The Richard Mill was lying quietly inside, its sapphire crystal case shimmering slightly under the light. He hadn't actually wanted to accept it, but the reason Chu Yuanjiang gave it to him was to let this mobile 10 million act as a reassurance. It had to be said that compared to Ho Yukuan's pretentious small favors, Papa Chu's gesture was truly a grand one. Hello everyone, I am Chu Yuanjiang. It is an honor to be here at this gala and even to give a speech as the guest representative. Oh, sorry, President Liang, didn't you tell me last time that you had your speech all ready? Well, it can't be helped, it's all because of my overwhelming personal charm. The camera cut to another middle-aged man about his age in the audience, who was covering his face and laughing helplessly. Such a business-like way to liven up the atmosphere. But everyone cooperated, and the venue was suddenly filled with a cheerful atmosphere, whether genuine or feigned. To be honest, the items in this auction are just too annoying, there isn't a single one I don't want. As he finished speaking, the large screen at the venue began to scroll through photos of the auction items. Su Qingyi had always been interested in historical artifacts. Scanning them briefly, he felt that every piece looked to be of very high quality. But as the guest representative, I can't compete with all of you, right? So, I personally will not be participating in this bidding. At this point, Chu Yuanjiang took a long breath and suddenly, with a beaming smile, raised his hand to gesture towards the audience, so my daughter will have to do it on my behalf. The camera immediately cut to Chu Qingyan in the audience. With a proper smile on her face, she stood up slightly to greet everyone. Accompanied by the gasps of awe from those around her, the applause this time was clearly much more enthusiastic and sincere than before. So Chu Qingyan's smile could be that polite and distant. Su Qingyi watched her on the screen, appearing unapproachable and keeping everyone at a distance. Unfamiliar, so unfamiliar. It was simply impossible to connect her with the energetic little class monitor who usually bossed everyone around. Next, the bidding officially begins. The first item is an original work by the famous painter Su Beihong. It was a landscape painting. Watching the detailed shots on camera, Su Qingyi couldn't help but remark, a master is truly a master. The final price will surely be another astronomical figure. Sure enough, for such a masterpiece, the bidders raised their offers without hesitation, and the price was soon pushed to more than 5 times the starting bid. 125, Chapter 125. The soft-hearted god. Even though Chu Qingyan had been keeping a low profile, the camera still panned to her from time to time. She likely thought the camera wouldn't focus on her if she didn't bid, so the smile on her face vanished instantly, replaced by an expression of utter boredom. Su Qingyi couldn't help but chuckle as he watched. Even though Chu Yuanjiang wasn't participating in the bidding himself, he must have discussed with Chu Qingyan beforehand what to bid on and what to avoid. It really did seem quite boring. 7 million once, 7 million twice. Just as the auctioneer's gavel was about to fall, he was suddenly interrupted by a clear, cold female voice. 7.5 million. The camera quickly swiveled toward Chu Qingyan, who was holding up her paddle. 7,600,000. A middle-aged man's voice followed quickly. The camera panned over, and Su Qingyi saw the name on the sign in front of him, Ho Yugan. Well, with a name like that, he was clearly Ho Yukuan's biological brother. 8 million. Chu Qingyan raised the price without hesitation. 8 million came out of her mouth as casually as if it were $8. 8 million once, 8 million twice. The camera intelligently cut to Chu Yuanjiang on the sidelines, who wore a profound, enigmatic smile. Su Qingyi's heart stirred, he seemed to understand Chu Yuanjiang's intention. He didn't necessarily want these items on stage, he was simply intent on making things difficult for the Ho family. Raising the price was the goal. If they won the bid, fine, and if not, they'd at least make the Ho family bleed a little more money. Being suppressed by a fledgling young girl was clearly unacceptable to Ho Yugan, who raised his paddle with a grim expression. 10 million. Chu Qingyan immediately lowered her paddle, offering a gentle, modest, and courteous smile. Pfft, Su Qingyi laughed to himself. She was being too obvious, she was clearly there just to pick a fight. 10 million 3 times. Sold. Congratulations, Mr. Ho. Such a high-tension bidding scene was naturally welcomed by the auctioneer, and this was only the first item to warm up the crowd. The second item, a pair of tektite pendants. The pendants displayed on stage were dark green, looking somewhat like emeralds. Despite their beauty, the collectible value of such modern processed items could hardly compare to the previous authentic antique. Ho Yugan didn't move, so Chu Qingyan didn't move either. Even though the auctioneer tried to hype the room for a long time, the final price wasn't much higher than the starting bid. The next few items were the same, whether it was a Ming Dynasty Wanli Period 8 Immortals lotus-lidded jar or an early Qing Dynasty 1 Wally wood winter melon steak frame table. After the confrontation between those two in the first round, the subsequent bidding from others seemed very mild and small-scale. The atmosphere cooled down for a while until the auctioneer announced the final item. A green jade Pishio red string bracelet. Judging by his calm tone, he clearly didn't have high hopes for this small item. In the eyes of the organizers, this was probably just a mascot, saved for the end to bring everyone some good luck. Su Qingyi guessed it was because green jade is the most common and highest yield variety among Hetian jades. As the saying goes, rarity increases value, so the worth of green jade isn't high compared to other rare jades. But for this bracelet to appear here, it clearly had its own unique merits. If the material's value wasn't enough, the craftsman's skill made up for it. The Pishio was carved to be lifelike, yet the corners were rounded off, giving it a somewhat charmingly naive appearance. Su Qingyi found himself quite liking it. Starting price, 30,000 yuan. 50,000. Before the auctioneer could even finish speaking, someone had placed a bid. It was actually Chu Qingyan. He had thought she was about to fall asleep after being silent for so long. 80,000. What goes around comes around. Ho Yugan finally caught an opportunity and immediately followed with a price hike. 100,000. Chu Qingyan's expression didn't change. The two were at it again, which was a complete pleasant surprise for the auctioneer. 120,000. 200,000. Chu Qingyan's decisive way of raising the price caused the audience to gasp in unison. 210,000. 300,000. Chu Qingyan gave a bid 10 times the starting price. The camera once again intelligently cut to Chu Yuanjiang, who was watching the steadily rising price with great interest. Su Qingyi suddenly had an intuition that this item wasn't part of Chu Yuanjiang's plan. It was highly likely that Chu Qingyan was bidding on it just because she liked it herself. 310,000. Ho Yugan's bidding style was very petty, adding only 10,000 yuan each time. His appearance was cut from the same cloth as Ho Yukuan's, an aquiline nose and deep-set eyes. They were clearly biological brothers. However, compared to Ho Yukuan, he was a bit fatter, not as skeletal and frightening to look at. 500,000. Chu Qingyan had no intention of slowly bickering with him and threw out her final price directly. Sold for 500,000. No one had imagined it would reach this figure before the bidding started, so the auctioneer didn't even wait for Ho Yugan to bid again and excitedly struck the gavel to seal the deal. Chu Qingyan, having successfully secured the item, looked to be in a very good mood. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with the light Su Qingyi was most familiar with. The auction was declared over, and what followed would likely be some pleasantries and performances, so Su Qingyi turned off the live stream. So that was the reason she had to go, shouldering the heavy responsibility of bickering with Ho Yugan. It was a bit funny. After watching this grand show, Su Qingyi felt the intensity of his headache ease quite a bit. It was also possible that divine Dr. Han's secret formula of Sanjiu cold remedy was finally taking effect. He had broken out in quite a bit of cold sweat while sleeping, so Su Qingyi decided to get up and take a shower. Considering he hadn't eaten all day, he put a pot of 8 treasure porridge in the rice cooker before showering. Although a bowl of hot, sweet 8 treasure porridge was very healing, Su Qingyi's mind was constantly on tomorrow's self-reflection assembly. Chu Yuanjiang hadn't explained the full plan to him, only saying that he would be responsible for lighting the fire. But what exactly would be set ablaze? As he was mechanically eating his porridge, a knock suddenly came at the door. Knock, knock, knock. The person knocking was very polite, stopping after just 3 times. That first ruled out Su Yang and the others returning. Their knocking was more like pounding on the door. Even a zombie would have to call them Big Brother. It was also possible Teacher Li Lu had told Su Zilong or Yang Lu, but if they were coming, they would definitely call first. If for no other reason than to avoid a direct encounter, which both sides would find extremely unlucky. Then who could it be? Su Qingyi took a look through the peephole. But the light in the 5th floor hallway was broken, and since it was already night, he could only see a blurry dark shadow. He could only judge that the person wasn't tall, probably a girl. Seeing that he hadn't opened the door for a long time, the person outside clearly panicked and became impolite, giving the door a series of thud-thud knocks. Having a rough idea of who it was, Su Qingyi pulled open the door. "Oh brave student Su Qingyi, congratulations on successfully meeting the soft-hearted god. As long as you give the correct answer, she can grant you one wish." The visitor hid behind the door, speaking in a muffled voice while pinching her nose. Su Qingyi reached out to close the door. Hey, hey, hey. What are you doing? It's very dark out here." Chu Qingyan immediately stopped acting and ducked inside from under his arm as he held the doorknob. 126, Chapter 126. The runaway princess Chu Qingyan hadn't even changed out of her evening gown before running over like this. Su Qingyi closed the door and looked her up and down. The latter felt a bit guilty under his gaze. What? What are you looking at? Is it weird for me to wear a dress? Su Qingyi shook his head. Won't you trip over the hem of your dress like that? No, I won't. Chu Qingyan lifted her skirt, spun around in place, and performed a standard curtsy. With her makeup today, she really did look like a runaway princess from some royal family. Did you learn that from watching the Snow White cartoon? Although he was genuinely struck by how pretty she looked, Su Qingyi still said something that ruined the mood. What are you saying? Chu Qingyan glared at him, then suddenly laughed the next second. It was from watching The Little Mermaid. So that was it, Su Qingyi nodded solemnly. I love Ariel the Little Mermaid the most. Hey, what do you think if I dye my hair red after graduation? Chu Qingyan casually tugged at her hair, completely disregarding that it was a hairstyle the stylist had meticulously styled for 40 minutes. You could try it. Su Qingyi imagined her current hair turning into a shamate red hairstyle and replied. Your place is so clean. Chu Qingyan walked around, looking around with a curious expression. There aren't many extra items, so it looks clean. Su Qingyi was tidying up the porridge bowl on the table. You just ate porridge for dinner. Shouldn't you eat something nutritious when you're sick? Let me order takeout for you. Chu Qingyan, who had just been on the other side of the room, smelled the aroma and came over. What kind of porridge is this? Is it sweet porridge? Ate treasure porridge. Chu Qingyan stopped talking and just turned to look at Su Qingyi pitifully. It seemed it was exactly the kind she liked. You didn't eat dinner. Su Qingyi walked into the kitchen and lifted the lid of the pot to take a look. Fortunately, he had cooked a large pot. I didn't. The stylist wouldn't let me eat. She said if I ate, I'd get a little belly when wearing the dress, making me look fat. Chu Qingyan complained with full resentment. Su Qingyi found it a bit funny and subconsciously glanced at Chu Qingyan's waist. It was very slim. Usually, it wasn't visible because she wore baggy school uniforms, but today, this form-fitting evening gown accentuated her exquisite waist. Su Qingyi quickly looked away. A waist so slender it felt as if it could be held in one hand, delicate and boneless. That was probably about it. It's a bit cold, let me heat it up for you. Hearing him say this, Chu Qingyan happily came over to watch. He added a little water to the pot and turned on low heat. Then, he dragged Chu Qingyan, who was staring longingly at the pot, out of the kitchen. Is it appropriate to be this greedy over a pot of porridge? Su Qingyi criticized her seriously. I'm hungry. Chu Qingyan's coquettish tone was so soft it could drip water. If it were someone else, they might have surrendered long ago, but fortunately, her opponent was Su Qingyi. You should remove your makeup first. He led Chu Qingyan to the bathroom. He didn't remember where he had seen it, but it was said that not removing makeup for a long time would damage the skin. Although, do you have makeup remover at your place? Chu Qingyan looked at Su Qingyi with suspicious eyes. What is makeup remover? Su Qingyi was shocked inside, but his expression didn't change. No. Then what about facial cleanser? Chu Qingyan surveyed his clean sink counter. None either. No way, are you that much of a stereotypical straight guy? You don't even wash your face. Who doesn't wash their face? I just use clear water and soap. Soap is very damaging to the skin, you know. Chu Qingyan shook her head and sighed, looking like an experienced person. To confirm her suspicion, she leaned in close to look at Su Qingyi's face. Look, if you often wash your face with soap, the skin will become rough. Before she could finish, she was silenced by Su Qingyi's clean, smooth facial skin. Thinking of her own constitution, which broke out in acne as soon as she stayed up late despite careful care, it was truly frustrating to compare people. There's a convenience store downstairs, I'll go buy you a bottle. Su Qingyi raised his wrist to check the time, it wasn't too late yet. No need, it's the same if I remove it when I get home. But I want to take a shower. This kind of evening gown, no matter how you look at it, was really not designed for humans. Chu Qingyan felt it was a bit difficult to breathe while wearing it. Su Qingyi nodded, walked into the bathroom, and helped her take down the showerhead placed high up. This side is hot water, adjust it yourself in a bit. Chu Qingyan curiously pulled open the shower curtain to take a look. You don't have a bathtub installed in your place. How could a bathtub be installed in such a small bathroom? Su Qingyi didn't reply. He took out a new bath towel from the drawer, hesitated for a moment, and asked, Did you bring a change of clothes? Chu Qingyan shook her head honestly. Then what's in your bag? Su Qingyi had wanted to ask just now. Chu Qingyan had been acting sneaky since she came in, not even letting him help carry it. I won't tell you. You're not allowed to peek. Anyone who peeks is a puppy. As soon as this was mentioned, Chu Qingyan bristled like a cat, very excited. I won't look. Wait a moment, I'll go find a change of clothes for you. Su Qingyi's curiosity was not strong enough to override his moral principles. He rummaged through his wardrobe, only that stack of white shirts were ones that had been bought and washed but not yet worn. He couldn't just let her wear a white shirt. Although, he felt that at this length, Chu Qingyan could almost wear it as a dress. In the end, he took out a set of sportswear and handed it to Chu Qingyan. It's been washed, I haven't worn it for a while either. Chu Qingyan took it quickly, looking unconcerned. Listening to the sound of water in the bathroom, Su Qingyi stood in the kitchen stirring the porridge in the pot. Su Qingyi. The kitchen was directly connected to the bathroom. Hearing Chu Qingyan call him, Su Qingyi didn't move his feet and just answered, from where he stood. Which bottle is the shampoo? Su Qingyi recalled for a moment. The green one. There are clearly two green ones. The dark blue one is body wash. Are you blue-green colorblind? Humph. The bathroom was left with only the sound of splashing water again. Su Qingyi scooped out the porridge from the pot and placed it on the dining table. It was still scalding hot. By the time she finished washing and came out, it would probably be warm, perfect to eat directly. Looking at the small bag placed next to the door, Su Qingyi speculated on what might be inside a bag of this size. In the end, he felt that the characteristics of a timed bomb fit the best. Perhaps she wasn't used to not having a bathtub to soak in, or perhaps she was thinking about the porridge in the pot. In any case, Chu Qingyan's shower was faster than Su Qingyi had expected. She draped the bath towel behind her, isolating the water dripping from her undried hair tips. Su Qingyi's sportswear looked like an actor's costume on her. She walked out like that, waving her sleeves as if nothing was the matter. Isn't it awkward? It's very comfortable to wear like this. Chu Qingyan wobbled as she did stretching exercises. She really knew how to make the most of those long sleeves. Su Qingyi wanted to laugh, so he walked behind her, wrapped his hands around to the front, and helped her roll up her sleeves a bit. Drink the porridge. It might still be a bit hot, blow on it before eating. Chu Qingyan didn't listen to his advice and immediately scooped a big spoonful into her mouth. Although she was scalding, she still freed up a hand to give him a thumbs up. It's delicious. Raw materials bought from the supermarket, just cooked in a pot, she could even praise this. Su Qingyi rested his chin on his hand and watched her. It was just that he thought of her liking sweet things, so he added an extra spoonful of brown sugar. 127, Chapter 127. The gift. Chu Qingyan was very supportive, eating a bowl of porridge clean, one spoonful after another. Cooks probably love diners like this the most. Thank you for the meal. She pressed her palms together in a prayer gesture. Who prays only? After finishing their meal, Su Qingyi took her bowl away and gave her a sidelong glance. I'm thanking the Buddha for granting me a Su Qingyi who knows how to cook porridge. Chu Qingyan ignored him and continued talking to herself. What kind of East meets West prayer method was this? Even the Buddha would laugh hearing it. Su Qingyi suddenly put down the bowl in his hand and sat down in front of her. Offerings to the Buddha, offerings to the Dharma, offerings to the Sangha, offerings to all sentient beings. This is the formal offering verse recited before a meal. You even know about this? Chu Qingyan leaned forward, appearing somewhat interested. Not really, I just happened to read a few related books. But Su Qingyi only knew the general gist and couldn't say much more. Chu Qingyan suddenly laughed. She leaned in mysteriously and reached out to cover Su Qingyi's eyes. Close your eyes, close your eyes. Brave student Su Qingyi, congratulations on successfully feeding the soft-hearted goddess. She has decided to give you a gift. Quickly say what you want. The good news, a rich girl said she wanted to give him a gift. The bad news, he didn't want anything at all. Su Qingyi was silent for a long while, not knowing what to say. Chu Qingyan let out an "Aya" and moved her hand away slightly. Why do you keep blinking? Your eyelashes are tickling my palm. Her complaining tone was soft and lacked any real force. I don't want anything. Su Qingyi spread his hands. Chu Qingyan seemed to have guessed he would say that and asked him to close his eyes again. Next came a rustling sound. Su Qingyi guessed she was rummaging through the things in her bag. Tada! Su Qingyi opened his eyes, and what met his sight was a green jade pai shio red string bracelet in an exquisite wooden box. It was the one from the auction tonight. The one that sold for 500,000. Brave student Su Qingyi, did you drop a gold bracelet, a silver bracelet, or this green jade bracelet? Chu Qingyan happily started playing the soft-hearted goddess game again. The gold bracelet. Su Qingyi replied calmly. Chu Qingyan was momentarily choked up. She had to ask again from the beginning, specifically emphasizing the word honest. Honest student Su Qingyi, may I ask if what you dropped was the gold bracelet? Student Su Qingyi had even learned to answer before she finished. Chu Qingyan couldn't hold it in and said in exasperation, can't you cooperate a little? You'll be struck by divine punishment like this. The gold bracelet. I'll bite you to death. Sorry. Chu Qingyan's canine teeth looked like they packed quite a punch. Su Qingyi laughed and begged for mercy. Humph, that's more like it. Well. Do you like it? She took the bracelet out of the box and measured it against his wrist. The green jade pai shio complemented the gold-threaded red string. Wearing it on Su Qingyi's fair and slender wrist, it looked good no matter how one viewed it. Chu Qingyan became increasingly satisfied with her own taste. How much did it cost? Su Qingyi let her fiddle with it, asking in a neutral tone. It wasn't expensive. Asked this, Chu Qingyan immediately became guilty, her eyes darting around. Smoke green jade, high-quality craftsmanship. I'd estimate it should cost around 30,000 yuan. Su Qingyi continued. Aya, did you watch the auction live stream? Damn it, why is someone live streaming even this? Is there no right to privacy anymore? Seeing she couldn't hide it, Chu Qingyan simply laid her cards on the table, quietly shifting the blame to the TV reporters. Did you see it during the auction, think it looked good, and then on a whim, specifically bid on it to give to me? Su Qingyi's tone became somewhat serious. It was true what they said about like father, like daughter. One's whim was a 10 million yuan Richard Mille, and the other's whim was dropping 500,000 on a 30,000 yuan item. A gift like this was hard for an average person to accept. To Chu Qingyan, it might just be pocket money, but for an ordinary family, it was a huge sum. If Chu Yuanxiang's watch had a legitimate reason as a reassurance, there was absolutely no excuse for this bracelet. He didn't intend to accept it. Seeing Su Qingyi's serious expression, Chu Qingyan's original guilt immediately turned into a sense of grievance. Why are you being so mean? Su Qingyi was stunned for a moment. He felt he was just speaking normally, not being mean. Seeing that Chu Qingyan's eyes were already misting over and she was about to cry the next second, he quickly tried to make amends. Sorry, I was just asking. I didn't mean to blame you. Chu Qingyan lowered her head, rolling the small pai shio with its smooth, rounded edges back and forth in her hand. Fine, she was angry again. Just as Su Qingyi was calculating how to coax her this time, Chu Qingyan spoke up herself. It wasn't on a whim. I went to the auction specifically for it. These words left Su Qingyi momentarily dazed. So the reason she had to go was this? And here he thought it was some restriction brought by her family background, that even second-generation rich kids had their difficulties. After all that, it turned out the young lady had gone of her own accord. I went to the temple to pray with Mom this morning. I asked a very powerful master. I said I have a friend, and a fortune teller said he wouldn't live past 20. What should I do? She actually still remembered that. If it hadn't been mentioned during that trip to the lab building, Su Qingyi would have forgotten that charlatan's casual nonsense himself. Chu Qingyan continued slowly, then the master said, what was it? The heart is without hindrance. Su Qingyi thought about it, it was a line from a Buddhist sutra, so he completed it for her, the heart is without hindrance. Because there is no hindrance, there is no fear. Chu Qingyan nodded. Anyway, it basically means if you don't do anything wrong, you don't have to fear ghosts knocking at your door. Then he said, if one seeks peace of mind, no matter what the object is, as long as it catches the eye and carries good wishes, it is good. Didn't the master just mean for you to pick something and buy it from their temple? Su Qingyi complained inwardly but was wise enough not to say it aloud. Then Dad just happened to send me the auction invitation. As soon as I saw this pai shio, I liked it. If that's not catching the eye, what is? Is there such a coincidence in the world? So that's how it was. Su Qingyi sighed softly. I won't do this next time, okay? But you can't refuse this. Chu Qingyan held the small pai shio in her hand. Both the girl and the beast looked at him pitifully. She was the one giving the gift, yet she was acting as humble as someone asking for one. The pai shio has a very good meaning. It's an auspicious beast. She was even giving him a sales pitch. Su Qingyi looked at her watery eyes and reached out to take the bracelet. The pai shio is also known as bixia. Folk legend says it loves to eat gold, silver, and jewels, swallowing everything without excreting, thus gathering and guarding wealth. Is it possible it's actually more suitable to stay at your house? Ah. Then I'll buy one for myself next time. You have to wear this one. Seeing his attitude soften, Chu Qingyan quickly became happy again. But who wears a cultural relic on their hand? Su Qingyi frowned, somewhat reluctant. But Chu Qingyan was very persistent. If he didn't go along with her, she would probably start rolling around and acting spoiled again. In the end, they had to settle on a compromise. The green jade Pai Xiao was left at home to stand guard. The next day, Su Qingyi had an extra gold-threaded red string on his wrist. 128, Chapter 128. The protagonist will make his final appearance. After the second mock exam, the focus of number 1 high school surprisingly wasn't on the results, but instead, they grandly organized a school-wide assembly. This was a very fresh occurrence in the school's history. Su Qingyi leaned against the railing, watching the blue and white school uniforms moving back and forth below. The teacher in charge of directing the formation was shouting so hard their voice was nearly hoarse. Teacher Li Lu and Teacher Wang walked over side by side from the other end of the corridor. Unsure of what they were discussing, Teacher Li Lu's expression wasn't pleasant. When she saw Su Qingyi leaning against the railing, she unusually didn't say a word to him and simply quickened her pace and left. Teacher Wang, however, was as leisurely and content as ever, greeting him with a smile. Oh, not in a hurry to go down and gather? Su Qingyi shook his head, offering a smile that matched the curve of hers. Don't the protagonists always make their entrance last? Hearing this, Teacher Wang patted his shoulder, though it was unclear if it was meant as encouragement. Su Qingyi suddenly felt that Teacher Wang was probably the only person present who knew what he was about to do next. Grade 10 students, move back. Grade 11 students, stay where you are. Grade 12 students, come to the front. The formation at number 1 high school had always been arranged from the lowest grade to the highest, so for this assembly, the students instinctively stood in their usual lines. Unexpectedly, there were special requirements this time, leaving the teacher holding the megaphone drenched in sweat from exhaustion. Students from the school's sports department were also called in to maintain order. As the department head, Su Yang wore a baseball cap and held a megaphone identical to the teacher's, looking quite imposing. Hey! This way, this way. Come forward a bit more. Under his direction, the formation became increasingly scattered, almost turning from a rectangular block into a trapezoid. Su Yang. If you keep messing up the directions, get the hell down from there. The exasperated teacher looked like they wanted to kick Su Yang off the bleachers. The number 1 high school formation, which had a fine tradition of good order and high execution, was completely in shambles. This was likely thanks to Mr. Hoyukuin's special requirements. Su Qingyi watched the crowd swarming and merging like ants until they finally quieted down, with only a few positions still being adjusted. Dressed in a suit and leather shoes, Principal Xiang stood on the stage and began to speak. All right, everyone quiet down. The crowd below didn't give him any face and remained noisy. So annoying, why hold an assembly in this sun? It's really hot today, the weather forecast said it's 30 degrees. The school is out of its mind. When I was helping the teacher move tables just now, I saw certificates backstage. It's probably another award ceremony or something. I suggest that next time they give out scholarships, they should just invite the winners. It has nothing to do with us, yet we have to stay here as background noise. I'm over it. The April sun was quite torturous, and the students were feeling rather restless. Seeing that the scene was taking a long time to settle down, Teacher Li Lu, standing on the stage as the grade-level leader, strode forward and snatched the microphone. The students in the front row who saw her step up had the foresight to quiet down immediately. Quiet. With her command, the entire playground instantly became silent. Su Qingyi couldn't help but chuckle. Accompanied by the principal's opening remarks, he turned and began walking downstairs. Students, we meet again. I have always believed that holding regular school-wide assemblies like this is necessary. It not only helps unite the teacher-student relationship but also helps everyone cultivate a sense of collective honor. As soon as his high-sounding platitudes came out, the crowd below began to stir. Again. Honor my ass. Easy for him to say since he's not the one in the sun. Damn, he's standing in the shade himself and has the nerve to say that. The principal seemed to hear the rustling dissatisfaction below. He lifted the microphone and took a step forward, moving into a spot where the sunlight could reach him. For this assembly, we have one main theme: clear rewards and punishments. For excellent behavior that brings glory to the school, we must encourage it. Conversely, for behavior that affects school order and causes a negative impact, we must punish it. Su Qingyi had already reached the bottom. He bypassed the dense formation of the crowd and walked straight toward the side of the rostrum. Everyone was looking toward the rostrum, no one noticed him. The rocket class was arranged to stand facing the rostrum, which was the center of the formation. As he passed by, Su Qingyi took a deliberate look in that direction. As the class monitor, Chu Qingyan was responsible for holding the class sign. Standing at the very front of the line, her face was slightly flushed from the sun, looking rosy. The students behind her were all secretly fanning themselves, but she remained standing meticulously still. True, Chu Qingyan usually maintained such a perfect image in public. Su Qingyi looked down at the gold-threaded red string that had appeared on his wrist today. Perhaps that master had a point. If it was just for peace of mind, anything would do. Additionally, I want to clarify to everyone. Rewards and punishments are only discussed in relation to the event itself. They have absolutely no impact on a student's character, temperament, or future. You cannot blindly emulate everything about Zhang San just because he received a reward, nor can you mindlessly think Li Si is a bad child just because he was punished. It seemed the principal was truly worried about the impact of this self-reflection, as he had laid out a whole basket of such preparatory remarks. Su Qingyi leaned in the shadow of the rostrum, one hand shoved into his school uniform pocket. He quietly gripped the recording pen. Now, for the next part of the proceedings, the Dean of Students will take over. Everyone, please applaud. Having finished giving everyone a psychological vaccination, the principal took a step back into the shade. The Dean of Students had a terrible reputation at school. If Teacher Li Lu's was a formidable reputation, then the Dean's was a classic, notorious reputation. After some very disrespectful and sparse applause, the Dean of Students stepped forward with a sheet of paper in his hand. Chen Ming and Yang Siren from grade 10, half an hour after evening self-study ended, the school's designated building closure time, brought a birthday cake into the classroom. They conspired with the entire class to evade the security patrol and subsequently held a birthday party in the classroom. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire playground erupted in a burst of unrestrained laughter. Su Qingyi was also laughing uncontrollably. What is this? Is there really nothing else to punish, so they had to force something like this in? The two lit candles in the classroom, posing a serious fire safety hazard. They were chasing and playing around, and the cream cake was smeared all over the classroom ceiling, affecting the cleanliness of the room. Therefore, the initiators of the incident, Chen Ming and Yang Siren, are given a warning. I hope all students will take this as a lesson. It was a mystery how the Dean of Students could state such a ridiculous punishment with a straight face. The students clearly had issues with this, whispering their complaints one after another. At the same time, in the recent Tangon City essay competition, the two full-score essays submitted by our school achieved excellent results, winning first and second place respectively. Everyone, please join me in welcoming Chu Qingyan and Su Qingyi from grade 12 to the stage to receive their awards. Hearing these two names, the students below were clearly much more excited, cheering and applauding one after another. Chu Qingyan carefully handed the class sign to Han Bing beside her. She took a deep breath and instinctively turned her head to look for someone in the crowd. Han Bing naturally knew who she was waiting for. She patted her shoulder and pointed to Su Qingyi, who was already standing by the rostrum. Su Qingyi was actually a bit dazed. He only knew today was a self-reflection assembly, he hadn't expected this turn of events. What kind of move was this? A slap followed by a sweet date? Though called an award ceremony, it was just certificates and a pack of stationery. Su Qingyi held the second-place certificate, while Chu Qingyan beside him held the first-place one. Her prize seemed a bit more exquisite. Noticing that Chu Qingyan seemed a bit nervous, Su Qingyi nudged her inconspicuously with his elbow. It was likely that the shadow of the last oath-taking ceremony hadn't completely faded. Fortunately, they didn't have to speak for this award, it was just a simple process of taking a photo. Realizing that Su Qingyi was standing by her side this time as well, Chu Qingyan seemed to relax a bit, flashing him a reassuring smile. Look at the camera. Come on, 1, 2, 3, cheese. In the final second of the photographer's countdown, Su Qingyi and Chu Qingyan simultaneously made a peace sign with perfect chemistry. Su Qingyi even specifically switched the certificate to his right hand to show off the red string on his left wrist quite smugly. Ever since Su Yang took that group photo, the peace sign had somehow become a little secret signal among them. On the bleachers, seeing the two on stage with their team-spirited little gesture, Su Yang was so happy he started acting like a monkey, earning a sharp glare from the PE teacher next to him. As the two went down from behind the rostrum, Chu Qingyan seemed to be in a very good mood. Whenever she was in a good mood, she would hum a tune, and it was usually a song by Jay Cho. Longing and shadows are stretched out together in the evening, that admission ticket in my hand keeps me company as I count sheep. Chu Qingyan's singing voice was just like her speaking voice, a sweet, youthful tone. Hearing such a cheerful, sweet song made one's lips curl up involuntarily. I brave the blazing sun, only wanting to hold an umbrella for you. I have things to say to you, but your eyes are pretending to be busy. Su Qingyi smiled and lowered his voice to sing along with her. He jumped directly from the first verse to the chorus. Chu Qingyan's reaction time was as long as ever. She sang along randomly for a couple of lines before realizing, then laughingly punched him. What? You've mixed up all the lyrics. Originally, she thought they would return to the ranks together, but Su Qingyi stopped once they reached the back of the stage. I have to go back up in a bit. You go back first. Chu Qingyan thought about it with confusion, then guessed it was probably about the scholarship for the last placement test. After all, she had just seen signs with amounts written on them over there. Thinking of her failure where she couldn't even maintain her eternal second place status, she put on an act, sighing as she took 2 steps forward. Having finished her performance, she turned back to congratulate him in advance. Originally just a thumbs up, Chu Qingyan suddenly gave a radiant smile in the sunlight, curled her fingers, and formed a heart with both hands in front of her chest. Su Qingyi watched as her originally serious thumbs up evolved into a playful finger heart. A sweet girl making a heart, who could resist that? He smiled and mimicked being shot in the heart, clutching his chest in response. Having received his cooperation, Chu Qingyan finally returned to her class contentedly. Watching her figure from behind, Su Qingyi suddenly sighed. The garden party was about to turn into a self-reflection assembly. Hopefully, her good mood wouldn't be ruined by what was coming next. Thanks to I'm Too Heavy, Feiyan Clan, and Kikistan for the tips. Thanks to everyone for the subscriptions, monthly tickets, and recommendation tickets. I feel like Garden Party fits the pure love atmosphere of Little Chu and Boss Su strangely well. Today's song recommendation goal achieved, 129, Chapter 129 Torch regarding the grade 12 placement test held by our school last month. First place, Su Qingyi, receives a scholarship of 1,000 yuan. Second place, Zhou Yan, concurrently receives the Best Progress Award and a total scholarship of 1,500 yuan. The above is for public notice only, there is no need to come on stage to receive awards. The Dean of Students received a subtle signal from the principal backstage and immediately indicated that he understood. Su Qingyi could not be allowed to go on stage to receive an award again. Otherwise, the theme of today's assembly, clear distinction between rewards and punishments, would have both the reward and the punishment falling on the same person. How could that be considered a clear distinction? Su Qingyi, listening from below the stage, inexplicably wanted to laugh. He had heard that Zhou Lian had even written his acceptance speech, only to be dragged down with him and lose the chance to deliver it. Oh Su Qingyi, you really have done every bad deed imaginable. Regarding the vicious fighting incident that occurred at our school some time ago, the original disciplinary action has been cancelled after communication with the parents of both parties. The school has decided to adopt a more gentle approach. Specifically, the student involved, Su Qingyi, will make a self-criticism before the entire faculty and student body. As soon as the Dean of Students said this, the entire audience was in an uproar. On what grounds? From far away, Su Qingyi heard Su Yang's roar from the spectator stand. He was so angry that he even threw his hat. Having to make a self-criticism right after receiving an award, this was likely unprecedented and would never happen again. The noisy chatter of the thousands of people below the stage fell silent the moment Su Qingyi stepped up to the microphone. He held a manuscript in his hand, which the principal had handed him just before he went on stage. Su Qingyi lowered his head to scan the content on the paper roughly. It was much as he had expected, so he raised his eyes again. From this angle, the faces of the people below were surprisingly clear. Most of the students had expressions of righteous indignation or schadenfreude, though a minority were indifferent and unconcerned. Chu Qingyan in the first row seemed a bit frozen, once again lapsing into that familiar vacant state. She knew that Ho Yukuan had demanded Su Qingyi read a self-criticism, but she hadn't expected it to be in this situation, in front of the entire school. Chu Qingyan looked better when she smiled, Su Qingyi thought. He didn't want to see this expression on her. Han Bing and Lin Tong were talking, both of their faces looking very grim. Judging by the shape of Han Bing's mouth, she was likely spewing profanities, unsuitable for children. Lin Tong had better not follow suit. Meanwhile, Chen Jinji stood at the very back of the formation. The distance was a bit far, and he couldn't clearly see her expression. But her gaze did not waver, she was watching the stage quietly. She always maintained a sense of drifting distance from the rest of the class, with only a long, distant line connecting her to him as he stood on stage. A sense of relief suddenly arose in Su Qingyi's heart. It was fortunate that he hadn't planned to follow Ho Yukuan's arrangements. Otherwise, Chen Jinji would surely feel aggrieved on his behalf again and then take the blame upon herself. Hello everyone, I am Su Qingyi from Grade 12, and I am the primary responsible party for this fighting incident. Su Qingyi spoke slowly and leisurely. Compared to the nervousness and helplessness of last time, he was much more steady and calm this time. From afar, he saw two people in black suits standing at the edge of the sports field, one holding a parasol for the other. It was Ho Yukuan. He had actually come to the scene to supervise in person. Su Qingyi looked at his blurry figure and continued, regarding the negative impact caused by the vicious fighting incident I instigated at school, I feel deeply remorseful and apologetic. Although there were slight discrepancies, it was mostly in line with the manuscript he had prepared. Ho Yukuan, with half his face hidden under the umbrella, revealed a satisfied smile. Rebellious young people needed to be suppressed like this to understand what it meant to have to bow one's head when under someone else's roof. Impulse is the devil. I have no intention of finding too many excuses, I am willing to pay for my violent behavior. For some time now, seeing that student Ho Xiaohong and his family have suffered criticism because of this, I have been under intense condemnation and torment. Therefore, I voluntarily make this self-criticism to atone for my sins. The cause of this incident lies in the fact that I developed a strong sense of jealousy toward student Ho Xiaohong's conditions, connections, and abilities. Speaking to this point, Su Qingyi suddenly couldn't help it and laughed out loud. His mocking laughter echoed across the quiet sports field, and the hearts of everyone who knew the inside story jumped into their throats. Su Qingyi is jealous of Ho Xiaohong. A grown man. Jealous that he's a thug, jealous that he's 1.6 meters tall. Exactly, does he think everyone is coveting that stinking money his family has? You guys are too naive, class is an uncrossable chasm. Yes, 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 you're the one who understands best. The students below the stage also began to discuss this overly unreasonable excuse. Ho Yukuan's script was truly too bizarre and tested one's acting skills too much, it was so hard to perform. He had thought Ho Yukuan only wanted him to invert black and white, but he hadn't expected him to take the opportunity to use him to praise Ho Xiaohong. He had no patience to continue with the process. Su Qingyi took the voice recorder out of his pocket and pressed the play button. Money is not an issue. I will send you the content of the self-criticism in advance, you must read it exactly as written. As for your parents' source of income, you should be able to see that I am not the type of person who leaves any room for mercy. Amidst the slightly noisy background, Ho Yukuan's voice was emitted from the recorder's cap and, amplified by the microphone, successfully reached the ears of everyone at the scene. After the recording finished playing, Su Qingyi continued, Mr. Ho Yukuan, this was the request you made of me earlier. It is a pity that I never intended to carry it out from the very beginning. What is even more regrettable is that you were actually stupid enough to believe I would obediently comply. Upon realizing this was Ho Yukuan's voice, all the onlookers at the scene were shocked and scrambled to raise their phones to record videos and post online. In the distance, Ho Yukuan knocked over the black umbrella above his head, looking at the figure on the stage with uncontrollable rage. Ignoring the principal's hoarse warnings from backstage, Su Qingyi reached out and took the microphone off the stand, his movements as natural as a rock star when they are really into a performance. He looked like he was about to let loose. Hello everyone, I am Su Qingyi from grade 12. The last time I stood here to speak to everyone was at the 100-day oath-taking ceremony not long ago. So, it's just an impromptu speech, right? Impromptu speeches are my specialty. After saying this, Su Qingyi casually crumpled the manuscript in his hand into a ball and threw it off the stage. Many curious students rushed up to pick it up, scrambling to read it. And they were all shocked by the extent of Ho Yukuan's shamelessness. Mr. Ho Yukuan must have had a muddy and arduous journey on his way to becoming a successful member of society. That is why he is accustomed to using those dirty and despicable means, to the point where he didn't show the slightest hesitation even when dealing with me, a high school student with little experience in the world. In my interactions with Mr. Ho Yukuan, I perceive that Mr. Ho does not feel that his behavior of bullying others based on his power and taking advantage of those younger than him is shameful in any way. Therefore, it is conceivable that he must have done such things more than once. Over the past 3 years, there were at least dozens, if not hundreds, of students below the stage who had been bullied by Ho Xiaohong, who relied on his family background. The world has suffered under the Ho family for too long. At this moment, hearing Su Qingyi's words, the crowd was instantly stirred into righteous indignation. If he didn't think it would make the situation look even worse, and if he wasn't sure his old bones could beat Su Qingyi to it, the principal would have already rushed onto the stage to grab the microphone in his anxiety. The dean of students, who had seen his fair share of storms, was backstage frantically searching for the plug, preparing to cut the power to the wired microphone. Teacher Li Lu, seeing his actions, immediately understood and stepped forward to help. In reality, she kicked the power strip under the curtain. Sugar-coated bullets, coercion, and inducement, with gold coins in his left hand and a big stick in his right, he even used my family as a bargaining chip. He seems to have thought that this would be enough to hold me in his grip. Well then, I also represent everyone who has been threatened and oppressed by him to politely return a remark to his actions, fuck you. Su Qingyi didn't usually curse, and this classic national profanity still sounded very mild coming from his mouth. The students below, their emotions stirred, all followed suit and shouted, fuck you. Every corner of the sports field instantly echoed with this phrase. Damn, he had been called a mother thousands of times today. Ho Yukuan's face was as gloomy as if someone had died. The bodyguards behind him kept their eyes fixed on their noses, not daring to let out a breath. The dean of students finally followed the wire and found the microphone's connection. He quickly ripped out the plug. Only then did the principal clutch his chest to catch his breath, looking like he was about to have a myocardial infarction. The microphone in Su Qingyi's hand suddenly lost sound. He smiled, spread his hands toward the students below who were still unsatisfied, and gently placed the microphone on the ground. He knew it would be cut off sooner or later, but fortunately, he had managed to say that, fuck you. Boss Su. Su Yang, however, waved his hat and ran toward him through the crowd. Here. Before Su Qingyi could react, Su Yang had already climbed onto the rostrum and handed up the megaphone in his hand. The two exchanged a look, like comrades in arms finally meeting on the battlefield, and smiled at each other with mutual understanding. So, Su Qingyi took the megaphone, which Su Yang had already turned to the maximum volume, and continued, during my speech at the last oath-taking ceremony, I quoted Mr. Wang Xiaobo as my conclusion. So this time, I also have a passage I would like to share with everyone. Hearing him say this, for some reason, regardless of their respective stances or mindsets. In short, everyone fell silent, waiting for what he would say next. May everyone present shed their coldness and just keep moving upward, without having to listen to the words of those who have given up on themselves. Those who can do things, do them, those who can speak up, speak up. Give one part of heat, emit one part of light, just like a firefly, you can also emit a little light in the darkness, without waiting for a torch. If there is no torch thereafter, I will be the only light. Su Qingyi looked up slightly. After the heavy rain of the past 2 days, the sky was now a vast expanse of blue, without a single cloud. Although the world is harsh and the road ahead is treacherous, it is fortunate that we at this moment still possess the courage to shine, to radiate heat, and to stand tall. After a moment of silence, applause and cheers instantly engulfed everything like a tidal wave. Su Qingyi bowed slightly to the people below. Just as he was about to leave the stage, he suddenly remembered something and turned back. Students Chen Ming and Yang Xiran from grade 10, although I don't know specifically which one of you is having a birthday, happy birthday. And so, a new round of screams and cheers rang out again. 130, Chapter 130 is too popular. The campus event that No. 1 high school had meticulously prepared for ended in this chaotic atmosphere. Some were happy, while others were sorrowful. Chu Yuanjiang did not break his word. Following Su Qingyi's highly emotional speech at the oath-taking ceremony, a single stone stirred up 1,000 ripples, and the revelations about Ho Yukuan instantly exploded across the internet. Of the 10 trending topics on Weibo, 8 were related to him. In terms of personal morality, Ho Yukuan's domestic violence has been confirmed by photographs. When Ho Xiaohong pulled up his sleeves, his entire arm was covered in scars from cigarette burns, which looked truly terrifying. His wife hadn't fared any better. She was covered in bruises, and there were even medical records of her fractures. It was unknown how Chu Yuanjiang managed to obtain this evidence. Coupled with the recording released by Su Qingyi, his behavior of using his power to oppress students was indisputable. Not only him, but as a longtime school bully, Ho Xiaohong's behavior of bullying classmates was also personally accused by many victims. The educational management of No. 1 high school was suddenly questioned by many parents regarding their attention to the physical and mental health of students. The neighboring foreign language school quickly took advantage of the situation and released their enrollment announcement for the second half of the year ahead of schedule. If these personal moral issues were not enough to severely damage the Ho family, then from a legal perspective, whenever Ho Yukuan implemented actions that skirted the edge of the law, he would always use his most proficient means, money, to silence people. And now, those who had kept his secrets for money unanimously chose to stab him in the back, releasing the relevant evidence to various media outlets in its entirety. Why? Naturally, because someone offered more benefits. After all, he was not the only person in the world with the power of money. Chu Yuanjiang's mind was far deeper than it appeared on the surface. The financial power he was currently displaying was likely just the tip of the iceberg. Besides this, many people who had previously been suppressed by the Ho family rose up to speak out, and for a time, public opinion pushed everyone in the Ho family to the forefront of the storm. In short, while it might not be possible for the Ho family to fall completely, Ho Yukuan had certainly capsized. This combination of attacks left him with no desire to even try to clear his name, and he chose to just lie flat and play dead. However, under continuous attention, the relevant investigation team also issued an announcement stating that they had initiated a systematic investigation into the online public opinion. He would most likely be going in to operate a sewing machine. Su Qingyi took another look at the comments under the Weibo trending topics, and the moment he saw his own name, he slammed his phone shut with a snap. The guy who gave the speech is really handsome, his action of throwing the manuscript was like a movie scene. The netizens of this generation are useless, it has been so long and they still have not dug up his contact information. I just saw in another comment section that he scored over 730 on his last exam. Is that real? What kind of protagonist in a power fantasy novel persona is this? A junior from number 1 high school here to give testimony, although he looks a bit cold and aloof, he is actually very nice. I asked for an autograph last time and he gave it. Are all these comments from paid bots? Is he preparing to debut? The hater above, give it a rest. With grades that good, why on earth would he debut? To the person 2 floors above, Hoyukuin, use your main account to speak. While toppling the powerful was certainly exhilarating, the butterfly effect that followed was worrisome. At this moment, Su Qingyi finally understood the deeper meaning of that meme about Queen Fei. What is your current trouble? Too popular. It was fine outside of school, after all, most people had their own lives to live and things to do. At most, they would just leave a few wild comments on the internet and move on. But inside number 1 high school, it was truly a case of being watched wherever he went, walking anywhere felt like walking a red carpet. How on earth do you get used to this? Su Qingyi pulled out a copy of 5 Years of College Entrance Exam, 3 Years of Simulation, blocked the gazes coming from outside the classroom, and turned to ask. Chen Jinji was writing English words on her draft paper in a leisurely manner. Hearing him ask this, she finally turned her head to glance at the students crowding outside the door to watch the spectacle. Used to what? Su Qingyi leaned on her desk, watching her write the words. Used to people constantly staring at you. Occupation, you missed a C. Chen Jinji added a C in the middle, stopped her pen, and looked at him with a smile. What does occupation mean? Profession, job. Su Qingyi answered without hesitation. That is right, you also know it is a job. Chen Jinji reached out to tidy up his bangs, which had become messy from him pulling at them in annoyance. And you were the one who said I would become a big star, you are already a big star now, please pay attention to your image management. Don't tease me. Su Qingyi sighed, unconsciously tugging at the gold-threaded red string on his wrist. Chen Jinji noticed his movement, her gaze lingering for a moment on this accessory that had suddenly appeared, and she slowly lowered her eyes. He probably would not buy something like this himself, it must have been a gift from someone else. He seems to like it a lot. I am overthinking it. She shook her head slightly, collected her thoughts, and continued, do you know? What an idol fears most is the audience not looking at you, not seeing you. Chen Jinji wrote 406 on the draft paper. When I was a trainee, the company's first assessment was a song that was 4 minutes and 6 seconds long. There were 11 of us at the time, dancing to this song together. Do you know how many seconds of screen time I was allocated? Su Qingyi naively chose to divide the total duration by the total number of people, around 22 seconds. Chen Jinji was amused by his simple and crude calculation and let out a chuckle. Blah blah, blah blah. Su Qingyi only vaguely understood the word idiot from that string of words. Chen Jinji was using Korean to take potshots at him again. It was 3 seconds. She wrote 003 under 406. Why? That is not even a fraction of the time, is it? Su Qingyi was a bit surprised. Most of the other trainees were locals and had better backgrounds. As a foreigner, it is normal for the treatment to not be as good as the natives. Chen Jinji did not seem to care. Of course, this is just the calculation for solo shots, which means the big screen would only show your face at that time. And what I had to do was make the audience see me and remember me during those 3 seconds. The determined and confident tone she used when saying this made Su Qingyi dream back to that dazzling and eye-catching iris from his past life. After getting more familiar with Chen Jinji during this time, Su Qingyi had originally felt that her image was becoming more and more distinct from Iris's. Chen Jinji's own temperament was gentle and aloof, very different from that person. But when talking about the stage, dreams, and such, it made one think, ah, she is still her. What kind of job do you want to do in the future? Chen Jinji suddenly asked. Su Qingyi was stunned for a moment and subconsciously shook his head. Being a programmer in his past life was the result of multiple considerations, decided when he chose his major. The work environment, job content, salary, employment prospects, and so on were all considered, but it had nothing to do with his own thoughts and hobbies. As for now, he had not thought about it yet. Anyway, as it stands now, one thing is certain, I cannot be an idol. Su Qingyi said solemnly. If you practice, you might make it. Do you need me to help you loosen your shoulders? Chen Jinji also answered solemnly. It was just lunchtime, the students watching outside had mostly left, so there was no harm in trying. If it really did not work out, he would just treat it as a massage. During his time as a programmer, he often felt pain in his cervical spine, shoulders, and all over his body. He was only 17 now, surely that would not be the case, right? Su Qingyi immediately turned around, shrugged his shoulders, and boldly signaled to Chen Jinji to go ahead. Chen Jinji was very cooperative and stood up. Seeing her seriously start to warm up, Su Qingyi felt a chill down his back for no reason and immediately began to regret it. Maybe we should just. Before he could finish his sentence, Chen Jinji's slender, long fingers rested on his shoulders. Ah! Intense pain struck instantly. Su Qingyi felt as if his shoulder blades had been cracked. I haven't even used any strength yet. Chen Jinji had not expected him to react so strongly. She could not help but laugh, but her hands did not stop. Don't, I beg you, it really hurts. Perhaps because of years of grinding through test questions, the flexibility of Su Qingyi's body now did not seem much better than his own after 10 years of sitting in front of a computer. Endure it a little longer, your shoulders are too stiff. You need to exercise more often. Chen Jinji continued to knead without changing her expression. She must have practiced the long-lost 9-yin skeleton claw from the martial arts world. Seeing that begging for mercy was useless, Su Qingyi had no choice but to grit his teeth and endure it. When he really could not take it anymore, he reached behind his back, trying to grab Chen Jinji's mischievous hands. Chen Jinji did not struggle and just let him hold them. Their fingers intertwined for a moment. Su Qingyi thought she was planning to stop, but the moment he let go, his shoulders immediately began to suffer a new round of torture. 131, Chapter 131 What do you want? After this bout of torture, Su Qingyi felt as if his bones had been shattered into pieces and then violently reassembled. He collapsed onto his desk and complained weakly, I think I've lost all feeling in my shoulders, Chen Jinji. Chen Jinji, the culprit, was laughing so hard she was shaking. After a while, as if thinking of something, she crouched by his desk again, looked up, and asked, You can't just sit and study like this all the time, Teacher Su. If you get the chance, would you like to dance with me? Have mercy on me. You're overestimating me, Teacher Chen. Su Qingyi refused. Immediately, as if he were afraid that if he spoke a second too late, Chen Jinji would drag him off to dance. What for? It's not like I'm asking you to do a girl group dance. Chen Jinji was smiling, looking like she was full of mischief. What other kind of dance could it be then? Su Qingyi recalled the mainstream dance styles in his mind. Street dance and popping didn't seem to suit Chen Jinji. Latin? Ballet? Those types seemed quite fitting. It would be even better if it were Chinese classical dance. That was what Yang Lu studied, so the two of them might even be able to exchange tips. Do you know how to do ballroom dancing? Su Qingyi thought for a moment and replied, I don't know if I still can. The school made us do it when I was a kid. It was probably in the first or second grade of elementary school. They learned it during PE class for a group performance. Boys and girls were paired up. Fortunately, it wasn't free choice, the teacher assigned the partners. Otherwise, he figured no one would have teamed up with him. After God opened the window of intelligence for Su Qingyi, he quite fairly slammed the door of dance shut forever. As expected, there was zero chemistry between Su Qingyi and his partner. He stepped on her feet 4 or 5 times during just a few simple moves. Luckily, the girl had a good temper and didn't hold it against him, nor did she cry and demand a new partner like the kids in other groups when things didn't go their way. Though the thin-skinned Su Qingyi didn't show it on his face, he felt extremely guilty inside. Furthermore, their group's progress was slow. Su Qingyi didn't want to hold anyone back, so he decided to practice at home. In his imagination, work hard in secret and then amaze everyone. So after going home, he first chose to ask Yang Lu for guidance. After all, Yang Lu was somewhat of a professional. After understanding the situation, Yang Lu first leaned against the table and laughed herself silly. Seeing that Su Qingyi was about to get upset, she quickly patted her chest and said, Mom will teach you. After calling Su Zilong home, the two of them had a good laugh together before starting to demonstrate the dance for Su Qingyi. As a regular at the dance halls of that era, Su Zilong was also very good at dancing. As it turned out, once the two of them started dancing, they got carried away and went on, completely forgetting that their original intention was to teach Su Qingyi. So, an angry Su Qingyi got up from the floor and ran off to his maternal grandfather's house alone. He had thought there might be an elderly person who could empathize with him, but he hadn't expected the dance to be so simple that even his grandfather knew how to do it. It seemed Su Qingyi was the only person in the world who couldn't figure it out. Genetics faced a significant challenge at that moment. In the end, it was his partner who sacrificed her break time to teach him step by step, which allowed the two of them to barely scrape through the school inspection. As these soul-crushing details gradually came back to him, Su Qingyi immediately retracted what he had just said. No, I don't know how. Chen Jinji guessed the gist of it just by watching the changes in his expression. She said slowly, "Don't worry, I'm very patient too." Before Su Qingyi could respond, she looked at his wristwatch and added on her own, "I'll just take it as you've agreed." April 7, 2014, 12:13 p.m., Su Qingyi owes Chen Jinji a dance. Having inexplicably incurred another debt, Su Qingyi was about to say something when he heard a ding-dong. He glanced at his own dark phone screen and jerked his chin toward Chen Jinji to indicate it was her phone. Chen Jinji finally let him off the hook, stood up, and looked at the new message she had just received. Su Qingyi also stood up and stretched his body. He had to admit, although the massage therapist's methods were a bit violent, his shoulders really didn't feel as tense anymore and had relaxed a lot. He didn't know what they were chatting about over there, but Chen Jinji's phone kept chiming incessantly. It was at a frequency where Chen Jinji would reply once, and the other side would fire back several messages in a row. Moreover, she suddenly let out a soft laugh. Unlike the polite smile she usually maintained for her public image, she sounded genuinely happy. Su Qingyi was very curious, but out of respect for her privacy, it wasn't right to peek. Chen Jinji had long since noticed the restless look of the person beside her from the corner of her eye. She deliberately didn't explain, just to see how long he could hold out. To her surprise, Su Qingyi really could hold it in. To avoid suspicion, he didn't even turn his eyes toward her, staring out the window as if his mind were miles away, refusing to ask. Well, she chose this. Chen Jinji sighed and proactively handed her phone screen over. Su Qingyi got what he wanted but still acted coy, immediately leaning back tactically. I'm not looking. Peeking at someone's private messages is an illegal act that violates privacy rights. Fine. Chen Jinji made a move to pull the phone back. Su Qingyi immediately sat up straight again with a smile. Well, maybe just one look. So Chen Jinji good-naturedly held the phone still. It was a chat app on the phone, but it was different from WeChat, it was likely one commonly used abroad. This is all in Korean. Su Qingyi looked for a while and couldn't understand a single word, making him wonder if Chen Jinji had done it on purpose. If it were Japanese, it would be a bit better, as there would be many kanji characters. Korean strokes were all squiggly and the characters were blocky, he didn't even have a direction for guessing. But besides the chat content, some information could be gleaned from the profile picture and nickname. Chen Jinji's chat partner was most likely a girl, because the profile picture was a selfie, the nickname had a heart emoji, and she sent a cute sticker with every sentence. She looked quite pretty in the photo. Then there's nothing for it. Chen Jinji smiled, her eyes curving into crescents, and put the phone away. It was probably a classmate or friend from Korea. At least it wasn't a boy. Having made a rough guess, Su Qingyi stopped asking and took his meal card out of his backpack, waving it at her. Going to eat? I don't want to. I'm not hungry. Chen Jinji quickly shook her head. Su Qingyi had already guessed she would say that. For Chen Jinji, eating was as difficult as taking medicine, perhaps swallowing pills with plain water would even be easier for her. Then come to the cafeteria with me. What, do you think there aren't enough people staring at you already? Then I'm not going to eat either. Childish. Fine, then what do you want? I'll bring it back for you. I want you to come back soon. Thanks to I'm Heavy Again and Feiyan Clan for the tips. Thanks to everyone for the subscriptions and votes. 132, Chapter 132. Excuse Chen Jinji was always saying such shocking things. As Su Qingyi walked downstairs, he pondered what to buy for her to take back. The biggest taboo was probably anything too high in calories or too heavy in flavor. When he had previously asked Chen Jinji what she ate during her time as a trainee, she had said, vegetable salad, boiled chicken breast, cherry tomatoes, occasionally a purple sweet potato, or an apple. It was hard to describe. It felt like Hoyukun working on a sewing machine ate better than this. Buying some whole wheat bread and yogurt or something like that would be fine. Even though it was lunchtime, the first floor of Building A was packed, with everyone crowding in front of the bulletin board, wondering what they were looking at. Su Qingyi originally didn't want to join the crowd, but there were so many people that even the stairwell was blocked. So he had No choice but to stop and lean over the stair railing to look down. The title on the bulletin board read, Centennial Anniversary Art Exhibition. So that was it was the painting task that Chu Qingyan had mentioned last time. She was quite efficient, she had finished painting so quickly. From his angle on the stairs, he could barely see a corner, but the painting seemed much larger than Su Qingyi had expected. He had thought it would be like a hand-copied newspaper, the kind elementary school students play house with. So impressive, is Sister Mian a professional art student? I heard she isn't, but with this level, she must have been guided by a teacher. As an art student myself, I can testify that this coloring is pure talent. It's really beautiful, but it doesn't seem to have much to do with the centennial anniversary theme. Is it okay to say that? The people below were chattering and praising it wildly, making Su Qingyi curious too. Unfortunately, the crowd wouldn't disperse, and even with Su Qingyi craning his neck, he couldn't see inside, so he decided to go downstairs to eat first. Sorry, excuse me. A girl stood sideways in the stairwell, blocking his path, as if she hadn't heard his words. Thinking she might not have heard, Su Qingyi was about to say it again. She suddenly looked up sharply, glaring at him with eyes full of malice, which gave him a start. Good grief, it was an acquaintance. Zhu Zhu. After remembering her name, Su Qingyi looked at her calmly, not avoiding her gaze. After a long while, Zhu Zhu seemed to suddenly come back to her senses, pulling a smile at the corner of her mouth, as if wanting to politely explain her previous behavior. I know what you want to say. Su Qingyi suddenly spoke up and interrupted her. Seeing the look of surprise in her eyes, he stepped closer and lowered his voice to a whisper that only the two of them could hear. I know what you have done. Zhu Zhu's reaction could only be described in 4 words, struck by lightning. Her guilty reaction was no less than a werewolf exposing itself, successfully making Su Qingyi, who hadn't been 100% certain before, even more convinced of his guess. A slight warning was enough. Su Qingyi stepped back and walked around her. In a situation like Zhu Zhu's, if she knew someone was watching her, she probably wouldn't pull any more petty tricks. After all, on the surface, her relationship with Chu Qingyan was still quite good. To a certain extent, she needed this superficial piece. As soon as Su Qingyi walked out, he ran into Teacher Li Lu, who was carrying a lunchbox and hurrying toward the teaching building. He suddenly thought that the reason Zhu Zhu had forgotten to keep up her disguise while standing behind the crowd might have something to do with the freshly completed painting that everyone was crowding around. So he reached out to stop the hurrying Teacher Li Lu. Teacher Li Lu. Teacher Li Lu looked at him with confusion, not speaking, waiting for what he had to say. After listening to Su Qingyi's explanation, she was clearly a bit skeptical, but she still nodded. All right, teacher knows. Let's make it this weekend. Su Qingyi shook his head. No, it has to be during class time this afternoon, otherwise it might be too late. You wouldn't want a student who seriously cooperates with the school's work to feel disheartened, right? Teacher Li Lu looked at the dense crowd in the teaching building and raised her hand to rub her temples. There had been so many things lately that it made one's scalp tingle. The second mock exam, the review meeting that had gone terribly wrong, and then the centennial anniversary. What was most infuriating was that there was a colleague who was always carefree, irritating her on the side. When her alarm went off this morning, she had already thought of the beginning of her resignation letter. All right, I understand. But she still agreed to the request Su Qingyi had made. Mainly because he almost never made any demands of teachers, so once he proactively brought it up, it proved that he had some certainty about the bad things that were about to happen. With this series of things blocking his path to a meal, by the time Su Qingyi reached the cafeteria, there were only leftovers remaining. He had no choice but to gnaw on bread with Chen Jinji. This is what they call risking one's life to accompany a gentleman. There was very little bread left on the shelves, but the section with whole wheat toast was still packed full. There was no other reason, it was just 2 words, tastes bad. Su Qingyi carefully checked the production date. Damn it, the most recent bag was from 3 days ago. What was supporting the school store to keep stocking this kind of merchandise? There was no other way, so he still took a bag. Then he walked to the freezer to buy 2 bottles of yogurt. Although he didn't know what flavor Chen Jinji liked, he blindly guessed that she definitely wouldn't like strawberry flavor. While Su Qingyi was looking at the colorful yogurt and pondering, a sinister voice suddenly came from behind. Senior. Su Qingyi shuddered imperceptibly and turned around. Liang Nina was standing by the shelf holding 2 bottles of freshly squeezed orange juice, with a standard smile on her face. Seeing Su Qingyi turn around, she stepped forward twice, and just as she was about to say something, she saw what was in his hand, so she frowned and asked, Senior, are you just eating this for lunch? Su Qingyi looked at her expression, and for some reason, he casually told a lie. I've already eaten, this is for a friend. Upon receiving this answer, Liang Nina's mood seemed to relax quite a bit, and she pointed outside. can we walk together? The expression on her face when she asked this question was very cautious. Su Qingyi couldn't stand this kind of look, like a stray animal, so he grabbed 2 bottles of yogurt and nodded. Senior, is the yogurt also for a friend? Yes. I see, my orange juice is also for a friend. He didn't know why she was saying these things, so Su Qingyi just gave an and didn't speak again. When checking out, Su Qingyi had just taken out his meal card, but Liang Nina had already snatched it and placed her card there first. Let's pay together. Wait. There were people queuing behind, and the shopkeeper didn't even look up, ignoring Su Qingyi's objection. He pressed confirm directly. What are you doing? Walking to the door, Su Qingyi took out his phone, preparing to transfer the money to her. Liang Nina smiled and explained, sorry, senior, next time you can treat me, okay? Su Qingyi choked for a moment, only to hear her continue, I wanted to find an excuse to walk together again next time. Since she had put it that way, Su Qingyi couldn't say anything more, so he had no choice but to open the bag and gesture for her to put the orange juice in. 133, Chapter 133 Obsession. The two of them walked toward the teaching building together. The midday sun was dazzling, and heat rose from the concrete ground. Fortunately, the school was lined with sycamore trees, and the burning sensation on the skin felt slightly lighter under the dappled shade. Whether it was intentional or not, Liang Nina walked very slowly with her head down. Su Qingyi checked his watch, it was still early, so he didn't rush her. The two maintained the same pace, and from behind, they looked rather harmonious. To follow Taiwanese novels, go to Super Suite. After a moment of silence, Liang Nina suddenly looked up and asked, Senior, did the second mock exam go smoothly? Liang Nina had really dressed herself up to look too much like Chu Qingyan. When she looked up, Su Qingyi was momentarily dazed. After regaining his composure, Su Qingyi nodded. The exam should be considered smooth, though his score probably wouldn't change much compared to last time. However, the difficulty of the placement test was much higher than this second mock exam. From this, it could be seen that the difficulty of the questions had no effect on him. Whether the questions were difficult or easy, the upper limit of his total score was fixed right there. Could it be that he needed to start with Chinese if he wanted to raise his score? He should find some time to learn from Teacher Wang's precious class representative. Su Qingyi silently considered this problem. I'm sorry for disturbing you like that last time. Liang Nina seemed to have summoned great courage as she hurried a step forward, blocked his path, and looked into his eyes. She was likely talking about the day she kept sending voice calls, he had actually almost forgotten about it. Su Qingyi didn't stop in his tracks, answering as he continued walking, it's fine now. Liang Nina followed closely behind him. He didn't know what had happened, but after not seeing her for a while, this junior seemed much more normal. Maybe her 8th grade syndrome phase ended early, which was a good thing. Since that was the case, maybe they could talk about something serious. Su Qingyi deliberated for a moment before speaking, actually, you don't need to deliberately imitate others. Liang Nina seemed to freeze for a moment upon hearing this. She tugged at the corners of her mouth and smiled, but there was no mirth in her eyes. Is it not like her? Do I look strange? No, it's very similar, but it's unnecessary. While talking, the two had already reached the entrance of building. Su Qingyi stood there, thinking about how to phrase it to persuade this lost girl back onto the right track. If you don't even have the ability to like your original self, how can you like someone else? Liang Nina blinked her round eyes and didn't speak. Su Qingyi suddenly understood where the biggest difference between her and Chu Qingyan lay, it was in those eyes. Chu Qingyan's eyes were always sparkling, seemingly full of interest in everything, making it easy for people to feel better just by looking at them. While Liang Nina's eyes were also large, they were hollow and lifeless inside, looking a bit like a puppet's eyes, devoid of vitality. In other words, would you fall in love with an existence that completely imitates someone else? Seeing that she didn't speak, Su Qingyi could only force himself to continue. I just thought Senior liked this type. If not, I'll just change it. The expression on Liang Nina's face was very sincere. Su Qingyi felt as if she hadn't listened at all and could only sigh softly. Senior, I understand everything. Liang Nina seemed to see his helplessness and suddenly spoke. I was just too lost, not knowing what to do to get close to you. I won't do this anymore. It would be a miracle if she could really figure it out that quickly. Su Qingyi already predicted that her next words would definitely not be normal. As expected, it's my fault for thinking too superficially. How could Senior like that kind of silly sweet girl? Indeed. Silly sweet. If Chu Qingyan heard this, she would be half dead with anger. Su Qingyi covered his face and sighed again. Don't slander others. When he lowered his hand, his tone had become serious. Because Su Qingyi was born with a somewhat gloomy aura, most people would look nervous and instinctively want to avoid him when they saw those cold eyes. But Liang Nina, he didn't know what was going on, but her expression could only be described as excited. He couldn't think of how to describe it. The last time he saw such an expression was when he went to the zoo. The red pandas in the zoo looked very cute, which resulted in many of their expressions and movements meant for intimidation or attack turning into acting cute or acting spoiled in human eyes. No matter how the keepers warned them, people still wouldn't have any vigilance toward their aggressiveness. And Liang Nina's expression was just like people in the zoo watching red pandas raise their paws to intimidate each other, full of the radiance of maternal love. Now it was Su Qingyi's turn to be nervous, and he awkwardly shifted his gaze away. He couldn't help but feel naive and ridiculous for thinking this junior had become much more normal just now. Liang Nina even let out a satisfied sigh and then said slowly, "Senior, isn't your current appearance also a disguise? In essence, there's no difference between that and imitating others. When did you first get to know me?" Su Qingyi wasn't surprised. The cause of the obsession Liang Nina showed toward him was definitely not the lame reason she gave that time in the cafeteria. And regarding his sudden change during this period, Liang Nina's guess was that he was disguising himself. It was actually quite reasonable. After all, no one could guess that he had been reborn. That was a long time ago. Even if I say it now, Senior definitely won't remember. Liang Nina smiled, her eyes showing a hint of nostalgia, but she quickly hid it away. But none of that is important. I like Senior no matter what he's like. If Senior thinks this way is better, then I'll work hard to become like this too, okay? No. Su Qingyi didn't know what else to say besides those two words. This girl was simply impossible to reason with. He was no longer in the mood to continue lecturing. He was never the type who was good at educating others to begin with, and after exhausting himself saying so much, it seemed to have the opposite effect. He opened the plastic bag given by the convenience store and signaled for her to take her things. Liang Nina shook her head and stepped back 2 paces with a smile. Looking at Su Qingyi's confused eyes, she said, "I buy 2 bottles of orange juice every day, thinking that if I'm lucky enough to run into Senior, I'll give them to you. Today is the first time I've been so lucky." She clearly said she was getting them for a friend just now. Su Qingyi looked down at the 2 glass bottles of freshly squeezed orange juice in the bag. One bottle was taken from the freezer, emitting cold air with condensation on the bottle. The other bottle was at room temperature. As if guessing what he was thinking, a smile rose on young Nina's face again. "What friend? There has only ever been Senior. Many people who used to avoid me like the plague are now licking up to me like dogs. Are people like that friends? So disgusting. Senior, tell me, why are people so disgusting?" Su Qingyi didn't know how to answer this question. She was probably like him before, the most marginalized person in collective life. But now that she had become beautiful, people naturally had new thoughts about her. Even though her original intention for making the change wasn't to fit into the crowd, that was the result. "Are you free this weekend?" Su Qingyi handed her the room temperature bottle of orange juice from the bag. Seeing her freeze in place, not daring to reach out and take it for a long time, he added, "You treated me to orange juice today, didn't you want me to treat you back next time? Let's make it this weekend." Thanks to book friends 7470 and Fei Yangshi for the tips. Thanks to everyone for the subscriptions, recommendations, and monthly tickets. 134, Chapter 134. Sea of Flowers. By the time he returned to the teaching building, the crowd of onlookers had finally dispersed, and Su Qingyi was able to see the full picture. Chu Qingyan's color palette was simply mind-boggling. If you looked at them individually, you would find it strange, how could these colors even go together? Yet, with her painting displayed there, it made people marvel, so that's how this color can be used. She had painted a sunset scene by the sea. A blue sky with white clouds, an orange sunset, and a golden beach. It looked quite normal. But the ocean she painted was, surprisingly, pink. This seemingly unreasonable detail made what appeared to be a realistic painting lean towards romanticism. Just as Su Qingyi was standing there admiring it, he caught a glimpse of teacher Li Lu walking over with Principal Xiang, followed by Chu Qingyan, Han Bing, and Zhou Kairong. It looked like they were there for a routine inspection. Han Bing looked impatient, while Zhou Kairong was fawning over her as he followed. As soon as Chu Qingyan saw him, her eyes lit up, and she stood on her tiptoes to wave. Su Qingyi smiled and nodded, standing his ground to wait for their group to approach. The commemorative painting for this year's centennial anniversary is once again completed by student Chu Qingyan. Teacher Li Lu raised her hand and pointed to the painting in front of them. Principal Xiang nodded in satisfaction, squinted his eyes to examine it for a long while, and asked, "Student Chu, what is the name of this painting?" Chu Qingyan shook her head, saying she hadn't thought of one yet. What about the creative concept, then? Personally, I think it's painted very well and has a strong artistic vibe. But looking at it like this, it doesn't seem to have much of a connection to our centennial anniversary theme. Of course, I know you must have your own ideas, so could you interpret this for us? Chu Qingyan stepped forward and fell silent for a moment, seemingly unsure of where to begin. Su Qingyi watched her blinking eyes and felt that this was truly putting the creator on the spot. Painting as a form of expression is more hazy and abstract than language. Often, what a painter expresses is just a fleeting emotion, a vague feeling, things that are extremely difficult to explain in words. Even when reading comprehension passages, one can't guarantee they fully understand the author's intent, let alone interpreting it solely from a painting. If you insist that I explain the specific connection, I might not be able to articulate it clearly. But the inspiration for this painting indeed comes from the years I've spent living and studying at No. 1 high school, as well as the teachers and classmates who have accompanied me as I grew up. Chu Qingyan looked at her painting with wide eyes, the pink ocean reflected in her gaze, giving her an air of unreal, dreamlike quality. However, this abstract explanation clearly couldn't satisfy Principal Xiang, as he would have to interpret the painting's creative concept to the leaders when they came to visit. Teacher Li Lu looked at Principal Xiang's troubled expression and Chu Qingyan's distracted look, feeling a bit anxious herself. At this moment, she only regretted that she wasn't a Chinese teacher, she really couldn't make up any profound meaning. Teacher Wang, who usually hovered around, didn't know where she had hidden herself now. Unreliable, so unreliable. She disappears exactly when she's needed most. Teacher. Su Qingyi, who had been listening quietly, suddenly spoke up, and everyone present looked at him. He took 2 steps forward and stood beside Chu Qingyan. I don't know much about painting, but since student Chu Qingyan said it was inspired by reality, I'll try to interpret it from the perspective of an audience member. Chu Qingyan lowered her head and smiled, feeling a flutter of excitement as she waited to see what he would say. Everyone was waiting for him to continue, but Su Qingyi actually didn't have much confidence. In reality, it's normal to misunderstand a painter's intent, after all, having a meeting of minds is rare. But if he got it wrong, Chu Qingyan would probably be a bit disappointed. I believe that when everyone saw this painting, the first thing you marveled at must have been its colors. So, I will discuss it from the aspect of color. Having said that, Su Qingyi stepped to the side to avoid blocking anyone's view. Let's start with the normal parts. The blue sky and white clouds, I believe, use the same blue and white as our school uniforms. As soon as he finished speaking, those wearing school uniforms looked down to compare the colors on themselves with those in the painting. It's true, it's exactly the same blue. Han Bing raised her hand, and the blue of her school uniform sleeve could almost blend right in with the color of the sky in the painting. This painting depicts a sunset seen by the sea, yet the position of the sunset isn't on the horizon, but on the beach part. When I first looked at it, I found it a bit strange. Because if I were to paint it, I would definitely have the sun setting on the sea, that would be prettier. Su Qingyi continued. The composition was indeed somewhat discordant because of this arrangement. Everyone had also felt it was strange but couldn't articulate why. Now that he had pointed it out, the crowd suddenly had a sense of realization. They all turned their inquisitive gazes toward Chu Qingyan. Chu Qingyan, however, had no intention of answering, she was just looking forward to how Su Qingyi would interpret it. She hoped he would understand, yet she was afraid of him understanding too easily. Fearing that the secret thoughts hidden in the painting would be seen through at a glance, her heartbeat thudded in her ears. So I think. Su Qingyi raised his hand to simulate the angle of the falling sunlight. This is not a golden beach, it is sunlight. Then how do you explain the pink sea? Everyone's gaze followed his gestures. To me, the definition of the sea isn't just a large area of salt water. The bottomless, the undulating, the boundless, all of these are the sea. Su Qingyi turned his head to look at Chu Qingyan. Her eyes were shimmering like water, and the emotions rippling within them at this moment fit his definition of the sea perfectly. So, what's in the painting is, a sea of flowers. Back in middle school, there were many peach trees planted on the small playground behind the school. They bloomed lushly in the spring, and when the wind blew, it looked like an entire ocean of pink from a distance. Most of the people here had grown up at No. 1 high school. At his mention, everyone recalled those peach trees that had been forgotten in the depths of their memories. Of course, thanks to Principal Xiang, they were converted into a literary corridor a few years ago. I think what Chu Qingyan painted is likely that very scene from our memories. Although Su Qingyi's tone was calm, everyone could hear a hint of underlying displeasure. He was indeed unhappy, because those peach trees were one of the few fond memories of his middle school years. During the season when the peach blossoms were in full bloom, he liked to stand at the end of the teaching building's corridor, looking out from afar at the falling petals, which were beautiful and breathtaking. Yet, looking over now, only an ugly row of corridor buildings remained. Su Qingyi had thought he was the only one in the school who held a grudge about this. He hadn't expected Chu Qingyan to be dwelling on the same thing. We're comrades. If I had known, I would have dropped some hints to get Chu Yuanjiang to invest and bring the peach blossoms back. Chu Qingyan's face flushed slightly, whether from excitement or being moved. She nodded gently. Su Qingyi is right. She hadn't actually thought of all this while painting, she just inexplicably felt that the sea had to be pink, it absolutely had to be pink. Su Qingyi guessed everything exactly right. But what he didn't know was that this sea of flowers was also related to him. Back then, most students chose to run into the grove to play, often picking up petals to use as bookmarks. Some disobedient ones would break off entire branches to take away, teachers would scold them if they saw it, but if they didn't, there was nothing they could do. At first, Chu Qingyan didn't think this behavior was too excessive. After all, as the ancient poem goes, when the flowers are blooming, pick them, don't wait until there are no flowers and you're left picking empty branches. But there was one person who was different from everyone else. No matter how beautifully the flowers bloomed, he never had the slightest intention of joining in the fun. Feeling curious, Chu Qingyan quietly took note and successfully discovered his private viewing spot. Looking from his angle, that sea of flowers swaying in the wind was successfully etched into her memory. When she picked up her paintbrush years later, this memory burst forth on its own, transforming into this pink ocean. 135, Chapter 135. Even the most virtuous woman can be swayed by a persistent suitor. Facing Su Qingyi's overt and covert accusations, Principal Xiang did indeed feel a bit ashamed. In the past, following the city's promotional slogans, he had been too eager to modernize the school, and in the process, many of the iconic landscapes of the old No. 1 high school had been destroyed. Now, hearing Su Qingyi talk about it like this, Principal Xiang couldn't help but start reflecting on himself. Old objects that carried the memories of generation after generation of students were perhaps far more meaningful than those cold, new buildings. Stared at by the accusatory gazes of the few, he suddenly felt like a sinner through the ages. He coughed awkwardly, trying to change the subject. Ahem, Chu Qingyan, can you give the painting a name now? You can sign it right next to it. Chu Qingyan didn't hesitate at all and handed the marker pen to Su Qingyi next to her. Su Qingyi, you sign it for me. Su Qingyi thought for a moment, then took the pen and wrote Sea of Flowers on the side. Ha ha ha, isn't that a song title? Don't want you to leave, distance can't separate us. Zhou Kairong couldn't help but laugh out loud when he saw it, and he started singing at the top of his lungs. Others want money when they sing, you want lives when you sing. Han Bing glared at him indignantly. Chu Qingyan, who already liked Jie Chou, had the foresight to silently cover her ears before he even started singing. In this atmosphere, Su Qingyi suddenly realized that something seemed wrong. Su Yang actually wasn't here today. Su Yang had always been the central figure in their little group. It could be said that if it weren't for Su Yang insisting on forcing it, the few of them, with personalities worlds apart, would never have come together. And in the 800 team activities he organized every day, Su Qingyi's absence was the norm. Chu Qingyan had family matters to attend to, Han Bing would often ditch everyone for fan activities, and Lin Tong was busy studying most of the time. In other words, out of all of them, anyone could be absent, but Su Yang could not. A situation like today was a bit strange. Su Qingyi subconsciously looked up at the floor above, and to his surprise, he spotted Su Yang right away. He was leaning on the third-floor railing, watching the people downstairs. He looked listless and dispirited. This really was a case of the sun rising from the west. Su Qingyi followed his gaze and saw Zhou Kairong vividly talking about something next to Han Bing. Han Bing still had an impatient expression on her face, but she was also amused by his comical body language and smiled. Well, he probably knew the reason for Su Yang's poor spirits now. Perhaps an old saying could explain this situation: a determined woman fears a persistent suitor. Moreover, Zhou Kairong's own conditions weren't bad. Although he looked like the same type as Su Yang, he was willing to humble himself in terms of personality, and no matter how much he was rebuffed, he never got discouraged. Meanwhile, Su Yang's stubborn, single-track mind probably hadn't even processed what was happening yet. It was a total disadvantage across the board, Su Qingyi sighed. Chu Qingyan and Han Bing still had to continue the tour with teacher Li Lu and Principal Xiang. After saying goodbye, Su Qingyi picked up the plastic bag at his feet and headed back to the classroom first. It was rare for him to enter the classroom. Through the front door, and from a distance, he spotted Chen Jinji resting her head on her hand, looking towards the back door. Rather than looking, it was more like she was zoning out. Su Qingyi deliberately slowed his pace. When he got close to her, she turned her head as if waking from a dream. What are you zoning out for? Su Qingyi found it a bit amusing and placed the things in his hand on the desk. You were gone a long time. Perhaps she was embarrassed about being caught zoning out, so Chen Jinji twirled a lock of her hair around her fingertip and complained softly. Su Qingyi watched as the lock of hair on her finger curled up, bouncing slightly with her movements. His OCD kicked in, and he had an urge to reach out and smooth it out for her. He didn't expect that this thought wouldn't escape Chen Jinji's eyes. She smiled, leaned forward, and voluntarily brought that lock of hair in front of Su Qingyi. Chen Jinji's hair wasn't a pure black. In good light, the ends had a slight wine-red tint. In the end, Su Qingyi didn't actually reach out to touch it. He put the whole wheat bread and yogurt he had bought on the desk and asked, "What flavor of yogurt do you like?" "There's a bottle of strawberry and a bottle of yellow peach." Chen Jinji didn't hesitate much and reached out to point at the yellow peach one. "So you like yellow peach flavor?" Su Qingyi twisted the cap open for her and handed it over. Chen Jinji shook her head and took a small sip. "I don't have any particularly favorite flavor." "Then why choose yellow peach and not strawberry?" As the leader of the strawberry flavor cult, he had to interrogate her. Su Qingyi also opened his own yogurt, took a big gulp, and waited for her answer. Chen Jinji looked at the yogurt stain on the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, "Because you like strawberry flavor." Su Qingyi was stunned for a moment and sheepishly closed the bottle cap. "How did you know?" "Intuition." Chen Jinji's smile didn't fade. Perhaps it was because she had seen many strawberry-flavored things when she went to his house last time, or maybe his gaze when staring at the strawberry bottle was too direct. Agonizing over this didn't have much meaning. Su Qingyi opened the bag of whole wheat bread. The dark, blackish stuff inside didn't look very appetizing. When he was a child, Su Zilong loved to buy some, remembering the bitterness to appreciate the sweetness, things to bring home, intending to subject him to hardship education. Among them was a type of black bread. It was completely different from the whole grain bread that people eat nowadays for health. That kind of black bread was probably really meant for slaves. It had absolutely no bread-like texture, just like crushed coarse grains, and it was sour and astringent to the taste, hard to swallow. Parents always have a certain mentality. They want their children to taste the bitterness they suffered when they were young. Su Qingyi actually couldn't understand that. After all, there would be plenty of hardships and pressures in the future. By comparison, what kind of suffering was this piece of terrible black bread? What's more, Su Zilong himself took one bite of that black bread and immediately spat it out. It was truly a case of not having suffered enough in childhood, so even after settling down and establishing a career, he still wanted to keep eating it to remind himself. Su Qingyi also thought it tasted terrible, but seeing Su Zilong shoot himself in the foot made him inexplicably amused, so he continued eating with a calm expression. Su Zilong could only force himself to endure the discomfort, eating along with him, and then within half an hour, he vomited everything completely, almost vomiting his stomach out along with it. Afterwards, he secretly asked Yang Lu if their son had a problem with his sense of taste, wondering why he could swallow anything. Obviously, this kind of whole wheat bread was much better. Then the black bread. Su Qingyi took a piece out, stuffed it into his mouth, and then handed the packaging bag to Chen Jinji. Chen Jinji hadn't even finished a third of a piece of toast, while Su Qingyi had already finished 2 slices. "It's okay if you're full, you don't have to force yourself to eat." Watching her soulless chewing motion, Su Qingyi stood up and finished his yogurt in one go. Thanks to Fu Yao, Low Power, and Fei Yang for the tips. Thanks everyone for the subscriptions, recommendation tickets, and monthly tickets. 136, Chapter 136 is yes, it exists. Jinji answered obediently, her gaze following his movements as he stood up. "Where are you going?" She didn't speak, but those eyes had already said it for her. Su Qingyi checked his watch. There was still about half an hour before class, enough time to go chat with Smart Alec. Going to discuss life and ideals with a friend. "I see." Jinji nodded as if it were a serious matter. "Teacher Su, if it's an emotional issue, you'd better be cautious with your advice." "What does that mean?" "Looking down on me?" Su Qingyi looked at the smile on her face, and his competitive spirit was instantly ignited. "If it is an emotional issue, why should I be cautious with my advice? Does Teacher Su know what liking someone is?" This soul-striking question from Jinji instantly extinguished Su Qingyi's competitive spirit. He really didn't know. His parents' messy marriage had left the Su Qingyi of his past life in a state of complete resistance toward intimate relationships. When taking the subway after work, occasionally girls who thought he was good-looking would come to ask for his WeChat, but he had never given it to anyone. As for why it was on the subway, because he didn't socialize or go to mixers. Generally, it was only during his commute that he had the chance to see so many strangers. His desire for romance was zero, let alone marriage. It was a matter he had never even considered. Because he had long been prepared to grow old alone, he had long since lost any normal understanding of the emotion of liking someone. Alright, you'll know in the future. Seeing the devastated expression on Su Qingyi's face, Jinji suddenly regretted asking that. I was just worried you'd give people bad advice. After all, they say, it's better to tear down 10 temples than to break up one marriage. Su Qingyi thought about it and sat back down. Jinji's words made him realize that his confidence just now was completely inexplicable. In reality, he hadn't thought at all about how to talk to Su Yang. Well then, what do you think liking someone is? Su Qingyi asked, weighing his words. Jinji smiled suddenly, then lowered her eyes, making her expression unreadable. After a long time, just when Su Qingyi thought she wouldn't answer anymore, Jinji spoke again, her voice as light as if it were floating on a cloud. To me, it's a fantasy. As Su Qingyi walked to the third floor holding the bottle of chilled orange juice, feeling the coldness in his palm, his mind was still on what she had said. Why would she say it's a fantasy? Because it's too idealized. Liking someone should be a happy thing, right? And yet, the tone Jinji used just now was actually sad. She had always been a person who didn't show her emotions, such a sudden display of sadness made him feel uncomfortable and unable to let it go. When he reached the third floor, Su Yang was still in his previous position, leaning against the railing. He really seemed to be in a very bad mood. Su Qingyi walked behind him and tapped his shoulder. It was just a light touch, like a dragonfly skimming water, but Su Yang reacted strongly, banging the wall with a thud and shouting in exasperation, I already said I'm not eating. Can't you let me have a moment of peace? Can't you tell that I'm in a bad mood? I'm not making you eat. Su Qingyi leaned against the railing beside him and slowly unscrewed the bottle. Cap. As soon as Su Yang saw it was him, he put away his ferocious expression and became pitiful. Boss Su. Then, while saying, thanks, he reached out to take the open orange juice from his hand. Su Qingyi quickly tilted his head back and took a big gulp himself. It's not for you. What the? Su Yang was so angry he could have pinched his own philtrum. I'm afraid I'll get thirsty while talking to you later. As he spoke, Su Qingyi took another sip. What are you doing here? Nothing much, it's stuffy in the classroom, I wanted to come out and stay for a while. Hearing him mention this, Su Yang switched back effortlessly to his listless state. Didn't you just say you were in a bad mood? You yelled so loudly that the whole building knows you're in a bad mood. So what if they know? Can't a guy be in a bad mood? Su Yang had the look of someone who had given up and didn't care about the consequences. I'm not saying you can't. There must be a reason, though. Su Qingyi looked down at the floor below. As class time approached, there was almost no one left in the public lounge area on the first floor. There is no reason. Haven't you read The Sorrows of Young Werther? Right now, I am The Sorrows of Young Su Yang. Su Qingyi sized Su Yang up, feeling that his current state didn't look like melancholy, but rather mania. At the same time, he confirmed that Su Yang had definitely never read The Sorrows of Young Werther. Because this book is about Werther falling in love with a beautiful woman who has a fiancé, and the tragic ending he meets because of it. Using that example was too ominous. It's better that he hasn't read it, since he hasn't, he can just spout nonsense. I've read it. There's a line in there that goes, youthful melancholy is pride toward the entire universe. In fact, this quote is from Ryunosuke Kutagawa. Su Qingyi was spouting nonsense with a straight face. Well said. This line went straight to Su Yang's heart. He slapped his thigh in strong agreement. As long as it could cover up the real reason for his bad mood, it was good. He seemed determined, like a dead pig unafraid of boiling water. Su Qingyi cast his gaze toward the end of the corridor and said slowly, Han Bing. Did you finish the tour so quickly? Su Yang immediately stood straight as a ramrod, just like when being called out by an instructor during military training. Aha! I told you the tour wasn't interesting, right? Heh, you insisted on going. Wouldn't it be better to do 2 sets of practice problems with this time? He turned his head cautiously, the corridor was empty, with no one there. When he turned back, Su Qingyi had an expression on his face that said, keep pretending, I totally believe you. Sigh. Knowing he couldn't keep up the act, Su Yang sighed heavily and scratched his scalp. Oh, are you not keeping the crew cut anymore? Su Qingyi only just realized that the crew cut Su Yang had always meticulously maintained had now grown into a short, spiky hedgehog head. I'm not keeping it. Su Yang didn't say why, and he looked a bit awkward. After a while, as if he had been brewing it for a long time, he asked, Boss Su, do you think Kaizi can win over Han Bing? Su Qingyi had already drunk half the bottle of orange juice, and the main topic was still brought up by Su Yang himself. Jinji's deduction really wasn't without merit. She knew that Su Qingyi wouldn't have brought this up at all. I don't know, maybe. Su Qingyi thought about it and could only answer this way. Not getting the answer he had hoped for, Su Yang sighed and slumped down again. At this moment, two girls walked over from the other side of the corridor, arm in arm, giggling. Stop spouting nonsense. How could I possibly like someone like him? One of the girls blushed and pinched the girl beside her. If you don't like him, why are you in such a rush? Besides, I haven't even said who it is yet. The girl beside her, who seemed to be her best friend, nudged her with her elbow, laughing. Ah! You're setting me up again. The girl's face turned even redder, and she covered her face with her hands. Can you find him in a crowd at a single glance? Do you click on his chat box and stare at it for the whole day? Do you get unhappy the moment you see him talking to other members of the opposite sex? The two girls walked away, talking, laughing, and messing around. Su Qingyi looked at Su Yang's expression, which could be described as a breakdown, and roughly understood. It's no wonder they say people with love brains shouldn't go out. Normal chatting between best friends sounded like an interrogation to Su Yang. Su Qingyi had just wanted to say something when Su Yang suddenly raised his head and said with resignation, yes, I have, yes. 137, Chapter 137, the straight ball boy. Su Yang's admission was so straightforward that it actually surprised Su Qingyi. He had assumed that even if Su Yang had figured things out in his heart, he would still stubbornly refuse to admit it. Did that girl's question really have such an impact? Su Qingyi couldn't help but recall it in his mind. Can you spot her in a crowd at a single glance? This question seemed a bit unreasonable to him. Because whether it was Chu Qingyan or Qin Jinji, they were both natural centers of attention. Even if they just stood there quietly and ordinarily, everyone's gaze would be drawn to them immediately. Next question. Do you ever open your chat window with her and stare at it for a whole day? No. Being classmates who see each other every single day, they rarely even used WeChat to chat, so how could such a thing be possible? Last question. Do you get unhappy whenever you see her talking to other guys? This one was interesting. After all, possessiveness is, to a certain extent, a manifestation of liking someone. So, Su Qingyi thought about it seriously. But neither of them really talked to other guys much. In front of other classmates, Chu Qingyan basically maintained the image of a professional, model class monitor. He rarely saw her interacting with boys outside of normal academic matters. Sometimes, it was hard to reconcile the way she acted spoiled and playful in front of him with her usual serious demeanor. Every time someone confessed to her, she would never put off until tomorrow what could be done today, rejecting them cleanly and decisively on the spot. Not to mention Qin Jinji. Many people suspected that the semi-permanent smile on her face was just to soften the keep-away aura that surrounded her, because when she wasn't smiling, she looked incredibly cold. When she first transferred here, there was an endless stream of brave souls who fell in love at first sight and confessed like moths to a flame. After experiencing several rounds of failure, those brave souls were met with a total wipeout, and now things had basically quieted down. In short, both of them were the type to be admired from afar but not approached. It was really hard to imagine them interacting intimately with other boys. After going through it all again, he didn't expect such simple questions to make Su Yang realize his feelings. It seemed his brain could still shift gears after all. Su Qingyi was still inwardly marveling at how readily and directly Su Yang had admitted it, making his job as a love guru complete before he had even spoken. However, the next second, something even more direct came. Boss Su, I think I've fallen for Han Bing. Su Qingyi suddenly felt the urge to clutch his chest. Did you young people always have a habit of being this straightforward? Although it was something he had known for a long time, hearing it from the person involved still felt different. And after figuring out this matter that had been troubling him, Su Yang's bad mood vanished in an instant, and his eyes lit up. But you absolutely must not let her know. I'm only telling you this. He added, looking quite serious. Su Qingyi nodded, but thought to himself, maybe she already knew. Besides, Wood must have realized it long ago. That guy usually didn't say much, but he was crystal clear on the inside, a typical reserved guy. So after all that, everyone knew, except for Su Yang himself. The involved party and the onlookers were all waiting for Su Yang to have his own epiphany. So what are you planning to do now? Sigh, I don't know. Having clarified his own feelings, he now had to reconsider how to interact with her in the future. Thinking of his previous antics with red roses and white candles, Su Qingyi suddenly smiled and said, just confess directly. Aren't you the best at confessing? Su Yang's face turned bright red, and he waved his hands repeatedly, "Stop messing with me. It seems so stupid now when I think about it." As he spoke, he sighed again, "Only now do I know what it feels like to truly like someone. The previous stuff was just too silly." Seeing him talk about this, Su Qingyi was actually quite curious and asked, "So, what does it feel like to like someone?" "It's hard to explain. It's just that this feeling is very precious, it should be kept in one's heart, not paraded around for everyone to see." It was rare for Su Yang to speak so seriously. It was also rare for Su Qingyi to agree with what Su Yang said so much, but he still offered a reminder, "I can understand that, but do you know the old saying, a virtuous woman fears a persistent man? You at least need to take some action." He raised an eyebrow, signaling Su Yang to look behind him. Han Bing and her group were walking over, chatting and laughing, they looked very harmonious. The moment Su Yang saw Han Bing, he tried to hide behind Su Qingyi. "Damn! What do I do, Boss Su? I'm so nervous." "Act natural, just act natural." Su Qingyi, who was being yanked back and forth unilaterally, felt his patience plummet and gave him an elbow jab. From far away, Chu Qingyan saw the two of them acting suspiciously and not knowing what they were doing, so she quickened her pace and ran over. "Su Qingyi. Su Yang, what are you doing?" "Nothing." Su Yang's booming voice was completely ineffective at this moment, and he said listlessly. Chu Qingyan gave him a suspicious look, then turned to Su Qingyi with a smile, "Did you know? I heard our class has to put on a performance for the 100th anniversary school celebration." "That's right. Congratulations, Su Qingyi. I've already suggested to King Li that you should go up and dance a girl group routine. The effect will be absolutely explosive. Who else but our class could take first place?" Han Bing also walked up and chimed in. The school anniversary performances at No. 1 High School were judged by audience votes, with the whole event broadcast live on TV. It was all about fairness and justice, and the procedures were very formal and grand. What the hell is a girl group dance? Although, come to think of it, he kind of wanted to see Jinji dance. It would be a perfect opportunity to enjoy a precious early-year school performance by Iris. After seeing Su Qingyi's face turn green as she had hoped, Han Bing laughed out loud and explained, "Relax, I did suggest it. But it got rejected." Fortunately, Teacher Li Lu was sensible and didn't resort to unscrupulous means just to win. Knowing they wouldn't actually make him dance, Su Qingyi felt relieved and asked, "For the school anniversary events, didn't the senior year students not participate in previous years?" Although he hadn't seen the performances in person, he had vaguely heard the previous senior students complaining about this, saying the school wanted to drive the seniors to their deaths by not letting them participate in any activities. That was true before. But this year, who could help it when your senior class has so many influential figures? The buzz is immense, and it's another great opportunity to promote No. 1 High School. The entertainment section of the recruitment brochure for the second half of the year is counting on this event. Zhou Kairong shrugged, he figured there was no need to say who the influential figures referred to. Su Qingyi immediately had another ominous premonition. Based on what he said, in order to generate buzz, the school was definitely going to make him participate in this school anniversary performance. 138, Chapter 138 School Anniversary Campus talent shows like this really only have a few forms: singing, dancing, recitations, or skits. Perhaps they might mix in some individual specialty performances, like magic or acrobatics. Writing this, I hope readers will note our domain name. For the best Taiwan novels, choose Taiwan Novel Network, TWKAN. .com, read anytime. But he couldn't dance, even the simple ballroom dancing from his childhood was practically turned into robotic dancing by him. He didn't really go off-key when singing a couple of lines in private, but if it were a serious performance in front of so many people, once he got nervous, his pitch definitely wouldn't be guaranteed. Given his level of poker face, if he had to perform a skit or something, it would probably be a total disaster. What did our class perform last year again? Chu Qingyan frowned as she tried to recall. Last year was a chorus, we sang True Hero. Han Bing also frowned. It seemed like an experience she didn't want to look back on. Who chose such a majestic song? The robust voice of teacher Lu Huan echoed in his mind, and Su Qingyi couldn't help but want to laugh. He surely wouldn't have participated in this kind of group performance activity before, there wasn't a single memory of it in his mind right now. It was a good thing he didn't participate, this song sounded more suitable for retired veterans to sing together after drinking. The hot female soldiers, obviously. Han Bing was speechless. The iron-blooded warriors, obviously. Chu Qingyan was also speechless. Seize every minute in life, go all out for the dreams in our hearts. Zhou Kairong deliberately sank his breath to his dantian and sang with a pretentious voice. Han Bing was amused by him and waved her hand to interrupt. Stop singing. Damn it, last year we sang this for the chorus and came in dead last, it was so embarrassing. We absolutely cannot listen to Kingly this time. Aren't you the entertainment committee member? You should be the one deciding your class's performance this time, right? Su Yang remained silent for a long time before finally managing to interject. So Han Bing is the entertainment committee member. Su Qingyi had an expression of sudden realization. Dude, are you serious? We've been in the same class for 3 years, dude. Han Bing glared at him in annoyance, then glanced at the slightly off-looking Su Yang, and answered his question. It's me who decides, but King Li still has to give the final okay. There's definitely no time to rehearse for a group activity, there's only 1 week left, so we can think about the specifics slowly later. Actually, the most important point is that the school has internally decided that Su Qingyi must go on stage, otherwise, I would have just let nickname go up and go through the motions. I am also very sorry about this. Su Qingyi spread his hands, with an expression of, what can I do? I'm also very desperate. Then what did you perform the year before last? As he spoke, he became a bit curious. A stage play. We were in the first year of high school back then, young and full of energy, so we started rehearsing more than half a month in advance. Han Bing pursed her lips. What script? An adapted fairy tale. Sigh, I really put a lot of effort into it, I specifically wrote a dark version, it was very profound. In the end, King Li changed it into a positive energy, establishing a new trend. 1. I am truly speechless. Han Bing was so angry she punched the person next to her. If it were before, Su Yang would have been howling by now, but today he just kept his head down, not knowing what he was thinking, and didn't protest at all. This was way too unnatural, Su Qingyi couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Perhaps there are no such things as love brains in the world, or perhaps everyone is a love brain. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chu Qingyan seemed to have thought of something very funny, she had been leaning against the wall, laughing non-stop since just a moment ago. Su Qingyi, you also participated in the stage play the year before last, have you forgotten? Huh? Really? Counting it up, that was more than 10 years ago, and since the performance probably didn't go well, Su Qingyi couldn't remember it clearly anymore. Furthermore, since Chu Qingyan was laughing so happily, it further confirmed that he definitely didn't play a good role. It's true, Teacher Li Lu demanded it. It was the story of Little Red Riding Hood. Han Bing said with a calm expression. Little Red Riding Hood. Is this really a program that high school students should be rehearsing? Is it really not a script snatched from the kindergarten next door? Then did I play the big bad wolf? Su Qingyi asked cautiously. The big bad wolf would need to wear a furry mask and simulate a wolf's movements and howls, thinking about it, that must have been the worst role. Ha 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 no, you played a tree in the forest. Chu Qingyan, as soon as she thought of his funny appearance with his whole face painted green, couldn't stop laughing. As soon as she said that, Su Qingyi belatedly regained a bit of memory. Back then, it was probably because Teacher Li Lu saw that he was too quiet and reserved, so she forced him to participate in the class group activities. So he browsed through the list of characters and chose the one that seemed the least conspicuous, a big tree in the forest. Because he vaguely remembered that in the story of Little Red Riding Hood, the plot in the forest only took up a small portion. It was just the part where Little Red Riding Hood carried the snacks for her grandmother through the forest. He didn't expect that this was the version adapted by Han Bing. He vaguely remembered that his face painted green looked very much like a special forces soldier doing ambush training in the wild. Perhaps it was because of such a terrible group activity experience that Teacher Li Lu didn't force him to participate in the chorus in the second year of high school. Hey, doesn't your class have an art student? That one who got first in the province for the art exam, why not contact her and let her go on? If she can win over the art exam judges, can't she win over our school's audience? Zhou Kairong suddenly discovered a shortcut to winning, so he excitedly suggested it to Han Bing. No, the art student is definitely doing singing and dancing. How do you expect Su Qingyi to coordinate with her? That's simple, right? Let's do Troublemaker. Last time I snuck into the neighboring school, they had people performing this. Good heavens, the atmosphere, the screams. Troublemaker is a very famous dance song for a male and female duo, with sexy and suggestive moves as its selling point. As soon as Zhou Kairong finished speaking, he saw the expressions of the people in front of him instantly fall, and he immediately knew he had said the wrong thing, so he quickly raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Fortunately, at this moment, the bell for the end of the lunch break rang, which rescued him. The students from the 3 classrooms on the first floor walked downstairs together. It's a good thing this school anniversary is being held after the second mock exam, otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to take the exam at all. Han Bing couldn't help but complain. Speaking of which, when will the results of the second mock exam come out? How do you two feel this time? Can your scores be higher than the last placement test? They should be out this week. I think I should have scored higher than last time. After all, the math and science comprehensive exams were much easier than the last placement test. If it's still not as good as last time, I will really be pissed off. Chu Qingmian said somewhat uncertainly. Su Qingyi, however, shook his head. The difficulty of the questions in these two subjects didn't have much impact on me, so my score this time should be about the same as last time. Dude, that sounds really punchable. How? Han Bing, the ordinary and hard-working tail-ender of the rocket class, felt that her hatred for the straight-A student had reached its peak for a moment. You'll get used to it. Chu Qingmian had long been used to the way this person spoke. He personally didn't mean to mock, but it inexplicably made people feel like ants were crawling on them. 139, Chapter 139, Handwritten, writing to this point, I hope readers will remember our domain name wkn.com, it's super reliable. When the group reached the classroom door, Su Qingyi intentionally slowed his pace and peeked downstairs. As expected, Teacher Li Lu's efficiency was as high as ever. After telling her it needed to be done during this afternoon's class time, she had already arranged for people to start moving the bulletin boards displaying the commemorative paintings downstairs as soon as the bell rang. What are you looking at? Noticing his gaze, Chu Qingmian followed suit, standing on her tiptoes and peeking around to see what he was looking at. Nothing much. Su Qingyi shifted his body imperceptibly, happening to block her line of sight. Oh my goodness, my dear young students. This is simply unbelievable. If I am not mistaken, class has already started. May I ask what you two are doing here? Ms. Zhang had appeared out of nowhere, holding a class roster and looking at them with a forced, thin smile. Like birds scattering before a storm, the two of them instantly fled into the classroom. It was common knowledge, or rather, every student at number 1 high school had a survival guide like this. When Ms. Zhang was truly angry, she didn't explode like Teacher Li Lu, nor was she sarcastically biting like Teacher Wang. Instead, she became like this, suddenly adopting a bizarre translation essay tone. It seemed the English results for the second mock exam were far from ideal. As soon as Su Qingyi returned to his seat, he noticed Chen Jinji was playing on her phone, which was placed openly on her desk. She was truly audacious. She should at least pretend to hide it. However, as a transfer student, Chen Jinji didn't have the survival guide. It was normal for her not to know how to avoid risks. After all, who could tell when these fickle teachers were actually angry? My dear friends, how ridiculous. Guess how we did on this English exam? Yes, I simply cannot believe it, it's absolutely terrible. Ms. Zhang was so angry that her hands trembled as she opened the PowerPoint. Su Qingyi sat exceptionally straight today, bolt upright. If this were kindergarten, the Little Red Flower award would surely have been his. But now, he was mainly doing it to cover for Chen Jinji, who was playing on her phone behind him. He was already tall, and by sitting straight and leaning slightly against the back desk, the phone on her desk was completely hidden from the perspective of the podium. Chen Jinji naturally noticed that Su Qingyi's posture was off today, it was almost too deliberate, and his intention was obvious. So, she immediately turned off her phone. Looking at the back of the head of the boy in front of her, Chen Jinji thought that Su Qingyi's sleeping posture as a child must have been very healthy. Such a well-shaped head. Ms. Zhang displayed the closed test questions from the second mock exam on the screen, circling the more unfamiliar words in the text with a red pen one by one. Happy Fatty, come on, tell me, what does insignificant mean? She seemed truly furious, even her signature translation essay had vanished. The chubby boy who was called on scratched his head as he stood up and honestly shook his head. Meaningless, insignificant. Zhou Lian smiled and answered out of turn, his expression practically saying, is there really someone who doesn't know such a simple word? Ms. Zhang waved for Happy Fatty to sit down and then asked Zhou Lian, sit down first. Very good. Next one, Academy. Zhou Lian froze for a moment, that wasn't one of the words circled on the screen. He felt the word looked familiar, but every definition that popped into his head belonged to a different word. Unable to answer, the room went silent for a moment, and Zhou Lian's face gradually turned red. It's okay if you can't answer, it's not a word from the textbook. But it was a keyword in the listening material this time. When I was explaining the reading questions last time, I specifically wrote it right here on the blackboard. Ms. Zhang didn't mean to embarrass him. She picked up her pointer and tapped a specific spot in the top right corner of the blackboard. None of you remember? Don't know what it means? Don't you know how to check a Chinese-English dictionary? Is the answer written on my face? The reference books the school gave you, you haven't used them all to weigh down your instant noodle lids, have you? It seemed that being sharp-tongued was a necessary trait for an English teacher. It was just that some were like that normally, while Ms. Zhang only became so when she was extremely angry. Sitting too straight was tiring. Su Qingyi imperceptibly stretched his shoulders and neck. Suddenly, he felt someone's finger on his back, and the shadow of being tortured by the 9-yin skeleton claw instantly surged back. Thinking Chen Jinji was going to massage his bones again, Su Qingyi instinctively tried to lean forward, but he was grabbed by the back collar of his shirt and pulled back. He coughed as the collar tightened, and then her finger began to move across his back, stroke by stroke, as if she were writing. What does it mean? Chen Jinji didn't write slowly, and the strokes for those characters weren't few, but Su Qingyi could somehow recognize what she was writing. So he leaned back slightly and answered in a low voice, Academy, Society. After a moment's thought, he added, usually refers to research institutes for arts, literature, and the like. Yeah, it's related to your field. His earnest explanation somehow tickled Chen Jinji's funny bone. She lowered her head and chuckled softly, making Su Qingyi's ears tingle. Students, it's already April. Do you know how much time is left until the college entrance exam? Ms. Zhang began her questioning with a look of pained disappointment. Oh my God! Han Bing looked in the direction she was pointing and suddenly cried out in surprise. After being glared at by Ms. Zhang, she quickly propped up her book to hide her face. Then she whispered to Chu Qingyan, the college entrance exam countdown teacher Li Lu told me to write, I haven't updated the numbers for over 10 days. Oh my God, I only realized it when Ms. Zhang asked. I thought time had stopped. Chu Qingyan buried her face in her school uniform sleeve, giggling. I know everyone is working hard, but you've been putting in the effort for so long and you're almost at the finish line. Have you all just given up? Besides, English is different from other subjects. You're not just learning it for the college entrance exam, mastering a language is something you'll use for the rest of your life. She continued her earnest lecture as she walked down from the podium. The English scores for this exam were truly shocking. I don't even know what to say. Students, you are the rocket class of number 1 high school. You carry not only your own futures but also the honor of number 1 high school. Although the average score doesn't look low, compared to the elite class of the foreign language school next door, it's already 5 percentage points lower. The elite class of the foreign language school. Su Qingyi recalled that it was a class with a similar standing to number 1 high school's rocket class. He heard their resources were top tier, with foreign teachers and internal study materials. Every student was aiming for the Ivy League. After the high school entrance exam, they had sent someone to his house to invite him, but Su Qingyi wasn't interested in studying abroad, so he declined. Comparing English scores with a class like that seemed a bit harsh. But seeing how agitated Ms. Zhang was, maybe their scores had been neck and neck before. As expected, students at number 1 high school weren't allowed to have weak subjects. Every single subject had to be number 1 in Tangan City. Back when the rocket class was still class 2, they had failed an exam miserably once, and an enraged Ms. Zhang used her skill, Heavenly Maiden scattering flowers. This referred to assigning 7 English test papers over a Qingming festival break that was only a day and a half long. He wondered what devilish method she would use to punish the students this time. Sensing a storm brewing, Su Qingyi was about to give Chen Jinji a heads up when her finger lightly touched his back again, as if she wanted to say something. 140. Chapter 140 Alluring beauty. Chen Jinji's fingertips were slender and soft, tapping on his back with a light, rhythmic touch. Teacher Su, I'm sorry, I have to, tonight. The sentence was long, and she spent quite a while writing it out stroke by stroke. Ms. Zhang, who was at the podium, was almost right in front of them by the time she finished writing the last 2 characters. Ask for leave. These 2 words were like a stone thrown into a deep pool, causing ripples of doubt to rise in Su Qingyi's heart. Ask for leave. What did she need to ask for leave for? If it weren't for Ms. Zhang lurking nearby like a tiger watching its prey, he would have turned around and asked her directly. Anything else would be fine, but if he thought of the worst-case scenario, could it be that her abusive father had returned? Student, the teacher is up here straining her voice, and what are you doing? When Ms. Zhang reached the back row, she seemed to discover something, and she questioned the student in front of her with a look of utter heartbreak. Su Qingyi was startled, and he raised his eyes with a guilty conscience. He thought she had realized that what he was thinking about had absolutely nothing to do with studying. It turned out her target was a student 2 rows ahead. Su Qingyi craned his neck to take a look. The student was bowing his head, looking very ashamed, while Ms. Zhang unceremoniously reached out and snatched the test paper from under his arm. Even from a distance, he could see the physics formulas the student had written on the paper. Alright, it turned out he was daring to work on a comprehensive science test paper during English class. It was none of his business. Su Qingyi lowered his head and wrote on his scratch paper. If you feel that you don't need to learn English, and don't need these 150 points, you can leave. If Ms. Zhang had just been purely angry before, now there was clearly a hint of disappointment mixed in. The same goes for the rest of you. If you don't want to attend my class, you can all leave. You can do whatever homework you want. It was unwise to defy the rules in such a situation, but Chen Jinji's words were truly concerning. Taking advantage of Ms. Zhang scanning the classroom, he gently tore off a corner of his scratch paper and crumpled it into a ball. Passing it over the desk was too conspicuous, so Su Qingyi had to hold the paper ball in his hand, preparing to pass it under the desk. With one eye on Ms. Zhang's movements, he placed his hand behind his back and reached under the back row's desk. His original intention was just to touch Chen Jinji to remind her to take the paper ball. He rarely did things that violated classroom discipline, and he was feeling nervous. He had expected his fingers to touch the cotton fabric of her school uniform, but instead, he felt the smooth, slippery sensation unique to human skin. The hot spring water smoothed the creamy skin. The ancients truly did not deceive me. Su Qingyi's brain instantly crashed. For a moment, he didn't know whether to advance or retreat. The other person was obviously also startled. After trembling slightly, she immediately recoiled. Su Qingyi sheepishly withdrew his sinful hand. After a while, he lowered his head and glanced under the desk behind him. Chen Jinji was wearing a skirt today. The school uniform skirt just barely covered her knees, revealing her slender, smooth calves. That meant. After realizing the sequence of events, Su Qingyi just wanted to jump out the window. But the classroom was on the second floor. He had a feeling of not wanting to face reality. Was it too late to prove his innocence with death? Ms. Zhang was still venting her anger, but Su Qingyi's head was buzzing, and he couldn't understand anything anymore. He wrote on the scratch paper, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I am really not a pervert. I just wanted to pass a note." He really couldn't remember how to write "sorry" in Korean, so he had to write it in Japanese as a makeshift substitute, "gomen nasai." But then he felt that these words sounded a bit like the thief protesting his innocence. So he tore off the whole piece of scratch paper, crumpled it into a ball, and threw it into his drawer. Alright, students. The teacher was also at fault today for not controlling her emotions. Let's just consider what just happened as a way for us all to vent. Now, let's settle down and work hard together, okay? Having vented her anger, Ms. Zhang calmed down again and tore off a tissue that Chu Qingyan had placed on her desk to wipe away her tears. It is said that in middle school, those who dare to keep a box of tissues on their desk are warriors. Because it would be wiped out in less than half a day. But Chu Qingyan's tissue box always had tissues. This was a consensus among the students in the class. People passing by would pull a few sheets whenever they felt like it. It had long since become a habit. Fortunately, the little rich girl didn't mind. In fact, it wasn't just tissues, you could ask her for anything. At this very moment, at least half the people in the class were holding pilot pens they had asked Chu Qingyan for. She was truly being a very conscientious class monitor. On the podium, Ms. Zhang began to passionately explain the second mock exam paper, while Su Qingyi was absent-mindedly thinking about how to explain things to Chen Jinji. He hadn't figured it out even when the bell rang for the end of class. This was much harder than the final, most difficult problem on the college entrance exam math test. When he finally mustered the courage to turn around, the seat in the back row was empty. Chen Jinji had already left, he didn't know when. It felt like punching cotton with an iron fist. Su Qingyi had to turn back around and stare blankly at the messy scratch paper on his desk. So in the end, he didn't even get to ask what she needed to ask for leave for. Forget it. It should be nothing, right? This self-deceiving brainwashing lasted until the evening break, but Su Qingyi still opened Chen Jinji's WeChat. Then, he began a new round of thinking about how to explain what had just happened. Their chat history was still at the song she had shared earlier. He hadn't replied to that message. The song title was "Alluring City." It was actually a Cantonese song. Chen Jinji was a local from Tangan and grew up in South Korea, so she probably couldn't speak Cantonese, right? The time was 2:30 a.m. Su Qingyi only saw it when he woke up the next morning. While getting dressed, he managed to free up a hand to play it on speaker, then listen to the music. While getting up and washing up. It was nice, but the melody was a bit sad, and the lyrics were even more heart-wrenching. As expected, late-night melancholy spares no one. He stared blankly at the chat box for a while, when suddenly a voice sounded in Su Qingyi's ear, "Have you been staring at the chat box with her all day?" He slammed his phone face down on the desk with a clack. On the other side, Chen Jinji was sitting in a cafe, one hand stirring the steaming dark brown liquid in her cup, her beautiful amber eyes gazing far out the window. The person opposite her already had a tone of dissatisfaction. Hey, I'm talking to you, aren't you being a bit too absent-minded? Chen Jinji didn't answer, just glanced again at her dark phone screen. Hey, is this reasonable? How can you be like this? Chen Jinji. Seeing that she still had no reaction, the person opposite her simply stood up, reached out, and waved their hand in front of her face, saying in a somewhat exasperated tone, no way, how long has it been since we last met? I feel like I don't even recognize you anymore. On how many chapter titles I have to get wrong before I learn my lesson? 141, Chapter 141 Old Friends, 4K 2-in-1, at this moment, the phone screen finally lit up. Chen Jinji looked at the words, Teacher Su, on the message notification box, and the corners of her mouth, which had been pursed downward, finally curled up slightly. Is there something going on that you need to take leave? Yeah, I'll be back at school tomorrow. After immediately typing a reply, Chen Jinji finally had a free hand to block the person opposite her who was causing trouble, then lowered her head to take a sip of coffee. Who taught you to talk to Sister Jinji like that? You need to use honorifics. I know, Sister Jinji, I came running to find you as soon as I got off the plane, but why are you so cold? The days we spent practicing dance together feel like they were just yesterday, you changed your heart so fast. The girl sitting opposite her, who had a cute appearance and was dressed very fashionably, slumped over the table, wailing and expressing her dissatisfaction. Is it really my fate to fall for the cold type? It's unfair, so unfair. Alright, our John Eun-yun has worked hard. What do you want to eat tonight? Chen Jinji's mood had suddenly improved since receiving the message, and now she had returned to the gentle, capable, and pretty sister that John Eun-yun was familiar with. Emboldened, she pushed her luck and blurted out all the questions she had been holding back for several months. How is Sister Jinji's life at your current school? Are you happy? Have you met any bad guys who are hard to get along with? I'll have your back. Every time I ask you in our online chats, you always say it's good, okay, it's fine, but logically speaking, there should be some trouble, right? You being like this just makes me worry more. Also, after that incident, you suddenly said you were returning to the country, and we didn't even have a farewell dinner. And, that woman who often accompanied you to the company looked like someone not to be trifled with. Did she give you a hard time after that? Too many questions. Chen Jinji scooped up a spoonful of the tiramisu in front of her and stuffed it into her mouth. You watch too many dramas. There aren't that many bad guys in real life. Then what about the good guys? Mentioning this made John Eun-yun even more excited, and she asked with her mouth full. Yes. Chen Jinji smiled slightly and replied without hesitation. Wow. Who is it? Is he handsome? How tall is he? Is he as handsome as Senior Daniel? How far have you two developed? Everyone is a good guy, the classmates, the teachers. Chen Jinji suddenly changed the subject. What, I thought it was that thing. John Eun-yun deflated immediately, her spoon digging into the cake listlessly. What thing? Who taught you that idols can date? Chen Jinji smiled, making it impossible for anyone to tell if she was being serious or not. I'm not an idol anymore, I'm an unemployed idol. You are too, you're just an ordinary high school girl now, you need to seize the last opportunity for campus romance. John Eun-yun waved her hand, looking completely indifferent. Although that's true, unfortunately, early dating is not allowed in this country. Ah. There's actually such a rule. Otherwise what? Chen Jinji shrugged, her expression serious. Great, I'm a foreigner. Sister Jinji, can you introduce a handsome guy to me? If it's a Chinese star, I like the type like Leon Lai. John Eun-yun smiled and picked up her cup, unilaterally clinking it against Chen Jinji's cup. The porcelain cups clinked together with a crisp, clang sound. For Eigner. After finishing their coffee, the two walked out side by side. John Eun-yun stretched and said excitedly, Can I go see Sister Jinji's school? Aren't you tired from catching your flight today? How are you still so energetic? I was very tired, I couldn't even lift my feet to walk, but, as soon as I saw Sister Jinji's national treasure level beauty, I wasn't tired at all. I could run 20 kilometers with a weighted vest right now. Wow, your school building is so beautiful. Chen Jinji stood behind her, wanting to pretend she didn't know this person. The one you see is my current teaching building, isn't it beautiful? The orange and white building, I was also amazed when I first saw it. Yeah, why doesn't our school have one like this? If I were studying in a building like this, I would have already been admitted to Seoul National University. I'm sure you would. I want to go in and see. After John Eun-yeon said this, she walked inside on her own without waiting for Chin Jinji to reply. Hey. Chin Jinji hurried to follow her. Uncle Wang, of course, immediately reached out to stop them. Hey, students, what are you doing? There is an access control here. John Eun-yeon immediately put on a righteous face and said, word for word, I am a foreigner. Uncle Wang. I am a foreigner, I am a foreigner, I am a foreigner. Chen Jinji suppressed her laughter and was just about to say something to smooth things over when a slightly puzzled voice suddenly rang out from a distance. Chen Jinji? She looked up and saw Su Qingyi standing under the street lamp at the school gate, his head tilted slightly, looking over from afar. The dim yellow light cast a gentle halo over his entire figure. 142, Chapter 142 Motive, 5K words combined. After receiving the message from Chen Jinji, Su Qingyi could finally set his mind at ease. At the same time, he felt he had really been worrying too much. She had only taken a one-day leave. However, her message said she wouldn't be back at school until tomorrow, so he never expected to see her at the school gate at this hour. There was also a girl he hadn't seen before following beside her. Chen Jinji. Upon seeing him, Chen Jinji froze for a moment, then immediately broke into a gentle smile. Didn't you say you weren't coming back to school until tomorrow? Su Qingyi strode over toward her. Well, it's a long story. What about you? Why aren't you in evening self-study, and what are you doing here? Chen Jinji threw the question back at him. Su Qingyi sighed. He certainly had a reason for being here. He had already been observing secretly today. The surveillance in Building A did not fully cover the entire first floor, it was mainly concentrated in areas where students spent a long time, such as the library and the lounge area. As for the bulletin board area, because it was behind the stairs, it happened to form a surveillance blind spot. In other words, if someone wanted to do something shady, they only needed to follow the flow of people, circle around, wait for a while destroying things, and then blend back out with the next wave of people. It could be done without anyone noticing. So, since the equipment wasn't enough, he had to make up for it with manual labor. Su Qingyi tried his best to sink his body down, curling up in the sofa in the lounge area. The back of the sofa was very high, blocking him completely from view. From the perspective of the stairs, the lounge area appeared completely empty. The evening self-study at No. 1 high school lasted for 3 hours, with only a 15-minute break in the middle. Many students would take this time to go to the cafeteria or the convenience store to buy some snacks to replenish their energy. At the very least, they would go out for a walk to get some fresh air. The pattern that formed was that when class ended, the crowd would swarm out, and as class time approached, the crowd would rush back to the classrooms. During the middle part of this time, the first floor was actually quiet, with no one lingering. But the flow of people during this period was at least several dozen or even 100, so trying to investigate and catch someone using surveillance with blind spots was actually very difficult. Even if someone was the prime suspect, without substantive evidence, it was impossible to convict them. Therefore, since there wasn't enough material evidence, he had to make up for it with a witness. This was the reason Su Qingyi had been lying on the sofa since the start of the evening self-study. Tonight's evening self-study was for physics. The physics teacher in Su Qingyi's class was different from the typical balding, overweight man in everyone's stereotypes. He was a gentle young man wearing glasses, surnamed Qin, named Xiaofeng. Because of his refined appearance and famously good temper, he was very popular among the students. After class started, Su Qingyi just told him that he wasn't feeling well today and wanted to go to the infirmary to rest for a while. He agreed readily without asking where he felt unwell, giving the students plenty of personal space. This was extremely rare among teachers. If it had been Teacher Li Lu, she would have insisted on finding out exactly where the person was feeling unwell before letting it go. If she couldn't find out, that would mean the student was faking illness, and the consequences would be severe. There had been students who tried to take advantage of Qin Xiaofeng's good temper to deceive him, but he didn't get angry even when deceived, and he would swallow his pride even when his salary was docked. Over time, everyone felt a bit sorry for him, and no one tried to mess with him anymore. Thinking of this, Su Qingyi silently repented in his heart for 3 seconds. I'm sorry, Teacher Qin. It's all the school's imperfect surveillance system's fault. The sofa in the lounge area was much softer than the one at home, Su Qingyi thought. He had realized this problem last time when he was sheltering from the rain with Chen Jinji. It was just that Chen Jinji had been by his side that time, which made him a bit distracted, and he hadn't had any intention of sleeping. Now, huddled here alone, with the entire teaching building in evening self-study, the surroundings were so quiet that only the faint sound of cicadas in the nearby trees could be heard. Sleepiness surged up twice as strongly, and Su Qingyi's eyelids gradually began to fight each other. Can't sleep. He sighed softly and rubbed his face with his hand. Short song style. Anyway, there was nothing else to do. To refresh his mind, he would recite some of the required classical poems silently. Facing wine and song, how long is life? Your blue collar, deep in my heart. It is for you, I ponder until now. From his rebirth until now, his cramming of classical poetry had been quite effective. So he recited whatever came to mind, going all the way to, who says you have no clothes? I share my robes with you. The break bell finally rang. Su Qingyi was startled by the sharp sound, and his previously muddled brain became clear again. Accompanied by the bell, students on the floor above quickly began to run down one after another. Footsteps, some light and some heavy, fell on the stairs, accompanied by laughter and playful shoving, forming an overlapping march. Su Qingyi didn't know if the footsteps of the person he was watching for would be mixed in, but his intuition told him that if that person was going to act, it had to be today. Because as long as that painting survived for even one more minute or second, it would make her feel like ants were crawling on her. Such emotions would gradually spread, until they devoured her reason, until the fear of being discovered was eliminated, and until she could ignore the warning Su Qingyi had issued in advance today. The overlapping footsteps drew near. Su Qingyi casually pulled a book from the shelf beside him, covered his face with it, and pretended to be asleep. People kept passing by him, but he remained motionless, waiting for the surroundings to quiet down. Finally, everything was silent. He gently removed the book from his face. The quiet and peaceful atmosphere lasted for a long time, so long that Su Qingyi thought nothing would happen today. Suddenly, he heard a very faint, hissing sound, like the noise made by a spray bottle. What was bound to come had finally arrived. Su Qingyi stood up silently and walked slowly around to the back of the stairs. After walking closer, the pungent smell of paint had already permeated the air. That person seemed very engrossed in this matter, holding the paint spray in both hands, her movements gradually becoming exaggerated from the initial caution, as if she were uncontrollably dancing some kind of frantic dance. Su Qingyi stood behind her with his hands in his pockets, watching for a while. Obviously, this bottle of paint was of very poor quality, and the smell was so strong that he estimated the entire building could smell it. The plan for committing the act was consistent with what he had imagined, but the tools for the act were a bit too casual. Returning to the classroom smelling of paint, how was that any different from confessing without being asked? While Su Qingyi was thinking this in his mind, his nasal cavity was irritated, and he suddenly sneezed without any warning. Achoo! The person was so startled by him that she shuddered, couldn't hold the paint bottle in her hand steadily, and it dropped onto the tiled floor, making a clatter sound. Turning her head, their eyes met, and her first reaction was to run away. Student Zhu Zhu. Su Qingyi, however, quickly spoke up and stopped her. Zhu Zhu's face was ashen, but she still managed to pull out a stiff smile. Her behavior might be because there was still a last shred of luck in her heart, such as thinking you only saw it but had no evidence, or perhaps pretending to be an innocent white lotus to frame someone else, and a whole series of other coping methods. But Su Qingyi didn't leave her that glimmer of hope. Instead, he directly raised his hand to show the video playing on his phone. The entire process of her dancing around and spraying paint on the bulletin board had been recorded. Seeing herself from someone else's perspective, a look of disgust suddenly appeared on Zhu Zhu's face. Su Qingyi turned off his phone and said slowly and methodically, I probably know what you are thinking. Perhaps you are thinking of some rhetoric to clear your name so that I will cover this up for you. Perhaps you are wondering what kind of lie to fabricate, such as being coerced by someone else to do this. He looked up at the sea of pink flowers, which had been ruined beyond recognition by the paint. Bright red, somewhat blinding. But unfortunately, none of that will work. All of Zhu Zhu's thoughts had been dissected word by the expressionless boy in front of her. She gritted her teeth and asked in a hoarse voice, why did you suspect me? Su Qingyi lifted his wrist to check his watch, then stepped forward 2 paces and picked up the paint bottle that had rolled onto the ground. Class is about to start. You don't want to be caught looking like this, do you? Want to go for a walk outside? Zhu Zhu looked at him in astonishment, but Su Qingyi didn't wait for her answer and had already started walking outside. Now that she was the fish on the chopping block, she had no choice but to follow. The two walked along the sycamore path under the streetlights. Su Qingyi casually shook the paint bottle in his hand and asked slowly, you just asked me why I suspected you. In fact, I suspected many people. Another suspect was even a closer friend of yours. I don't think there's any problem with that. Because if you want to believe someone's words, the first thing you must overcome is the act of doubting. Belief that hasn't been baptized by doubt is merely a self-deceptive trick. Then, I want to know why you would treat Chu Qingyan like this. Zhu Zhu had long guessed that he would ask this question, and the corner of her mouth twitched into a smile. You're so smart, why can't you guess? You've been observing me for a long time, right? Why? Do you like her? Well, that makes sense. Who in the world doesn't like her? Su Qingyi ignored her interrogation about liking her. His eyes remained fixed on the street lamp at the furthest point his vision could reach, and his tone revealed no emotion. Even if I have some speculative thoughts, I still need to confirm them with the person involved. I don't think someone like Chu Qingyan would do anything to hurt you or make you hold such a grudge, but perhaps human malice toward others is just like that, it doesn't need any justifiable reason. Regarding this matter, the theory proposed by Freud is, humans inherently possess a self-destructive tendency, and some people impose this desire for destruction onto others. We call these people psychopaths. So far, what I've learned is that you've attacked her by switching her draft papers at the oath-taking ceremony and destroying the painting she painstakingly created. Have you done anything else? Zhu Zhu originally couldn't take in his academic talk about Freud or self-destructive tendencies. Her heart was filled with the anxiety and unease that the ugly things she had done were about to be exposed. Su Qingyi's tone was very calm, even gentle, not at all like a threat or an interrogation. But strangely, faced with his final question, Zhu Zhu almost shivered before she could speak, no. After receiving the answer, Su Qingyi nodded and continued from his previous point, I've asked others, you and Chu Qingyan have been in the same school since you were little. When you didn't finish your homework, she was the one who explained it to the teacher for you. When you were being extorted for protection money by local punks, she was the one who led classmates to help you out. Your family background isn't very good, and when your parents exhausted all their efforts to send you to an outside school in middle school, and you couldn't afford the tuition and miscellaneous fees, Chu Qingyan paid them for you directly. There are many more things like this, right? Yes. A few traces of obvious regret appeared on Zhu Zhu's face, and immediately after, her eyes were almost welling up with tears. Su Qingyi watched her emotional changes calmly and suddenly stopped walking. You don't need to put on this act in front of me, I know that deep down, you don't feel a shred of regret. You grew up together, but why is she better than you? The more outstanding she is, the more insignificant your life seems. All the attention and praise she receives make her shine even brighter, and you hate her even more. You treat everything she did for you as charity, but while you accept it as a matter of course, the fire of jealousy burns brighter and brighter. Chu Qingyan's kindness is like your malice, it accumulates and never fades away. Having said this much, Zhu Zhu finally understood that Su Qingyi might be the first person in the world to understand her motives. There was nothing wrong with Chu Qingyan, it would be hard to find anyone more perfect or outstanding than her in the world. However, this only caused her, living in the dark corners, to endlessly derive hatred for her. Regarding your motives, I think I have confirmed them. So, how do you plan to handle this matter next? Seeing that the situation had reached an irreversible point, Zhu Zhu looked at Su Qingyi's hand, which was kept in his school uniform pocket, and asked abruptly, your phone, is it recording? Seemingly not expecting her to notice, Su Qingyi was taken aback. His hand froze in his pocket for a few seconds, then he took out his phone and deleted the recording in front of her. This discovery made Zhu Zhu feel she had regained some ground, and her ordinary face suddenly showed a hint of smugness. See that street lamp? How far can this kind of light shine at most? In the end, it will still be swallowed by the darkness. I just can't stand her being so successful. Why? Just because she tossed me 2 copper coins like she was shooing away a beggar, I have to be like everyone else, circling around her like a dog? Keep dreaming. Su Qingyi asked thoughtfully, so you hurt her, using this underhanded way, while on the surface you try to maintain a relationship as good friends with her. Yes, how funny it is. Telling the culprit how sad she is, saying that no matter who did it, she wants to know why, if she hurt someone somewhere to be retaliated against like this. Isn't it ridiculous? It is quite ridiculous. Su Qingyi nodded. Then, Zhu Zhu heard her own voice, which had been hoarse from excitement just moments ago, coming from his pocket. He took out a pen and shook it at her, showing the red light that was on, under the shadow of the street lamp. That red light looked like the red eye of some fierce beast. All her dark psychological activities had been completely spied upon by this eye, and Zhu Zhu suddenly felt her knees go weak. Su Qingyi shook the paint bottle in his hand. I know you won't feel any guilt for what you've done. So, let's temporarily replace guilt with fear. Fear. Looking at his emotionless eyes, Zhu Zhu actually had the absurd feeling that she might be silenced right here. Rest assured, there is surveillance here. As if seeing through her thoughts, Su Qingyi raised his finger and pointed ahead. For some reason, after hearing this, Zhu Zhu felt even colder inside. If I hadn't prepared, I probably would have sprayed all the remaining paint in this bottle onto you. Su Qingyi's serious expression didn't look like he was joking. Zhu Zhu seemed to smell that pungent paint odor again, and she nervously swallowed. Su Qingyi narrowed his eyes slightly, aimed at a trash can in front, and threw the paint bottle in his hand into it. However, I asked a teacher this afternoon to add a layer of plastic film to that painting for protection. So, unfortunately, it seems your graffiti creation was all applied to that plastic layer. Listening to the sound of the paint bottle falling into the empty trash can, Zhu Zhu's brain felt a bit dazed. So, what on earth had she done tonight? But I won't report you. It's not because I expect you to have some realization and turn over a new leaf, but simply because I don't think she can understand your motives the way I do. She might doubt herself because of this, and I don't want to see that kind of impact. Su Qingyi looked up at the swarms of mosquitoes under the street lamp. The phototaxis brought by their genes made these mosquitoes circle around the lampshade, and even if they would be scorched to ashes by the temperature, they still followed one after another. At the same time, what I hope you will cooperate with is to stay away from her. If you do anything similar again, the outcome might not be something as childish as spraying paint. Can you do that? The tone he used to say this even rose slightly, like a kindergarten teacher guiding a student to do homework. Zhu Zhu took a few steps back and nodded. Su Qingyi also nodded decisively and turned to leave. Why, did you do these things for her? You know my motives, so what about yours? Finally, Zhu Zhu mustered the courage to ask this question again. She and Chu Qingmian had known each other since they were very young, and Chu Qingmian's obsession with Su Qingyi had always existed. But in Zhu Zhu's memory, the relationship between the two had always been Chu Qingmian following behind Su Qingyi, chasing after him. She once thought that this kind of relationship would continue, and secretly derived quite a bit of satisfaction from it. Whenever she thought that Chu Qingmian also had things she loved but couldn't have, Zhu Zhu felt that life was fair to some extent. But she didn't know when it started to change. Su Qingyi suddenly turned back and saw Chu Qingmian behind him. The distance between the two closed instantly, and he even came to negotiate with her for her sake. All of this made Zhu Zhu somewhat unable to accept it. Hearing this question, Su Qingyi stopped his steps, seemingly thinking seriously. After a while, he spoke slowly, because I really like it. He paused and continued, that painting. Thanks to Book Friend Low Power for the tip, thanks to everyone for the subscriptions, monthly tickets, and recommendation tickets. I felt this plot segment was suitable to be posted in one chapter, so it's a 2-in-1 again today. 143, Chapter 143. What's the difference between this and confessing your feelings? To avoid suspicion, Su Qingyi stood where he was, waiting for Zhu Zhu to leave first. After her figure disappeared, he didn't head straight back to the classroom, but instead continued to stroll under the streetlights. That was why he happened to circle around to the school gate at this hour, just in time to see Chen Jinji and her companion negotiating with Uncle Wang. Su Qingyi leaned against the inner iron gate, vaguely grasping the situation, and spoke up to smooth things over. Uncle Wang, I know these two students. One is a formal transfer student from a while back, and the other is. He faltered here. Glancing at the strange girl whose clear eyes betrayed a hint of foolishness, Su Qingyi cast a pleading look at Chen Jinji. Chen Jinji smiled and introduced her. This is Zhang Eunyan, my fellow trainee from the same period. I see. Uncle Wang, this student is a new exchange student from Korea. Why have you stopped her outside? Su Qingyi nodded solemnly and started spouting nonsense. Huh. I haven't heard about any exchange students lately. Uncle Wang was instantly confused. He didn't know what a trainee was, as Chen Jinji had mentioned, and subconsciously interpreted it as another term for a student. Uncle Wang, you really need to be more careful. You represent the face of security management at number 1 high school. If you treat an exchange student from abroad like this, once she goes back and exaggerates the story, saying she traveled thousands of miles to the school only to be turned away at the gate, our school's reputation in the study abroad community will be completely ruined. Every word Su Qingyi spoke was a form of moral coercion. Uncle Wang was so startled he let out an "ah," and hurriedly opened the gate for them. Thus, Zhang Eunyan successfully entered the school gate. Her eyes lit up immediately, and she quickly ran forward a few steps. As if she were afraid that if she ran too slowly, Uncle Wang would grab her and throw her back out again. Su Qingyi and Chen Jinji walked side by side behind them, their shadows merged together, appearing somewhat intimate. Chen Jinji seemed to be in a very good mood, it could even be seen from her swaying shadow. When I was in Korea, she helped me with many things. We can call each other close friends. She happened to be in the area for something else this time, so she stopped by to visit me. So that was it, that was why she needed a day off. Su Qingyi nodded and replied, she looks quite young. Chen Jinji tilted her head to recall, then agreed, yes, she is only 16. 16-year-old Zhang Yunyan came bouncing back, linked her arm with Chen Jinji's, and asked in a low voice, gibberish? He couldn't understand it, but it sounded like she was asking a question. Su Qingyi looked at Chen Jinji, expecting her to play the role of an intermediary and translate the dialogue, but to his surprise, she had no intention of explaining it to him at all. Instead, she curled the corners of her lips and answered on her own, gibberish. Hearing her answer, Zhang Yunyan immediately looked as excited as if she had just discovered some juicy gossip and shrieked. What are you guys talking about? Having a bad premonition, Su Qingyi couldn't suppress his curiosity and asked. Nothing much, just a normal introduction. Chen Jinji smiled like a fox. A normal introduction wouldn't warrant such a strange smile. It would be a ghost of a chance to believe her. But if Chen Jinji didn't want to say, there was no way he would get it out of her. Zhang Yunyan ran over with eyes shining and extended her hand toward him. Hello, I am a foreigner. Su Qingyi smiled, urgently trying to remember how to say hello in Korean. Annyeonghaseyo. Fortunately, that phrase was quite well known. Chen Jinji chuckled at his sudden Korean, but Zhang Yunyan, thinking he could speak Korean, immediately got excited and let out a stream of gibberish. Now that he knew Zhang Yunyan was Chen Jinji's good friend and that it was normal for her to want to see the environment where she usually studied and lived, Su Qingyi decided to take them for a tour around the No. 1 high school campus. Chen Jinji had been a transfer student for 2 months, but her activity range was likely limited to the cafeteria, the classroom, and the school gate, a 3-point line, and she hadn't fully explored other parts of No. 1 high school. The campus development of No. 1 high school was at the forefront of all schools in the city, with excellent work done in renovation and reconstruction. After Principal Xiang took office, as a master of minimalism, his heart was truly made of iron. He tore down all the old buildings and landmarks to start over, including the peach blossom grove that Su Qingyi had been longing for, completely eliminating the retro, nostalgic style of the old No. 1 high school. The current campus was full of technological and modern vibes, with buildings constructed with unique features, bright and beautiful colors, and a look that easily caught one's eye. Su Qingyi was not a professional tour guide. Most of the time, he would just gesture with his hand and remain silent. So whenever he did speak to introduce something, Chen Jinji would tilt her head to listen with a smile, then patiently relay it to Zhang Yunyan. Zhang Yunyan would ask many questions, and Chen Jinji would pick a few of the more normal ones to translate for Su Qingyi. This is the experimental building, and this is the gymnasium. It's closed now, but next time you have a chance, you can go in and play. They have basically every type of court, and a lot of new fitness equipment. Does your school's architect accept overseas commissions? For questions like this, Chen Jinji would choose to remain silent and had no intention of translating. It's so late, why are all the lights in the teaching building still on? Is there an event? Can I participate? After asking this question, Zhang Yunyan started dancing around on her own, muttering, party. Party. Naive foreigner. It's not an event, it's evening self-study. Everyone has to attend. What? But isn't it almost 10 o'clock? Our evening self-study ends at 6. Why would ending at 6 be called evening self-study? Su Qingyi raised his hand to his forehead. You guys really know nothing about the rat race. Don't you want to get into Seoul National University? Start by studying until 10 at night. Chen Jinji smiled and patted Zhang Yunyan on the shoulder. No, never mind. My family doesn't lack a talent like me. Zhang Yunyan glanced at the brightly lit teaching building and shook her head solemnly. Having been forced to be a tour guide for once, when Su Qingyi returned home, he felt like his bones were falling apart. The two girls looked frail and weak, but their stamina was unusually good. After walking lap after lap, they both looked like it was nothing. No wonder they could be singing and dancing trainees. After lying on the sofa for a while, Su Qingyi stood up and took off his school uniform jacket, tossing it aside. With a clatter, some hard object rolled onto the floor. Su Qingyi looked at the faint red light and was startled. He didn't know when he had accidentally pressed the record button, but it was still recording even now. He simply opened his computer and uploaded the self-confession of Zhu Zhu that he had recorded to the computer first. Whether it was useful or not, he would keep it as evidence of the crime first. Fiddling with this exquisitely crafted fountain pen, Su Qingyi casually clicked the play button, wanting to know when he had accidentally pressed the record button. The background noise at the beginning was slightly noisy, mixed with the sounds of cicadas and fabric rubbing. After a while, he heard his own voice. Chen Jinji? He also heard Chen Jinji's voice. Yes, she is only 16. Suddenly, a thought occurred to him. Su Qingyi opened the translation software on his phone and pressed the voice input function. Thanks to the progress of technology. And as it stood, among the things Chu Yuanjiang had given him, this recording pen was much more useful than that Richard Mille watch. Following John Eunyan's voice, the original Korean sentences and their corresponding Chinese translations began to appear word by word on his phone screen. Who is this boy? Is he a good guy? Then came Chen Jinji's answer. No matter when one heard Chen Jinji's voice, it always felt somewhat stunning. It was gentle with a hint of laziness, coming from the recording pen speaker, adding a bit of magnetism that made one feel as if she were speaking right into their ear. Even if she didn't become an idol or a singer, she would be more than qualified to be a radio host. Just as Su Qingyi was lost in thought, a line of text gradually appeared on the screen. He is the person I like, my future boyfriend. He hadn't expected to hear such an answer, which was no different from a confession, so directly, it caught him off guard. Su Qingyi expressionlessly turned off the translation software, looking quite calm. If one ignored the faint redness on his ears. Thanks to Fu Yao and Lu Sun, never knew Zhou Shuren, for the tips, and thanks to everyone for the subscriptions, recommendation votes, and monthly tickets. 144, Chapter 144 Shared Dreams, Different Worlds. Deep in the night, the old town was utterly silent, save for the gentle sound of the evening breeze rustling the window curtains. Pale moonlight filtered through the gaps, appearing and disappearing intermittently. Su Qingyi lay on his bed and slowly closed his eyes. In his life, this was the first time he had been confessed to so straightforwardly. After all, his dating experience was practically zero, especially when the person involved was someone like Chen Jinji. You have to understand, she was someone he could only see on giant LED screens in his past life, someone whose every gesture, every movement, every smile could cause a sensation among fans worldwide. Now, she was standing right in front of you, and she had said, I like you. Even for Su Qingyi, who had sealed his heart in concrete in his past life, he couldn't help but feel the warmth of a spring breeze melting the ice. The momentary tension and excitement were hard to suppress, it felt as if his heart had skipped a beat. But after the brief rush of adrenaline, his mood slowly cooled down. He didn't understand the definition of like. Chu Qingyan had never said the words, I like you, to his face, but even as dense as he was, after hearing her confession that night at the abandoned experimental building, he could feel it, she probably liked him. This affection perhaps stemmed from an obsession from childhood. It was like a seed planted back then that had now grown into a towering tree, casting its shade far and wide. But Chu Qingyan was steadfast and brave, there was no doubt about that. Su Qingyi couldn't imagine anyone else who could spend 10 years, day after day, trying to get closer to someone who offered no response. Thinking about how Chu Qingyan had waited for him for so long in his past life without ever reaching an ending made him feel a bit sad. As for Chen Jinji, she had used tonight's opportunity to express her feelings to perhaps the only friend she could trust in this world. Although she had only been so bold and direct because she thought he wouldn't understand. Yet, through a twist of fate, he had accidentally recorded that conversation and learned her true intentions. Su Qingyi wanted to brainwash himself, telling himself things like, she's just the type to joke around, she's probably just teasing me with her friend, how could she really like me, and other such excuses to avoid the truth. But he knew deep down that it wasn't true. The 3 hours spent waiting for him to come home in the dark, the lap pillow on the rooftop while the morning breeze blew, the sudden kiss on that rainy night, the upturned corners of her mouth when she said those words tonight. There were too many moments, he couldn't lie to himself. In his past life, let alone dating Chen Jinji, even seeing her once would have been a luxury. And the aura she had on stage made it seem like she was not the type to date anyone at all. The Chen Jinji of now was very different from the image he had seen in his past life. In her short life so far, fate had dealt her too many hardships, so she had grown into this impervious, resilient person. The only thing that hadn't changed was that she was still the type of person who was very good at restraining her emotions, what she could express was only a fraction of what was in her heart. Which meant, perhaps, she liked you far more than she let on. The Chen Jinji of now was beautiful yet felt incredibly fragile, perhaps that was the source of the unique aura that surrounded her. She was like a glass statue in a swamp, if he didn't go up and pull her out, she would slowly sink into it. For someone like her to cross the mire, brush off the dust, and offer you a shimmering crystal heart with trembling hands, there was probably no one in the world who would know how to refuse that. But being unable to refuse didn't mean he knew how to accept. Su Qingyi didn't even understand the definition of like, let alone something as intimate and complex as a romantic relationship. As for the reason behind his negative and pessimistic attitude toward romantic relationships, it had to be traced back to Su Zilong and Yang Lu. The two of them had personally demonstrated to a young Su Qingyi what it meant to have a beautiful beginning with a withered end. The orchid represents a beautiful beginning, while the willow catkin symbolizes a failed ending. Not as good as the willow catkins rising with the wind. When the wind blows, they scatter and fly away. The meeting and falling in love of Su Zilong and Yang Lu was a romantic scene that couldn't even be filmed in movies. Love at first sight in a crowd, falling in love rapidly, insisting on being together despite the whole world's opposition, but what was the result? From a very young age, Su Qingyi understood that relationships between people might be beautiful, but they were equally fragile. Any argument, any disagreement, any unintentional hurtful word could cause cracks in a relationship, and such damage was irreparable. Most people wouldn't be trapped in such emotions for long. After shedding a few tears and feeling sad for a few days, they might be able to walk out and embrace a new life. After experiencing a few more such failures, they would finally realize that love was not the most important part of life, so they would become numb, place suitability before liking, form a solid, complete family, and eventually live a life that looked happy in the eyes of others. Just like what Su Zilong and Yang Lu were doing now. But Su Qingyi was not one of those most people. Whether in his past life or the present, there had always been a place in his heart similar to a safe zone. It was a solid inner defense line, and its purpose was to protect himself. If someone passed through all the barriers, finally entered the safe zone, saw the truest version of him, but then regretted it and turned away. Su Qingyi felt that for him, that would be a devastating blow. The beginning of every story was beautiful, and he didn't doubt the sincerity they were showing him now. But as Takashi Kaneshiro said in Chungking Express, Pacific Sorry will expire, canned meat will expire, even plastic wrap will expire. I've started to wonder, is there anything in this world that doesn't expire? The risks to take and the emotions to invest in starting an intimate relationship were just too much. Although his symptoms of social anxiety had eased quite a bit compared to before, wanting to truly take that step was still very difficult for him. As he thought about it, Su Qingyi suddenly felt he was overthinking things. Maybe it was just a casual confession when she was caught up in the moment, and here he was, almost having thought of their child's name. Wasn't he just playing mind games with himself? Besides, the college entrance exam was almost here. Even if he had to consider these things, that was a matter for after the college entrance exam. He sat up, patted his face, sighed, got up to pull the curtains against the moonlight, covered himself with the quilt, and went to sleep. On the other side of the city, Chen Jinji had seen off Zhao Nunyan, who was rushing to the Magic City to attend an event, and returned home. Unsurprisingly, she was met with a torrent of verbal abuse for returning late. Chen Jinji acted as if she hadn't heard it, and just like she had done countless times before, she quietly cleaned up the mess in the house. Ever since that man had left home, her aunt's temper had become increasingly irritable. She was probably worried about being abandoned in this foreign land where she didn't know anyone, so she vented all her anxiety on the only acquaintance she could see. Actually, it was understandable. Chen Jinji leaned against the shaky windowsill and looked up at the moon behind the clouds. Tonight should have been a happy one. She had met a dear friend she hadn't seen in a long time and had even introduced her to the boy she liked. Su Qingyi seemed like the type who hated trouble, yet he had still accompanied them as they walked around the school circle after circle. Zhao Nunyan had praised her taste, saying that if she, as an uni, were to date, she must date a boy like this, as they were a perfect match, and she gave her full blessing to the union. It would have been better if they hadn't gone to the sports field at the end. If they hadn't gone to the sports field, she wouldn't have seen that long row of white walls, and she wouldn't have seen the signatures of this year's high school seniors written all over them. And she wouldn't have seen the three characters, Chu Qingyan, carefully signed beneath the Su Qingyi written in green ink. Those three small characters were squeezed with difficulty into the empty space in the middle, clearly added later. Zhao Nunyan didn't recognize Chinese characters, and Su Qingyi had awkwardly looked away after seeing Su Qingyi's father. So, such a detail was probably only noticed by her. There are many kinds of liking. There is only one kind that would search through an entire wall densely packed with names, just to sign their names together. In other words, she and she were the same kind. Watching the moonlight frozen on her fingertips, Chen Jinji suddenly sighed almost inaudibly. The reason her understanding of liking was a fantasy was that she felt there were too many insurmountable chasms between them. Someone like Su Qingyi would have an incredibly smooth and bright future, while her life remained a mess, with nothing clear in sight. Chen Jinji had originally known the principle that the wise do not fall in love best, but feelings arise from nowhere and deepen with time. Now, it was too late to withdraw. Therefore, no matter what lay ahead, she would not give up. After confirming her feelings once again, Chen Jinji took one last look at the bright moon hanging in the night sky, closed her eyes gently, and wished that the person on the other side of the city would have a good dream tonight. A single bell rings in the clear night. how many dream the same dream, yet live in different worlds. Couldn't sleep, so I got up and wrote another chapter. 145, Chapter 145 is about an orange cat. The date for the official start of Tangon No. 1 Experimental High School's meticulously prepared centennial celebration was fast approaching, and the campus was decked out in lights and colorful decorations, with commemorative banners hung everywhere. Su Qingyi stood at the main school gate and saw that colorful streamers and balloons had been attached next to the large characters reading, Tangon No. 1 Experimental High School. It looked just like the Lunar New Year. Suddenly, he was reminded of the day he was reborn, when he had also stood there looking at the school entrance. In just a few short months, his state of mind had changed completely. Thinking about having to say goodbye to this place for the second time so soon, he felt surprisingly conflicted. When he graduated in his past life, he had absolutely no attachment to the place. He only wanted the college entrance exam to be over and done with, and he didn't even attend the graduation ceremony that the school had strongly invited him to. Because the top scorer had run off, the second-place scorer of the college entrance exam, the class monitor, and the school beauty, in other words, Miss Chu, had attended the event on his behalf. That was why she had been cornered by nosy reporters for an interview, and her perfectly official statement had been twisted by the media into a story about her harboring an unrequited love for him for many years. Thinking of how furious Chu Qingyan had been in his past life, Su Qingyi couldn't help but find it amusing. "Boss Su." His trip down memory lane was interrupted by a familiar loud voice. Su Yang was carrying 2 bags of bread and started waving from far away. Over the past 2 days, he seemed to have finally adjusted his mindset and regained his usual energy. This was a good thing for everyone. When the loudest friend suddenly went quiet, the atmosphere among the group had suffered. Su Qingyi stayed where he was, waiting for him to run over. "Have you had breakfast? Want a bag? I got up at 6 just to go to Hailai and buy these. They're a new product, and I heard they're insanely good, ice cream flavored." He didn't hesitate to hand over one of the bags of bread he had queued up to buy. Su Qingyi shook his head, signaling that he had already eaten. "Why did you buy 2 bags? He asked, knowing full well the answer. Su Yang didn't try to hide it in front of him and answered straightforwardly, "I bought it for Han Bing." "Then why are you giving it to me? The one I'm giving you is my own bag." Well, this kid was actually pretty loyal. Su Qingyi tore open the packaging and took a slice to put in his mouth. It looked like regular toast, but it had an ice cream flavored filling. It was sweet but not cloying, and had a cool texture. Su Qingyi nodded and gave a thumbs up. Su Yang immediately felt relieved, since someone as picky as Boss Su said it was good, it must be good. So, he smiled and slung an arm around him, and the two walked toward the school gate. "Hurry up. Time is money. Have your student IDs in your hands ahead of time." Teacher Li Lu's eyebrows were arched in anger as she roared at the slow-moving students at the gate. Good heavens, why is King Li on duty today? Su Yang had a natural fear of Teacher Li Lu, and the arm he had draped over Su Qingyi trembled 3 times. "I don't know. Maybe it's because the school anniversary is coming up, and they're tightening security." Su Qingyi shook off the claw clinging to his shoulder and took his student ID out from the inner pocket of his backpack. Su Yang also curled his lips and started rummaging through the 4 pockets on his person. As they joined the long queue waiting for inspection, he suddenly heard a surprised, charming voice call out from behind, "Su Qingyi." Su Qingyi turned his head and saw Chu Qingyan standing at the end of the line, standing on tiptoe to wave at him. Han Bing was standing next to her, focused on eating the bread in her hand. Oh no, wasn't that the exact kind Su Yang had gone out of his way to buy? How was she already eating it before he'd even given it to her? "Good morning." The morning sun was rising and somewhat blinding, so Chu Qingyan had to shield her eyes with her hand. Even so, she was still smiling, looking like she was in a great mood, and the dimples on her cheeks cast shallow shadows in the sunlight. "Morning. Don't stare at the sun. Ultraviolet rays, when hitting the human eye, can damage the cornea, easily leading to photokeratitis, macular degeneration, cataracts, and other eye diseases." Su Qingyi organized the rest of this sentence in his mind, thinking that if Chu Qingyan talked back, he would say it out loud. "It's only because you're in front of me." Chu Qingyan pouted and grumbled quietly. If that was the reason, the words he had just thought up didn't seem appropriate to say. Su Qingyi raised his watch to check the time and then looked at the long line behind them. Today's inspection process seemed much stricter, and the line was completely stuck. Teacher Li Lu's mood also grew irritable, and she stepped forward to direct the students checking attendance. "That's enough, stop checking them one by one. Have your student IDs in your hands. Just go in. The bell for morning study is about to ring. How can the third-year students waste time here with you first and second years?" When it was finally almost their turn, they suddenly heard Han Bing behind them gasp in a low voice, "Oh no, I don't think I brought my student ID." "Huh? Did you leave it in your backpack?" So Chu Qingmian quickly took the half bag of bread from her, and Han Bing frantically turned her backpack inside out. At this moment, Teacher Li Lu was dragging someone who hadn't brought their ID to the side to lecture them. They looked somewhat familiar, seemingly also from the rocket class. "I told you, the inspection for this school anniversary is strict, and you still didn't bring it? What are you thinking about? If you said you were busy studying, that would be one thing, but I've also seen your results from the second mock exam, and you scored." Han Bing listened with a look of utter despair on her face. As luck would have it, the results for the second mock exam had come out today, and Teacher Li Lu was going to use this as an excuse to give her a good scolding. Su Qingyi and Su Yang were a few rows ahead of the two and were inspected before them. When it was almost their turn, Su Yang suddenly turned his head, making a pissed sound to signal them. Han Bing thought he had heard that she hadn't brought hers and was intentionally trying to mock her, so she glared at him irritably. To her surprise, as soon as Su Yang made eye contact with her, he immediately threw something over. Han Bing instinctively caught it and realized it was a student ID. The cover was wrinkled, and one look showed it hadn't been treated well. Su Qingyi naturally saw his little maneuver, and in his heart, he exclaimed that smart Alec had really grown up. If it had been Chu Qingmian who hadn't brought her student ID, he probably wouldn't have thought to toss his own to her. He probably would have chosen to speak up for her in front of Teacher Li Lu, but that wouldn't have demonstrated a spirit of sacrifice. "Teacher. I didn't bring my student ID." Su Yang raised his hand to admit it voluntarily, looking like he was ready to die for a cause. Couldn't he have tried to slip through? After Teacher Li Lu had urged them on, the students checking attendance were clearly turning a blind eye. This spirit of sacrifice was too much. When Teacher Li Lu saw it was the stubborn troublemaker Su Yang again, she was originally furious, but seeing his beaming face, he didn't look like someone about to be punished, but rather someone coming to receive an award. She felt a bit suspicious. "Why didn't you bring it?" "When I was coming to school this morning, I saw the auntie from our cafeteria fall into the lake. For the sake of the whole school's meals, I jumped into the lake to save her, and as a result, everything on me was lost." Could there be a worse excuse than this? Su Qingyi held his forehead, and a burst of laughter immediately erupted from the crowd. Teacher Li Lu was almost laughing out of anger. She raised her finger to point at him, then put it back down. "You go on ahead, I'll come find you in your classroom in a bit." This was equivalent to a suspended death sentence for Su Yang. The four of them passed through the school gate checkpoint and walked toward the teaching building together. Han Bing returned the student ID in her hand to Su Yang, eyeing him suspiciously. "Su Yang, thanks. Why are you being so kind today? What's the big deal?" This young master sees injustice and draws his sword to help. "Helping others has always been my life motto. Of course, you wouldn't understand. Actually, I didn't think much about helping you, even if it had been some random passerby, I would have helped." Su Yang turned his face away, his mouth running without a filter, spouting nonsense. "Just shut up." Su Qingyi pulled out a slice of bread and stuffed it into his mouth. Seeing this, Chu Qingmian also leaned in toward him. Before she even spoke, Su Qingyi understood what she meant. If there really were ghosts in this world, then it must be this gluttonous ghost, Chu Qingmian. So he quickly took out the last slice inside, and then, under her hopeful, shining gaze, he put the bread into his own mouth. Chu Qingmian looked at him in disbelief, and Su Qingyi, watching her expression, couldn't stop laughing inside. It felt like teasing a kitten with catnip. To his surprise, the next second, this creature stood on tiptoe and took a big bite, chomp, and the bottom half of the bread vanished instantly. He had misjudged. This wasn't an ordinary kitten, it was an orange cat. 146, Chapter 146 has been revised. Students passing by were discussing events related to the school anniversary. The atmosphere at No. 1 High School was rarely less tense and more cheerful at this time. Walking into Building A, Su Qingyi immediately noticed that Chu Qingmian's memorial painting had been put away and replaced with the rankings for the second mock exam. It seemed that despite the school anniversary being a ticking time bomb that made people restless, in the territory of the senior year, the tradition that No. 1 High School's grades are always the most important still could not be abandoned. That painting had been placed there for several days, and in his impression, it had already merged with the wall, as if it should be a sea of pink flowers there. Now that it had suddenly been replaced with a report card with black characters on a white background, it felt very unfamiliar. It seems the bulletin board was only moved out this morning, and the students were all gathered in front of it, looking for their own rankings. So many people, forget it, I won't look. Han Bing frowned and waved her hand. Haha, you aren't afraid to look because you didn't test well, are you? Su Yang's statement fully displayed his high emotional intelligence. Big brother, with you standing here, what am I afraid of not testing well for? Han Bing had always been sharp-tongued and immediately retorted. These two had finally returned to their normal state. A feeling of an old father's gratification suddenly arose in Su Qingyi's heart. He had originally wanted to see his own grades, but after just one glance at the crowd gathered in blue and white school uniforms, he dismissed the idea of going to squeeze in with them. Anyway, according to estimates, his score was roughly about the same as the last placement test. It couldn't be a few points higher or lower. What Su Qingyi was thinking about now was what the meaning of his continuing to study hard without slacking off was. With his current score, even if he performed poorly and lost 20 points, it would still be enough for him to get into any university and any major in the country. So the significance of his improving his score was only to push himself, with the goal just being to defeat his past self. It seemed there was no room for improvement in English and math. As for science, the questions were easily prone to being metaphysical, so he needed to pay a little attention. Comparing it this way, Chinese was almost his weakest subject. If he wanted to improve his score by a few more points, he could only start with Chinese. Thinking about such things, just as Su Qingyi walked up a few stairs, he heard his name vaguely coming from the discussion of the crowd. Su Qingyi 738, almost 200 points higher than me, I'm really F***ked. Alright, now there was no need to look to know the score. 738, 2 points higher than last time, about as expected. He scored even higher than last time. Sometimes I feel that the gap between people is really bigger than the gap between humans and dogs. Full marks in both English and math, 298 in science, 140 in Chinese. No joke, this guy is really an android, right? Your God Su is still your God Su. Chinese was always the big source of point deductions. He didn't know which subject in science had 2 points deducted. Could it be the fill-in-the-blank question in biology? The genotype of the male plant is BBTT, BBTT. In the female plant, the proportion of plants with the same genotype as C. No, it should be 1/4, that's correct. Then it must be the small question asking for gravitational potential energy in the last physics problem, but if that question was wrong, it shouldn't just be 2 points deducted. The chemistry questions this time were very simple, there was nowhere to make a mistake. Then where could the points be deducted? Su Qingyi was seriously recalling in his mind what other uncertain questions there were during the exam, while Su Yang had already relied on his bulky size to squeeze to the front row. Boss Su. Although he called him Boss Su just like Su Yang did, this person's voice was obviously much smaller. Lin Tong was walking down from upstairs, probably seeing Su Qingyi in a daze, so he spoke up to call him. Su Qingyi nodded. Coming down to check your grades? Lin Tong also nodded, looking worried. It's fine, Su Yang will broadcast it to all the students for you. Su Qingyi observed Su Yang's unique way of checking grades. Others either started from the first place or from the last place, but he started from the upper middle. Part. Ah. That's not good, what if I didn't test well? Lin Tong's expression grew worse. Would got 12th place in the grade. This is too awesome. Su Yang quickly found an acquaintance's name and immediately turned back to share it with everyone. Not bad, you've made great progress this time. Su Qingyi smiled and patted his shoulder. Lin Tong scratched his head in embarrassment and took the small notebook Su Qingyi gave him out of his school uniform pocket. Ever since he borrowed it, he had been carrying it with him, taking it out to look at it whenever he had nothing to do. Boss Su, thank you so much. Your notes are much more useful than those in the reference books. My brain is slow, and before I just relied on rote memorization. Now if there's anything I don't understand, you give me a few hints and I get it. After this exam, I feel like I've made great progress myself. I don't even know how to thank you. No need to thank me. My notes are just placed there, and everyone can look at them. Your progress is all due to your own hard work. Su Qingyi was telling the truth, though in reality, not many people dared to come and borrow his notes. My sister said she wants to treat you to a meal. When are you free? Is this weekend okay? Lin Tong looked a lot like Lin Jiwan, and through his eyes, he seemed to see Lin Jiwan's hopeful gaze. Unfortunately, this week won't work, he already made plans with the junior student. I have something on this week, let's see later. Okay. As long as he was willing to come, any time was fine. Lin Tong thought about what his sister had told him and immediately agreed. Screw it. What is Han Bing pretending for? Didn't she get 40th place? Seeing that Han Bing had done well, Su Yang's face was clearly smiling, but his tone was deliberately pretending to be very unhappy. Not bad, yay. Chu Qingyan was also happy for Han Bing, and the two high-fived. I didn't expect to advance a few places compared to before this time. This is outrageous. Does it really have to be when I feel like I did very poorly that I can test well? Thinking about the days she spent worrying for nothing, Han Bing sighed. It would have been better to use the wasted time to appreciate her idol's stage performance. Bing Bing, if you maintain these grades, normal university will be stable. Chu Qingyan lowered her head to check the admission score line for normal university last year. I don't really want to study at a normal university. Do you think I look like a teacher? I just wanted to be with you. Han Bing pinched Chu Qingyan's cheek. Why don't you look like one? Aren't you a copy of Teacher Li Lu? In the future, students will call you Heavenly King Han. Su Yang had been pricking up his ears listening to the movement here, and as soon as he found an opportunity, he quickly interjected. Screw your grandfather. Han Bing immediately scolded angrily, and the gentle tone she had just used to talk to Chu Qingyan vanished instantly. What's wrong with being a copy of Teacher Li Lu? A sinister voice rang out. Su Yang had his back to everyone and was completely unaware that danger had arrived. Su Qingyi and Lin Tong were standing on the stairs, having watched the whole scene from the best viewing angle. He couldn't help but sigh. Smart Alec was still Smart Alec. Had he not noticed that the crowd had suddenly quieted down? He didn't have any risk avoidance awareness at all. I think Teacher Li Lu is quite good, careful and responsible. Lin Tong spoke up cautiously, wanting to smooth things over for him. Su Yang directly rejected his brother's rescue attempt. Good. Very good. I wish you find Teacher Li Lu as your wife in the future. Before he could finish speaking, he was grabbed by the ear by Teacher Li Lu and dragged out. The remaining half of the sentence turned into a painful scream. Su Yang was arrested by Teacher Li Lu, and the crowd slowly dispersed. Su Qingyi and Lin Tong went downstairs and saw the complete grade list. Congratulations, the eternal runner-up is back. Su Qingyi tilted his head, looking at the three-character name following the number, 2. Humph, you better be careful. Next time maybe I'll be first. Chu Qingyan's little tail was almost raised to the sky, looking spirited. Very much a sense of crisis. After all, there's only a 30-point difference between the two of us. Su Qingyi said seriously. You. Chu Qingyan stammered a little. Since you like first place so much, maybe next time I'll just do one less big question in physics and math each. Su Qingyi continued to speak recklessly. Su Qingyi. Hiss, this young lady, didn't you know you have fangs? Su Qingyi looked at the row of tooth marks on his wrist, speechless. Sorry. Although she said sorry, there was no sign of repentance on the perpetrator's face. 147, Chapter 147. If the mountain won't come to me, then I'll go to the mountain. The string bracelet you gave me is still right here, and you dare to bite it? Be careful, or the magic might fail. Su Qingyi shook the loose gold-threaded red string hanging on his wrist. The ring of red marks she had just bitten was also visible nearby. Because his skin was fair, it looked quite obvious. Phooey. Don't talk nonsense. Chu Qingyan immediately became serious and reached out to tighten the red string for him. Hurry up, spit 3 times. Su Qingyi shook his head, refusing to cooperate. This was too superstitious. Fine. You won't spit, right? If you won't spit, I will. Phooey. Such a childish ghost. Su Qingyi casually tugged at Chu Qingyan's hair. She immediately let out an "Aya," lowered her head, and began to fix her bangs. The uneven bangs that Han Bing had cut for Chu Qingyan had grown out, reverting to her usual, unshakable long, straight black hair. The familiar scent of fruit candy spread, and Su Qingyi looked back up at his grades. Unexpectedly, in the science comprehensive, he had been deducted 1 point each in chemistry and biology. Seeing the two 99s placed together, it actually looked quite festive. An incomprehensible way of deducting points. He couldn't figure out where he went wrong just by thinking about it. He would have to wait until he got the test papers back to check again. Zhou Lian didn't do very well this time, dropping to 8th place. Although the score gap between 2nd and 10th place wasn't large, given Zhou Lian's temperament, he would probably brood over it until the college entrance exam ended. After checking the names of the few people he knew, Su Qingyi began searching for a needle in a haystack, looking for a name that would probably be hard to find. Speaking of which, nickname, what major do you want to study? I feel like Tangon Normal University leans towards liberal arts. If I had to teach geography, I'd rather die. My own geography is terrible. Do you remember that time I scored 30 points? Han Bing took Chu Qingyan's phone and flipped through the majors at Tangon Normal University. I remember. My geography is bad too. I've discovered that anything with the word science in it just doesn't agree with me. Physics is the same, geography is the same. I don't know what major I want to study, I feel interested in a lot of things. But if I really had to commit to one, I hesitate a bit. It's like I can't say I'm truly passionate about them. Chu Qingyan's little face scrunched up, looking very conflicted. For example, what majors? Su Qingyi asked casually, while rapidly scanning the names on the ranking list as if using a keyword search. For example, astrophysics, which uses physics techniques to study the morphology of celestial bodies. Although I don't understand much about the universe right now, I'm very interested. Earth science, which mainly studies geology, surface morphology, and the relationship between humans and geography, I'm very interested in. That too. Because I've loved watching nature documentaries since I was little, like Planet Earth or The Blue Planet. Su Qingyi must have watched those. And then, law is also an option. Chu Qingyan counted them off one by one on her fingers. That she could list such a long string of options was completely within Su Qingyi's expectations. After all, Chu Qingyan was just that kind of person who seemed to have a little interest in everything, which was why she was always full of energy and seemingly tireless. Let's go with law. Su Qingyi picked one from the list. Oh. You also think I'm well suited for studying law, right? Being a prosecutor has been my dream since I was little. No, it's just that your physics is a bit. Su Qingyi, do you think the bite you just got wasn't painful enough? After saying this, Chu Qingyan made a gesture to grab his wrist again, and Su Qingyi raised his hands and dodged with a smile. Just then, Han Bing suddenly put on a serious face and said with a firm tone, "Nickname, since we're talking about law, do you know the difference between the Lu and Fa?" Chu Qingyan was instantly made nervous by her and stammered, Fa represents fairness and justice, while Lu is more about constraints and management. No. Han Bing shook her head mysteriously. Su Qingyi's internal answer was similar to what Chu Qingyan had said, but Han Bing had rejected it so thoroughly. So he added, Fa focuses on concepts and principles, while Lu emphasizes rules and clauses. Unexpectedly, Han Bing still shook her head and replied, both are wrong. The difference between Fa and Lu is that if Nickname finds a boyfriend and says he is a lawyer, then Chu Yuanjiang will be very happy. If Nickname says her boyfriend is a mage, then Chu Yuanjiang will be pissed off to death. What? Isn't that funny? What's wrong with you guys, no sense of humor? Han Bing shrugged helplessly. No, it wasn't that it wasn't funny, it was just that her words were too immersive. He could almost imagine the scene of Chu Yuanjiang turning black with rage. It was a good thing he wasn't a mage. Amidst the laughter, Su Qingyi finally found Jinji's name on the list. She had actually scored exactly 500 points. This score was completely sufficient for an art student, and it could be considered to have exceeded Su Qingyi's expectations. He couldn't help but feel a bit happy for her, though he didn't know if she had seen her scores yet. These 500 points were a major victory with milestone significance, worthy of celebration. But speaking of which, if you want to study law, are you going to go to a political science and law university? Doesn't that mean you'd have to go to the capital? Let me look at the normal university in the capital. Upon hearing Han Bing's words, Chu Qingyan quietly tilted her head to look at Su Qingyi beside her. She really wanted to ask him which university he wanted to attend. Her grades should be good enough to choose the same school as him. At the very least, they should go to the same city. Long-distance relationships were too hard to endure, just thinking about it made her feel suffocated. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to meet, could only talk on the phone at most, and couldn't eat together, attend classes together, watch movies together, or stroll the streets together. This was practically the end of the world for a clingy person. If all those things were still acceptable, the point that would most affect their relationship was that when she needed him, he couldn't be by her side. And they would miss many important moments in each other's lives. No, just thinking about it made her so sad she was about to shed tears. Chu Qingyan sniffled and held the tears back. Carrying the chaotic thoughts in her heart and her worries about the future, she finally gathered the courage to ask about his intentions. When she looked up, what she saw was Su Qingyi's profile. As he looked down, his gaze was fixed on a name, lingering for a long time. Chu Qingyan hesitated, swallowed the words on the tip of her tongue, and followed his gaze. Chen Jinji. After seeing those three characters, Chu Qingyan's mind suddenly went blank. Han Bing beside her was still talking to herself, but she felt as if her ears were fogged over, she couldn't hear anything clearly. Perhaps it was just concern for an ordinary classmate, weren't they sitting in front of and behind each other? It was normal to pay attention to academic performance. But the look in Su Qingyi's eyes as he gazed at that name was too gentle, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, perhaps he didn't even know he was smiling. His expression left her without even a chance to deceive herself. Over these years, Chu Qingyan had thought of many bad possibilities. Perhaps the distance between them would always be great, perhaps people were meant to drift apart as they grew up, perhaps a youthful crush was destined to end without a result. The only thing she had never thought of was that Su Qingyi would fall in love with someone else. This worst possibility caused panic and fear to sweep over her entire heart in an instant. Su Qingyi, who was on the side, quickly noticed something was wrong with Chu Qingyan. He immediately turned his head and asked, "What's wrong?" Hearing him ask, Chu Qingyan finally lifted her eyes, her curly, upturned eyelashes trembling nervously several times. Nothing. This habit of spacing out whenever she was stimulated, when would she ever be able to fix it? She took a deep breath, then quickly shook her head, putting on a smile just like usual. Su Qingyi frowned. She looked normal, but he just felt like something was off. Chu Qingyan lowered her eyes to hide her expression. There was still progress, at least this time she hadn't been as flustered and embarrassed as last time, spraying cola all over herself. Although there wasn't a cola bottle in her hand right now, anyway. I finally found Su Yang. This guy only scored 80-something in math, yet he was so confident after the exam. I give up. Han Bing finally found Su Yang's name in the last few columns. Physics score is pretty good, 73, it was only 37 last time. The order has been reversed. Temporarily suppressing the doubts in his heart, Su Qingyi shifted his gaze to Su Yang's grades, finding the only point worthy of praise among the 6 subjects. It seemed his physics textbook had been effective, successfully helping Su Yang come back from the dead. Only physics improved, everything else regressed. The English test was so simple this time, yet he barely passed. If he doesn't think of a way, he'll really have to repeat a year. Han Bing's words were unforgiving, but her expression showed a hint of worry. It seems okay, if he improves by another 10 or 20 points, he'll still have a school to go to. Han Bing started checking the scores for the sports academy again. Su Qingyi observed Chu Qingyan beside him out of the corner of his eye. She had been perfectly fine just a moment ago, why had she suddenly wilted? Perhaps his scrutinizing gaze was too obvious. Chu Qingyan turned her face away to keep him from looking and said, trying to cover it up, "Today is Chinese morning reading, I'm going back to the classroom first." Then, as if fleeing, she lowered her head and tried to walk upstairs. Su Qingyi grabbed her arm to stop her, and Chu Qingyan immediately tried to break free but couldn't. "What's wrong with you?" Su Qingyi didn't understand, and his tone was a bit stiff. Unexpectedly, it would have been better not to ask. As soon as he asked, warm droplets soon flowed down, falling one after another onto his arm. Su Qingyi was stunned and subconsciously let go. Chu Qingyan seized the opportunity and left without looking back. Su Qingyi was a bit bewildered by her sudden tears and could only stand there, watching her back disappear around the corner of the stairs. What's wrong with her? The person involved refused to communicate, so he had to ask her good friend. What do you mean, what's wrong? Unexpectedly, Han Bing was even more bewildered than him. Chu Qingyan, she seems a bit off. Su Qingyi silently went over the conversation just now in his mind, but he was still completely clueless. Really? How come I didn't notice? I'll ask her later. Han Bing wore an expression of half-belief. Su Qingyi certainly hoped he was overthinking it, but the damp marks on his arm wouldn't disappear on their own. He couldn't figure it out. Could it be that something triggered a sad memory? Su Qingyi returned to the classroom with a stomach full of questions. From afar, he caught a glimpse through the back door of Chu Qingyan standing on the podium, with Teacher Wang seemingly giving her instructions. Her little face was drooping, looking like she had been kidnapped and forced to work. So he withdrew the foot he was about to step into the back door with and specifically walked back around to the front door. There were no perfect scores for the essay in the entire district this time. I assume it's an issue with the grading standards, so don't take it to heart. Your city ranking for Chinese is still first. Teacher Wang's pen traced over the report card. Chu Qingyan's mind was in turmoil, it went in one ear and out the other, and she wasn't listening seriously at all. She had caught a glimpse of Su Qingyi swaggering in out of the corner of her eye early on and immediately turned her face away. Unexpectedly, this person had no tact. Instead, he stopped directly, standing to the side with an air of leisure. Su Qingyi had originally just wanted to walk by to establish his presence, but seeing Chu Qingyan's overly deliberate attempt to avoid him, he found it amusing and simply stood there, refusing to leave. If the mountain will not come to me, I will go to the mountain. Listen, it's nothing, right? What is there that a classmate can't hear? The classical Chinese section has always been your strength, teacher knows this very well. Even with the article selection being generally recognized as quite obscure and difficult this time, the translation was still perfect. Excellent. Having said this, Teacher Wang raised her hand and patted Chu Qingyan's head. Chu Qingyan was off in her own world and had no reaction at all. Teacher Wang also finally noticed Su Qingyi, who had been standing there for a while, and asked with some confusion, "Su Qingyi, is there something you need?" Su Qingyi, with a calm and indifferent air, answered slowly, "Teacher, I didn't do well in Chinese this time. I don't know which module I lost the most points in, so I wanted to ask you to help me analyze it." This was truly the first time ever. Usually, for Su Qingyi to say an extra word to a teacher was a rare occurrence. Teacher Wang adjusted her glasses, feeling a bit flattered, and began searching through the test papers in her hand for Su Qingyi's. Chu Qingyan didn't look at Su Qingyi once the whole time, but her ears were secretly perked up. Now that she heard there was nothing for her to do, she immediately seized the opportunity to slip away. Su Qingyi, however, wouldn't let her have her way and took the opportunity to grab her wrist. "Class representative, I have many questions regarding Chinese and want to improve my score further, can I discuss it with you?" He specifically emphasized the words, class representative. Damn it, to call a score of 140 having many questions, how could there be such a shameless person in this world? Chu Qingyan was momentarily choked with anger and lifted her eyes to glare at him. She couldn't even hide for a while, her heart was in a mess, and being with him was just self-torture. This allowed Su Qingyi to see clearly that the corners of her eyes were still slightly red, which made the angry expression. She was trying so hard to put on look like nothing but full-blown grievance. Teacher Wang, as an old fox who had seen it all, used her experienced eyes to peer through her lenses and examine the two of them. She roughly understood 7 or 8/10 of what was going on. It was obvious, wasn't it? They were having a conflict. "Alright, class representative, help him out. See what he doesn't understand, you two discuss it first, I'll lead the reading." She placed the test papers in her hand on the podium, very thoughtfully leaving some private space for the two of them. "Students, today let's review Li Qingzhao, the first poem, Xing Xing Man. Following Teacher Wang's call, the students began to recite in unison, seek, seek, search, search, cold, cold, clear, clear, miserable, miserable, sad, sad, sorrow, sorrow. At the time of sudden warmth and lingering cold, it is hardest to rest. Good grief, not only was it a private space, but it also came with built-in anti-eavesdropping functionality. Chu Qingyan saw she couldn't escape, sighed, and simply sat down on Teacher Wang's chair. Teacher Wang was the only teacher who, when coming to the classroom to teach, would have students help move her office chair over. It was said to be ergonomic and looked quite comfortable, one could only say she knew how to enjoy life. Su Qingyi looked at Chu Qingyan's uncooperative attitude and then glanced at the gossipmongers under the podium. Some people were reciting Wudong trees, accompanied by drizzle, with their mouths, but their gossipy eyes kept glancing up at the podium from time to time. So Su Qingyi reached out and pushed a chair, pushing it, along with the person in it, to the middle of the podium. Creating a space for themselves, he followed closely, taking a step forward. Chu Qingyan was startled by his action and thought the chair was about to be pushed over. Just as she was about to ask what he was doing, Su Qingyi bent his knees and crouched in front of her. Under the cover of the podium, a truly private space was officially formed. He looked up at her and asked with a smile, "What is actually wrong with you?" "Confession brings leniency, resistance brings severity. Not going to be a mute male lead. Solve any problems immediately. Thank you all for your subscriptions, recommendation votes, and monthly tickets. Yesterday I uploaded the wrong chapter, which caused a big misunderstanding. It's been fixed today, everyone can read it normally now." 148, Chapter 148. Between the brows and in the heart meeting his inquisitive gaze, Chu Qingyan had originally intended to force herself to say she was fine. But her throat felt blocked, and she couldn't even manage half a syllable, so she could only sigh softly. Su Qingyi, however, saw the sadness on her face gather in her eyes, turning into a shimmering pool of clear water that seemed ready to spill over at any second. The students below the podium had already recited from Xing Xing Man to Di Jian Mei. Flowers drift away on their own, water flows as it will. One shared longing, two places of idle sorrow. This feeling cannot be dispelled, no sooner does it leave the brows than it rises to the heart. The tears that had already welled up in Chu Qingyan's eyes began to fall, patter by patter. "Fine, why recite Li Qingzhao when there's nothing wrong? If you recited, I shall pull the carved bow like a full moon, or how many events of rise and fall through the ages, would you still be able to cry?" Seeing her genuinely upset like this, Su Qingyi lost all desire to joke around and curled his finger to wipe away her tears. "Alright, if you don't want to say it, then don't. Stop crying. Chu Qingyan sniffled, looked into his eyes with tears in hers, and suddenly whispered something. What? The sound of recitation below the podium was a bit loud, so Su Qingyi turned his head and leaned in closer, pointing to his ear. Chu Qingyan leaned down as well, and her warm breath brushed against the back of his ear, giving Su Qingyi goosebumps. Have you started liking someone else? Even though she was right by his ear, her voice remained light and airy, like a gossamer thread. It sounded as if she had suffered some serious injury. This question stumped Su Qingyi. He lowered his eyes, pondering how to answer. Why would she suddenly ask such a question? Facing Chu Qingyan's eyes, who could say something to break her heart? But was he supposed to lie? He couldn't do that either. Regarding the matter of liking someone, he hadn't even figured it out himself. Even if he lied against his heart, it would be easily seen through. Seeing that he didn't answer, Chu Qingyan didn't back down. Instead, she became relentless. Will you? Tell me, I won't be angry. Su Qingyi sighed, raised his eyes to look at her, and replied, perhaps. I know. She said she wouldn't be angry, but before he could finish speaking, Chu Qingyan covered his mouth. You don't have to say it, I know. She emphasized it again, then wiped her tears with the sleeve of her school uniform and immediately started to stand up. Su Qingyi, however, slowly added, perhaps, do you like me? Chu Qingyan had never expected him to suddenly turn the tables and ask such an obvious question. She asked back in disbelief, what do you think? Does this even need to be asked? It does. Su Qingyi's gaze was very calm. You haven't said it, how would I know? It seemed she really hadn't told Su Qingyi she liked him to his face. Chu Qingyan didn't know how to refute him for a moment, her face flushed red, and it took a long time before she replied, I haven't said it, but I've shown it. From the cafeteria auntie to the security guard uncle, everyone knows about this. Besides, should a girl be the one to confess? She was a bit embarrassed to say those 4 words directly. Even if the whole world knows, if you don't tell me, I won't know. Su Qingyi said this as a matter of course. Because he had to seize the initiative in the conversation now, otherwise, with Chu Qingyan's stubborn temper, this wouldn't be cleared up. Chu Qingyan, why did you ask me if I like someone else? Calling her by her full name, his tone became serious. Although most of the seriousness was feigned, he was indeed very confused about where this sudden question had come from. Chu Qingyan couldn't answer. Because of the way you looked at her name? Because you smiled when looking at her grades? And you even held someone else's hand last time. The reason seemed a bit weak, no, very weak. More of it actually came from a girl's intuition. But does intuition really work on an oblivious straight guy like Su Qingyi? So she fell silent, and the shimmering water in her eyes faded for the most part. Su Qingyi observed her changes, made a plan in his mind, and continued, assuming you really do like me, do you know when you started liking me? No assumptions. Chu Qingyan first shook her head in dissatisfaction, then honestly replied, I don't know, a long time ago. Liking someone isn't something that happens in an instant, just like how you don't know when spring turns into summer. You can't just observe some traces and wildly speculate about my affections. By this point, Su Qingyi had probably guessed the reason for Chu Qingyan's sudden outburst. It was likely some detail that triggered her intuition as a girl, he just didn't know who she thought he liked. Chu Qingyan pursed her lips, blinking her beautiful eyes, looking charmingly naive and only half understanding. Then there's one last question. This question has nothing to do with today's events, it's something I want to ask you myself. Su Qingyi casually grabbed a strand of her hair, tied a knot around his finger, and asked, what do you think liking someone is? How do you judge if you have started to like someone? It was clear that Chu Qingyan had never thought about this question, as she frowned in thought. Liking is, missing, I guess. It's the feeling of, no sooner does it leave the brows than it rises to the heart. Even if you just met, even if you are together right now, you still miss them, because you are afraid of the moment of separation that will come next. You are not allowed to tie a dead knot. It's not a dead knot. Su Qingyi untied the hair that was tangled around his fingertips. This is a type of binding knot commonly used by the ancients, used to tie up thieves. Then do it again so I can see. Like this, and then like this. Slow down. Like this. And like this. Come on, isn't this just a bow knot? Do you think I've never tied shoelaces before? Chu Qingyan looked speechless. Then hold out your hand and let me try. Su Qingyi began to untie the golden silk red string on his hand. No. Chu Qingyan quickly put her hands behind her back. Don't change the subject. I've answered you, so what about you? What do you think liking someone is? Su Qingyi shook his head. I don't know. Although it felt outrageous, thinking that it was something Su Qingyi said, it also seemed quite reasonable. Chu Qingyan thought of the remarks she had accidentally overheard at the open discussion meeting. Su Qingyi's family situation was different from many normal, healthy ones. He must hold a negative and pessimistic attitude towards relationships. He didn't even know what liking someone was, which was why he couldn't see that she liked him. Maybe he even had a phobia of marriage. How pitiful. And she had lost her temper with him over such a thing. She was even more pitiful. What kind of look is that, like you're looking at a stray dog? Don't make things up in your head, okay? I'm just a bit slow in this regard. Su Qingyi raised his hand and pinched the flesh of her cheek. Chu Qingyan rarely didn't protest, and said indistinctly, "It doesn't matter if you don't know, I'll teach you." Su Qingyi let go and smiled. "All right, go back to class." Chu Qingyan nodded and stood up first, but at the last moment, she suddenly mimicked his posture and squatted down, leaning into his ear to whisper, "I like you." Her voice trembled slightly, and Su Qingyi was taken aback. He had thought that with her personality, she would absolutely never be the first to say these words. Chu Qingyan, however, acted as if she had finally completed some major mission, and let out a soft sigh of relief. "Now that you know I like you, you have to think about me a little more, okay?" "Okay." Su Qingyi nodded. Anyone who dared to say no at a time like this would probably go to hell. So Chu Qingyan, still having undried tear stains on her face, was now smiling again. "Ask for permission to go wash your face before returning to your seat," Su Qingyi added. Chu Qingyan hummed and rubbed against his shoulder as if venting her frustration. Then, unable to help herself, she felt happy because of his "okay" and raised her hand to ask for leave, beaming with joy. Teacher Wang, seeing Chu Qingyan's cheerful appearance, naturally knew that the two had settled things, so she leisurely strolled back to the podium. "Finished discussing study problems?" Su Qingyi nodded. "Finished. Then why are you still squatting there?" Teacher Wang tidied up the test papers on the podium. Su Qingyi was silent for a moment before answering, "My legs are numb from squatting, I can't get up." Teacher Wang burst into laughter, her shoulders shaking, and then pretended not to hear and said, "I see, you want to help the teacher with some work." Although she spoke in a high-sounding manner, her tone clearly expressed, "The teacher covered for you, shouldn't you thank the teacher?" Su Qingyi rubbed his left knee and stood up shakily. Teacher Wang had already handed the test papers in her hand to him. "Help the teacher pass out the test papers." Then she leisurely sat down at her desk and took a sip of Tiguanyin tea from her thermos. Why did he know it was Tiguanyin? Because he happened to hear her ordering Zhou Lian to make tea in the morning. Being a teacher like Teacher Wang, life seemed to be going quite well. Su Qingyi helplessly took the test papers and lowered his head to look at the first name. Who was Zhang Fulin again? He stood there recalling for a long time, but had no impression. Forget it, skip it for now. The name on the second sheet read, Jiang Hu. He had some impression of this one, so Su Qingyi confidently handed the paper to the little fatty in the first row. The little fatty scratched his head with a complicated expression and said, "Great God, is there a possibility that I am Happy Fatty, not Jiang Hu?" "Sorry." Immediately, the people around him burst into laughter. Fortunately, it was a kind-hearted joke. "Why don't we help the great God pass them out?" A girl he didn't recognize stood up from the side. "Sure, otherwise if I have to recognize everyone one by one, it'll take all morning." Happy Fatty also nodded in agreement. This was originally a good opportunity to shirk responsibility. If it were the old him, he would have agreed without thinking. But the current him thought for a moment and shook his head. "I'll pass them out myself, it's a good chance to memorize names." Graduation was almost here, so getting to know people was reasonable. Otherwise, when others asked him to sign their yearbooks later, he wouldn't even be able to write their names. He took the papers back to the podium. Teacher Wang, as if waiting for him there, quickly moved her thermos aside to make room. Su Qingyi cleared his throat and said loudly, "Excuse me, could the students whose names are called please come up to collect their Chinese test papers for the second mock exam?" The sun must have risen from the west. The students below who had been quietly working suddenly started whispering to each other. "Jiang Hu." A tall, sturdy boy walked out from the corner and happily responded with an "eh." As Su Qingyi handed him the paper, Happy Fatty sighed, "We're both tigers, if only Jiang Hu could share half of his height with me." "He's a northeast tiger, you're fat tiger." The girl next to them immediately chimed in with a joke. Everyone was amused for a moment, and Su Qingyi lowered his head and smiled too. Such physical characteristics were actually quite convenient for remembering people. Next, Zhang Fulin. A tall, thin boy wearing glasses trotted up and actually bowed to him. Su Qingyi was a bit surprised and followed suit with a slight bow. Are you two doing the wedding vow? Han Bing commented while gnawing on a Jianbing guizi. Zhang Fulin, however, nervously scratched his head and explained his intention. No, I have a big physics problem on this second mock exam that I really can't get the right approach for. Boss Su is the only one in our grade who got a perfect score, so I wanted to ask if he has time to teach me after class. Of course. Why be so nervous over such a small thing? Su Qingyi quickly agreed. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, the students below all raised their hands one after another. I have a math problem I want to ask about too. I want to borrow Boss Su's biology notes. Why should you borrow it first? I copy faster. Stop arguing, I'll take it to get photocopied. Chu Qingyan washed her face with cold water for a long time before her complexion didn't look so flushed. She had actually said it out loud by accident. She had originally intended to wait until after the college entrance exam to say it. Well, that didn't count as a formal confession either. She was just telling him first. She returned to the classroom with a joyful mood, only to see this scene of him being surrounded by everyone. Seeing Su Qingyi standing on the podium looking a bit overwhelmed, Chu Qingyan quickly snickered, then feigned seriousness to help him out. What's going on, Su Qingyi? Why are you the one passing out the papers? I've only been gone for 5 minutes, and already a traitor is usurping power. How bold. Sorry, my virtue doesn't match my position, you should do it. Su Qingyi immediately handed the remaining papers in his hand to her and quickly returned to his seat. Although he seemed at a loss on the podium just now, he had already found his own in the stack of papers and brought it back. And of course, Chen Jinji's as well. He turned around and handed Chen Jinji's paper to her. She didn't take it, letting it lie flat on the desk. Congratulations, congratulations. You did very well this time, much better than I expected. He had wanted to congratulate her since seeing the grades in the morning. As Su Qingyi spoke, he made a gesture commonly used for New Year's greetings. Then in your original expectation, what score should I have gotten? Chen Jinji rested her chin on her hand, her gaze filled with a hint of playfulness. Every time she stared at him like this, Su Qingyi had the feeling of being seen through. Chen Jinji didn't seem quite. How should he put it, she was a bit different from usual. No, it's just that for an art student, this score is completely sufficient. From now on, just maintain it. Do you remember what we said before? I remember. Chen Jinji smiled. When she smiled, Su Qingyi realized what was different. Today she wasn't managing her expressions, so she looked like she was in a bad mood overall. Speaking of which, Chen Jinji sighed softly and raised her eyes. There were some dark circles under her eyes that were hard to hide. She seemed not to have rested well. Didn't you sleep well? Su Qingyi frowned and asked. Yeah. Chen Jinji closed her eyes and nodded. The sunlight shone down just right, and her long, thick eyelashes were dyed gold, clearly countable. Did you have a nightmare? Su Qingyi was thinking about what might affect sleep, but in his heart, he couldn't help but start counting her eyelashes. No, it was a good dream. If it was a good dream, why didn't you sleep well? Because I suddenly woke up before I could dream of the ending. I felt it was a pity, so I didn't fall back asleep for the rest of the night. Chen Jinji raised her hand to block the sunlight, her eyelashes fluttering rapidly like butterfly wings a few times, and she slowly opened her eyes. What kind of dream? Su Qingyi stood up to close the curtains for her. She opened her eyes just as he reached the 23rd one. Thanks to book friends Yute Daotai and Low Power for the tips. Thanks to everyone for the subscriptions, monthly tickets, and recommendation tickets. I remembered the trope of counting eyelashes from watching The Legend of the Condor Heroes when I was a child. I thought it was so romantic back then, and today I finally wrote it in. 149, Chapter 149 Regret. The moon grew very large and crashed into the earth. Everyone in the world disappeared, and I stood alone on the rooftop, watching a tsunami sweep through the city. Chen Jinji tilted her head slightly, slowly recalling. Are you sure that counts as a good dream? Su Qingyi hesitated for a moment before asking. Then my phone rang. You called me and said the world was ending, so you had to tell me something very important right now. Chen Jinji blinked and said with a smile, but I woke up before I could hear what that important thing was. I see. Su Qingyi nodded, signaling his understanding. The dream coming to an abrupt end at such a critical plot point was indeed quite frustrating. It was like a serialized manga you'd been following for a long time suddenly getting cancelled right at the climax of the story. The readers would definitely be sending razor blades to the publisher. So, why don't you tell me now? What did you want to say on the phone? Chen Jinji asked seriously. Su Qingyi was stunned. What kind of unreasonable demand was this? Did he have to pay back debts from a dream in reality too? He thought for a moment and said, the important thing I wanted to tell you is that you're actually dreaming, and our world is still running normally. After you wake up, remember to come see me and tell me what dream you had last night. Christopher Nolan's Inception must have been released a few years ago, Su Qingyi thought while speaking. Right, the one being released this year is Interstellar. Interstellar could be said to be his favorite science fiction movie, to the extent that if aliens ever attacked Earth, he would definitely play this movie for them. In his past life, he had missed the premiere for various reasons and had always felt a bit of regret. Fortunately, he still had the chance to experience the premiere now. This was yet another benefit of his rebirth. Thinking of this, Su Qingyi suddenly wanted to laugh a little. Other rebirth protagonists might do more incredible things that change history, but he hadn't even thought about it. Leave history to history. Having lived once more, Su Qingyi only wanted to live his own life well and make up for all those regrets. For example, watching a movie premiere he had missed, raising a difficult-to-care-for plant, or getting caught in a torrential downpour that symbolized youth. And holding her hand on a bright summer day. Chen Jinji, who hadn't rested well to begin with, seemed even dizzier from his long, circular theory that sounded like the once upon a time, there was a mountain. Nursery rhyme. Observing her somewhat wistful expression, Su Qingyi asked with a smile, do you like science fiction movies? This sounds like a scene that would appear in a sci-fi doomsday film. The implication was, if you like them, can you go watch the premiere of Interstellar with me in a few months? When he asked this, Su Qingyi had no idea that by that time, the lives of the two people currently communicating face-to-face would have already undergone earth-shattering changes. I rarely watch them. I don't have much free time at the company. Chen Jinji shook her head, resting her chin on her hand as she recalled, the last movie I watched in its entirety seems to have been Life of Pi. Near the very end, I accompanied the noisy John Eunyan to the restroom. When we returned, everyone looked terrified, and only the two of us were completely oblivious. For a long time, I thought it was really just a story about drifting and adventuring with animals. I always assumed everyone was mostly afraid of the tiger. It wasn't until I read reviews later that I realized, so I missed the important plot. Speaking of this, she couldn't help but lower her head and smile. This movie was full of metaphors and symbolism, and the final scene was extremely important. It was the key point that tied the theme together and revealed the answer to the mystery. The boy was a real boy, but the tiger wasn't a real tiger. The two of them had actually missed it just like that. Thinking of Chen Jinji being completely unable to understand everyone's terror, yet having to gently go along with it due to her persona, Su Qingyi turned away, used a book to cover his face, and laughed for a long time. But you really did perform very well this time. Finally reining in his laughter, Su Qingyi returned to his serious demeanor for discussing grades. Teacher Su taught me well. Chen Jinji curved her eyes into a smile. Having chatted about random things just now, her mood seemed much better than before. With your current academic grades, if you improve just a little bit more, many good art academies will be a sure thing, not to mention your major subject scores are even better. Thinking that Chen Jinji had always been abroad and surely didn't know much about domestic art academies. Su Qingyi took a prepared black notebook out of his drawer, filled with relevant information he had specifically looked up. It included admission cutoff scores from previous years, school environments, faculty, and even various famous people who had graduated from those institutions. Regarding the promise he had made to Chen Jinji earlier, to help her get into a good school and escape the control of her original family, Su Qingyi had kept it firmly in mind. And he had been silently pushing forward with his plan. The first step was to improve her grades, which had been initially achieved. And the second step was to choose a desirable institution that had good conditions and was far away from Tangan. Chen Jinji took it, her fingers lingering on the cover of the notebook for a moment before she slowly opened it. Not only were there official introductions, but at the end of each institution's entry, there were details that Su Qingyi had specifically added using a blue gel pen. These details were filled with a human touch, mostly about the taste of the food in the cafeteria, the convenience of transportation, and the reputation of the faculty, among other things. Chen Jinji sighed almost inaudibly. These are all materials I looked up on the official websites, and I also read introductions from some current students. Places like the Central Academy of Drama and the Beijing Film Academy are the top-tier ones. Many domestic stars graduated from these two schools. Relatively speaking, getting in is a bit harder. While looking up the information, Su Qingyi had basically crammed knowledge related to art students, which had been a blind spot in his knowledge base before. He felt like he could even take a part-time job as an art exam consultant now. So, his explanation was incredibly smooth. Anyone who didn't know better would have thought he was from an admissions office. Chen Jinji, however, moved her gaze away from the notebook and looked into his eyes, asking, Teacher Su, have you decided which school you want to go to? Su Qingyi shook his head, not yet. Which school he went to was about the same to him, but in all likelihood, he wouldn't follow his old path from his past life to study computer science in Shanghai. It wasn't that he thought Shanghai or the computer science major were bad, it was just that now that there were new opportunities, he naturally wanted to try a new path. After thinking for a moment, he added, as for the school, it's actually fine either way, it mainly depends on the major. Right now, I'm thinking of studying a relatively niche major. He had already chosen computer science once based on employment prospects and salary, so this time, he would choose one based on interest. Although the reason niche majors are niche is that they are highly unlikely to make money easily. This didn't have much impact on Su Qingyi. After all, he was a person who had been reborn, and there were plenty of opportunities to get rich overnight. If it really didn't work out, he could just go back to his old profession and write code. After all, in his past life, he had relied on writing code at a big tech company to pay for an apartment in Shanghai. In this life, he would set a small goal first, 2 apartments. Hearing his words, Chen Jinji lowered her head, not knowing what she was thinking. Quiet. With 10 minutes left until class time, Teacher Li Lu had already walked in, carrying math test papers. Keep this notebook. You can flip through it and think about it when you have time. Before turning away, Su Qingyi lowered his voice and added one last sentence. Teacher Li Lu summarized the overall results of this second mock exam, which could roughly be summarized in 4 words, barely satisfactory. If you say it was bad, the average score was still the first in the city. If you say it was good, it was a little bit worse than the previous batch. Overall, the horizontal comparison was not bad, but the vertical comparison was not so good. With the college entrance exam approaching, Teacher Li Lu could no longer put too much pressure on the students as she had before. Experience showed that at this critical juncture, students' mental states were the easiest to break. So she only gave a few simple pointers, and her words were mostly encouraging. In the end, she even proactively brought up the school anniversary celebration. One had to know that in the past, she had always avoided such activities that might distract students as much as possible. According to the school's arrangements, the senior grade will also participate in the school anniversary celebration this time. Have you thought about our class's program yet? Teacher Li Lu tilted her chin at Han Bing to signal her. Han Bing's stunned expression already revealed that she hadn't even begun preparing for this matter, but she still stubbornly said, "Hey, I've already thought it through." Don't worry, teacher. Why does it feel like Han Bing is becoming a bit like Su Yang? That tone just now, confident yet carrying a hint of foolishness, was simply Su Yang in the flesh. Su Qingyi almost suspected she had been possessed. That's good. According to the inside information I've gathered, our class's performance is the grand finale. Leaders from all sides will be paying close attention, and the media will be broadcasting it live, so it's extremely, extremely critical. Speaking of which, entertainment committee member, why don't you reveal a little to everyone? What type is it exactly? Since Han Bing hadn't even started preparing the program, naturally, no one in the class knew any details. All the students looked at her curiously, waiting for her answer. This was truly a difficult problem. Han Bing stammered for a long time, but still couldn't come up with anything substantial. Seeing that the patience of the bystanders was about to run out, Su Qingyi calculated in his mind and spoke up to smooth things over. Regarding the school anniversary performance, the entertainment committee member contacted me about it a while ago. To ensure the effect of the performance, it's not very convenient to reveal the specific content right now. But what I can say is that the performance we are preparing isn't just a single form, it's a blend of many styles, quite novel, and has an emotional core we want to express. It won't be like last year's chorus of True Hero, which was unoriginal and ineffective. In short, everyone can look forward to it with peace of mind. Hearing his words, the students who didn't know the inside story had their anticipation instantly maxed out. However, he was just spouting nonsense. These kinds of generic phrases could apply to any program. Han Bing turned to him and made a "thank you" gesture. Teacher Li Lu's face darkened on the podium. What's wrong with True Hero? It's such an imposing song. The main point is that you all sang it lethargically and listlessly. If it weren't for the teachers not allowing participation, would have gone up to lead the singing myself. How could it have been last place? Teacher. We came after the placement test. The last place was class 2. Our class 1 program was first place. Jiang Hu in the corner raised his hand to protest. Ha ha ha. Everyone in the classroom burst into laughter. Teacher Li Lu couldn't keep her stern face either, she smiled and tapped the podium. All right. Take out the math test papers that were just handed out, I'll go over this sequence problem. I didn't expect that for such a simple problem, there would actually be over 10 people in our class who got it wrong. She turned around and started writing the problem on the blackboard. Su Qingyi took the opportunity to turn around and signaled for Chen Jinji to give him her test paper. Chen Jinji, not understanding why, handed over her test paper, and in return received a paper with a dazzling 150 written in red pen. Su Qingyi had deliberately swapped papers with her, wanting to see which problems she had gotten wrong. Chen Jinji scored 106 on her math test this time, which was a pretty good score. But her multiple-choice questions were actually perfect, which already accounted for 60 points. This wasn't the first or second time this had happened, it was simply heaven-defying luck. As a perpetual loser in luck, Su Qingyi could only marvel at it. But what if her luck suddenly failed during the college entrance exam? Su Qingyi always felt a bit uneasy, so he wrote in the blank space next to the multiple-choice questions, circle the ones you don't know how to do. Chen Jinji had gotten the sequence problem that teacher Li Lu was explaining on the podium correct. Because Su Qingyi felt that sequences were relatively systematic and easy to learn among the major math problems, he treated them as must-get points and had provided Chen Jinji with many example problems. The problem on this exam was very similar to one of the examples he had set. It seemed Chen Jinji took the problems he created very seriously. Su Qingyi felt a little happy inside, this showed that her progress was the result of a two-way effort between them. Meanwhile, Chen Jinji in the back row looked at Su Qingyi's perfect test paper and was similarly filled with admiration. It was a test paper that was even more standard than the official answer key. The second half of the paper, filled with dense writing for the long-form problems, didn't even have a single trace of erasure. This showed that he was writing completely according to his own train of thought, and it looked almost easier than copying from the answer key. When the bell rang for the end of class, Su Qingyi had already filled the blank spaces on Chen Jinji's paper completely. Boss Su. Before the ringing had even finished, Su Yang had already sprinted from the 4th floor to the 2nd floor and was waiting for him at the door. It was a speed that would make even Usain Bolt marvel. Su Qingyi stood up and first returned the paper to Chen Jinji, then strolled leisurely to the door. What are you doing? Do you still remember the penalty shootout you promised me? Su Yang rubbed his hands together like a fly, his face full of excitement. I don't remember. Su Qingyi shook his head and denied it without even thinking. Actually, he did remember, he just simply wanted to renege on the debt. What the heck? You definitely remember, right? I've already announced it far and wide. Su Yang sighed and took out his phone to show him. Look, I only posted on the forum this morning, and the replies have already broken 1,000. Looking at the capitalized and bolded title on the screen, 1v1 men's battle, the legendary duel between me and Ukko on the pitch. Su Qingyi suddenly had the urge to smack the phone against his forehead. How is it? How is it? Isn't it very passionate? Just looking at it makes people look forward to it, right? Su Yang still looked proud, flipping through the replies below to show him. Question mark. Is the OP crazy? How could Ukko possibly agree to this kind of challenge? It's just for clicks, everyone disperse. It's real. I don't change my name when I walk or sit, I'm Su Yang from grade 12. The OP replied himself. Marking this thread first, what time? I have a friend who says he wants to see Ukko personally confirm it's true. Believe it or not, see you at the soccer field of the first playground during the Thursday evening break. The OP replied again. True or false, it doesn't matter. Anyway, as long as there's a post mentioning Ukko, I'm coming in to confess my love. This reply successfully led everyone else astray. At a glance, it was all very bold, suggestive language. The anonymous forum is not a lawless place. Su Qingyi reached out and tapped the screen, skipping to the last page of replies. If what the OP says is true, please DM me a selfie of Ukko so I can see what he's made of. I could hear the abacus clicking of the person above me all the way from the grade 10 building. The grade 10 building was at the very edge of the school, and the students all protested that they were isolated, just like being cut off from the rest of the world. Just post it in the thread, everyone wants to see what he's made of. If you can't post it, the OP is a clown. Su Yang hadn't expected so many replies questioning the authenticity, and he scratched his head in confusion. Which heartless old bastard said there was a selfie above? I climbed over 1,000 floors with my bare hands. There are still too many bad people in this world. It's been a whole morning and still no proof, the OP is undoubtedly a clown. Admins, do your job. Such an obvious clickbait post is still up, speechless. Su Qingyi watched the constantly refreshing replies and frowned, among them were no shortage of personal attacks and various curses directed at Su Yang. Sigh, if I had known, I wouldn't have posted. It shouldn't be this unbelievable. Su Yang smiled awkwardly and reached out to take his phone back. Stop looking, stop looking. I'll delete the post now. Sorry, Boss Su, I didn't expect the replies to be like this. Su Qingyi thought about it and suddenly opened the front camera. The faces of the two appeared on the phone screen. Su Yang was still a bit dazed, so Su Qingyi reminded him. Look at the camera. Although Su Yang's brain hadn't quite processed it, he habitually struck his usual bright, smiling pose for photos. Thus, the frozen photo showed one person grinning foolishly, and the other expressionless as usual. Su Qingyi quickly tapped send, and after confirming the photo was successfully posted, he handed the phone back to Su Yang. Thursday evening break, first playground, is that right? 150, Chapter 150 Huangmei Opera, 5K, in 1, Su Yang nodded belatedly and took his phone. After realizing what was happening, he immediately hugged Su Qingyi's thigh. Boss Su. You are the electricity, you are the light, you are the only myth. The forum replies had just crossed 1,000, and now, after just 2 short minutes, another 200 had been refreshed. Holy crap, once in a lifetime, group photo, group photo. The OP really has connections. Can those who were just bad-mouthing him apologize now? Stop talking, see you tomorrow. Is there anyone in the last PE class who can save me a good spot? I'll pay, I'll pay. Selling melon seeds, peanuts, mineral water, beer, drinks, and 8 treasure porridge in the front row. The administrator had been lurking in the thread, observing secretly. Seeing the situation change, they immediately went with the flow, instantly pinning the post to make it a featured post, fixing it in the most eye-catching position on the forum homepage. Sorry, I was stunned by UKW's handsome face as soon as I clicked in, I just woke up now. No trace of Photoshop, OP, I believe you. This was obviously taken right at the entrance of the rocket class classroom, and it's from the perspective of UKW holding the phone. Can the know-it-alls above shut up? That means the post with the photo just now was posted by UKW himself. Sorry, you lick his boots, you won't be able to lick his 700 points. Nobody said that someone who studies well must be strong. We are saying that with UKW's persona, would he do something to make himself look bad? He must have been confident before agreeing to participate. Can those who call others bootlickers at every turn even score 600 themselves? I don't know if I can score 600, but scores won't automatically get higher just because you lick the academic god, get it? Little noob, I actually have 600 points. You should post your transcript like I did to speak, get it? A screenshot of a transcript with the name blurred. The name is blurred, who knows if it's yours or someone else's? Following your logic, if I erase UKW's name, I'd have 700 points too. The following is a series of elementary school-level insults. The second group was simply interested in Su Qingyi as a person. Following his speeches at the oath-taking ceremony and the self-reflection meeting, even if he started a live stream of himself sleeping, this group would unconditionally support him. To the hater above, please watch your language. It's 738 points. How can someone round down the score? The college entrance exam is like a battlefield, 1 point can wipe out a whole playground of people. How many people would that be for 38 playgrounds? He's just playing a game with friends in his spare time, and you guys have to make up stories about him. I think that's enough. Regardless of whether this is true or not, I've already changed my phone wallpaper to the selfie, single-person screenshot version. I've earned it, hee hee. Be jealous, be jealous. He's graduating soon, I'll see who you'll be jealous of then. The third group was pure onlookers just there for the fun of it, not afraid of things getting too chaotic. They were mainly responsible for jumping around in the thread and stirring up trouble. Fight, fight. It's boring if you just argue in the thread. Is there anyone having a real-life showdown? See you in the cafeteria tonight. Can't wait. Who can knock me out until tomorrow afternoon? Is this a warm-up event for the school anniversary arranged by the school? Is this something we can watch for free? Su Yang watched the replies while broadcasting them to Su Qingyi in real time. Su Qingyi listened with little interest, he wasn't very interested. It's true that someone who studies well isn't necessarily good at everything, but being willing to learn, no matter what it is at least a very good start. As for his persona, Su Qingyi didn't know what kind of persona he had. But generally speaking, he should indeed not do things that would make him look bad. It wasn't to maintain some kind of persona, but because he really didn't want to fall into an awkward situation in front of everyone. But for a sport like soccer, as long as you don't lose without any spirit, it's not something shameful or awkward, so his mindset was very calm. Incidentally, he discovered another ancestral skill of Tangon No. 1 high school students, comparing grades. In this kind of thread, arguments can always circle back to a battle about scores. It can only be said that it is worthy of being the internal forum of No. 1 high school. It was the same when Zhou Lian came to provoke him in public before, aggressive, looking like it was a life-or-death situation. In the end, he said he wanted to be the dark horse who beat him in grades. The scene of a street thug picking a fight instantly turned into a positive, healthy competition. Did you really have to find so many spectators? Su Qingyi signaled him to stop reading the replies, his head hurt a bit, and he raised his hand to press his temples. I thought, sports competitions need an audience to have an atmosphere. Su Yang immediately closed his phone. He scratched his new hedgehog-like hair, still looking a bit apologetic on his face. I didn't expect it to develop like this. Boss Su, I was wrong. I won't do these superficial things next time. It's fine. Su Qingyi didn't mind much in the first place. If it were the old him who had trouble talking to strangers, he might have found it hard to accept, but now he had already given speeches to thousands of people twice, and even without notes. Just playing a few games of soccer with an audience, what was that? Honestly, he had already become somewhat desensitized. But it's really cool to have an audience for a game. For this kind of match, the atmosphere is very important. Boss Su, think about the cheers of the girls around you after you score. Also, what if you score a super world-class goal, the kind you kick with your life, but no one helps you film it? That would really be a regret so deep you'd want to tear your guts out. Su Yang said the last sentence through gritted teeth. He seemed to be a seasoned victim. Su Qingyi thought about it. If he scored the best goal of the 2018 World Cup, the side volley by Pavard, known as Peach Blossom Shadow Falling Flying Sword, but no one helped him film it. That would indeed be a pity. Speaking of match atmosphere, when we played against other schools before, there was a conflict on the field. After just a few words of arguing, the cheerleaders on the sidelines were already fighting. Ha ha ha, it scared our teammates on both sides so much that they didn't dare to argue anymore and hurriedly went to break up the fight. Man, girls fighting and pulling hair, it looked super scary. Speaking of this, Su Yang laughed until his legs went soft, and he had to hold on to Su Qingyi's arm to barely stand steady. With nearly 200 pounds of weight hanging on him, feeling like his arm was about to dislocate, Su Qingyi quickly found an opportunity to pull his arm out. Then, looking at the two people walking out of the classroom arm in arm, he asked intentionally, who were the cheerleaders at the time? Han Bing was the cheerleader captain. At the time, she was still trying to maintain order, but a fat girl on the opposite side came up and just gave a push, and Sister Mian, who was just watching the show, fell to the ground. Then Han Bing got anxious, rushed up to grab the fat girl, and started a fight directly. Su Qingyi listened with interest, raising his eyebrows to signal him to continue. And the two people in the story were already standing behind him without him knowing. Su Yang cleared his throat, putting on the look of a professional storyteller. It happened in a flash. Han Bing made the first move, using a nine-in bone claw technique, aiming straight for the fat girl's face. Who knew the fat girl's defense was too high, and she countered with a subduing dragon palm technique, knocking Han Bing down too. Han Bing wanted to attack again, but the fat girl used a ground technique, pinning her down so she couldn't move. Ha ha ha, you weren't there, you don't know, that fat girl was like a god of war. Our weakling sisters weren't enough for her to fight with one hand. That sounded reasonable. Han Bing might barely have the power to fight, but with Chu Qingyan's small build, she would probably fly away if someone touched her slightly. Su Qingyi thought so in his heart, but his face didn't show any agreement. Because the weakling sisters behind Su Yang were staring at this side with a death glare. In the end, it had to be me who stepped in to pull the two sides apart, otherwise Han Bing would have had a tough time. Honestly, she really should call me her savior. Ow! Su Yang yelled, clutching his side. Can't break the fat girl's defense, but can't break yours. Han Bing gave a cold laugh and brushed the non-existent dust off her hands. Chu Qingyan huffed and glared at Su Qingyi irritably. What are you laughing at? Actually, I don't think that girl intended to hit me, I just lost my footing and got knocked over, and then everyone rushed over. I was sitting on the ground shouting for you guys to stop fighting, but no one listened. To me. If you want to fight, go fight in the dance studio. Thinking of this meme, Su Qingyi couldn't hold back his laughter even more. Speaking of which, you actually agreed to that ridiculous challenge of his? Am I crazy, are you crazy, or has the world gone crazy? Han Bing looked completely baffled. What are you talking about? A 1v1 man-to-man battle, you know nothing about anything. Su Yang slammed on the mental brakes. Enduring Han Bing's threatening gaze, he swallowed the curse words that were about to spill out. Thursday, that's before tomorrow evening class. How about it? Do you want to watch? I'll have someone save a good spot for you and Sister Mian. I came here to talk about this. Han Bing's expression turned serious. Su Qingyi, what exactly is the program you mentioned in class earlier? If it's really that complicated, we need to start rehearsing as soon as possible. I was just making it up on the spot. Su Qingyi looked completely sincere. Han Bing remained silent for a full 3 seconds. Everyone instantly felt the air fill with killing intent. But, those were just clichés, right? You can fit any program into that framework. Su Qingyi added cautiously. But you said it had to be a fusion of styles, be creative, have an emotional core, and not be limited to a single form. Chu Qingyan frowned, feeling at a loss. When Su Qingyi said those things in class, his tone was calm and certain. She really thought he had it all planned out. Who would have thought someone could spout nonsense so seriously? I get it now, I understand. Instead of waiting for King Li to slaughter us all, I might as well send everyone on their way right now. Han Bing's tone sounded as if she were holding a gleaming scalpel in her hand. Why? What does that have to do with me? I'm not even in your class. Su Yang protested, clutching his head as if a blade were truly pressed against his neck. By the way, can you reveal what your class's program is? I might as well gather some intelligence on other classes and see where their level is at. Su Qingyi dodged Han Bing's rising killing intent and asked Su Yang. Our class is doing a dance, we've already been rehearsing for several days. Su Yang never adhered to the principle of secrecy, he immediately recalled the dance moves and gave a simple demonstration. Shaking hand gestures. Isn't this the social shake of those cringy trend-chasing guys? Su Qingyi covered his eyes, unable to bear watching any longer. Hey, you guys definitely think it's awkward watching me do it alone, but it won't be when we perform as a group. It's very hype. Su Yang looked at the 3 audience members' indescribable expressions and added a pale explanation. I'm suddenly feeling a bit more confident. After seeing Su Yang's demonstration, the killing intent radiating from Han Bing dissipated quite a bit. Let's think about it now. Chu Qingyan nodded in deep agreement. The first requirement is that the form cannot be singular. That means combining common performance forms. Let's not even consider things like musicals, even if we had the ability, we wouldn't have enough rehearsal time. We could consider singing combined with dance, adding opera segments into pop songs, or instrumental performance combined with dance, and so on. Such performances are relatively independent, don't require too much coordination, and can satisfy the requirement of not having a singular form. As he spoke, Su Qingyi began to regret making such bold claims back then. Wasn't he just digging a hole for himself? Fortunately, a competitor was here to offer some comfort. The possibility of coming in last wasn't very high. The second one seems interesting. Han Bing touched her chin, lost in thought. Why can't it be instrumental performance combined with opera singing? Su Yang asked, half understanding. Su Qingyi replied, of course that's possible, but does anyone in our class know how to sing opera? I don't. Chu Qingyan immediately raised her hand to confess. Consequently, all 3 of them collectively looked at Han Bing. It felt like with Han Bing's facial features, once she put on makeup, she could completely pass for a famous opera star. Why are you looking at me? Don't think that just because I look like I could sing opera, I actually know how to, okay? Han Bing rolled her eyes irritably. Let's go back to class and ask. Out of 46 people, it wouldn't be strange if one of them knew how to sing opera, right? While we're at it, let's pick the instruments for the ensemble. Chu Qingyan, who had strong execution, grabbed Han Bing and returned to the classroom as soon as she finished the sentence. Su Qingyi accompanied Su Yang and leaned against the back door, waiting for the 2 on the podium to speak. Classmates, please quiet down. Chu Qingyan gave a wink to the student in the first row near the front door. The other student immediately understood and gave an okay hand gesture. Most likely, she was asking her to help keep an eye on Teacher Li Lu's movements. After all, the fact that they were only just starting to prepare the program couldn't be let out to Teacher Li Lu. Internal meeting. Unrelated personnel, please evacuate immediately. Han Bing's words were clearly meant for Su Yang. Su Qingyi pondered it in his mind. Indeed, Su Yang, that big mouth, would definitely spread the news everywhere if he knew even a little bit. Telling classmates would be fine, but if it reached Teacher Li Lu's ears, it would be all over. Moreover, Teacher Li Lu already had quite a few informants among the students. After a brief moment of thought, he had reached a conclusion. So, before Su Yang could react and start protesting, he pushed him away and shut the back door behind him. Then, ignoring the commotion from outside the door, he raised his hand to signal to Han Bing that she could begin. Regarding the school anniversary program, let me be honest with everyone, we haven't started preparing yet. Zhou Lian in the front row let out a cold huff, seemingly indicating that he had already figured it out. The others were in an uproar. So, now is the time to test our class's unity and execution. First, let me ask everyone, what instruments do you play? Preferably ones you are quite proficient in. After asking, Han Bing picked up a piece of chalk, ready to take notes on the podium. Children in the Tangon City area were generally sent to various interest classes when they were young, so they all knew a little bit about some instrument, but Han Bing had added the condition of proficient. High school seniors had very little free time, and no matter how proficient one was at an instrument, if they hadn't practiced for a long time, they would become rusty. So, for a moment, no one answered. Han Bing had thought this condition would be the easiest to meet, she hadn't expected to hit a wall right at the start. Chu Qingyan quickly raised her hand to show support. I play the piano and the violin. Su Qingyi walked back to his seat, pulled out his chair, and said slowly, I play the erhu. Besides being surprised by this completely unexpected skill, some classmates who looked down on folk instruments like the erhu were snickering to themselves. Many people thought of beggars whenever the erhu was mentioned, but Su Qingyi didn't care and sat down on his own. So what if they looked down on it? They'd find out soon enough. In an ensemble, besides the Swona, who would dare claim they could overpower the erhu? That's impressive, I'd like to hear it. Chen Jinji's smiling voice rang out from behind his ear. Su Qingyi turned slightly, deliberately putting on a smug expression, and nodded with great seriousness. The curve of Chen Jinji's lips turned upward even more. Zhou Lian also said reluctantly, I play the guitar. Seemingly wanting to leave himself an out, he added, I won awards in the past. But I haven't practiced in a long time. With someone breaking the ice, the others became a bit bolder, and more people raised their hands. I play the drums. Boom chick. Yang Qin. Ding ding dong dong. Electric guitar. Let me pluck your heart out, no way, you guys weren't tricked into learning the hulusi when you were kids. Han Bing had already written a long list on the blackboard and quickly raised her hand to tell everyone to stop. Next question, everyone, does anyone know how to sing opera? The type doesn't matter, as long as you can. This question successfully silenced everyone. This generation of young people rarely even listened to or watched opera, let alone knew how to sing it themselves. But Han Bing felt that opera combined with instrumental performance was the form of performance that best fit what Su Qingyi had said. Although she had anticipated the outcome, she still wanted to try asking. What if a miracle happened? Huangmei opera, is that okay? After a brief silence, she hadn't expected a miracle to actually happen. Su Qingyi was the first to react, he turned his head sharply to look at the source of the voice. And Chen Jinji, wearing the same smile as before, slightly raised an eyebrow at him. Thanks to Fu Yao for the tip. Thanks to everyone for the subscriptions and votes, don't scold me about the update speed, don't scold me. I'll start adding more updates tomorrow. Really, I mean it, 151, Chapter 151 Remembrance, of course. Talk about the clouds parting to reveal the moonlight. Finally, someone had stepped forward, and Han Bing was clearly very excited on the podium. You can sing Huangmei opera? Su Qingyi asked in a low voice. Although the entire class was waiting for Chen Jinji to continue, she still whispered her answer to Su Qingyi first. Yes, I learned it from my mother when I was a child. Then she raised her head and answered with a hint of deliberation in her tone, but only to the extent of knowing a few segments, I'm not particularly proficient. It's fine. Can you sing a couple of lines for us in private? Han Bing completely hadn't expected Chen Jinji to be the one to step up and solve the urgent problem. Truth be told, if it was Chen Jinji, whether she sang well or not didn't really matter anymore. She just needed to stand there in a costume, strike a pose, and sing a few lines, that would be enough. Sure. Chen Jinji nodded with a smile. How about singing a couple of lines now? Happy Fatty, sitting in the front row and always the first to cheer, could no longer contain himself. As soon as he spoke, the others joined in the clamor. Sing a couple of lines. Sing a couple of lines. The students clapped and shouted in unison. Chen Jinji waved her hand with a smile, appearing somewhat embarrassed in the eyes of others. In reality, however, she took the opportunity to lean in and ask, what would Teacher Su like to hear? Su Qingyi was startled. He had indeed often listened to opera with his grandfather as a child, but it was mainly Beijing opera, he had rarely heard other types. For Huangmei opera, perhaps the female consort. The fairy couple. How about the female consort? After thinking for a moment, Su Qingyi replied. Chen Jinji chuckled, straightened up, and cleared her throat. With just this simple movement, she struck a professional pose, as if she carried an inherent stage presence. The students who were just clamoring fell silent of their own accord. To save my Li Lang, I left my home. Who would have thought I'd top the imperial exam? Topping the exam, wearing the red robe, the palace flower in my hat is so fresh. Since she was still in her seat and not wearing a costume, her sleeve movements were quite casual. Yet, it still felt graceful and full of charm. I too have attended the Cheonglin feast, I too have ridden a horse down the imperial street. Everyone praises my pan-and-like looks, but it turns out the gauze hat covers, oh covers, a beauty. Chen Jinji originally wanted to sing the next part, but seeing Su Qingyi looking up at her, she suddenly couldn't help but break character and laugh. So she gave a cover-up cough, well, let's stop here for now. Chu Qingyan was the first to react, leading the applause. Gosh, that sounded way too good. Although she had been a bit emotional earlier because of Su Qingyi, it wasn't in her nature to take it out on others. So her praise at this moment was entirely sincere. Good. Excellent. That's perfect. Han Bing was also excited and immediately made the final decision, then our instrumental ensemble will mainly serve this boss's opera performance from now on. No need, just follow the format everyone originally decided on. With the instrumental ensemble as the main theme, I can insert an opera segment at the beginning, end, or any note in the middle. I think the performance effect would actually be best that way. Chen Jinji shook her head, suggesting Han Bing stick to her initial arrangement. Han Bing was stunned for a moment. Her initial idea was indeed for the instrumental ensemble to be the main focus, with the opera performance appearing more as a bonus feature. But after hearing Chen Jinji sing, she subconsciously felt that someone who could sing like that shouldn't be relegated to a supporting role, which is why she proposed the new plan. She hadn't expected Chen Jinji to immediately catch her drift and reject it. It really sounds great. Why don't you want to sing more? Su Qingyi couldn't help but ask her. Chen Jinji shook her head with a smile. I haven't studied it professionally, singing a few lines is fine. If I were to do a whole performance, many shortcomings would be exposed. Moreover, I only signed up because I wanted to hear teacher Su play the eru, so of course I can't let the guest outshine the host. What kind of reason was that? That's fine too. Then next, we'll decide on the song selection and then contact the students who play instruments. Han Bing raised her hand and began erasing the blackboard. Thanks for your cooperation, everyone. Milk tea's on me. Chu Qingyan bowed on the podium. No sooner had she spoken than a line of men in black suits, led by Uncle Gao, filed in, each carrying a dozen cups of milk tea. This bag is jasmine milk green, this one is taro ball bobo 4 fruit tea, there's cheese grape and cheese peach. Chu Qingyan had specifically chosen several flavors that were generally well received by the public. When did she contact them? Such high efficiency. Su Qingyi propped up his chin, watching Uncle Gao distribute the milk tea one by one with a face that screamed, I'm being coerced. The milk tea inside the number 1 middle school was both expensive and terrible, and the school usually didn't allow outside delivery. Third-year high school students left early and returned late, so they rarely had the chance to drink good milk tea, usually only on Sunday afternoons off. Plus, this kind of collective activity naturally made people feel happier. So the students who received the milk tea were all smiles, thanking her in unison. Thank you, class monitor. Chu Qingyan waved her hand, looking like she didn't care much. Then she took a cup of separately packaged milk tea and trotted all the way to Su Qingyi. Su Qingyi. This is for you. Why the special treatment? Su Qingyi took it and glanced at the label on the cup. Oolong milk tea, sugar-free, light ice, with an extra portion of small taro balls. This young lady actually remembered his taste, even going so far as to place a separate order. Although she still added toppings according to her personal preference. The ones for the others all have sugar. I figured a picky person like you definitely wouldn't drink anything very sweet. So I ordered one separately. Chu Qingyan explained. The cup was covered in condensation. Su Qingyi shook it, and the clinking of ice cubes was very crisp. He suddenly felt that something like milk tea did indeed have a certain magic that could improve one's mood. Thank you, class monitor. Su Qingyi nodded with a smile. Like a child who had received affirmation, Chu Qingyan went back to her seat with her head held high. Now that the backbone of the program was set, the song selection was equally important. The piece needed to be catchy and pleasant to the ear, while also having an emotional core that could resonate with everyone. These two conditions almost determined the direction of the selection. It had to be a well-known classic piece. Preferably one with a touching story attached to it. Su Qingyi thought for a while but couldn't come up with anything. Pust. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Han Bing in the front row sending him a signal. Seeing him look over, Han Bing immediately started gesticulating wildly, making exaggerated motions of playing the arrow. That's not playing the arrow, that's playing the accordion. Su Qingyi made a silent critique, then spread his hands to indicate he didn't know what she meant. The music room doesn't have an arrow, so you have to bring your own. Remember to bring it tomorrow. Seeing their complete lack of rapport, Han Bing could only say it crossly. Okay. Su Qingyi nodded in agreement. Speaking of which, he hadn't played the arrow for a long time. He would have to practice well when he got home tonight. Without his grandfather staring and urging him from the side, his skill level must have naturally declined quite a bit over the years. Thinking of those cautious and fearful moments of his childhood, what welled up in Su Qingyi's heart was only nostalgia. The tree wants to be still, but the wind will not stop. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt a slight stinging in his eyes. When his grandfather was seriously ill, he was busy with final exams and hadn't been able to find the time to go back to his hometown for a long time. The grandfather who could still play Go with him at their last meeting was, at their second meeting, already lying on a hospital bed, his breath like a thread, kept alive by an oxygen tube. Sitting by the hospital bed, Su Qingyi felt a sense of estrangement in his heart. He always felt his grandfather shouldn't be like this. He should be hale and hearty, his voice always full of vigor. People meeting him for the first time would always subconsciously be a little afraid of him. Only after getting to know him would they realize he just looked fierce. In reality, he was an old prankster at heart who loved playing with children. Unfortunately, children were all terrified of him, only Su Qingyi had been calm and unruffled since he was small. So his prejudice against Su Zilong was wiped clean after he saw the newborn four-legged gold-swallowing beast. Grandfather's favorite leisure activities were playing chess and listening to opera, which were clearly too old-fashioned and not at all trendy in the eyes of children today. Fortunately, Su Qingyi was open to everything, he could follow along and learn any activity. They say the bond between grandparents and grandchildren is special, and there's truth to that. Su Zilong felt grandfather was too harsh and pedantic, the two of them had no common language. Su Qingyi, however, never felt that way. Because for his socially anxious personality, grandfather was actually the one who understood him best, often saying to him, in this life, the most important thing is to live freely and comfortably. Why bother with the nonsense others say? His maverick personality after growing up was likely inseparable from this kind of upbringing from his grandfather. On the day grandfather passed away, he held on and refused to stop breathing. Everyone knew he was waiting to see Su Qingyi one last time. That day, Su Qingyi was taking his final exams. He felt a vague sense of unease, and the lead in his mechanical pencil broke. Several times. At that time, the adults at the hospital collectively decided that the exams shouldn't be delayed, so no one came to inform him. So by the time Su Qingyi ran to the hospital with his backpack, he only saw a white sheet. The last words grandfather struggled to say before he died were, "Take good care of Qingyi." The fact that he didn't get to say a proper goodbye to his grandfather was a hurdle Su Qingyi could almost never get over in his heart. Whenever he thought about it, he felt a heart-wrenching pain and could not forgive the adults who had taken it upon themselves to decide for him. As a result, his relationship with his parents grew even more strained, which was also one of the reasons he became increasingly silent as he grew up. At the funeral, Su Qingyi didn't shed any tears. But tears are not the only way to express sadness. The death of a loved one is never a single rainstorm, but a lifelong, lingering dampness. The hardest part is never the first few months, but every moment in the years that follow when a memory suddenly surges into the heart. Just like now. So many years have already passed. Not wanting to lose his composure in a public place like the classroom, Su Qingyi sighed softly and forced back the tears that were slowly welling up in his eyes. Thanks to book friend ending in 5288 for the tip, and thanks to everyone for subscribing and voting. There will be another update tonight 152, chapter 152 longing across time the blurriness before his eyes slowly receded. When his vision cleared, a crumpled ball of paper was tossed onto the desk. The person who threw the paper was clearly unpracticed, the ball bounced a few times on the desk and was about to fall to the floor when Su Qingyi reached out and caught it. "Are you okay?" Those 4 words were written on the paper in Chen Jinji's handwriting. Strange. She clearly had her back to him, yet she could still sense that his mood was off. "How did you know?" Su Qingyi quickly threw the question back at her. Intuition. He knew he shouldn't have asked, that was bound to be her answer anyway. Su Qingyi thought about it. In the past, during such difficult moments, he would always rely on the distraction method to pull through on his own. Perhaps chatting with someone else was also a good way. "I thought of a relative who passed away." Just as he threw the paper ball back, a sudden thump went off in Su Qingyi's head. Wait, Chen Jinji said today that her mother taught her Huangmei opera when she was a child. She was only taken to Korea by that hateful father under pressure after her mother died. Wasn't he just picking at someone else's scars? Unfortunately, crumpled paper balls didn't have an unsend function. Su Qingyi felt a pang of guilt, and to make matters worse, the person behind him didn't reply for a long time. After thinking for a while, Su Qingyi wrote another note and passed it back. Sorry. Chen Jinji suddenly let out a soft chuckle and wrote on the paper, want to go out for some fresh air. This was a self-study period. Everyone in the class was writing furiously, no one looked up at all. Slipping out the back door right now would be completely unnoticed. Feeling stifled and restless, Su Qingyi agreed almost without hesitation. So Chen Jinji left first. He waited for about a minute before following her. There was no need to agree on a destination, both of them knew exactly where to go. As soon as Su Qingyi pulled open the rusted iron door, he saw Chen Jinji standing by the railing with her back to him. She was wearing a skirt today too. Her straight, slender legs were perfectly proportioned with flawless lines. A cool breeze blew across the rooftop, making her long hair flutter slightly. Every frame before Su Qingyi's eyes looked like a deliberately staged artistic photo shoot. So much so that he stopped in his tracks, not wanting to break the atmosphere. Chen Jinji had sharp ears, she had heard the sound of him opening the iron door long ago. After waiting for a while and not seeing him walk over, she turned around with a smile, what are you dazing out for? Su Qingyi shook his head, walked over to her side, and leaned against the railing. This wasn't a public place anymore, so he didn't have to worry about losing his composure. Consequently, his entire being seemed listless and drained. Looking at his lonely expression, Chen Jinji suddenly felt a sharp, inexplicable pang in her heart. The words she had prepared earlier failed her in an instant. She had no choice but to take a deep breath and speak as calmly as possible. My mother learned Huangmei opera from my grandmother. She never liked singing it, thinking it didn't sound good. It was only after my grandmother passed away that she picked it up and started practicing seriously. Because of that, she started teaching me when I was very young. Su Qingyi turned around and looked into Chen Jinji's amber eyes, which were currently shimmering with a gentle light. They were even more beautiful in this light, like some rare, undiscovered mineral. Fortunately, I always thought it sounded good. When she taught me, I was always very serious. Otherwise, since she left so early, I probably wouldn't have even scratched the surface. At this point, Chen Jinji even managed a smile, though it didn't reach her eyes, it was more like a habitual twitch of the lips. When she was still alive, I always remembered the trouble she caused, the things she said to me when she was delirious, and the new problems I had to face every day when I came home. Maybe she had found some new way to hurt herself, or maybe she had shredded my last complete school uniform into pieces. But then she died. And all that's left in my head are the times she was good to me. I found that I can no longer remember how hysterical and disheveled she looked during her episodes, I only remember her gentle and beautiful appearance when she taught me to sing opera. Thinking of how Chen Jinji had sung in the classroom earlier, Su Qingyi could more or less imagine her mother's grace. After saying this, Chen Jinji lowered her head and was silent for a while before suddenly saying, I thought I would never sing Huangmei opera again in my life. Because it makes me think of those who have passed away. Su Qingyi was startled. He used to think he would never play the Eru again for the same reason. I'm sorry for making you think of these things again. If you don't want to, you really don't have to do it. He said this after some careful consideration. Chen Jinji shook her head, however. Teacher Su's Eru was also taught by that deceased relative, right? Why are you willing to pick it up again now? Su Qingyi thought about it, but found he couldn't answer. Perhaps too much time had passed for him. Regardless of whether the internal wound had healed, on the outside, only a faint scar remained. Can't think of it. I know why I'm willing. The wind on the rooftop was gradually picking up. Chen Jinji's bangs scattered before her eyes, and she brushed them back with her hand. Su Qingyi observed the wind direction and moved to stand on her other side, acting as a slight windbreak. Chen Jinji turned with him, a hint of seriousness showing in her eyes. Did you know? Death is not the end of life, being forgotten is. She paused, then continued, when my mom died, I actually hated her. Why couldn't she take me with her? Later, I thought about ending it all many times, but then I felt unwilling. I worked so hard to survive until now, not to live a life like this. Whenever I feel like I can't hold on, those beautiful memories pop up to remind me. You came to this world once, you must see the sun. Just as she finished saying this, the sun, which had been hiding all day, happened to peek out from behind the clouds. Su Qingyi stared at the golden light, a bit lost in thought. Chen Jinji had just recited a poem by Heise. He slowly picked up the next line, and with your beloved, walk on the street together. Understand her, and also understand the sun. Chen Jinji smiled softly and nodded. So the reason I'm willing is that I want to share the few beautiful memories in my life with you. Without waiting for Su Qingyi's response, she opened her arms and gave him a comforting hug. Su Qingyi smelled the scent of fresh tea on her and buried his face in the crook of her neck. Neither of them spoke again after that. Just as they had agreed in the classroom, they quietly enjoyed the breeze for a while. When the bell rang for the end of class, they returned to the classroom one after the other with tacit understanding. After spending this time with Chen Jinji, Su Qingyi felt the heavy stone that had been weighing on his heart loosen a bit. That stone might never be completely removed, but now another person had crawled in, willing to be crushed alongside him. The wind on the rooftop also blew away many of the thoughts accumulated in his heart. At least by the time he returned to the classroom, he had regained his usual indifferent appearance. When the evening classes were over, Su Qingyi looked up at the sky. The moonlight tonight was like water, feeling very suitable for thinking about things alone. He hadn't even planned to take the subway, but as soon as he reached the school gate, several enthusiastic people had already been waiting for him for a long time. Are you really in such a hurry that you have to try it tonight? Sitting on the leather seat of the Maybach, Su Qingyi sighed. What else? Tomorrow would have been fine, but tomorrow afternoon you're going to play some damn ball game with this guy. Please, it's 10 o'clock now. Who doesn't want to go home, take a bath, and have a nice sleep? Han Bing vented all her frustration on Su Yang next to her, who let out a few ouch cries from being pinched every now and then. Chu Qingyan was as cheerful as ever. She leaned over from the passenger seat. Do you have a piano or a violin at home? I have a piano. Su Qingyi thought about it, but the quality wasn't great, so he added, it's just very old. It was a second-hand item when he bought it, and it had been gathering dust for so long that it was probably on par with that abandoned piano at school. The ones in Chu Qingyan's house were likely either Steinways or Yamahas, and probably custom-made at that. As long as you have one. Let's try playing together tonight. Fortunately, Miss Chu didn't have even a hint of rich girl attitude. This wasn't the first time any of them had been to Su Qingyi's house. Each was more familiar with the place than the last, taking off their shoes and walking in as if they owned the place. Only Uncle Gao, constrained by his professional ethics, hesitated at the door for a moment. But he was soon dragged in by Su Yang and Han Bing, those two who acted more like the masters of the house than the actual owner. Su Qingyi poured some water for everyone first, then walked to the door and reminded them, this room hasn't been cleaned in a long time, there might be some dust. As soon as he pushed open the door, the smell of dust hit them. Su Qingyi had foreseen this and covered the lower half of Chu Qingyan's face with his palm ahead of time. Cough, cough, cough. Everyone was choked into a fit of coughing. Hey, Boss Su, do you skip this place every time you clean? Yeah. Su Qingyi switched on the light with his other hand. Guitars and basses hung on the walls. A piano and a drum kit were placed in the middle. There were also flutes and shao on the shelves. Did your family used to run a music store? How do you have everything? Han Bing walked in with a look of novelty. Can I pick them up and look? For some reason, her politeness and manners had suddenly returned to her body. Sure, feel free. Su Qingyi agreed. Suddenly feeling his wrist being grabbed, he looked down. Chu Qingyan was making muffled woo-woo sounds with innocent eyes, seemingly unable to breathe. Only then did he remember to let go. Chu Qingyan didn't complain, instead, she happily wanted to lift the piano lid. Seeing this, Uncle Gao stepped forward to stop her, rolled up his sleeves, and first wiped away the dust on the piano lid. Looking at his dust-covered suit sleeve, Su Qingyi privately calculated that this suit could probably buy 2 such pianos. Ah! Su Yang, if you blow that again, I will really kill you. After a sharp, ear-piercing sound, Han Bing covered her ears and cursed angrily. Don't they all play it like this in TV dramas? Why doesn't it sound like that when I blow? Su Yang awkwardly put the flute back. Su Qingyi stepped forward and took it to have a look. The flute membrane needs to be replaced. This gave Su Yang a great opportunity to clear his name, and he immediately said righteously, see that? It's an equipment problem. You can play the flute too. Chu Qingyan also walked over and asked with a look of surprise. Su Qingyi shook his head and put the flute back on the shelf. Not very well. Play a song for us. I want to see if it's really an equipment problem. Han Bing immediately offered the flute with both hands. Su Qingyi had no choice but to take it again. It was a bit difficult for him to play professional pieces at his level, but he could try some popular songs. He played a short segment of Yearning. This song was familiar to everyone, and with the melody of the flute, the lyrics automatically flowed through their minds. Most willing to forget the poems of the ancients, most disdainful is yearning. Guarding love, fearing the laughter of others, fearing even more that people will see clearly. Spring comes again to see the red beans bloom, yet no lovers are seen picking them. Fireworks embrace the romantic, true feelings are no longer. After Su Qingyi finished playing the chorus, he had only one thought: the flute membrane really did need to be replaced. Holy crap, that sounds great. Su Yang was clearly shocked. How did you make that sound? Are we using the same flute? You call this, not very well. Say no more. After you played this, there's no need to test the eru, because your own evaluation of the eru was, I can play it. Those who know, know. Han Bing also had a look that said, nothing more to say, it's a sure thing. Even Uncle Gao's face showed a hint of nostalgia for the past, probably thinking of some old flame. Only Chu Qingmian looked dazed, who knows what she was thinking. Su Qingyi felt like laughing at her expression and gently tapped her head with the flute. This time her reaction was quick, and she immediately covered her head. What do you want to play together? There's a song I heard others play together before, it was so beautiful. Chu Qingmian had already thought of the repertoire and looked very expectant. Have you considered the possibility that I might not know it? Su Qingyi carefully took the arrow out of a locked box. Boss Su, this is too much differential treatment. Everything else looks like it was scavenged from a flea market, but this arrow looks brand new. Su Yang leaned over and touched the sound box made of rosewood. Yeah. Because it's a memento from my maternal grandfather. Su Qingyi gently wiped the neck of the instrument with his sleeve and answered casually. Damn it. I really deserve to die. Su Yang immediately turned around and gave himself a slap across the mouth. It's okay. It happened many years ago. Su Qingyi felt like laughing at the sudden change in their expressions because of his words. In fact, he felt much better after talking with Chen Jinji today, and besides, when he was with these friends, it was hard to think of anything sad. What song? Seeing that they were still silent, he had to restart the topic himself. Chu Qingmian had an expression like she was about to cry and said slowly, affection touching across time. Su Qingyi was stunned for a moment. He really didn't expect it to be this one. An insert song from the anime Inuyasha. It was actually very beautiful, though the melody was a bit sad, and he just happened to have learned it. Okay, I happen to know that one. Su Qingyi pulled a stool over and sat down. Chu Qingmian had no choice but to sit in front of the piano. She hadn't expected the arrow to have such significance for Su Qingyi. Coming to his house to disturb him like this made her feel very apologetic. Su Qingyi guessed what she was thinking from her expression, so he drew the bow across the strings, and the arrow immediately made a tone that sounded very much like human speech. What's the matter? Hurry up and start. He used to use this trick to tease his grandfather, and it would always make him blow his top with anger. Pfft. The people with solemn expressions on the side were all immediately amused. Chu Qingmian looked at Su Qingyi with teary eyes. After seeing the latter nod slightly in encouragement, she took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and entered the zone. As soon as the first few notes of the piano came out, the overall sad tone of the piece filled the entire room. The melodious sound of the arrow joined in at the most appropriate moment, like a complaint, a story, a sob, or a yearning, instantly taking the lead. The two had clearly never played together before, yet the melody they performed was incredibly harmonious, as if they had practiced countless times. The first half of the piece was immersed in a sad atmosphere, making those who heard it almost want to shed tears. But in the second half, there was suddenly a sense of time passing, of great changes, and of new life, like a withered tree sprouting new branches. 1,000 sails passed by the side of the sunken boat. Su Qingyi suddenly felt that Chu Qingmian's choice of this piece was very good. Yearning across time and space, from a past life to the present, nothing would change. The only thing that would change was that he would move forward with this yearning, toward a better life. Just like the line from Interstellar, love is the only thing that transcends time and space. Thanks to book friend WER for the reward. Thanks to everyone for your subscriptions and voting support. P.S. The arrow and piano ensemble version of Affection Touching Across Time is really beautiful. If you're interested, you should go listen to it. 153, Chapter 153. The young lady arrives. A dreamless night passed. The next morning, Su Qingyi opened his eyes before the alarm even rang. This meant he had slept very well. A good night's sleep makes one feel incredibly lighthearted. Su Qingyi climbed out of bed and casually pulled open the curtains. Tangan City has long summers and short winters. It could already be considered summer now. Although it was only 6 o'clock, the sun had already risen early. Leaning against the glass window of the balcony, he opened his phone to play Pooh Shoes, New Boy, and began washing up to the upbeat rhythm. Put on new clothes, get a new haircut, take it easy, Windows 98. Dress up pretty, 18 is paradise, our lives are as sweet as sugar. He'd pass on the new clothes, he wouldn't even be able to get through the school gates without his uniform. The colors in his wardrobe were limited to black, white, and gray, which didn't look nearly as youthful as the blue and white school uniform. Besides, Teacher Li Lu might be on duty today. A new haircut, however, was indeed necessary. Su Qingyi ran a hand through his hair in front of the mirror, feeling it was indeed a bit too long. If his bangs grew any longer, he'd likely be caught by the dean's office and have his photo displayed as a typical example of non-standard grooming. But no barbershops were open at this hour, and the risk of doing it himself seemed a bit too high. He decided to go during his break this week. Su Qingyi thought about it, the date with his junior was just to treat her to a drink, so it shouldn't take much time. If all else failed, he could ask if his junior needed a wash, cut, and blow-dry too. But when Su Qingyi pulled open the drawer, that small black plastic item was still sitting there quietly. Everything was piling up. Why hadn't he realized before that high school seniors had so little free time at their disposal? It was probably because he never used to care about these trivial matters besides studying. Most of his weekly rest nights were spent studying as well. When he finished packing and headed out, the hour hand had only just reached 6:30. This way, he wouldn't have to buy bread and eat while walking. He could leisurely enjoy a steamer of soup dumplings or a bowl of piping hot beef noodles at a breakfast shop. Standing at the door, Su Qingyi mentally checked if he had missed anything. This was a habit he had forced himself to develop since living alone. After all, there was no one else at home, if he forgot something, no one could help deliver it. The consequences of forgetting his keys were even more severe, he'd have to sit at the door waiting for a locksmith. It happened once in middle school, he was already exhausted after evening classes and was forced to wait nearly 2 hours for the locksmith. After confirming everything was correct, Su Qingyi locked the door and walked downstairs toward the sunlight. Just as he reached the entrance of the apartment building, he heard a sharp female voice loudly complaining, "Last night around 10 or 11, I don't know what hateful person wasn't sleeping and was making all that noise. They went through the whole repertoire of playing and singing. If they don't want to sleep, other people's children still have to get up early for school." Su Qingyi was startled. It sounded like she was talking about him, so he poked his head out guiltily to take a look. He had grown used to living in the house in Magic City and had forgotten that the soundproofing in these dense apartment buildings back home wasn't very good. Auntie Zhu, who lived opposite him, was carrying a basin of water and splashed it heavily toward the middle of the road, her mouth never stopping. In the middle of the night, what kind of artistic performance were they doing? A talent show? If I'd known, I wouldn't have let my son learn breakdancing. I'd have sent him to learn the big drums to drum right back at him, let's see who's louder. That really wasn't necessary. Just then, the sound of someone clearing their throat came from the house behind her, followed by a middle-aged man walking out with his upper body bare. "I say, aren't you also disturbing the peace by shouting in the street first thing in the morning? Why didn't I hear anything last night? You must have been hallucinating." It would have been better if he hadn't spoken. As soon as he did, Auntie Zhu's anger flared even hotter. "Niu Xian Wang, you bastard, shut your mouth. My left ear heard your snoring like thunder, and my right ear heard that person playing and singing. You sleep like a dead pig, what could you possibly hear?" Seeing that the two of them were about to start a full-blown argument, Su Qingyi quickly walked out of the building. "People just see that you're useless, so they dare to trample all over you. You, Auntie Zhu." Auntie Zhu's anger vanished instantly the moment she saw Su Qingyi carrying his backpack. Her tone became extremely gentle and melodious. "Oh my, Qingyi is up for school. Did Auntie's loud voice just now wake you up? I'm so sorry, so sorry." Su Qingyi smiled slightly and first greeted Niu Xianwang behind her. "Uncle Niu, good morning." Oh, good morning to our Ali's, AAA student. Niu Xianwang patted his belly and gave a simple, honest laugh. Su Qingyi really wanted to laugh at his words, he hadn't heard that title since he graduated from elementary school. "I'm sorry, Uncle and Auntie. The music last night was my fault. It's the school's centennial anniversary. And the third-year students were suddenly notified that they have to participate, so our program needed urgent rehearsal. When I was testing the sound last night, I didn't consider how late it was. I'm really sorry for disturbing everyone's rest, it definitely won't happen again." After explaining, he leaned forward and bowed. No, it's a small matter, a small matter." The two in front of him shook their heads like rattledrums in surprising unison. "Qingyi, listen to Auntie. It's fine, it really doesn't matter at all. Such beautiful music, it's a blessing for everyone to hear it. What's that phrase again? She nudged Niu Xianwang beside her hard with her elbow. Cultivating the mind. Niu Xianwang immediately followed up. Right, cultivating the mind. What kind of instrument was Qingyi playing? The violin, right? Ah, it's truly high art. Auntie usually loves listening to these things, but unfortunately, I never get the chance. Violin. Better not mention it was an arrow for now. Su Qingyi gave a noncommittal smile. It's really fine. Qingyi, don't feel like it's an inconvenience. Rehearse whenever you want in the future, Auntie will help notify the neighbors for you. Chocolate. You're going to be late for school, what are you dawdling for? Auntie Zhu's tone switched very quickly. The sudden roar at her own child made Su Qingyi flinch. Niu Xianwang, on the other hand, looked like he was long used to it. Even so, her child was actually named Chocolate. That was quite creative. Ah, right, Qingyi. Granny Su came back once yesterday and told me to look after you more. She also told me to tell you not to worry, she'll be back in a few more days. Auntie Zhu slapped her forehead, remembering this important matter. Su Qingyi's gaze had been lingering on Granny Su's locked door next door. Hearing Auntie Zhu's words, he finally felt a bit relieved. Thank you, Auntie. Then I'll head to school now. I'll leave you to it. He finished speaking and was about to leave when a small boy came stumbling down from upstairs. He had a round head and round face, presumably, this was Chocolate. Mom. Give me 10 yuan. His backpack was slung loosely over his shoulders, and his eyes weren't even fully open before he reached out for money. Auntie Zhu stared at his outstretched chubby hand. Her anger flared up again, and she raised her hand to slap his palm hard. Give you my foot. Do you have any idea how much your school costs per semester? You dare ask for money when you fail every time? Get lost and go to school. After receiving the slap, Chocolate immediately pouted and became much more well-behaved. Looking at the little fatty, Su Qingyi felt like laughing. Let's go. Are you at the foreign language primary school? Hearing his mother ask if he knew how much it cost per semester, it was most likely the foreign language primary school. Yeah. Chocolate sized up the clean and handsome older brother in front of him, feeling that compared to his ferocious mother, this guy was much more pleasant to look at. Auntie Zhu was more than happy to have Chocolate spend more time with Su Qingyi. After all, as the saying goes, he who touches vermilion becomes red, and he who touches ink becomes black. Even if he didn't learn much, picking up a bit of his temperament would be good. Since it was on the way anyway, Su Qingyi led Chocolate toward the bus stop. One tall and thin, the other short and fat. Watching their receding figures, Auntie Zhu felt a wave of emotion and immediately took out her phone to take a photo and post it to her moments. My son is finally growing up. Rose, heart, she then immediately commented on her own post, by the way, the football on the right isn't my son. Everyone feel free to claim the other one as you wish. Goodbye. Seeing a stream of likes and comments, she couldn't help but be overjoyed. After a while, Yang Lu commented below. Smile, I don't think the one on the left looks like your son. Either. Auntie Zhu replied immediately, just adopted him today, proud. What grade are you in? Su Qingyi walked on the side closest to the road and casually zipped up the loose backpack on the little fatty's back. 2nd grade. Chocolate clutched his backpack straps, looking like he hadn't woken up yet. Does your primary school start classes this early now? Su Qingyi raised his wrist to check his watch. It wasn't even 7 yet, surely they weren't starting the rat race from the 2nd grade. No. I only got 60-something on my last Chinese exam, so Mom made me go to school early for morning self-study. Mentioning this, Chocolate let out a heavy sigh. So much academic pressure at such a young age. Su Qingyi glanced at the time on the bus stop sign. The 102 bus I need to take arrives a bit earlier than your 76. Do you know how to take the bus by yourself? Yes. Do you have a bus card? Yes. Chocolate tugged on the string around his neck and pulled a bus card out from his collar. This kid didn't seem very smart based on his grades, but he was quite capable of taking care of himself. Looking at his round shape, Su Qingyi chuckled to himself. The bus hadn't arrived yet, but a small red car suddenly stopped in front of the two of them. The passenger window was rolled down, and a little girl poked her head out and shouted, Chocolate. Su Qingyi found the little chubby girl with pigtails more and more familiar. Just as he was wondering, Chocolate replied, Su Xiaoxue, what? Su Qingyi was stunned. Could it really be such a coincidence? At this time, the young woman in the driver's seat with heavy makeup also noticed him and greeted him with some surprise, Qingyi. Thinking back to that unpleasant dinner party, Su Qingyi felt that over the past few months, his feelings of resentment had faded quite a bit. So he nodded slightly and replied, "Hello, Auntie." Su Xiaoxue also recognized the older brother from last time, but her focus was entirely on Chocolate right now, so she didn't greet him. "Chocolate, get in. I'll give you a ride to school." The young woman also brushed her hair, a hint of reserve and pride showing in her eyes. "By the way, is Qingyi still taking the bus to school? You're a senior now, isn't it hard work? Auntie has a car, I'll take a detour and drop you off." Her words sounded a bit sarcastic. Su Qingyi was about to politely refuse, but he didn't expect Chocolate to refuse even faster than him. "No, I don't want to ride with you." Su Xiaoxue's face fell immediately. "Why don't you want to ride in my car? Have you never seen a BMW before, so you're embarrassed?" The young woman seemed to find her daughter's words quite amusing. The corners of her mouth curled up briefly before she spoke to stop her. "Xiaoxue. How can you talk to your classmate like that?" Chocolate, however, put on an air of composure that didn't match his age and replied, "It's the same whether it's a BMW or a tractor, I just don't want to sit with you." "Goodbye, Auntie." Su Qingyi let out a pft and laughed. This kid was only in second grade and already had the temperament of a stone-cold straight man. Su Xiaoxue, who had been pampered since childhood, couldn't stand such words. She immediately puffed up in anger, opened the car door, and rushed out. "Chocolate. What do you mean by that?" Chocolate immediately covered his head and ran. Although he was a little fatty, Su Xiaoxue certainly wasn't thin either. Their speeds were comparable, so they could only keep circling the bus stop sign, neither able to catch the other. The young woman preoccupied herself with adjusting her makeup in the vanity mirror. Su Qingyi was happy for the peace and quiet, leaning against the signpost. The atmosphere was a bit awkward for a moment. Chocolate hadn't even eaten breakfast yet and was truly tired from running, but Su Xiaoxue was still aggressive behind him, so he had to hide beside Su Qingyi. "Stop chasing me, or my brother. We'll beat you up." "He's your brother." "He's my brother." "Mom, tell him, whose brother is he?" Su Qingyi had his hands grabbed by the two little fatties on either side. He suddenly felt a surge of extreme dread at the thought that he might have children of his own someday. The young woman obviously didn't expect her to ask that, and a hint of anger appeared on her face. Su Qingyi wasn't surprised by her reaction because he had long understood that it wasn't just that he didn't want to get involved with Su Zilong's new family, the members of the new family themselves weren't willing either. "Brother, you tell him. Why won't he ride in my car?" Su Xiaoxue gripped Su Qingyi's hand and wouldn't let go, her expression saying she wouldn't stop until she got her way. This little chubby girl was small but quite strong. Red marks were being pinched into Su Qingyi's wrist, but she was completely oblivious. You can't force people to do things they don't want to do. Su Qingyi thought about it and gave a very official answer. Su Xiaoxue, however, was not one to listen to reason. She only knew that Su Qingyi was clearly her brother but wasn't taking her side, which made her even more exasperated. "If you won't ride, then don't. You're both just paupers. You've never ridden in a good car. I'm going to tell Dad to ignore you from now on." Hearing this, the young woman in the car immediately scolded sharply, "Su Xiaoxue. Shut your mouth and get back in the car." If she really dared to say that to Su Zilong, she would definitely receive a scolding, and the mother herself wouldn't come out of it well either. Seeing her usually gentle and kind mother, who granted her every wish, change like this, Su Xiaoxue suddenly felt even more aggrieved. She plopped down on the ground and began to wail loudly. "Now you know why I didn't want to ride in her car." Chocolate refastened his loose school uniform button and said solemnly. "Yeah." Su Qingyi couldn't help but smile and nod, then probed a bit gossipingly, "It seems like she quite likes playing with you." Chocolate sighed and replied with a look of being pestered beyond endurance, "No one in class wants to play with her, so she has no choice but to cling to me." Su Xiaoxue was still rolling around on the ground, occasionally shouting things like, "country bumpkin," and "pauper." The young woman had already gotten out of the car but couldn't control her. A few insults were one thing, but if Su Qingyi got upset and mentioned a few words to Su Zilong, wouldn't that turn into another mess? Thinking of this, the young woman grew even more anxious. She reached out and pinched Su Xiaoxue as she rolled on the ground. Unexpectedly, this only made her cry even louder. Su Qingyi checked the time on his wrist. Good, the bus would be here in 1 minute. This kind of noise pollution was truly irritating. Just then, the low rumble of an engine suddenly approached from a distance, kicking up dust. It was an all-black Rolls-Royce Phantom. A luxury car of this level always carried its own aura. Su Qingyi felt a bit curious. For a car of this price to appear at the entrance of his alley in the old city district didn't seem logical no matter how he thought about it. The group fell silent in unison. Even Su Xiaoxue, who was crying and rolling on the ground, quieted down, watching as it slowly pulled over to the side of the road. The rear window soon lowered, allowing a glimpse of the luxurious interior. Then, a long-haired girl with bright eyes and white teeth poked her head out and broke into a smile. That smile was so bright that the surrounding gloom seemed to be swept away entirely. Su Qingyi. Good morning, I've come to pick you up for school, thanks to book friends Kikizatan and Elite GMC for the tips. Thanks everyone for the subscriptions and votes for support. Miss Chu's garage has been updated again. 154, Chapter 154. Childhood sweethearts who began with a twisted fate. Hearing her words, the few people outside the car were momentarily stunned. Su Qingyi paused, looking into Chu Qingyan's bright eyes, and couldn't help but want to laugh. How did you know I hadn't left yet? I sent you a message. Since you didn't reply, I took it as a yes. Chu Qingyan spoke with total confidence. Su Qingyi pulled his phone out of his school uniform pocket. Sure enough, there was a message from her sent 20 minutes ago. Hello. Are you up? Here's an important announcement. I am coming to pick you up for school. She really just announced it and showed up. Next time, call me. A little later and I would have left on the bus. Su Qingyi jerked his chin. Chu Qingyan looked in that direction just as the number 102 bus sped past. Fine. Chu Qingyan nodded obediently. After chatting with Su Qingyi for a while, Chu Qingyan finally noticed the others standing nearby, staring. Out of politeness, she opened the car door and hopped out before asking, and who are these people? Su Qingyi gave an "oh" and introduced them. This is Chocolate, the son of my neighbor. It was on the way, so I was going to drop him off at the bus stop. Hello, big sister. Chocolate gripped his backpack straps with both hands, looking a bit awkward. Chu Qingyan was instantly amused by Chocolate's name, but thinking it would be rude to laugh at someone's name upon first meeting, she forced herself to hold it in. This is, Su Qingyi only then realized he didn't even know the surname of Su Zilong's new wife. My surname is Zhao. Zhao Meng. Seeing this, the young woman immediately added. This is Auntie Zhao, my dad's current wife, Su Qingyi continued in a calm tone. And this is her daughter, Su Xiaoxue. She's Chocolate's classmate. Chu Qingyan immediately realized how awkward the situation was, so she only gave the mother and daughter a slight nod in greeting. Qingyi, is this your classmate? What a beautiful young lady. Zhao Meng's attitude was much more enthusiastic than before. Anyone stepping out of a car like that was surely a child of privilege, from a family with jaw-dropping wealth. Yet her attitude when speaking to Su Qingyi just now hadn't a hint of arrogance. She was as obedient as a little girlfriend. The relationship between these two was definitely not simple. Su Qingyi hadn't even graduated high school and he'd already latched onto such a family. Yeah. Su Qingyi nodded. Chu Qingyan probably heard 800 such flatteries a day, so she only returned a polite smile before taking Su Qingyi's hand. Let's go. Have you had breakfast? Before she could finish, she noticed the red marks on his hand where he'd been grabbed, and her brow instantly furrowed. What happened to your hand? It's nothing. Just bumped it while messing around with a kid. Su Qingyi glanced at it. The red marks were more obvious now than before, and the skin near the edge had been broken by a fingernail, with a hint of blood seeping out. Su Xiaoxue's strength was truly not to be underestimated. Chu Qingyan gently blew on the wound on his wrist, then turned and tapped on the car window. Uncle Gao had clearly been observing the situation from inside. He immediately got out with a first aid kit. Miss Chu, are you sure? If you were any slower, this wound would have healed itself. Su Qingyi spoke with a hint of helplessness. But it still hurts. Chu Qingyan took a band-aid and carefully applied it to him. As Uncle Gao stood there in his sunglasses, Su Xiaoxue, who had been fearless a moment ago, scrambled up and shrank behind Zhao Meng. He really did look a bit like a villain who would kidnap children. Su Qingyi thought to himself as he looked at Uncle Gao's frozen expression. Alright, let's go. Chu Qingyan casually stuffed the band-aid wrapper into Uncle Gao's suit pocket. Chocolate is going to the primary school section of the foreign language school. It's on the way, can we give him a lift? Su Qingyi patted Chocolate's shoulder. Of course. Little one, come sit in the back with big sister. Chu Qingyan seemed to have caught some disease where she couldn't stop laughing whenever she heard the name Chocolate. She really couldn't help it and kept giggling. Chocolate glanced at Su Xiaoxue, whose face was twisted with anger, and immediately nodded. Uncle Gao helped them open the car doors and then returned to the driver's seat with the first aid kit. This Rolls-Royce Phantom was a four-seater, so Su Qingyi sat in the front. Chocolate, with his short arms and legs, struggled for a while to climb into the back seat. Seeing the door was still wide open, he was about to lean out and pull it shut. Chu Qingyan smiled and gently held his hand, then leaned over and tapped the door close button. The door slid shut on its own. There we go. Once he was sure everyone was seated, Uncle Gao started the engine. Su Qingyi examined the Starlight headliner. Experiencing it in person was indeed different from seeing it in videos. It looked much cooler to the naked eye. Miss Chu's garage had been updated again without him noticing. Chocolate, who gave you that name? It's so fun. Chu Qingyan finally couldn't help but ask the question she'd been curious about for a while. Although Chocolate was young, he already had a basic ability to judge people, and he felt an immediate affinity for Su Qingyi and Chu Qingyan. His mom told him every day how amazing Su Qingyi next door was at studying, so in his imagination, Su Qingyi should have been a frail boy wearing glasses thicker than beer bottle bottoms. Just like the top student in his class, who hated playing with kids who had poor grades, saying it would lower his IQ. But Su Qingyi clearly wasn't that kind of person. And a girl who went to school in such an expensive-looking car would probably be like Su Xiaoxue, mean-spirited and fond of bullying classmates, which is why she didn't have any friends. But this big sister seemed very nice and was beautiful too. My dad gave it to me. That's so cute. Why can't I have a name like that? Chu Qingyan seemed truly envious of the name. She said seriously, Su Qingyi, you could be called Soda Water. Then you can be called Chu Renmei. Su Qingyi leaned over to pull the seatbelt and buckled up. What does Chu Renmei mean? Chu Qingyan leaned forward curiously. A very powerful female ghost. Su Qingyi. Chu Qingyan was most afraid of such things. She immediately shrank back and even covered Chocolate's ears. Don't listen, little one. You'll have nightmares if you hear it. If there really were ghosts in the world, you'd definitely be a scaredy ghost. Seeing Chu Qingyan's reaction in the mirror, Su Qingyi couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile. As soon as he mentioned ghosts, Chu Qingyan thought of something else and immediately sat up straight. Su Qingyi, give me your left hand for a moment. Although Su Qingyi didn't know why, he did as he was told. Chu Qingyan saw the gold-threaded red string still properly tied around his wrist and felt relieved, leaning down to tighten it for him. Watching the two of them, Chocolate asked curiously, are you two in a puppy love? This kid, it was one thing to know about dating, but he even knew the term, puppy love. Su Qingyi gave him a threatening look. Chocolate felt a chill down his spine and shrank his neck. I won't tell my mom. Of course not. Chu Qingyan's face flushed instantly, and she waved her hands frantically. Don't go learning nonsense, little one. But you came specifically to pick him up for school. When my mom gets off work, my dad is too lazy to even pick her up. Chocolate scratched his head and added another sentence, courting death. Su Xiaoxue also came to pick you up for school. May I ask if you two are in a puppy love? Su Qingyi gave a fake smile. As soon as he said that, Chocolate's head shook like a rattle, looking genuinely traumatized by the idea. The primary school section of the foreign language school was not far from number 1 middle school. After getting out of the car, Chocolate politely thanked everyone. Thank you, big brother. Thank you, pretty big sister. Thank you, sunglasses uncle. How come I'm the only one without an adjective? Su Qingyi waved at him, and Chu Qingyan even rolled down the window to watch his round little figure disappear into the entrance. Being a kid is still the best. Chu Qingyan sighed, leaning against the car door. Is it? Su Qingyi looked at the little kids crowding around the school gate. Of course. But the way you were as a kid wouldn't do. You were so punchable. At the thought of how he looked as a child, as if the whole world owed him money, Chu Qingyan felt a surge of indignation. Were you very well behaved as a kid? Su Qingyi couldn't remember what Chu Qingyan looked like as a child at all. Duh. I've been well behaved since I was little, okay? No crying, no fussing, just smiles for everyone. You think everyone is like you? A sour-faced kid like you is a once-in-a-century phenomenon, Chu Qingyan was talking to herself. In the gap while Uncle Gao was reversing with one hand on the steering wheel, he pulled a photo from behind the mirror and handed it to Su Qingyi in the passenger seat. It was a photo of Chu Qingyan as a child. The background looked like a plaza, with the ground covered in red and white tiles. She had 2 short braided pigtails, sunglasses on her face, and was wailing while clutching a piece of rice cake that had been bitten down to half its size. He suddenly thought of a meme that would become popular years later, I'm fine, takes off sunglasses, tears streaming down face. Su Qingyi burst out laughing. Chu Qingyan turned her head and saw him holding her photo. Ah! Where did you find that? Her attempt to snatch it back failed, and she covered her face, making a fuss. Uncle Gao. Arg. My dad must have left it in the car. Give it back to me right now. Truly, no crying, no fussing, just smiles for everyone. Su Qingyi nodded solemnly. Look how happily she's smiling. Ugh, there was a reason I was crying then. Someone snatched my rice cake. I was so mad. My mom never let me eat street food like that. I begged her for so long before she finally agreed to let me buy one. It was freshly grilled and piping hot. I was sitting by the roadside and hadn't even taken a single bite yet. Then this brat wearing a tiger head hat walked past and just leaned in to take a huge bite. The worst part is, he just walked away like nothing happened. I was stunned for so long before I realized what happened. I hated him so much. If I hadn't been wearing sunglasses and could have seen his face, I swear, I would have hunted him down for the rest of my life. Chu Qingyan spoke through gritted teeth, her resentment appearing genuinely deep-seated. I told my mom someone ate my rice cake, but she didn't believe me. She insisted I'd eaten half myself and was lying so she'd buy me another one. God, I was so wronged. And my dad was just laughing at me and taking pictures. Wait, a tiger head hat? Su Qingyi, who had been laughing happily, suddenly fell into deep thought. Long-buried memories came rushing back. He opened Su Zilong's profile and zoomed in on the profile picture until only the tiger head hat was visible. Was it this kind of tiger head hat? Yes, that's the one. I remember it clearly, the pattern, the style of the tiger head. Wait, where did you get that photo? Chu Qingyan looked at him in disbelief. Su Qingyi abruptly turned off his phone and burst into laughter, covering his face. No way. Su Qingyi, it was you. Chu Qingyan felt her world spinning for a moment. Was the location People's Plaza? Yes. Was the time shortly after the Lunar New Year? Was the rice cake seller a middle-aged man? Su Qingyi, I'm going to kill you. Ha 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 ha. You're still laughing. Why on earth did you eat someone else's rice cake? Chu Qingyan found it both infuriating and hilarious at the same time. The person capable of doing such a thing could have been Su Yang, or even a gender-swapped version of herself, but how could it have been Su Qingyi? I don't remember. You have to give me an explanation today. Do you have any idea how much injustice I suffered over that bite of rice cake? I really don't remember. It was many years ago. It really was many years ago, but Su Qingyi remembered all the other details. It was just the reason that was hard to explain. At the time, he had actually already eaten a piece of rice cake Yang Lu bought for him, but he thought it was just okay, nothing special. There was nothing to be so happy about. Then he saw a little girl beaming as she held a rice cake identical to his, her face radiating genuine love for it. So he suddenly found it strange, could the one in her hand be different from his? Thus, when passing by, he couldn't suppress his curiosity and went up to take a bite. How strange. Didn't it taste exactly the same? But why was she so happy? The young Su Qingyi left with his questions. The young Chu Qingyan stood frozen on the spot for a full 5 minutes before she realized what happened and began to wail in despair. Different cameras captured photos of the two of them at the same time. A little boy in a tiger head hat was seriously contemplating a life question sparked by a rice cake, while a little girl in sunglasses was shedding tears over her half-missing rice cake. And so, the gears of fate began to turn. An ill-fated bond. Truly an ill-fated bond. After hearing Chu Qingyan's tearful accusation, Han Bing summarized it with those words. 155, Chapter 155. A spirited and fierce youth. I disagree. Why is this an ill-fated relationship? Isn't this a match made in heaven, a twist of fate? Su Yang looked like he was having another severe episode of being love-struck. I think so too. Your experiences are like something out of a movie. After listening to Chu Qingyan's memoirs, Lin Tong put down his pen and sighed with emotion. Even before morning self-study had begun, Lin Tong already looked quite exhausted. As I write this, I hope readers will remember our domain name wkn.com, it's super reliable. Su Qingyi glanced at the several sets of exam papers already completed on Lin Tong's desk and flipped through them casually. They were clearly finished just moments ago. If it were a movie, it would definitely be a revenge film. In my childhood, half a piece of rice cake was snatched away by a villain, and I was framed. Growing up, I traveled 1,000 miles to track down the culprit, finally slaying the murderer and revealing the truth to the world. Then the subtitles at the end would be, "Justice may be delayed, but it will never be absent." Chu Qingyan brandished her fist, trying her best to put on a fierce expression. No matter how hard she tried, she still didn't look aggressive at all. She looked like a newborn kitten baring its teeth and showing its claws at you. I showed paper, okay, you lost. Su Qingyi spread his hand into the paper gesture. Chu Qingyan made a move to slap his palm, but she unexpectedly fell right into his trap. Su Qingyi took the opportunity to grab her entire hand, pulled it under the desk, and swung it back and forth like a swing. Han Bing, forced to witness the whole scene from beside them, couldn't help but roll her eyes several times in a row. Damn it! On the surface, they were at loggerheads, but in reality, they were flirting. Oh heavens! If you have eyes, please take away these young couples who bicker openly but show off their love secretly. Wood, what time did you get to school this morning? Su Qingyi leaned against the edge of his desk and stretched. Sleep quality really was more important than duration. Although he woke up earlier than usual, he felt quite energetic now. Around 6 o'clock. When I got to school, I just happened to hear the wake-up bell for the boarding students. Lin Tong was working on a physics problem without looking up. It seemed he hadn't found a solution for a long time, as his pen tip rubbed against the scratch paper somewhat irritably. Arrived at 6. Does that mean you woke up at 5 in the morning? Han Bing's eyes widened in surprise. The Olive District was very far from number 1 middle school. It took dozens of minutes even by car, let alone the time spent on bus transfers. Yeah, pretty much. Sigh, since I wake up so early every morning now, my sister wakes up even earlier than me just to make me breakfast. No matter how much I try to persuade her otherwise, it's no use. Mentioning his sister, Lin Tong immediately put down his pen in worry. If you don't let her do it, she'll only worry more, Su Qingyi said slowly, then flicked his finger, pulling the scratch paper in front of him. Don't fret over these things. After all, there aren't many days left until the college entrance exam. Just focus on preparing for the test. He glanced briefly at the problem copied on the scratch paper. Lin Tong's handwriting was very standard, the typical, printed, style favored by exam-oriented education. Okay. Lin Tong knew in his heart that Su Qingyi was right, so he sighed and nodded. To explain the phenomenon where the frequency of light changes as it propagates through a gravitational field near Earth, scientists have proposed the following two methods. Su Qingyi lowered his eyes and read the problem stem seriously, his entire aura calm and steady. People really do have a shining effect when they are in their field of expertise. The others watching him solve the problem couldn't help but marvel secretly. Chu Qingyan blinked and thought that if every problem were a little monster, they would surely be trembling right now as if they had encountered the Monkey King. Su Yang handed a pen into his hand with a face full of reverence. He had already looked at this problem just now, and it was to the extent that he barely understood the formulas given. Based on the law of conservation of energy in a gravitational field. According to general relativity, when light moves through space with universal gravitation. Su Qingyi twirled the pen lightly between his fingertips, then shook his head gently. D is wrong, the frequency of light emitted from the sun's surface decreases during propagation. A is also wrong. He circled a calculation error on the scratch paper Lin Tong had just used. Why were you hesitating between these two wrong options? With your level, you shouldn't be making mistakes on this kind of problem. I feel like my head isn't very clear. As soon as Lin Tong saw the circle, he knew which step he had calculated incorrectly. He sighed and rubbed his eyes. It would be a miracle if it were clear. Who grinds through several sets of physics problems first thing in the morning? Han Bing rolled up the papers on his desk all at once and stuffed them into his drawer. I agree. Hateful physics. Chu Qingyan had clearly suffered greatly from physics as well. Wood, you've been in this high-tension state lately. It's not good. Su Yang patted Lin Tong's shoulder and looked at him with some concern. Grinding through problems in this state is meaningless, it only wastes energy. Su Qingyi capped the pen and looked at Lin Tong's very heavy dark circles. Thank you all for worrying about me, but... Lin Tong scratched his head and gestured for them to look around. It seems like you few with such a relaxed state are the minority. Only then did Su Qingyi realize that the classroom had filled up at some point. Everyone's face was similar to Lin Tong's, pale from a lack of rest. Whoa, our class 9 isn't usually like this. Su Yang was so startled that he lowered his voice. But your state has clearly been affected. Those 2 sets of mock exams you just finished, you'd better redo them during evening. Self-study. Su Qingyi spoke very subtly, but Lin Tong quickly understood that his accuracy rate must have been quite pathetic. Wood, you need to balance work and rest. Why don't you come watch Boss Su and me play soccer tonight? Su Yang was enthusiastically inviting spectators again. Huh? Are you guys having a soccer match? Lin Tong looked bewildered, seemingly knowing nothing about this. Only then did Su Yang remember that Lin Tong was still using an old-fashioned phone, the kind that looked like a free gift for topping up phone credit, so he probably couldn't access the school forum. In the past, much of the online news was only explained to Lin Tong when the few of them chatted. But lately, he had been so immersed in his studies that he rarely even went to the hallway to catch some air after class, and he ate his meals as if someone were chasing him for his life. Naturally, he had no time for chatting. So Lin Tong was likely the only person in the entire school who didn't know about this penalty shootout challenge. You'll know once you come to watch tonight. It'll be a good chance for you to kick the ball and exercise for a bit, Su Yang said excitedly. How are you going to count the score? Can you finish it in 5 minutes? We need time for the school anniversary rehearsal. Han Bing asked with a frown. If it ends in 5 minutes, even if we're willing, the audience won't be. With so many people watching, we have to follow the rules, otherwise they'll wreck the place. Su Yang thought for a moment and added, but since it's just a penalty shootout, we can reduce it from 5 balls to 3. It's just the two of us kicking anyway, 3 points is enough. What do you think, Boss Su? Whatever you want. Su Qingyi had no interest in the format of this challenge. Essentially, for him, it was just playing a little game to accompany Su Yang. It wasn't until the evening break, when he slowly walked to the sports field, that he realized his thinking had been a bit too simple. The entire soccer field was surrounded 3 layers deep, and even the distant stands were packed with people. He suddenly felt an urge to run away. What Su Qingyi didn't know was that he himself was partly responsible for this shocking scene. Originally, if the post Su Yang made had been deemed as clickbait to fish for replies, the onlookers would have just joined in to scold him a bit, and it would have naturally sunk to the bottom, with administrators locking the thread in time. But because Su Qingyi couldn't stand the foul language attacking Su Yang in the comments, he had personally stepped in to post a group photo to debunk the rumors, which directly caused the post's popularity to soar once again. The crowd had spontaneously started countdowns, placed bets, and provided live updates in the thread. At this moment, scrolling down the post revealed nothing but real-time photos. Even the number 1 middle school team's matches had never had an audience of this scale. Now, a simple penalty game between 2 people had easily achieved it. Su Qingyi looked at the dense crowd and sighed. Just then, his phone rang. It was a message from Su Yang. Boss Su, are you here? Holy crap, why are there so many people? I'm stunned. I'm here, by the edge of the field. Don't move yet. Let's go change our clothes. Is changing into jerseys really necessary? A surprise prepared specially for you. Su Qingyi had no choice but to lean against the railing and wait for a while. Then he saw Su Yang wearing a baseball cap, running over sneakily. Are you hiding from the paparazzi? Shoo. Su Yang pulled the brim of his hat even lower. Don't let people find out you're here, or we won't have a chance to change. Go, go, go. Su Yang pulled him along and ran into the gym locker room. As soon as Su Qingyi opened the locker, he saw a familiar jersey hanging inside. It was David Beckham's Manchester United number 7 jersey, looking like the set from the 2000 to 2001 season, the same one as the poster pasted on his living room wall. With a bright red base, the white font on the back read, Beckham, along with a large number 7. The number 7 jersey was a legacy for Manchester United, deeply legendary. Furthermore, it belonged to the global soccer superstar David Beckham, which meant it was very difficult to buy now. Thanks. How did you think of getting me this? Su Qingyi reached out to take it down. The texture felt very good, clearly quite expensive. Ha, it's nothing. I noticed the poster on your wall when I went to your place last time and thought you must like Beckham. So I used a little trick, spent a bit of effort, and had someone buy it. As long as you like it. Seeing that Su Qingyi seemed quite satisfied, Su Yang was instantly overjoyed. He then excitedly turned around and took out the Real Madrid Cristiano Ronaldo jersey he had prepared for himself. Look, I'm also number 7. Gold-trimmed Ronaldo, so, but I actually like Owen a bit more. What? Then why do you have a poster of Beckham? My mom likes him. Just kidding. I like them both. Boss Su, don't scare me like that. I worked myself to death begging people for this jersey. Didn't you say it was just a little trick and a bit of effort? Life is already so hard, some things shouldn't be exposed. By the time the two of them finished changing and returned to the field, the audience had long been waiting with bated breath. So, sharp-eyed people quickly spotted the two walking over, one in red and one in white, and the crowd erupted in a long-awaited cheer. As soon as they reached the sideline, Zhou Kairong came running over blowing a whistle. You even prepared a referee uniform? Looking at the professionally dressed Zhou Kairong, the expression on Su Qingyi's face was beyond words. No, Kaizi prepared that himself. Su Yang patted Zhou Kairon's shoulder, clearly very gratified by his dedication. The players have jerseys, so the referee has to be professional too. Zhou Kairon greeted them with a grin and started directing again with his whistle, signaling for the crowd to step back a bit. It seemed he was holding multiple roles, acting as the referee while also serving as security to maintain order on the sidelines. Amidst the sounds of snapping cameras, the few of them struggled through the excited crowd and found Chu Qingyan and the others in a VIP viewing spot near the goal. The setting sun was shining right on this side of the field. Chu Qingyan and Han Bing had covered their heads with Lin Tong's school uniform jacket for shade, but it was to no avail. Both of their faces were red from the heat. Lin Tong was holding a book titled, Good Words and Phrases for High School English Essays, fanning the two girls. As soon as Han Bing saw Su Yang, she questioned him angrily, how can the organizers themselves be the last to arrive? We're roasting out here. Su Yang immediately ran over, chuckled, and showed off the jersey he was wearing. How is it? Does it look good? This gold trim is so cool. How is this any different from what you usually wear? Han Bing squinted and looked at it for a long time, but couldn't see any difference. From afar, Chu Qingyan had already seen the striking red on Su Qingyi. She had never seen him wear such a vivid color before, but it unexpectedly suited him very well. Su Qingyi's features and aura were already somewhat sharp, and paired with the red and white jersey, he had a spirited, high-flying feel. A youth in fine clothes on a galloping horse. Su Qingyi, you should weld red onto your body. It looks so good. Seeing him approach, Chu Qingyan immediately raised her hand to suggest. Su Qingyi didn't answer her. He picked up a bottle from several stacked crates of mineral water on the ground, unscrewed the cap, and handed it to her first. Is it hot? It's okay. Chu Qingyan took the water, which was still cold, and took small sips. Only then did Su Qingyi take another bottle for himself and drink half of it in one go. A long-sleeved jersey, it was so hot to wear. Just walking all the way here under the sun had already made him break into a sweat. He still had to play soccer later, he really wanted to run away. Chu Qingyan was just about to criticize him for drinking so fast and potentially choking when a voice suddenly sounded behind them, Senior, good luck. Cough. Su Qingyi felt like that mouthful of ice water almost choked him to death. He turned around to see Liang Nina standing behind him with her hands behind her back, smiling at him. Ever since their last conversation, she didn't seem to have the intention of continuing to deliberately imitate Chu Qingyan. Her entire aura seemed a bit gloomier, making her look less like Chu Qingyan. Feeling a bit unnerved by her gaze, Su Qingyi felt that the smile on her face had a hidden meaning. He looked down at the remaining half bottle of water in his hand and asked, Did you prepare the water here? Yes. Originally, I only wanted to give it to you, Senior, but unfortunately. Liang Nina looked over to the other side. The logistics area was piled with all kinds of mineral water, carbonated drinks, fresh juices, and energy drinks. Some bottles even had sticky notes filled with words of encouragement on them. So stupid. How could you drink anything placed in a spot like that, Senior? Liang Nina let out a sneer. Su Qingyi sighed. It was precisely because he saw that situation that he didn't go to the logistics area for water. He had thought that this plain-looking mineral water here was prepared by Su Yang himself. Unexpectedly, he still stepped into a trap. Chu Qingyan was also clearly a bit taken aback. These crates of water had been moved here by a few boys she didn't know earlier. She had also thought it was arranged by Su Yang, the organizer. She suddenly held the half-finished bottle of water in her hand, not knowing what to do with it. You can drink it too, Senior. It's just a bottle of water, it's placed here for everyone to drink. I should say as long as the Senior gets to drink it, it doesn't matter what happens to the rest. Having achieved her goal, Liang Nina seemed to be in a good mood, even showing a pleasant face to someone other than Su Qingyi. However, Su Qingyi naturally took the water bottle back from Chu Qingyan's hand and, under her somewhat surprised gaze, tilted his head and drank it all in one go. Thank you, Junior. And so, Liang Nina's good mood plummeted again. Thanks to book friends Fuyao and Su Xian for the tips, and thanks to everyone for subscribing and voting. Going out to see a movie after posting this chapter, tonight's update will happen if fate allows. 156, Chapter 156 Chen Jinji's mission. Su Yang insisted on taking Su Qingyi through another warm-up. I already moved around while walking over here. No, just in case, you still need to stretch properly. Su Yang had already started doing stretching exercises. Those who know would say you're taking penalties, those who don't would think you're preparing for a street fight. Han Bing had wrapped her school uniform jacket over her head, looking like a bandit. Were you stung by a bee? Come kick one later and you'll see, you'll end up falling flat on your face. Su Yang, clutching the football, mocked Han Bing's look. Han Bing slapped down hard, and the football he was holding to his chest rolled onto the grass, where Su Qingyi stepped on it. Ha ha ha, how did I never notice you seem to have some talent for basketball before? Su Yang wasn't annoyed, still joking around and laughing. Zhou Kairong ran over with a whistle in his mouth, signaling that the match could begin. Su Qingyi nodded, circled his left foot, and flicked the ball up with the toe of his right foot. He then controlled it steadily with his knee. Whoa, that flick up was something else. Zhou Kairong blew his whistle several times. Coach, I want to learn that. Chu Qingmian's eyes lit up, seemingly very interested in such flashy techniques. Su Yang, can you do that? Han Bing asked with a forced smile. Of course. I can definitely do such a cool flick up. I'll show you in a bit. Let's go, Boss Su. Su Yang quickly put his arm around Su Qingyi's shoulder and led him toward the penalty spot. Teach me that quietly later. You don't know how. Su Qingyi was a bit puzzled, he thought it was a very basic way to lift the ball. I only know. Su Yang quietly glanced back at Han Bing's position, then clamped the ball between his feet and jumped in place. This kind of simple and crude way. Yeah, it's indeed not very elegant. Su Qingyi was suddenly amused. That's why I'm asking you to teach me. While the two were talking to themselves, the crowd had already started cheering, and they finally realized they had reached the penalty spot. Since you both know how to play, I won't go over the rules. Come on, call the toss. Zhou Kairong took a 1 yuan coin from his pocket, flipped it up, and caught it on the back of his hand. Heads. Su Yang beat him to the call. Tails. Su Qingyi didn't mind, the probability of a coin toss was the same anyway. And whether he kicked first or second didn't matter to him either. Zhou Kairong removed the hand covering the coin, it was heads. Ha ha ha, Boss Su, then I'll choose first. Su Yang immediately laughed triumphantly. Sure. Su Qingyi nodded casually. I'll kick first then. Su Yang thought about it. Although there were benefits to both, didn't Boss Su get nervous in crowds? He'd better go first to set an example for him. Zhou Kairong gave the goalkeeper gloves to Su Qingyi and led him to the goal. You can stand anywhere on the goal line. You can move along the line before the opponent shoots, but you can only leave the line when the shot is taken. I know the rules. Su Qingyi tightened the straps on the gloves. Zhou Kairong said with a smile, okay, then as Su Yang's teammate, I'll give you some heavyweight inside info. Su Yang's habit when taking penalties is, hey. Ref, what are you saying? Su Yang waved his hands angrily from 12 yards away. Ha ha ha, you're a school team penalty taker competing against someone else in a penalty shootout. What's wrong with me leaking a little info? Zhou Kairong had completely abandoned his refereeing principles. Knowing the habit doesn't necessarily mean I can save it. Let's get ready to start. Su Qingyi had no intention of wanting to know his opponent's habits. Penalty shootouts are actually more of a psychological battle, technique only accounts for a small part. The key is the test of mental fortitude. Whether one can withstand the pressure from the goalkeeper and the crowd to kick the ball into the right spot is the key to a successful penalty. Basically, every football superstar has a famous moment of missing a penalty. For example, in the summer of '94, Roberto Baggio's lonely silhouette stood in stark contrast to the Brazilian fans celebrating wildly in front of him, a scene that became a world-class masterpiece. Whenever this was mentioned, Su Zilong would start sighing deeply, cursing the unfairness of fate. The referee went through the motions of telling Su Yang the final rules. Su Qingyi stood in front of the goal and raised his hands to feel the range he could control. He had never stood in this position before, and for a moment, it felt quite novel. As Su Yang stepped forward and placed the ball on the white spot on the grass, the surrounding spectators all held their breath. Su Qingyi watched Su Yang take a few steps back and stand with hands on hips. It seemed that as the school team's penalty taker, Su Yang was indeed experienced. While waiting for the referee's whistle, he kept looking elsewhere to avoid eye contact with him. However, regarding goalkeeping, Su Qingyi only knew some theoretical knowledge. For instance, the standard way to judge a penalty is to look at the direction of the shooter's plant foot to decide which side to dive. But experienced shooters often use this to deceive the goalkeeper. It seemed whether he could save it would depend on luck. Just as Su Qingyi was thinking this, Zhou Kairong's whistle blew. Just as he had imagined, after taking 2 steps forward, Su Yang made a brief stutter step movement. Su Qingyi's center of gravity had already shifted to the right. Su Yang keenly observed this and turned his ankle to strike toward the left. The ball went into the net. Does that count as a goal? Yes, good goal. It's 1-0. Su Yang's technique clearly shows he's a penalty veteran. It feels a bit like bullying. A wave of discussion and cheering erupted from the stands. Su Yang took 2 steps on the run, turned, and jumped. Su. Buddy, although the quality of that shot was good, can we not celebrate a penalty like it was a world-class screamer? Zhou Kairong signaled the goal was valid, score 1-0. Su Qingyi walked over holding the football and took off the gloves to hand them to Su Yang. To avoid affecting their mindsets, the two had agreed before the match not to communicate in the middle. Su Qingyi spun the football in his hands and placed it on the penalty spot. Girls in the stands immediately started cheering, waving ribbons and balloons. Those props looked so familiar, weren't they scavenged from where the school was setting up for the anniversary celebration? Su Yang was tall and sturdy with long limbs, standing in front of the goal, he made it feel like very little space was left. Su Qingyi completely ignored the technique of avoiding eye contact with the goalkeeper. He took a few steps back, his calm gaze fixed unblinkingly on Su Yang. In the end, it was the goalkeeper who felt uneasy under his gaze and was the first to look away. It wasn't that he was trying to use some psychological tactic, it was just that he felt the other person shouldn't be able to read any useful information from his eyes. The whistle blew. Su Qingyi didn't hesitate for a second. He stepped up and fired a powerful shot right down the middle, relying on sheer force. Su Yang was misled by his shooting motion and dove to the right. He didn't expect the ball to go straight down the center. The ball was very fast, it hit the frame and deflected into the net. The goalpost even hummed from the force of the strike. Cheers instantly filled the entire sports field. Some people in the back rows couldn't see clearly at all, but they knew the outcome from the reaction of the front rows and joined in the shouting and flag waving. Honestly, that goal was so cool. The people on the forum saying Su Qingyi can't play football must have their faces swollen from the slap. You can tell from that technique he's practiced a lot. It's a tie. This is getting interesting. The referee signaled the goal was valid, score 1-1. Su Qingyi didn't have any celebratory movements, only giving the referee a simple nod. Can you do this or not? Don't embarrass our school team. Zhou Kairong mischievously started trying to mess with Su Yang's head. Scram, don't even think about disturbing my focus. Even as Su Yang said this, his eyes couldn't help but glance toward Han Bing. Han Bing and Chu Qingmian seemed to be having a great time. Neither of them cared about the sun anymore, and they had somehow gotten 2 cheering sticks from another student to wave around. Standing back in front of the goal after one failed attempt, Su Qingyi became more certain of his plan, just pick a side by luck. Observing the direction of the plant foot or body tilt was useless against an old penalty pro like Su Yang, instead, it would only expose his own weaknesses. If he simply committed to one side, the probability of success would actually be 50%. Having made up his mind, Su Qingyi lowered his center of gravity, his eyes fixed intently on the ball. Perhaps because the girl he liked was watching from the sidelines, or perhaps because Su Qingyi's black hole-like gaze exerted too much psychological pressure, the veteran Su Yang felt inexplicably nervous at this moment. Many different ways of taking a penalty kick flashed through his mind, but he didn't know which one to choose to ensure a 100% success rate. The whistle wouldn't wait for him to finish considering, so Su Yang had no choice but to resort to his old tricks, trying to confuse the goalkeeper with a short pause. However, Su Qingyi's reaction was completely different from the first ball, he remained as steady as a rock. Now it was Su Yang's turn to panic, and in his desperation, he hurriedly kicked the ball. It was a mid-height shot toward the left side. This kind of shot is known as a goalkeeper's favorite, as it gives them plenty of reaction time and the opportunity to adjust their posture. Su Qingyi made a slight anticipation and caught the ball firmly. Although the quality of the shot wasn't high, the force was still decent. Su Qingyi felt his palms go a bit numb even through his gloves. Once the situation became clear, a burst of booing instantly erupted from the sidelines. Ah! Su Yang immediately clutched his head in dejection. There's still a chance, don't mess around, keep a good mindset. When he actually made a mistake, Zhou Kairong unexpectedly offered some serious encouragement. Su Yang nodded, but he still didn't dare look toward Han Bing as he walked back toward the goal. With the experience from the first ball, Su Qingyi's mindset became even more composed. Standing here, the scene before his eyes was no longer a bustling playground, but a quiet, solitary training field. There was no goalkeeper in front of the net either, because the kicking style he practiced alone was hitting the corners. In theory, as long as he didn't make a mistake and kick it out of bounds, no goalkeeper could save a ball with such a tricky angle and high difficulty. The whistle blew, and just like last time, Su Qingyi kicked the ball directly without hesitation. Having already conceded one goal, Su Yang held his breath and concentrated fully, wanting to level the score with this shot. It's to the right. He judged it correctly. But even though his anticipation was correct and his diving posture was sufficiently extended, the ball still brushed past his fingertips and landed firmly in the net. Holy crap. That corner, even a god couldn't save that. At that height, I thought it was going to fly out. Scared me to death. Exciting. As the game progressed, the cheers from the stands became even more fervent than in the previous round. The calmest person in the entire venue was still Su Qingyi, who had just scored. The score became 2-1. The pressure on Su Yang became unprecedentedly high. If he didn't score this ball, the game would be declared a loss immediately. Even if he scored, he would have to pray that Su Qingyi missed his final shot. When the two exchanged positions, Su Qingyi suddenly broke their previous agreement of no communication and extended his fist toward him. Su Yang understood immediately and bumped fists with him. This sudden gesture from Su Qingyi was like a calming pill. Su Yang's pounding heart settled down, and he slowly took a deep breath. For this shot, he chose his best technique, a powerful low drive into the bottom corner. Su Qingyi guessed the direction right this time, but a low-driven ball was no easier to save than the top corner shot he had just faced. Ultimately, the ball rolled into the net. Nice shot. Not bad. This shot from Su Yang finally shows the level of a school team regular. I finally understand why people like athletes. The stands provided Su Yang with timely, encouraging applause. This time, he didn't celebrate like before, but simply bent over and gave a bow. The score was now 2-2, and whether the game would continue depended on Su Qingyi's next shot. For the final ball, the light from the setting sun's afterglow was still a bit blinding. Su Qingyi stood by the penalty spot and narrowed his eyes slightly. Suddenly, he saw an unexpected figure in the shadows of the distant stands. She was sitting far from the lively crowd, looking somewhat out of place, yet her eyes were truly and clearly watching this spot. Chen Jinji. Su Qingyi was stunned. She had actually come. Did she just arrive? Or had she been watching there for a long time? During the afternoon break, Su Qingyi did a final check on the math problems he had organized today and handed them to Chen Jinji in the back row. Chen Jinji's movement in taking them was extremely smooth, almost as if she had been waiting for him to turn around. Su Qingyi had long since grown accustomed to her predictive behavior. After spending so much time together, a silent understanding had developed between them. He stood up to pull the curtains and remained by the desk, watching Chen Jinji work out the formulas on the paper. After watching for a while, Su Qingyi leaned down, supporting himself on the desk with one hand while using the other to pick up a nearby red pen and circle a calculation error. Chen Jinji smiled. The distance between them was really quite close, yet she didn't move away, simply looking up at him like that. Is there a proctor who stares at people writing their answers like this? Su Qingyi didn't answer. After writing the correct answer with the red pen, he paused and then wrote, "Are you coming to watch the game tonight?" Chen Jinji's smile deepened as she said slowly, "Do you want me to come?" Her tone rose at the end, carrying an obvious sense of allure. It's whatever. Su Qingyi didn't intend to fall into the trap easily. After writing those 3 words, he straightened up and returned to his seat. No sincerity at all. Chen Jinji's tone took on a bit of soft complaining. If you agree to one request of mine, I'll come. No, that's stupid. Su Qingyi frowned, his entire being radiating resistance. All right then. Chen Jinji nodded noncommittally and lowered her head to continue working on the problems. So are you coming or not? This question lingered in his mind for a while, but in the end, he didn't ask it. The sharp sound of the whistle at the game site snapped Su Qingyi back to reality, making him realize he had been dazed. Su Yang stood ready at the goal, believing he had already figured out Su Qingyi's kicking style. And that was one word, reckless. Treating the goalkeeper as if they didn't exist and focusing solely on his own kick. Such a person was hard to deal with, but there was a glimmer of hope. And that was that his style was very prone to mistakes. As long as he provided enough interference, the likelihood of a mistake would increase. Su Qingyi's starting posture was no different from the first 2 balls. Su Yang steeled himself and dove directly toward the right side. To his surprise, while it looked like he was going to blast the ball to one side, Su Qingyi suddenly checked his movement at the last moment, turning it into a gentle chip shot. As Su Yang dove toward the other side of the goal, the ball traced a spoon-like arc through the center and entered the net precisely. Holy shit! A Panenka penalty. Even Zhou Kairong, acting as the referee, couldn't help but be the first to roar in excitement. The reason he was so excited was that a Panenka penalty is far more difficult than it looks. It is a massive test of the shooter's footwork and psychological fortitude, as well as the deceptiveness of their starting posture. Su Qingyi had used powerful drives for the first 2 balls. no one in the entire venue expected him to suddenly switch to such a high-risk technique at the final moment. Damn! What a perfect Panenka penalty. I declare this goal shall be recorded in school history. Holy shit. That was so damn cool. The crowd's emotions were instantly ignited by this perfect Panenka penalty. It was the perfect climax to end the match, with cheers and screams lasting for a long time. At this moment, Su Qingyi, the creator of this legendary scene, didn't have much excitement on his face. Instead, he looked a bit conflicted. I didn't celebrate the first 2 balls, would it be a bit weird to suddenly celebrate now? My persona is going to crumble again today. Standing in place, he sighed and raised one hand above his head, making a somewhat non-standard half-heart gesture. The spectators closest to him were clearly stunned for a second, then immediately raised their cameras and started snapping photos frantically. A dozen high-definition photo replies instantly appeared on the forum. Haha, he's so cool when kicking the ball, but his celebration pose is so girly. Brother Su, if you don't want to celebrate, you really don't have to. That expression looks like you've been kidnapped. Next up, let's have Aqua perform for everyone, making a pumpkin, making a watermelon, making an apple. Anyway, it's definitely not a heart. In the corner of the distant stands, Chen Jinji gently tucked her falling hair behind her ear, the corners of her mouth turning up. I would have come to watch no matter what, you dummy. 157, Chapter 157. The sunset is infinitely beautiful. The game had been over for a while, but Su Yang was still lying face down on the grass, playing dead. Su Qingyi walked over to him, holding the ball, wondering what to say. He probably shouldn't have kicked a Panenka penalty, it was a bit hurtful to his self-esteem. But he really hadn't thought that much about it. In that situation, the Panenka penalty had the lowest risk and the highest chance of winning. Su Yang's face was buried in the grass, motionless. It probably didn't smell very good, just like plastic. Su Qingyi sat beside him and watched him for a while, suddenly noticing, the back of Su Yang's head seemed very flat. So, on a whim, he tried to place the football on it. It actually stayed there steadily. It seemed it really was very flat. Su Yang suddenly rolled over and sat up, grabbing Su Qingyi's arm and wailing, "Boss Su. You can't play like this. You call this knowing a little bit about football? What's there to be so surprised about?" Han Bing walked over, tossed Su Yang's sports bag onto the ground, and glanced at the grass clipping stuck to his white jersey. He also said he knows how to play a little teru. I've never played with anyone else before, so I really didn't know exactly what my level was. Su Qingyi shrugged. To be honest, Boss Su, have you considered joining our school team? I feel like you're more than qualified to play as a midfielder. From today on, you're the David Beckham of number 1 middle school, okay? Su Yang moved on from the shadow of his defeat much faster than Su Qingyi had expected, and was already starting to recruit for the school team. In fact, if he had lost to someone else, Su Yang would have been depressed for at least a week. But since his opponent was Su Qingyi, Su Yang had felt from the start that it's normal for anyone to lose to this guy. That being said, is it possible that we're graduating in about a month? Su Qingyi spoke while dusting off his jersey. After all, it was a gift from someone else, so he should take care of it. Oh, that doesn't matter. Before graduation, we have a super big match against another school. I told you guys about it before, remember? Forget it, I know you definitely don't remember. Anyway, Boss Su, if you can join, our chances of winning will increase even more. The more Su Yang thought about it, the more excited he got. He could already see the two of them teaming up to crush those arrogant guys from the other school. With your footwork, your long passes must be incredibly accurate. When the time comes, you'll provide the assists and I'll score the goals. Han Bing slapped him on the forehead with a thwack. You're certainly dreaming big. Can't you put your mind on your studies? Don't you know how you did on the second mock exam? Why don't you just repeat a year? That way you can dominate the school team for another year. After her harsh words, she reached out to help him brush off the grass clippings he'd picked up from rolling on the ground. As soon as she mentioned studying, Su Yang's enthusiasm dropped by 70 or 80%. After all, he knew himself that he had indeed done poorly on this second mock exam. Chu Qingyan picked up the football that had just rolled off Su Yang's head and squatted down to hook Su Qingyi's hand. Do I have to learn how to juggle the ball? Should I learn how to kick it first? Su Qingyi looked at her sparkling eyes and somewhat admired how Chu Qingyan was interested in everything. Sure. Chu Qingyan immediately stood up. Noticing the pure white Converse canvas shoes on her feet, Su Qingyi fell silent for a moment and tugged her hand to make her sit back down on the grass. Hey! What are you doing? What's wrong? Chu Qingyan was startled. Those shoes won't work. Your feet will hurt if you kick with them. Su Qingyi thought that canvas shoes of this brand weren't even comfortable for normal walking, let alone for playing football. Chu Qingyan clearly grew up pampered and sheltered. If he wasn't careful, her feet would probably hurt for several days. Oh. Okay then. Chu Qingyan pouted, looking a bit disappointed. It'll be the same if we play next time. Su Qingyi showed her the football shoes Su Yang had prepared for him. They might not look great, but they provide good protection. The soles have cleats for grip. How about swapping with me? My shoes are hard, and we wear the same size. Han Bing, the helpful onlooker, spoke up. When he saw the pointed leather shoes on her feet, Su Qingyi fell silent once again. Su Yang burst out laughing. Sister, yours are even worse than hers. Have you ever seen anyone play football in leather shoes? Maybe not. But have you ever seen someone kick a person with leather shoes? Han Bing's tone was calm but carried a murderous intent. I'm sorry. Being kicked by pointed leather shoes would leave one either dead or injured. Su Yang quickly begged for mercy and then fled the scene. Then he discovered that even on the football field, Lin Tong was still off to the side reading an English textbook. Wood. What's wrong with you? I told you it's break time, why are you still studying? Su Yang snatched the textbook from his hands. Hey. Wait, let me finish reading that explanation. Lin Tong panicked and reached out to grab it back. I'll give it back in a bit. Rest for a while, rest for a while. Su Yang put the textbook behind his back and lay directly on the grass, looking very relaxed and comfortable. I just brushed you clean and you lay down again, you bastard. Before more profanities could burst out, Han Bing braked just in time. To her surprise, Su Yang pushed his luck, grabbing her arm and pulling her down onto the grass as well. Don't scold me, don't scold me. At worst, I'll take your clothes to the dry cleaners. Look. He raised a finger and pointed into the distance. Su Qingyi also looked in the direction he was pointing. The sun had already sunk into the rolling mountains in the distance, but the afterglow filled the sky, dyeing the vast clouds orange. The sky had also turned a pinkish purple, looking dreamlike and mesmerizing. The number 1 middle school students who had been drawn by this informal match had originally settled their excitement to return to their tense and oppressive study lives. But at this moment, they all stopped in small groups, pausing to appreciate such a rare sight. The sunset is infinitely beautiful, only it is near dusk. The noisy group from before also quieted down, feeling the evening breeze and thinking their own thoughts. For some reason, the evening glow during student days is always the most beautiful. Perhaps it's because the worries of student days are the simplest. Su Qingyi took his phone out of Su Yang's sports bag nearby and took a photo. A photo can never restore the shock felt by the naked eye, but it can be like a bookmark, allowing one to briefly recall their feelings at that time when they see it. I'll take one too, I'll take one too. The others also took out their phones. Lin Tong, who didn't have a smartphone, was directed by Han Bing to hold her phone for her. She was probably worried that Lin Tong would feel out of place. Han Bing truly was incredibly considerate. Yet she liked someone as thoughtless as Su Yang. Well, the two of them could be considered complementary. While Su Qingyi was worrying about his friend's lifelong happiness, Su Yang held up his phone again. Come on, let's take a group photo. Why did your camera settings change back again? My face is distorted. Give it here. I'm being framed, I didn't touch it. If you didn't touch it, did a ghost do it? After Han Bing made some adjustments, Su Yang held up the phone again. Wood, look at the camera and smile. Lin Tong had never taken a selfie with friends before, and he was so stiff he didn't know what expression to make. Ah. But I don't know how. Just be natural. Lin Tong swallowed and tried to put on his usual expression, but it still looked very forced. How about this, just copy how Boss Su poses. Su Yang thought that since both of them had stiff faces, Su Qingyi's photo didn't look awkward, it just made people think he was cool. As it turned out, even though it was the same expression, it felt completely different when the two of them did it. Su Qingyi's face was naturally indifferent, and his features were well suited for this expression. Lin Tong was different. He looked like he was carved from the same mold as Lin Jiwan, so making this expression look like a child trying to act serious like an adult. I'll print this photo out for you later to show your sister. Su Qingyi thought for a moment and blurted this out. Thinking that his sister would definitely be happy to see this photo, Lin Tong relaxed a lot and showed a smile. Okay. 3. 2. 1. Say cheese. Su Yang quickly seized the opportunity to press the shutter. The moment the photo was captured, the afterglow also hit its last bit of brilliance, and night instantly descended. Everyone in the photo was smiling brightly, even the corners of Su Qingyi's mouth were turned up. He seemed to be in a good mood. This photo looks so good. Su Yang showed the photo to everyone. Indeed, it looks much better than the one from when we had hot pot last time. Han Bing also nodded in agreement. Then can I post it on my moments? What? Do you want your phone to be bombarded again? Su Yang remembered that after he posted that group photo last time, his phone kept receiving likes and comments, ringing incessantly, until he finally had to put it on silent. I don't care, I'm posting it. It's a rare team-building event. Su Yang lowered his head and typed a few words rapidly. Posted. Everyone go give it a like. Su Qingyi opened his moments, and Su Yang's caption read, just another daily team building. Saving the photo, Su Qingyi continued to scroll down. A few minutes ago, without him knowing, Chu Qingyan had secretly posted on her moments, I want time to stop at this moment. Su Qingyi turned his head to look at her, but she still maintained her posture of looking into the distance, dazed, wondering what she was thinking. Many students from No. 1 middle school had taken photos of this evening glow and posted them on moments. As he scrolled, even the most beautiful scenes caused a bit of aesthetic fatigue. Su Qingyi went back to the chat interface, hesitated for a moment, opened the chat with Chen Jinji, and sent the photo he had just taken. Chen Jinji replied almost instantly, immediately sending a photo she had taken herself. Su Qingyi opened it and took a look. The angle was very good, it was probably taken from the rooftop again. After thinking about it, he asked again, did you see me do that gesture? Yes. You were making a pumpkin. I did my best. I know. He could almost imagine Chen Jinji's mocking expression on the other side of the screen. Su Qingyi was about to turn off his phone when the other party sent another message. Chen Jinji had just taken a photo of herself making a half-heart gesture and sent it over. The moment he opened it, he was hit hard by her beauty. She closed one eye while making the heart, and the curve of her smile was perfect, looking completely different from the feeling she usually gave people. At first glance, it looked like a piece cut out from a celebrity's poster. Su Qingyi couldn't help but sigh in his heart, some people were truly born for this. Previously, he couldn't understand the mentality of fans, why would they be so crazy about someone they might never meet in their life? Celebrities who needed to maintain a persona were, in a way, no different from 2D characters. But after seeing this photo, he suddenly understood a bit. The meaning of an idol was probably a kind of spiritual support. After all, seeing a smile like hers really did feel healing. He stayed on the interface for this photo for quite a while before exiting. Chen Jinji had already sent a new message. When practicing the debut song at the company, there's a 2-second shot at the end, commonly known as an ending pose. This is the gesture the company arranged for me, so I've practiced this gesture as many times as I've practiced the debut song. Su Qingyi was stunned for a moment, not expecting that this gesture had such a meaning for her. Other than the staff, Teacher Su is probably the first person to see me do this gesture. And most likely the last as well. Su Qingyi thought for a moment and replied with this. As the first audience member, I think it's very beautiful. Thanks to the book friend, Low Power, for the tip, and thank you all for your subscriptions and votes of support. There's another chapter tonight. 158, Chapter 158. Double standards are a habit. The rest time for third-year students at No. 1 high school is now entirely determined by the school's needs. For instance, this week it was inexplicably changed to Saturday afternoon. This meant they still had to go to school for evening self-study. Su Qingyi had just returned home when notifications began popping up on his phone one after another. Without exception, they were all from Liang Nina. She seemed to take their date very seriously, having messaged him incessantly since last night. Senior, where are we going tomorrow? Senior, what color skirt do you like? Senior, you won't have something come up last minute tomorrow, will you? Su Qingyi had no choice but to reply to each sentence, anywhere is fine. Up to you. I won't. Now that the time was approaching, she was getting a bit overexcited. Is Senior home yet? What do you want to eat? I'll go book a table first. I'll call a car to pick you up. I've provisionally booked a Japanese restaurant. I've eaten there before, the taste is decent. Any dietary restrictions? Su Qingyi had originally intended to just meet for afternoon tea and leave it at that, but Liang Nina clearly didn't think so. She had a complete plan for the entire afternoon. He suddenly felt a bit guilty. After all, he was the one who suggested meeting up, yet the girl was doing all the planning. Don't go to any trouble. I'm heading out now and should be there in about 20 minutes. After replying to the message, he hurried to change his clothes. The only bright spot in his empty wardrobe was that red jersey. The advantage of having few clothes was not having to spend time thinking about outfits. He just grabbed a white shirt and a pair of jeans. However, compared to his sparse wardrobe, his shoe cabinet was quite flashy, filled with brand names at a glance. There was no other reason than that Yang Lu and Su Zilong had given them to him. They instinctively assumed high school boys had a natural obsession with sneakers. But the pair Su Qingyi wore most often was the simplest, plainest white Air Force Ones. He had a slight obsession with cleanliness, so even though he wore them often, they still looked almost new. Su Qingyi stood at the door for a moment, thinking, then picked out a pair of black Converse 1970s. After carefully placing his hearing aid into his shirt pocket, he locked the door and went downstairs. Before he could pull open the iron gate of the apartment building, he heard people talking outside. "Big sister, you still haven't told me, who are you looking for?" A young boy's voice asked in a childish tone. "Do you know her? Why do you keep talking to her? Let's go watch cartoons." Another voice sounded like a little girl. "Can you two shut up? You're so noisy. I don't want to talk to little brats." The teenage girl's voice was full of annoyance. "Hey! He's talking to you nicely, why are you being so mean?" The little girl was unhappy. "Because I want to. Is it any of your business, little fatty?" The girl's tone was cold and sounded extremely impatient. "Ah! You're the fat one." The little girl screamed in anger. Evidently, these were several people he knew. Su Qingyi sighed and pulled open the iron gate. The creak drew the attention of all three. Liang Nina, who was surrounded by the two children, instantly brightened up when she saw him. "Senior." She was wearing a black miniskirt today, and her upper half was a white shirt just like his. This coincidence clearly improved her mood, which had been soured by the brats. She wanted to push past the two kids, who were as round as stumps, and walk over quickly, but they ran faster than she did. "Brother Xiao Su." Chocolate ran over and grabbed Su Qingyi's hand. "Chocolate, wait for me." Su Xiaoxue followed him closely. Liang Nina was truly startled by the intimate address of Brother Xiao Su. Could this little fatty be Senior's younger brother? No, they don't look alike at all. A cousin? Paternal or maternal? As long as there was some blood relation, her attitude just now would leave a bad impression on him. If she left a bad impression, he might go back and tell the adults. If he told the adults, it would reach the ears of Senior's parents. Senior's parents would then think she was an impolite woman. It's over, everything is ruined. What are you two doing here? Su Qingyi led Chocolate over. Su Xiaoxue insisted on coming to play with me, but I didn't want to play with her, so I talked to that sister over there. But the sister said that the thing she hates most in the world is little brats our age. No, Senior, I didn't mean it like that. Liang Nina explained with a bitter face. It's fine. Su Qingyi secretly found it amusing. He didn't know where Liang Nina's double-standard personality came from. Towards anyone but him, she acted purely on whim, without manners, as if asking, can ethics be eaten? Why was he the only exception? He wondered if he could find out the reason today. Wait, why was Liang Nina downstairs at his house? He shouldn't have given her his address. Su Qingyi glanced at Liang Nina again. She clearly didn't see any problem with it, only worrying about the chocolate situation. Forget it, there's no point asking. With her temperament, she probably followed him here at some point. This is Chocolate, a younger brother from next door. This is, after introducing Chocolate, Su Qingyi got stuck on Su Xiaoxue. How should he explain this? This is my half-sister, she didn't come here to see me, but to play with my neighbor and classmate, Chocolate. She is my classmate. Despite his young age, Chocolate saw his hesitation and took the initiative to introduce her. Upon learning he was just a neighbor's younger brother, Liang Nina clearly relaxed a lot, and an obvious sneer appeared on her face. Ha! Your name is Chocolate. Chocolate. Nodded vigorously. Then who are you, big sister? Sensing that Liang Nina wouldn't give a proper introduction, Su Qingyi answered first, she's a junior from the second year at our school. I see. Chocolate nodded thoughtfully and then asked, do all high school girls become this pretty? Not bad, although he looks like a stump, he has good taste. Liang Nina suddenly felt that this little fatty wasn't so annoying anymore. The sister last time was very pretty too. Last time? Liang Nina's mood fluctuated like a roller coaster. Who was it last time? Chu Qingyan or Qin Jinji? Or even more of those nameless flitting butterflies? What's the use of being pretty? Su Xiaoxue pouted, her small bead-like eyes scanning Liang Nina up and down. It was strange to think about, Su Zilong had been a genuine handsome guy in his youth. Even though he had put on weight now, his genes should still be good, right? Zhao Meng was also a beautiful woman with delicate features, yet Su Xiaoxue really couldn't be called cute. Perfectly inheriting all the parents' shortcomings was a feat of extremely low probability. Liang Nina was already in a bad mood because of the words last time, and seeing Su Xiaoxue's unfriendly gaze, her temper flared up instantly. Su Qingyi felt like he could see her anger bar skyrocketing. If he didn't stop her, she might roll up her sleeves and perform a live demonstration of beating up a child. So he quickly pretended to look at his watch, cleared his throat, and urged, "Let's go, or we won't make it for dinner." "Okay, senior," I called a car to wait at the entrance of the alley. Realizing she was in front of Su Qingyi, Liang Nina suppressed her temper for the time being, and her tone immediately softened. "Where are you going to eat?" The curiosity of human offspring is infinite, both children couldn't help but ask. Out of politeness, Su Qingyi asked casually, "Why? Do you want to come along?" He had expected them to say yes, but to his surprise, their heads shook in perfect synchronization, faster than a rattledrum. Even if they had said they wanted to go, Su Qingyi wouldn't have actually taken them. But this behavior of having such clear boundaries was too strange and caught him off guard. When things are abnormal, there must be a reason, so Su Qingyi smiled, crouched down, and asked again, "Really not going? We're going to have pizza." Unexpectedly, at this question, the two children acted as if they'd stepped on a landmine, running faster than ghosts and disappearing into the small alley. A bit bewildered, Su Qingyi stood up. Liang Nina stood behind him with a beaming smile. "Senior, let's go." "Okay, when did you call the car?" "It's my family's driver. I had him waiting here all along." It turned out they were all young ladies with family drivers. Only after their figures disappeared around the corner did Chocolate and Su Xiaoxue emerge from the alley again. That big sister is so scary. Su Xiaoxue was already scared to the point of tears. It was hard to imagine this was the same fearless brat. Chocolate was also clearly still shaken. When Su Qingyi had asked if they wanted to come along just now, the look Liang Nina gave them from behind his back was as if she wanted to swallow them whole. Even the man-eating female demons in Journey to the West weren't this terrifying. 159, Chapter 159. Distance. Turning the corner out of the alley, he saw a white Bentley parked by the roadside. Su Qingyi suddenly felt an urge to sigh. These luxury cars appearing in such an old district felt very out of place. Yet, they were appearing with increasing frequency lately. Seeing the two of them approaching, the driver immediately got out to open the car door for them. Compared to Uncle Gao's somewhat flashy Agent 007 look, this man seemed much more normal, clearly serving only as a driver. "Senior, which side do you usually sit on?" Liang Nina didn't even greet the driver, asking him directly. This was a bit too much attention to detail. Her pursuit of perfection was clearly because she was overly nervous, afraid that she might fall short in some way. Yet in front of others, she was clearly the self-centered type who wouldn't consider anyone else's feelings at all. Seeing that he hadn't answered, the expression on young Nina's face became somewhat fearful. Su Qingyi shook his head and motioned for her to get in first. Liang Nina was very obedient, bending over and stepping in to sit on the inner seat. Su Qingyi stood behind and inconspicuously looked away. Her skirt was too short. The car started smoothly, and the scent of rose incense filled the air. Su Qingyi felt like he had ridden in more luxury cars in these past 2 months than in his entire previous life combined. His birthday was in October, and in the summer after graduating high school, he wasn't 18 yet, so he couldn't get a driver's license. So it wasn't until the summer after his freshman year of college that he finished the test. There was no other reason for not buying a car except for the rush hour traffic in Magic City. Those who know, know. Although the subway was a bit crowded, it was still convenient. Liang Nina's eyes kept stealing glances at him from the side. Su Qingyi could feel it, but he didn't respond. After a long silence, Liang Nina asked tentatively, "Senior, do you want to listen to some music?" "Sure, anything is fine." Su Qingyi nodded. It wasn't that he wanted to listen to music himself, it was just that some background music would make it easier to relax. She was so tense right now that he couldn't even strike up a conversation. So Liang Nina lowered her head to connect to the car's Bluetooth. In truth, she had no idea what song to play, mainly fearing that Su Qingyi wouldn't like the songs she usually listened to. Just then, the driver in the front seat, likely hearing only the instruction, "Play some music," pressed play directly. "There's a girl in the village named Xiaofang, she's pretty and kind, with a pair of beautiful big eyes and braids thick and long." The atmosphere in the car froze instantly. Su Qingyi glanced at Liang Nina beside him with some surprise. He hadn't realized this junior had such a nostalgic taste in music. Even Su Zilong might not listen to this song anymore. "Thank you for the love you gave me, I won't forget it in this life. Thank you for the tenderness you gave me, accompanying me through that era. How many times have I looked back at the path I've walked, sincerely wishing you well, my dear girl. At this moment, the driver finally saw young Nina's stiff expression through the rearview mirror and silently pressed the pause button. Senior, my dad must have been playing this in the car earlier. Young Nina lowered her head, feeling her face flush deep red. It's fine, I quite like listening to old songs. Su Qingyi couldn't help but want to laugh, it was just a wrong song choice. Lowering his head as well, he saw her hands tightly clasped together under the cover of her long hair. Her fingertips were white, and her nails were clearly about to sink into her flesh, yet she seemed completely unaware. Su Qingyi immediately furrowed his brows and reached out to grab her wrist. His palm was hot, Liang Nina's whole body trembled, and then she looked up at him in confusion. Let me play something. After connecting to Bluetooth, Su Qingyi thought of the nostalgic feel of the previous song. To ease her inexplicable tension, he deliberately chose an old song as well. So for now, close your eyes, within the darkness floats my expectation. Wu Bai's Last Dance would become a nationwide hit again years later because of a popular TV drama. Thus, bars that used to play electronic rock began playing this catchy hit from the last century once more. Young girls all imitated the male lead, singing, So for now, close your eyes while covering their eyes with their fingers. But Su Qingyi had actually listened to this song since he was a child. It had to be said that although Su Zilong had various flaws, his musical taste certainly didn't fail his former profession as the lead singer of a rock band. Liang Nina really did slowly close her eyes just as the lyrics suggested, leaning back against the seat, finally looking a bit more relaxed. Suddenly, the romance cannot be let go, tomorrow I must leave, the love you gave, a helpless weight. Must I walk alone, wanting to hear you ask me to stay, spring breeze and autumn rain falling only for loneliness. Su Qingyi looked at her quiet profile and suddenly realized that she and Chu Qingyan were actually not alike at all. The reason he had subconsciously felt they were similar was probably just because he had never looked at Liang Nina closely. If Chu Qingyan's keyword was cool and elegant, then Liang Nina's was probably exquisite. The way she looked now was a bit like those BJD dolls that were popular for a while. Su Qingyi had always felt that Liang Nina was likely a wealthy child like Chu Qingyan, because her eccentric personality would be hard to develop or sustain without a well-off family background. Although Chu Qingyan didn't have the common, rich girl syndrome, it was evident that she still possessed the reserve and politeness from a strictly disciplined upbringing. This was also why No. 1 High School's various external promotions always targeted her relentlessly, only she could maintain that perfect, unflinching diplomat-like image at all times. Sometimes Su Qingyi wondered if Chu Qingyan actually found it quite exhausting. And Liang Nina was almost her opposite, which suggested that although her family was wealthy, they hadn't reached the level of the Chu family yet. Thus, they could still allow their daughter to live as she pleased, according to her original character. Perhaps suddenly thinking of something, Liang Nina abruptly opened her eyes. Su Qingyi didn't look away, waiting for her to continue. Senior, after lunch, do you have any other plans for the afternoon? Yes. Su Qingyi thought about it, there was nothing to hide, so he answered truthfully, I need to get a haircut, and... He took the piece of black plastic out of his shirt pocket and waved it in front of her eyes. I need to find a place to fix this. Liang Nina glanced up, showing no curiosity, and replied, a hearing aid. Su Qingyi was taken aback, she seemed to know a lot about it. My family is in the medical equipment business. Perhaps sensing Su Qingyi's surprise, Liang Nina added, if you haven't found a suitable repair shop yet, I'll take you to one in a bit. What a coincidence. He had casually lied to Lin Tong, saying he had a friend who specialized in this, and now one had actually appeared. But he really didn't have any reliable channels, he had only looked up a hearing aid fitting center with a relatively good reputation online, planning to go there and try his luck. With such an opportunity now, there was no reason to refuse. Alright, thanks. Su Qingyi put the hearing aid back in his pocket. Are you getting this fixed for someone, senior? Liang Nina watched him button the pocket of his white shirt. A classmate's older sister. Su Qingyi answered casually, and Lin Zhuan's clear, autumn water eyes suddenly flashed before his mind. When he left last time, he had told her he would come see her in a few days, but he hadn't found any free time since. A few days had long since passed, so she must have gotten impatient and dragged Lin Tong along to send word that she wanted to treat him to a meal. Although Lin Zhuan was a few years older than him and had endured many hardships he could hardly imagine, spending time with her made him feel that she was still very pure. He didn't know how this strange contrast came to be. Based on her appearance, she clearly seemed like an intellectual older sister. Are you too close? Liang Nina asked again. How to define the scope of being close? Su Qingyi thought for a moment and replied, it's all right. In the past, He would have felt that young Nina asking these questions was a lack of boundaries and would have found it off-putting. But now he seemed to have figured out her personality a bit. In fact, she didn't realize there was anything wrong with these behaviors at all. This included taking photos of him in public, sending dozens of WeChat messages at the drop of a hat, and making consecutive voice calls. Even more absurdly, stalking, or going to great lengths to imitate the type of girl he might favor. She seemed to believe these were all normal behaviors, simply because she wanted to do them, she did. He didn't know how to interpret it, but it also made it impossible to be too harsh, as it likely had everything to do with the environment she grew up in. But after unconsciously getting used to it, communicating became quite smooth. Talking to such a straightforward person was much simpler than dealing with a scheming, smiling tiger. Part, Gemini, 3.1, Flash, Light, you have so many people around you now, Senior. I'm happy. Although young Nina said this, there wasn't a hint of a smile on her face, which made her look a bit terrifying. If you're not happy, you don't have to say that. Su Qingyi sighed. Is it that obvious? A look of bewilderment appeared on young Nina's face. Su Qingyi's gaze lingered on the web of her hand for a few seconds. The marks she had just pinched into her own skin were slowly fading, but a patch of redness remained. Fine, Senior. I'm not happy. After saying this, young Nina's fingernails unconsciously dug into her skin again. Don't. Su Qingyi spoke up to stop her, and her hand immediately recoiled as if she had been electrocuted, obediently retreating behind her back. Why aren't you happy? Because it wasn't like this before. Young Nina suddenly turned her head, her eyes fixed steadily on Su Qingyi. Is the way things are now the life you like, Senior? If it is, then why were you always alone before? Su Qingyi looked at her lifeless, glass-like pupils and replied, do you think the way things were before was better? Maybe. Back then, from morning to night, you were always alone, Senior. But that was how it was supposed to be. No one else was worthy. Young Nina wore an expression of being lost in memory. Su Qingyi tilted his head, causing their gazes to meet. What about you? Are you not worthy either? Of course I'm not. Young Nina's answer was so firm that it didn't even take half a second of hesitation. The car had already turned into the mall's underground garage. In the flickering light, Su Qingyi remained silent for a while. Just when young Nina thought he wouldn't speak again, he added slowly, if it were the past, do you think we would have the chance to spend time together like this? Young Nina was taken aback by his question. We wouldn't be sitting in the same car, we wouldn't be eating together, I wouldn't have asked you out in the first place, and I wouldn't even say a single word to you. Is that the result you want? The car pulled into a parking space. Su Qingyi unbuckled his seatbelt with one hand and stretched his neck. After graduation, I wouldn't tell anyone where I went to school or where I worked. I would just disappear fairly from everyone's, from your, sight and life. Is that the result you want? Young Nina looked dazed, but she still shook her head. That kind of life, I now. The lights inside the Bentley turned on, the warm yellow glow softening Su Qingyi's silhouette. He smiled and continued, don't want to live it anymore. The driver opened the door for them, and the two walked toward the mall elevator. Young Nina kept her head down, seemingly still thinking about what he had just said. Su Qingyi waited for a moment, then asked helplessly, which floor? Young Nina finally realized they had been in the elevator for 2 minutes without anyone pressing a floor. Number. She hurriedly pressed the 7th floor and brushed back her hair. This Japanese restaurant is pretty good. The gold brick foie gras and the deep-sea silver cod are great. Su Qingyi nodded and asked, your foie gras is certainly high class, but if I were to ask if they have rice bowls, how would you respond? Young Nina thought about it seriously and replied, I think I saw sea urchin rice bowls. So honest. What made you think of eating Japanese food? Su Qingyi looked down and checked the Japanese restaurant on the 7th floor of the mall on his phone. Good grief, it's $598 per person. For high school students, this is definitely on the expensive side. Because eating other things might make my table manners look bad. Young Nina answered very honestly, plus, I'm on a diet. Su Qingyi paused, a diet? Young Nina was wearing a miniskirt today, and her exposed legs were as thin as bamboo poles. Is she serious about dieting when she's already this thin? As soon as the elevator door opened, 2 waiters stepped forward to greet them. Hello, do you have a reservation? The name is Liang. Young Nina nodded slightly. Very well, please follow me this way. The 2 waiters immediately led them to a 2-person table by the window inside the restaurant. The restaurant's atmosphere looked quite nice, it didn't feel like a traditional Japanese restaurant, but rather like a lounge bar. A guitarist in the corner was playing a tune. After just a few notes, Su Qingyi recognized it as distance. Do you have any dietary restrictions, senior? Liang Nina was casually checking items off on the menu. She was clearly the type who never looked at the prices when ordering. None. She had probably asked this question for the 10th time today. After sitting in the car for so long, he was a bit thirsty, so Su Qingyi picked up the cup and took a sip of tea. Damn, it was scalding hot. He immediately wanted to spit it back into the cup. But of course, at that exact moment, Liang Nina looked up and asked, do you really want the sea urchin rice bowl? Su Qingyi had no choice but to swallow the boiling tea and let out a Are you done ordering? I'm going to the restroom. He felt like his throat was smoking from the heat. It's done. She pressed the bell, and a waiter came over to confirm the menu and pointed out the way to the restroom. Turn right in front of the restroom. Su Qingyi rinsed his mouth with ice water and checked to see if his mouth had been scalded. He had just said Liang Nina wasn't relaxed enough, but he wasn't exactly relaxed either. On the way back, he took a detour and walked to the front desk first. Hello, I'd like to settle the bill. Certainly, the total is 1,107 yuan. That's about the amount of one scholarship, Su Qingyi thought, pulling the only bank card he possessed out of his pocket. It had about 200,000 in it, all from the pocket money Su Zilong and Yang Lu had transferred over the years and his own scholarship money. Payment complete. Very well, here is your receipt. Su Qingyi took the bill, shoved it into his pocket, and returned to his seat. In just that short amount of time, a few dishes had already been served. Did you wait long? No. Liang Nina had been lost in thought listening to the guitar music and only snapped out of it when he spoke. On the table were plates of oyster sashimi, bluefin tuna, and chilled abalone. In truth, Su Qingyi had never been a big fan of Japanese food, he only started eating it occasionally after he began working. The oyster sashimi tasted average, he wasn't really used to it. But the tuna was firm and quite delicious. Is the taste okay? Liang Nina hadn't eaten yet and asked him with a hint of nervousness. The tuna is fine. Su Qingyi evaluated objectively. The oyster is a bit weird. As soon as he finished speaking, he popped it into his mouth. Liang Nina was about to say she'd have the waiter take it away if it wasn't good, she was the type who never cared about wasting food, but seeing Su Qingyi swallow it in 2 bites despite saying it wasn't good, she silently swallowed her words. At this moment, the salmon and foie gras arrived, followed by his sea urchin rice bowl. Su Qingyi didn't speak much throughout the meal, focusing seriously on eating. He felt like he had developed the good habit of not talking while eating after spending so much time with Chu Qingmian. Liang Nina, on the other hand, barely touched her chopsticks the whole time. She blinked, feeling vaguely like she was in a dream, which was why she kept talking. Is there anything else you want to eat, senior? No, if I eat any more, I won't ever want to eat Japanese food again in my life. Su Qingyi stopped her hand as she reached for the menu again. Drink some tea, senior. Whenever the tea in front of him showed signs of cooling down, Liang Nina would diligently stand up to refill it for him. Thus, the boiling tea remained boiling. You were right earlier, senior. I'm really happy now. When Su Qingyi really couldn't eat any more, Liang Nina suddenly seemed to have realized something and beamed a smile. Compared to only being able to watch you from afar, this is better. Even if there are other people around you, it doesn't matter. As long as there are opportunities like this in the future, I'll be satisfied. Then her smile vanished instantly when she found out the bill had already been paid. Su Qingyi felt a bit guilty under her gaze and, after holding it in for a while, blurted out, it's just a meal. Besides, I still need your help with the hearing aid matter. Liang Nina kept her head down in silence for a long time, then shook her head. I booked the table, and I ordered the food, there's no reason for you to pay, senior. True, but is there a possibility that you only ate 2 large shrimp the whole time? Forget it, let's go. The repair shop is on the 1st floor. Su Qingyi was still thinking about how to argue back, but Liang Nina suddenly changed the subject and immediately pressed the button for the elevator going down. Being this understanding all of a sudden was a bit catching him off guard. Thanks to Fu Yao and Hen Ai Zhao Tui for the tips. Thank you all for your votes and subscription support. 160, Chapter 160, with whom? Chapter 160, who are you with? Unlike the high-end, sophisticated, and somewhat high-tech look he had imagined, this fitting center appeared quite unremarkable. There were a few scattered customers inside, mostly children bringing their elderly parents, whose hearing had declined with age, to be fitted for hearing aids. The staff members were constantly taking various models of hearing aids out of the glass display cases to put on the elderly, then attempting to converse with them, seemingly as a test. It looked much like getting fitted for glasses. They needed to test the degree of hearing loss and then adjust the settings on the hearing aid. Most of them were just like the stereotypical hearing aids in Su Qingyi's mind, with a plastic piece that hooked behind the ear. Some hearing aids looked like ordinary Bluetooth earphones, quite compact and almost invisible if one didn't look closely after they were inserted into the ear. The average ones cost around a few thousand yuan, while the slightly more expensive ones reached into the 5-figure range. Liang Nina ignored the staff member who came up to greet them and walked straight to the innermost counter, rapping her knuckles on the tabletop. Repairing something. A man with gold-rimmed glasses and a slightly balding head sat inside. He was looking down, chatting on WeChat on his phone, and didn't seem to notice the two people in front of him. Liang Nina let out an impatient click of her tongue. Suddenly increasing the force of her hand, she began to bang loudly on the glass counter. The staff member following behind was startled and hurried forward to try and stop her. The man in glasses was clearly startled as well. After a moment of dazed confusion, he looked up angrily and asked, "What are you doing? Trying to tear down the shop? What else would I be doing here? I'm here to get something fixed." Liang Nina met his angry gaze without fear and glared right back. Su Qingyi cleared his throat, took the hearing aid out of his shirt pocket, and placed it gently on the glass counter. "Could you please see if this can be repaired?" The man in glasses ignored him entirely, still locked in a glaring match with Liang Nina. "You're here to fix something. Someone who didn't know better would think you're here to collect protection money. What's wrong with young girls these days? Are you going to fucking fix it or not?" Liang Nina banged on the counter in front of him again with a loud thud, drawing the attention of everyone in the shop. "I'm not fixing it. Go wherever else you want." Having lost face in front of everyone, the man in glasses let his temper flare up as well. Hearing his answer, Liang Nina immediately began scouting around the counter, looking for a way to get inside. Su Qingyi immediately snatched the hearing aid back from the counter to avoid it being caught in the crossfire. Seeing her intention, the man in glasses immediately shrunk to the other side of his chair while calling out to the staff for help. "Hey! Don't let her in." The staff members, unaware of the situation, gathered around and looked at the two teenagers with some wariness. They had seen people rob jewelry stores, convenience stores, and phone stores, but they had never seen anyone try to rob a hearing aid shop. "It's fine, let's just go somewhere else." Su Qingyi shook his head at Liang Nina. "Wait a second." Liang Nina had just circled the counter and seemed to have found the employee ID badge. She took out her phone, snapped a photo, and then began typing away rapidly. Reporting me? Go ahead. I get reported 8 or 10 times a month, what do I have to fear?" The man in glasses clearly didn't take her actions to heart and nonchalantly crossed his legs. "Young man, you look quite decent to me, probably a good student. Why are you hanging out with a delinquent girl like this? You are the company you keep. You should know such a simple truth, right? It's never too late to turn back, you should know that too, right?" At this point, the man in glasses noticed Su Qingyi standing nearby again. He took off his glasses and began wiping the lenses with a corner of his t-shirt while lecturing him. Su Qingyi felt like laughing and shook his head helplessly. A delinquent girl like her won't amount to much in the future. If you study hard, getting into a second-tier university won't be difficult. The salary might be a bit low, but at least you can work in an office. As for her, she'd be lucky to even end up screwing in bolts on an assembly line. "Wu Bin, that's you, right?" While he was still rambling on, Liang Nina had walked back and was looking at him coldly. "It's me, so what? Finished with the complaint process?" Wu Bin still maintained that fearless attitude. He was just about to educate these two naive teenagers on the fact that the complaint process for the fitting center usually took at least half a month, and at most, bad service would only result in a small bonus deduction. What a joke, this month's bonus had already been fully deducted anyway, one more wouldn't make a difference. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. Wu Bin instinctively thought it was the pretty girl he'd been chatting with on WeChat, calling because he hadn't replied. To his surprise, the caller ID read, "President Tan." Wu Bin's slouching posture immediately straightened up, and he tremulously pressed the answer button. "President Tan, yes, that's right, I'm on duty today." "Who?" "Chairman Liang." Whatever the person on the other end of the line said, Wu Bin's gaze toward Liang Nina immediately became submissive and evasive. "Yes, I'm sorry, it's my fault, I'll apologize right away." "Yes, I'll definitely apologize. President Tan, please help me explain things to Chairman Liang. I'm truly sorry." The call seemed to end there, but Wu Bin still held the phone to his ear without moving. Su Qingyi guessed that he didn't know how to face Liang Nina once he put the phone down. The surrounding staff members had clearly guessed the background of the aggressive young girl before them. One of the more observant ones immediately dragged a rolling chair over to young Nina's side. To their surprise, she didn't even look at the staff member but immediately flashed a smile and said, "Senior, please sit." The staff members were startled. Knowing that this girl was closely related to Chairman Liang and seeing her being so attentive to this boy, could it be? He was Chairman Liang's son. Su Qingyi shook his head, and just as he was about to refuse, another rolling chair appeared silently behind him. He decided not to decline any further and sat down. Liang Nina sat down nonchalantly, mimicking Wu Bin's previous posture. Delinquent girl. Screwing in bolts. Wu Bin's hand holding the phone froze. He suddenly stood up and bowed at a 90-degree angle. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry." If saying sorry worked, what would a delinquent girl like me be for? It was rare for Liang Nina to act as a champion of justice, and Su Qingyi found it quite amusing. "I'm truly sorry. Look, if it comes down to it, I'll pay for the repair costs out of my own pocket, okay? Please, whatever you do, don't complain to President Tan again. I have elderly parents and young ones at home to support. If I lose my job, how will they survive?" Wu Bin began to wail with snot and tears. Liang Nina let out a cold laugh. "Aren't you 32 and still a bachelor? Where did these young ones come from? Damn it, how was such private information leaked to her?" Seeing that he couldn't hide it, Wu Bin had no choice but to pull up a photo on his phone and show it to them. "The young one I'm talking about is this." It was a photo of a cow cat, lazily stretching its paws while basking in the sun. Seeing the cute cat, Liang Nina fell silent for a while, her attitude seemingly softening a bit. Wu Bin immediately struck while the iron was hot, continuing his sob story. "Every time my bonus is deducted, it gets one less meal of canned food. Look how thin it is. It's thin on its body, but the pain is in my heart." It was indeed quite thin, almost comparable to the school's big fat orange. Su Qingyi mentally weighed which of the two would be in a heavier weight class. "Fine, I'll count it as a bad man having a good cat." Liang Nina gave a cold snort. "Anyway, a mark has already been made on your company file. If you're reported again, it won't just be a matter of a bonus deduction." Yes, I know." Wu Bin wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling like he'd had the worst luck in 8 lifetimes today. Seeing that the two had finished their negotiation, Su Qingyi finally took the hearing aid out of his pocket again. As soon as Wu Bin picked it up, he couldn't help but complain, "This is such an old model from years ago, how is anyone still using it? Hearing aids are like food, they have a shelf life. How can you still eat it after it's expired?" When Lin Tong gave him the hearing aid, she only said it was broken last year, not when it was originally fitted. But one could guess it was from a very, very long time ago. Given the siblings' financial situation, getting even this poor-quality-looking hearing aid had likely drained their savings. Wu Bin inspected the basic functions of the hearing aid with a look of disdain. He wanted to grumble some more, but when he looked up and saw young Nina's murderous gaze, he immediately choked his words back. "But none of that matters, otherwise what would you need us repairmen for? This is what my skills are for. However, the parts are indeed an issue. The model is too old, I don't know if I can still find the corresponding ones." After saying this, he turned and opened a hidden door, entering the repair room. A staff member poured 2 glasses of water for the two waiting outside. To make it easier for customers to see the products inside the counter, the rolling chairs in the shop were adjusted very high. Su Qingyi was tall, so his feet could still touch the ground, but Liang Nina's were completely dangling, and she was boredly swinging her slender legs. Part, Gemini, 3.1, Flash, Light, thank you, Junior. Before I came here, I hadn't considered the lifespan of the hearing aid. I imagine many places wouldn't even offer to repair it. Sorry for the trouble. Su Qingyi watched the steam rising from the transparent plastic cup and thanked her after some deliberation. You're welcome, Senior. Liang Nina smiled indifferently. Su Qingyi picked up the cup and took a sip. In truth, he had asked her out today to have a serious talk about her somewhat extreme behavior. If he could get through to her, they could at least maintain the relationship of senior and junior, which could be called being ordinary friends. If he couldn't, then there was nothing more to be done. But clearly, when Liang Nina was alone with him, she was just an ordinary girl with a somewhat short temper. And this temper was specifically directed at others. In front of him, she was all obedience. The somewhat heartless words he had prepared in his heart suddenly couldn't be said at this moment. Another reason, in fact, was that during his silent and withdrawn past, Liang Nina hadn't been watching him out of mere curiosity, but because she truly felt that it was fine for him to remain that way. While he was thinking about these random things, the hidden door opened, and Wu Bin walked out. This should do it, but the person who uses it needs to try it themselves to see if it's suitable. He handed the repaired hearing aid to Su Qingyi. It was faster than he had imagined. It seemed this guy's professional skills were indeed up to par. Although it's fixed, it can only be used as a stopgap. It might malfunction at any time, which would cause a lot of trouble. If you have the means, you should come back for a re-examination and get a newer model. Su Qingyi looked at the small object in his hand. It looked no different from before. Hearing impairment is just like the nearsightedness we're all familiar with. If you don't get glasses, the prescription will just keep getting worse. In terms of hearing, it means your perception of sound will get lower and lower. At this moment, Wu Bin spoke with such conviction that he actually looked like a decent person. If people have the means to get a new one, is there any need to come and fix this one? Liang Nina, likely annoyed by his nagging, said with a sinister tone. Wu Bin was terrified the moment he heard her speak. He lowered his head and pushed up his glasses. Senior, as you can see, this shop has a bit of a connection to my family. Liang Nina suddenly turned her head and said to Su Qingyi, if you introduce the classmate's sister to come here for a hearing aid, all costs will be waived. Su Qingyi knew that today's meal wouldn't pass by so simply. Liang Nina had likely seen long ago how old this hearing aid was and knew he would eventually bring someone here to get a new one. With no other choice, Su Qingyi was silent for a moment before nodding in agreement. After the two walked out of the shop, Liang Nina, still remembering his mention of getting a haircut, took him to another floor. What kind of hairstyle does Senior want? I don't know, just cut it a bit shorter. Su Qingyi casually grabbed a handful of his bangs. Sometimes they were starting to cover his eyes. But it would be best if it wasn't too ugly. He thought of some funny media headlines he had occasionally seen. Tony, are you asleep? I can't sleep. My boyfriend looks too much like a delinquent youth after getting his hair cut. I really want to break up. What should I do? Woman claims half the hair on the back of her head was shaved off by a barber. It felt like hairstyles really did have a huge impact on a person's overall appearance and temperament. From childhood to now, Su Qingyi had almost never messed with his hairstyle. Basically, he just went to cut it a bit whenever it grew long, and he had never permed or dyed it. Thinking about it, it seemed a bit regrettable. Otherwise, he should have gone for a maverick hairstyle after the college entrance exam. I know what hairstyle suits Senior. Liang Nina looked at his profile and said with a smile. Oh. What hairstyle is it? At her words, Su Qingyi became a bit curious. Because from that mushroom cut, four-eyed girl before to this long-haired, gothic-style beauty now, Liang Nina had only taken a very short time. She must have some attainments in fashion, so her opinion should be quite reliable. A monk's buzz cut. The hair salon Liang Nina took him to was the type that Su Qingyi would never have set foot in his past life. Looking around, it was full of colorful, trendy men and women. This level of impact caused Su Qingyi's long-dormant social anxiety to act up again. He felt he might as well just go to Master Wang's at the village entrance for a 5 yuan haircut. But Liang Nina seemed quite familiar with the people inside. She nodded and signaled, this guy is getting a haircut, he's my senior. And so, before Su Qingyi could even speak, he was pressed into a chair and draped in an apron. He had the feeling of being the fish on the chopping block. He suddenly remembered the comments under that "want to break up after boyfriend's haircut" post. As everyone knows, a boyfriend's hair is the shared property of the couple. It's okay, let's not see each other for the next few months. After the cut, he went from "this handsome guy" to "that guy." Liang Nina was currently negotiating with Tony, a stylist with a bright red afro. Su Qingyi thought for 2 seconds in front of the mirror, took out his phone, snapped a photo, and sent it to the Save the Universe Squad group. Reflex arc as long as the moon, ? What are you doing? The speed of Chu Qingyan's reply made it hard not to think she had researched a special attention feature for WeChat as well. Su Yang, damn, boss Su, you're getting a haircut without calling me. I could have helped you advise. Han Bing, give it a rest, you. Do you want him to have a buzz cut for the rest of his life like you? Su Yang, what I have now is called a personalized hedgehog cut, thank you. Su Qingyi laughed to himself and replied, about to get a haircut. Reflex arc as long as the moon, no way. Stop quickly. Don't do it. Why are you getting a haircut on the sly? Why? Why didn't you ask me to go with you? You haven't started cutting it already, have you? Ha. ? What's with such a big reaction? Han Bing, don't worry, the worst case scenario is just a bowl cut. Su Yang, ha ha ha. At this moment, the Afro stylist walked over and casually ruffled his hair. The student has good hair quality, being young is great. Indeed. Su Qingyi couldn't help but think of the life of a programmer facing a receding hairline at 27. About to start the haircut, Su Qingyi thought for a moment and forwarded the photo to Jinji. Surely not everyone would have this kind of reaction like they were watching a joke. The Afro stylist showed him the reference image Liang Nina had chosen. It looked okay, a bit like the textured fringe that would become popular later. The young student is good-looking and has a youthful vibe. This hairstyle is very suitable. Before the execution, Su Qingyi thought for a moment and added, no bowl cut. He was just afraid of Liang Nina, textured fringe. Barber, got it, classic bowl cut. In that case, Miss Chu would probably be so angry she'd vomit blood. After confirming that this was the hairstyle to cut, the Afro stylist clipped his hair and started trimming the side hair. Liang Nina sat in the seat next to him, supervising and occasionally offering questions and opinions. This was a huge help. Even if Su Qingyi were being shaved bald, he probably wouldn't have spoken up to the barber. After trimming the sideburns, the barber started cutting the bangs, and Su Qingyi closed his eyes. He felt the cold scissors passing by his nose bridge from time to time, and fine bits of hair were cut off and fell onto his face. The bangs should cover the eyebrows but not block the eyes, okay? Such a handsome pair of eyes needs to be shown. The Afro stylist was very professional. While cutting, he kept explaining. His phone rang briefly twice, and Su Qingyi lowered his head to look, but was pushed on the forehead by the back of the stylist's hand. Don't move. So he had to sit stiffly and wait for him to finish cutting. The Afro stylist's operation was very meticulous, consultative tone, and immediately said, of course. I'll wait for you here then. No need. You go back to the car first. I remember where it's parked. Su Qingyi waved his hand at her and turned back into the mall. He looked down at his WeChat messages. Chen Jinji still hadn't replied, but the Save the Universe squad was already chatting up a storm. Su Yang, it's been so long and still no reply. He's probably a goner. Boss Su, you have to be strong. A real man still looks handsome even with a buzz cut. Reflex arc as long as the moon. I've already started looking for wigs for Su Qingyi online. Several images followed in succession. Which one do you guys think looks better? The prices for the wigs she chose all started at 4 digits, they looked like the trendy styles idols wore. Su Yang, these hairstyles violate school rules. You'll be caught as a bad example by the dean. No, the dean wouldn't even need to step in, you wouldn't even get past King Li. Han Bing, holy crap, are wigs that expensive now? Last time an auntie on the street asked if I'd sell my hair. I asked how much, and she said 200. One of those wigs could buy 10 of my heads of hair. If it really doesn't work out, Su Qingyi can just make do with mine. Su Qingyi froze for a moment before realizing that the period Han Bing tagged was his own WeChat nickname. To prove his innocence, he simply sent the photo he took after his haircut into the group. Han Bing, ? Reflex arc as long as the moon, I'm deleting the shopping cart links now. Su Yang, fuck, why is he so handsome? Don't they say a man looks ugly for 3 days after a haircut? Which shop is it? Share it, I'm going there next time too. Han Bing, is there a possibility that the completion of fashion actually depends on the face? Su Qingyi felt like laughing, but his main purpose for the bathroom escape wasn't to shoot the breeze in the group. So he opened Chen Jinji's chat window, hesitated for a moment, and decided to place a voice call. Handsome, would you like to learn about swimming and fitness? Suddenly, a large, fluffy brown bear appeared before Su Qingyi's eyes and shoved a colorful flyer into his hand. Completely unexpected that someone would suddenly talk to him, Su Qingyi was startled, nearly dropping his phone onto the bear's smiling face. Handsome, what's wrong? Is the bear not cute? Generally speaking, weren't staff members in mascot costumes ordered not to speak? This bear was quite talkative. No. The man and the bear stood in a standoff for 2 seconds before Su Qingyi asked with a look of confusion, is your job handing out flyers? The bear nodded its clumsy, heavy head. And did I accept your flyer? The bear nodded again, slowly and firmly. Then why haven't you left? As soon as Su Qingyi said this, he suddenly felt as if he saw a hint of playfulness within the fixed smile of that bear's face. Handsome, your phone screen is still lit up. Su Qingyi froze. Looking down, he saw that the call had somehow been active for 2 minutes without him realizing it. He quickly gripped his phone and ran to an empty corner while the gossipy bear shouted from behind, if you have swimming or fitness needs, remember to contact our center. Leaning against the wall to catch his breath, Su Qingyi adjusted his breathing before picking up the phone again. This time, however, he saw his own face in the top right corner of the screen. He instantly felt his pupils dilate in shock. He had accidentally clicked on video call. The key was that Chen Jinji had actually picked it up. Perhaps sensing his shock, a soft chuckle came from the other end of the call. Then the darkness that occupied most of the screen vanished, and Chen Jinji's face appeared on the screen instead. She must have been covering the camera with her hand just now and had just let go. It felt strangely like the start of a play, where the heavy curtain is pulled back in the bewitching. Female lead finally makes her entrance. Chen Jinji looked like she had just woken up, with a few strands of long hair scattered messily across her porcelain face. Because she wasn't used to the brightness of the screen, her amber eyes were half squinted, making her look like a languid and charming ragdoll cat. The front-facing camera pixels of phones in this era were still quite mediocre, and the lighting on her end wasn't great either, making the image look as if it were covered by a layer of white gauze. But seeing Chen Jinji like this, Su Qingyi still experienced firsthand what it felt like to be so beautiful it left one breathless. He originally wanted to look away to calm himself down, but his eyes were honest and couldn't move an inch. Perhaps seeing him dazed and silent for a long time, the camera on Chen Jinji's side shook slightly. She must have used her elbow to prop herself up into a sitting position. The camera angle changed, making her face even clearer. The collar of her striped pajamas slipped slightly with her movement, faintly revealing a delicate collarbone. With eyes like rippling water, Chen Jinji spoke leisurely. Did Teacher Su make a special video call just to pitch swimming and fitness to me? For some reason, Chen Jinji's voice over the call seemed a few shades more magnetic and gentle, and the slightly upward lilt at the end was even more captivating. No, there was a bear just now. Ah, were you asleep? Did the call wake you up? Looking into her eyes through the phone screen, Su Qingyi felt strangely parched. Emichim. Chen Jinji gave a brief response. Her voice was thick with the nasal tone of someone who had just woken up, which made it sound even more intimate. Sorry. I saw you didn't reply to the message and wanted to make a voice call, but I accidentally clicked video. Su Qingyi lowered his eyes and explained. And the fact that she actually picked up the video call despite being woken up from sleep, could this be the confidence of someone with peak beauty? I see. Chen Jinji nodded thoughtfully. Did you think I was angry? No. Su Qingyi shook his head. Chen Jinji didn't seem like the type of person who would get angry over something like this. Wait, that thought was a bit weird. Who would be the type of person to get angry over something like this? Suddenly making a video call seems a bit intrusive. Next time, if you don't want to pick up, you can just hang up. After thinking it over, Su Qingyi added this line. Because if someone randomly made a video call to him, he would absolutely not pick up. Moreover, Chen Jinji had been sleeping and was woken up, it was already good enough that she didn't have morning grumpiness. Alright then. In that case, you can only video call me when there's a special circumstance next time. Chen Jinji shook the camera, her expression suddenly becoming somewhat serious. She usually had a smiling face, so when she suddenly withdrew her smile, she seemed exceptionally distant and cold. She really did feel disturbed after all. Su Qingyi nodded hesitantly. There might not be another chance in the future, should he take a screenshot now as a memento? What counts as a special circumstance? Part, Gemini, 3.1, Flash, Light, quite a few. Chen Jinji brushed a lock of hair aside, knitting her brows as if in deep thought. Su Qingyi followed her lead and started thinking as well. For example, when she needed video tutoring for a problem. It was similar to the teaching mode everyone would enter in the era of online classes years later. Su Qingyi had the privilege of experiencing it, though he was just sent by his advisor to substitute for undergraduate classes. Most of the time, he would just clatter away at the keyboard, typing on the PPT instead of speaking. On the rare occasion he did open his mouth to explain a necessary point, the female students in the class would immediately flood the chat box with roses. Unexpectedly, Chen Jinji, on the other side of the screen, watched his furrowed brows as he pondered, and suddenly smiled like a fox whose scheme had succeeded. For instance, when you miss me, but can't see me. He'd been played by her again. Su Qingyi lifted his eyes and took a cautious look. Chen Jinji's expression was exactly as he had imagined, carrying a look of amused interest. Is this a special situation, Teacher Su? Not only that, she was relentless. No. Su Qingyi refused quite bluntly. Chen Jinji's expression remained unchanged, but he distinctly felt the smile on her face stiffen. Because I can see you whenever I want right now. Su Qingyi couldn't help but smile too. This way of speaking, with its twists and turns that left people hanging, could be said to be something he'd learned from Chen Jinji herself. Chen Jinji was briefly stunned, then suddenly lowered her eyes. A row of long eyelashes fluttered twice on the screen. Alright, the new haircut looks good. When she looked up and met his eyes again, she had already returned to her usual self. Su Qingyi nodded, just about to say something, when Chen Jinji suddenly spoke again. "Teacher Su, aren't you leaving yet? She's been waiting for a long time, hasn't she?" Realizing Chen Jinji was talking about Liang Nina, Su Qingyi finally registered that it had already been over 10 minutes. He didn't know if this was sarcasm or what. "Ah, right. Then I'll hang up first. You should sleep a bit more." Chen Jinji gave a hum and ended the call. Her movements seemed strangely hurried, and Su Qingyi frowned. After hanging up, the call interface lagged for a moment, lingering on the image of her looking up toward the other side. Something was off. But perhaps it was just his imagination, there was no solid evidence. Carrying a bit of unease, Su Qingyi walked back out of the mall. Just as he reached the entrance, he saw a figure at the entrance of the underground parking garage. Liang Nina was leaning against the wall, her heel tapping the tiled floor in boredom. She didn't seem to have left first, but had been waiting here all along. The weather was already very hot, and this entrance wasn't air-conditioned, the air in the underground garage was stuffy and humid. Su Qingyi felt a pang of apology and quickly quickened his pace. Liang Nina heard his footsteps and lifted her face first. "Have you been waiting long?" "Not long," she said with a smile. The two got back into the back seat of the Bentley, and Su Qingyi closed his eyes to rest. "Are you going back to school for class tonight, senior?" "Yeah." Su Qingyi didn't open his eyes, just gave a slight nod. It seemed today's itinerary had left him feeling somewhat tired. Liang Nina's calm, waveless eyes watched his profile without blinking. After a long while, she slowly lowered her head and checked the mute switch on her phone. Then she silently took a photo. It seemed she had an album specifically for storing such photos. She had been very restrained today, only taking this one. It shouldn't be considered excessive, right? Liang Nina thought to herself. The seats of such a luxury car were too comfortable, and the car's speed too smooth. Su Qingyi had only intended to close his eyes for a moment to rest, but he almost fell asleep for real. The phone in his pocket seemed to have been vibrating faintly. He opened his eyes with some effort, and the scenery outside the window had become familiar. The light and shadows of the plane trees reflected on the old streets. Clearly, they were already in the territory of Qinghe district. There were many new messages on WeChat. Su Qingyi opened the most recent one, which was in a group chat. "Han Bing, no way, he hasn't gotten home yet." What did that mean? Su Qingyi's sleepiness vanished instantly, and he hurriedly scrolled up to check the previous chat history. Reflex arc as long as the moon, at. "Have you reached home? We agreed to rehearse today." Damn, he had completely forgotten about this. During the last break before school let out in the morning, Han Bing had specifically come to talk to him about it. It was rare for them to have the afternoon off this week, so there was no need to worry about disturbing the neighbors. As it happened, he had musical instruments ready at home, so they planned to come over to his place to rehearse together one last time and finalize the piece. Next week, they could officially start rehearsing. What was he doing at the time? Right, he had seen a college-level math Olympiad problem on the school's official account. He thought the function graph looked interesting, so he copied it down and was working through the process on paper. His mind was full of formulas with overlapping letters and numbers at the time. What Han Bing said went in one ear and out the other, it didn't register at all, and he had just nodded casually. The bell rang, and Teacher Li Lu hurried into the classroom from the back door. The school's official accounts math column was managed by Teacher Li Lu. She had specifically brought the printed problem to the classroom, wanting to ask Su Qingyi to solve it. Actually, she wouldn't usually use this final trump card unless it was a last resort, but apart from him, the school's top students had all been wiped out. Functions were a weak point for Zhou Yen. He had been solving it until his face was red, scratching his head, but still had no result. From far away, as soon as Chu Qingyan saw the math problem in her hand, she ran faster than a rabbit. "Teacher. My relationship with math is really just a fling, I don't know how to do it, I really don't." Heh, Teacher Li Lu's heart was ice cold. The last hope was Lin Tong, but although his math was good and his calculation and thinking skills were top-notch, that was limited to textbook knowledge. His family circumstances meant he rarely had the opportunity to study the advanced math Olympiad content, so this problem was clearly not suitable for him either. "Su Qingyi, come take a look at this problem." Teacher Li Lu walked behind him and handed him the problem. Su Qingyi subtly covered the draft paper with his arm and looked up. This problem is indeed very difficult for high school students. It doesn't matter if you can't solve it, you can just take a look. Su Qingyi looked at the familiar function graph and nodded. "Okay, I'll try my best." Teacher Li Lu patted his shoulder and was about to leave when she caught sight of the corner of a graph under his elbow that was identical to the printed problem. Teacher Li Lu snatched the draft paper away. The solution process on it was dense but concise and clear. Su Qingyi sighed. He had just happened to solve that problem in the 10 minutes of the break. He had originally wanted to hide it, otherwise, these kinds of things would all fall on him to solve in the future. But now it seemed a few math problems were minor issues, the real problem was already right in front of him. Su Yang, come on, do you really take me for a spy? Walking the path of the world, loyalty is what matters most, how could I possibly go back to class 9 and leak information? Han Bing, shut up. No matter what you say, we won't bring you. Su Yang, I don't care, I'm asking Boss Su. Boss Su definitely won't leave me behind alone. Reflex arc as long as the moon. The point is, your Boss Su is currently missing. Su Qingyi exited the group chat and saw multiple private messages from Chu Qingmian. Hey, where are you? You finished your haircut so long ago, haven't you gotten home yet? Su Qingyi. You're not replying to my messages again. Then Bing Bing and I will take a car over first. Reply to me as soon as you see this. Su Qingyi was having a mental storm, thinking about how to remedy the situation, when his phone screen suddenly started vibrating continuously. Caller ID, reflex arc as long as the moon. Although it wasn't ringing, the space inside the car was small, and Liang Nina next to him clearly noticed it too. Her gaze was fixed on him, practically begging him to answer the phone. Su Qingyi hesitated for a moment, then pressed decline. He was typing, I'm in the car, I'll get back to you later. Before he could finish typing, Chu Qingmian on the other end completely exploded. You hung up on me. Su Qingyi, ignoring my messages is one thing, but you even hung up on me? You're dead. 162, Chapter 162 A battleground of bloodshed must be attended together, Part 2, Chapter 162, of course, we should attend the Shura field together, Part 2, Su Qingyi hadn't even finished typing a single sentence before Chu Qingmian sent over a flurry of messages. As expected, a person's power is infinite when they are pushed to extreme anger. Immediately after, the voice call rang again. Su Qingyi glanced guiltily at Liang Nina beside him. She showed no intention of looking away, instead staring straight at him with blinking eyes. But if he hung up again this time, Miss Chu would likely perform an act of blowing up the entire earth on the spot. There was no other way, being sneaky would only make him look more suspicious. Su Qingyi had no choice but to point at his phone and gesture to Liang Nina. It's family. Do you mind if I take this? Liang Nina seemingly didn't expect him to be so open about it and quickly nodded. Su Qingyi took a deep breath and answered. Before he could even say, hello, the person on the other end began an infuriated verbal assault. Su Qingyi. What right do you have to hang up on me? How could you do this? You flaky pigeon. You said it yourself last time, if you don't reply to messages, I can call you. Why are you doing this again? Tell me, where exactly are you right now? Her tone gradually shifted from furious to suspicious. This seemed even more terrifying than pure anger. Su Qingyi rubbed his temples. He hadn't turned on the speakerphone, but her volume was so high it could hardly be considered low. He didn't know if Liang Nina beside him could hear it. His caution wasn't for anything else, he just had to keep Liang Nina's emotions stable right now. Otherwise, if she got triggered and suddenly said something misleading that Chu Qingmian heard, the consequences would be unthinkable. Thinking of this, he silently moved the phone to his left ear. I'm in a car. To avoid escalating the misunderstanding, Su Qingyi spoke in a very level tone, devoid of emotion. I just fell asleep and didn't see the messages. After hearing his explanation, Chu Qingmian was silent for 2 seconds, seemingly trying hard to calm herself down. But you hung up on me. You said yourself you wouldn't hang up on me. You lied to me. When she spoke again, her tone was filled only with grievance. If it's inconvenient to answer, you can just text me. I was texting, I just hadn't finished yet. When you're angry, you type much faster than I can write code, Su Qingyi thought. Classmate, have you considered becoming a programmer? Say that you won't hang up next time. This seemed to be a reluctant olive branch from Miss Chu, it would be impolite not to take it now. However, this sentence felt a bit too intimate, not like something one would say to family. Say it. You hung up on me, I'm so sad. Chu Qingmian's coquettish tone was soft and sweet, enough to make anyone's heart melt. Fine, I won't do it next time. Su Qingyi tried to keep his tone as formal as possible and quickly added, I'm still in the car and almost there. Let's talk in a bit. Okay then, I'll message you. Bye-bye. Chu Qingmian was easy to set off, but also very easy to coax. Having secured his promise, her temper vanished instantly. Su Qingyi hung up the call and breathed a small sigh of relief. Regardless of whether Liang Nina had picked up on anything, at least she hadn't made a scene, and that was enough. He glanced out the window, they'd be at his doorstep in 2 more alleys. Even though he hadn't done anything out of line, he felt like a thief with a guilty conscience. Su Qingyi sighed softly, shifted his position slightly, and propped himself up to look ahead. Whoa, the car in front was actually a black Maybach. Quite stylish. Wait. A Maybach? There shouldn't be such a coincidence in the world. Su Qingyi's heart, which had just settled, was suddenly suspended in mid-air again. As it turned out, such coincidences did exist. There wasn't a second Maybach like this to be found in all of Tangan City. Just then, a WeChat message arrived. Reflex arc as long as the moon, hehe, we're almost at your apartment building. What about you? Did you take the subway back? Do you want us to pick you up at the subway entrance? At this moment, Su Qingyi's brain was working faster than when he was solving that math Olympiad problem. He felt like it was about to start smoking. There was only one alley left before his doorstep. Fortunately, the people heading to the night market were starting to set up their stalls. Various small tricycles with signs blocked the alley entrance, buying him a little more time. He'd have to buy 2 sticks of roasted gluten to show his gratitude when he went home tonight. Beside him, Liang Nina frowned and clicked her tongue, seemingly very repulsed by this behavior of blocking traffic. This might be a good opportunity. Su Qingyi tried to speak up. How about you just drop me off here? It's only a few steps away. Liang Nina shook her head decisively. It's fine, senior. If I'm taking you home, I have to take you all the way to the door. Besides, isn't that car in front not taking a detour either? Why did those words sound a bit sarcastic? Could she be doing this on purpose? Su Qingyi had no choice but to think of another way. He had just told her it was a call from family. Maybe he could say something had come up and he needed to go to a relative's house. Then he could ask her to drop him off elsewhere, and he could just find a random building in the next alley. He initially thought this plan was reasonable, but then decided against it. Was Liang Nina someone who was easily fooled? With her obsessive and somewhat morbid personality, she might have already investigated his family relationships thoroughly. If she discovered he was lying on purpose, she would definitely become suspicious, and then things would get even more troublesome. So, Su Qingyi had to swallow the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Since this side was hard to handle, he had to find a way from the other side. He looked at the WeChat message from Chu Qingyan, then at the traffic ahead which had finally started moving. From the perspective of the Maybach in front, they could probably already see his apartment building. Okay, I'm almost off the subway. Is it convenient for you guys to come over? After typing this, he added another sentence, if you're already there, then never mind. Don't go to the trouble. Taking a deep breath, Su Qingyi fixed his eyes on the Maybach's taillights. It had slowed down, a sign it was about to pull over. As it smoothly stopped in front of the building, the Bentley on this side also began to slow down to park. Su Qingyi felt like his heart had never beaten this fast, not even during his graduation defense. If Chu Qingyan didn't check her messages, then when she got out of the car, she would notice the Bentley behind her had the same destination and would look over curiously. Then Liang Nina on this side would only need 2 seconds to realize what was going on. With her personality, she would definitely get out of the car immediately and haughtily broadcast everything that happened today. And then it would be completely game over. Senior. It's here, right? Time to get out. Seeing that he hadn't moved for a long time, Liang Nina couldn't help but look out the window with a questioning look. The drivers of the Maybach and the Bentley were clearly very courteous, leaving a parking space between the 2 cars. But if he got out now, he would still run right into them. Su Qingyi felt flustered. He missed a breath and let out a cough. Liang Nina immediately acted as if facing a great enemy, leaning in close to ask him anxiously, "Are you feeling unwell, senior? Is it a cold? Is the air conditioning set too low?" She reached out to feel the temperature at the AC vent and immediately said sternly with a frown, "Why is the air so strong on this side?" Su Qingyi originally wanted to explain immediately, but now this seemed like a godsend excuse to stall for time. The driver, knowing his young lady's temper, immediately explained innocently, "It's on auto mode. Besides, the air isn't that cold. How can a young man be so fragile?" Liang Nina glanced at him through the mirror, and the driver immediately shut his mouth sensibly. "Fine, take the fall then. Money is hard to earn, and crap is hard to swallow." The Maybach in front clearly belonged to Boss Chu. Sigh, maybe he should find someone to ask if his family needed another driver some other day. "Sorry, senior, it was my fault for not noticing these details. Let's go to the hospital." Liang Nina looked worried and reached out to touch his forehead. This reaction seemed a bit much for just one cough. Su Qingyi instinctively leaned back to avoid her and shook his head. I'm fine. I've been feeling a bit off since last night. I probably caught a cold a long time ago. At this point, he let out another very forced cough. Ah. Then you should have stayed home and rested today. Liang Nina immediately found a small medicine box from the back seat, rifled through it for cold medicine, and seriously read the instructions on the box. After meals, 2 tablets a day for adults. Su Qingyi listened to her read the instructions while his eyes remained fixed on the car door ahead. The door was pushed open briefly and then quickly closed again. His WeChat notification rang at the same time. Reflex arc as long as the moon, ah. I was just watching funny videos on Bing Bing's phone. They're so fun, I'll show you later. Are you off the subway? We're coming over now. The Maybach's engine then started up, and it quickly disappeared at the other end of the alley. Su Qingyi instantly felt as if he had been granted a general amnesty and breathed a sigh of relief. Senior, these boxes of medicine are all suitable for when you have a cold. This box of granules should be taken on an empty stomach, and this box of pills after meals. They can't be taken at the same time. Liang Nina handed several boxes of medicine into his arms. Okay, thanks. It would be strange to refuse at this point, so Su Qingyi took them with one hand. Then I'll head back first. He opened the car door with his other hand. Staying in this car for even one more second increased the risk of everything crashing down. It was better to escape as soon as possible. Senior. Su Qingyi's movement stiffened. Liang Nina suddenly called out to him again, and Su Qingyi turned his head back guiltily. Given her character, he felt like she would give a sinister smile and say, Senior, I've already seen through what you're doing. As long as you're willing to do this and that, I'll keep this secret for you, or something like that. Thank you for accompanying me today. I'm very happy. However, what met his eyes was Liang Nina's sincere smile. She was usually a bit gloomy, and it was rare to see her so visibly happy. Su Qingyi suddenly felt a wave of guilt. Today, she had actually been the one accompanying him to do things, and from the start, he hadn't even asked her what she wanted to do. No, I should be the one thanking you today. Su Qingyi held the boxes of medicine, not quite knowing what to say. Remember to rest well later, Senior. Use hot water to take the medicine. Goodbye. Liang Nina seemed to see that he was at a loss for words and took the initiative to end the conversation. Su Qingyi nodded, closed the car door, waved to her, and watched the car disappear at the alley entrance. Taking a deep breath, Su Qingyi started running toward the subway station entrance. From a distance, he could already see where the Maybach was parked. Chu Qingyan and Han Bing had already gotten out of the car and were standing in the shade of a sycamore tree, talking about something. Su Qingyi thought for a moment and decided to go around to the other side of the sidewalk, where there was a convenience store. Opening WeChat, he saw that Chu Qingyan had only sent "We're here" a few minutes ago, with no other words of urging. After entering the convenience store, Su Qingyi calmed his breathing and took the initiative to call her. Through the glass door, Su Qingyi saw Chu Qingyan, who had been discussing something with Han Bing, discover her phone was ringing. She immediately made a shushing gesture and then happily answered. Hello. Su Qingyi. Do you know? This is the first time you've called me first. Her voice, full of laughter, came through the phone receiver. She didn't sound angry at all about the wait. Are you here? We're over here at subway exit B2. You didn't go to the wrong exit, did you, dummy? Su Qingyi cleared his throat and replied, No, it's too hot. I'm in a convenience store across the street. Do you want ice cream? I'll bring some over. Yay. I want a cornetto. Then I'll have a chalk ice. Han Bing's voice also came closer. Okay, what flavor cornetto? Oreo. After buying the ice cream, Su Qingyi also put the medicine boxes into the convenience store bag. As soon as he pulled open the glass door, Chu Qingyan, who had been watching this way, stood on her tiptoes and waved at him. In the sunlight, her smile was as clear as a spring. Why didn't you wait in the car? Isn't it hot? Handing the cornetto to Chu Qingyan, Su Qingyi looked at the faint sweat on the tip of her nose. I was afraid you wouldn't be able to find me if I stayed in the car. Chu Qingyan replied while beaming as she sized up his new hairstyle. Heh. Han Bing was very sensitive to heat and was already sweating profusely after just a short while outside. She only gave a cold laugh at this point. This hairstyle really suits you. Hee hee, how did a blockhead straight guy like you suddenly have an epiphany? If it weren't for the fact that Chu Qingyan's sparkling eyes were full of praise, Su Qingyi would have almost thought she had seen through something. The barber recommended it. His tone was calm and steady. Which shop was it? Let me take note. I'm going to do something big after the college entrance exam. Han Bing ruffled her hair, seemingly a bit eager to try. It's over on Pingqiao Road. I'll take you guys next time. Su Qingyi raised his hand to help them open the car door. He didn't want to continue this topic. As the saying goes, the more you say, the more mistakes you make. The few of them got into the car, and Su Qingyi still sat in the passenger seat. Uncle Gao, wearing sunglasses and with a cold face, sat in the driver's seat. Seeing him sit in, he silently reached out to help him adjust the seat back. What kind of tough guy tenderness was this? Su Qingyi chuckled inwardly and handed over the ice cream he had bought for him in the bag. Just like his own, it was a strawberry-flavored cornetto. Real men eat this kind. Uncle Gao didn't comment on the overly girly flavor. It was just that the regular-sized cornetto looked like a mini version in his hand, and he finished it in 2 bites. What's in your bag? Chu Qingyan leaned forward from the back row curiously. Food. Su Qingyi tossed the bag to her. Chu Qingyan believed him and excitedly opened it to look. What is this? It's all medicine. Well, that is indeed for eating. Su Qingyi curled the corners of his mouth. Wait, do you have a cold? Why is it all cold medicine? Chu Qingyan became anxious again, her hand reaching over the back of the seat to touch his forehead. Su Qingyi sighed. And adjusted the seat back, leaning his head back to cooperate and letting Chu Qingyan's warm fingertips touch his face here and there. I don't have a fever. The medicine at home was gone, so I'm restocking. It doesn't seem very hot. Chu Qingyan touched her own forehead with one hand and his with the other, only relaxing after confirming several times. That's enough, you two. I don't know about anything else, but I was really about to get heatstroke just now. Han Bing's look suggested she wanted nothing more than to kick the two of them into the trunk. Seeing that they had finished their ice cream, Uncle Gao restarted the car and circled back into the alley from before. Under the shade not far from the subway station. At this moment, the atmosphere inside the white Bentley was somewhat eerie. The car window slowly closed. Liang Nina lowered her eyes, her face showing no expression. Let's go. Thanks to book friend Low Power for the reward, and thanks to everyone for their subscriptions and voting support. Didn't expect that, did you? Crashing is inevitable. 163, Chapter 163. Even if it crashes, we'll all be there. They hadn't seen each other for only half a day, yet Chu Qingyan's clinginess was back. Her watery eyes followed him relentlessly. Diamond suit, diamond suit, diamond suit. How is the song selection going? Su Qingyi felt a sense of guilt being gazed at by those clear, pure eyes. If he didn't find a new topic quickly, Chu Qingyan would likely ask him out of curiosity why he went so far away just to get a haircut. There are a few candidates. Seeing him get down to business, Han Bing pulled up several videos on her phone to show him. It was clear that the two of them had already put a lot of thought into their discussions before he joined, covering songs of various styles. There was the Japanese-style lyrical piece, The Street Where the Wind Dwells, classical tracks like The Butterfly Lovers, Daughter's Love, and By Suzhen Under Mount Qingcheng, and songs that combined R&B with Chinese style like Orchid Pavilion Preface, Blue and White Porcelain, and Fireworks Cool Easily. Now that things had reached this point, Su Qingyi's mindset regarding the performance had shifted slightly. Initially, he had a forced to perform, whatever happens happens, attitude. After all, the school was trying to push him onto the stage in various overt and covert ways, and their goal was self-evident. They wanted to use his current popularity and high level of discussion while he was in the spotlight to give Tangon No. 1 Experimental High School another large-scale promotion. That way, they wouldn't have to worry about student recruitment for the second half of the year. Additionally, they wanted to take advantage of his final moments before graduation to completely bind the name Su Qingyi with Tangon No. 1 Experimental High School, turning him into an iconic figure, much like a mascot. This slightly sly behavior was actually quite unappealing. If this were his past life, Su Qingyi would definitely have turned around and walked away. It wouldn't matter who asked, he wouldn't care. But now his thinking had changed, and his personality was much more docile and easygoing. After all, having a second chance at life meant doing many things he hadn't done in his previous one so that he would have no regrets. Regardless of the school's motives, having the opportunity to perform on stage at a major event and have full design control was actually quite good. In the past, he had only ever played a tree in the background, which was incredibly stupid. Furthermore, seeing how much Han Bing and Chu Qingyan cared about this performance, and remembering Chen Jinji's mention when she comforted him last time that her reason for wanting to sing Huangmei opera was to share happy memories with him. All of this was enough to make him pull himself together. It was impossible for him to be the one who slacked off and dragged the team down. Finally, there was one more point. The arrow was not just an ordinary instrument to him, it held very important meaning. It contained his remembrance of lost loved ones and the courage to say goodbye to the past and look forward. Su Qingyi had once locked it away, but now that he had picked it up again, he also wanted to showcase the charm of this national instrument to everyone and correct some people's stereotypes about the arrow. If his grandfather could see this, he would probably be very happy too. After all, he was someone who treated folk music with such seriousness and passion. Su Qingyi finished watching the video seriously and had some new ideas, but the specifics would require him and Chu Qingyan to play together first to determine the feasibility. Actually, listening to the videos, the ensemble of the two instruments in these songs seemed quite harmonious. However, the school anniversary was a live performance and carried a competitive element, so there were obviously more aspects to consider than a simple video recording. For example, the creation of the atmosphere, the ability to stir the audience's emotions, and the judges' considerations regarding the difficulty of the piece. While The Street Where the Wind Dwells is pleasant to hear, this kind of light and healing style isn't very suitable for a competitive event. It doesn't have an advantage. It might not even be as memorable as Class 9's Social Shake. Su Qingyi said as he pulled his keys out of his pocket to open the door. It depends on the performance order. Han Bing curled her lip. I think if we perform after them, the judges might feel like their ears have been purified. True, but that relies too much on luck. It's best if we focus on our own program. You don't have to take off your shoes, I'm going to mop the floor later anyway. Now that there were more and more visitors at home, Su Qingyi started considering whether to buy a few more pairs of slippers. He stepped into the living room first and turned on the air conditioner. And we also have to consider the Huangmei opera elements. Chu Qingyan still took off her shoes before walking in, even squatting down to place them neatly. Only then did Su Qingyi notice that she was actually wearing a pair of light blue AJ11s today, which matched her blue and white school uniform very well. It was already rare to see a girl wearing basketball shoes, and it was even rarer for it to be such a niche model. Su Qingyi opened the shoe cabinet and placed Yang Lu's female slippers by her feet. The AC is on, you'll catch a cold stepping on the floor. Chu Qingyan nodded obediently. Looking up and seeing Han Bing standing behind with her hands on her hips and a speechless expression, Su Qingyi paused. There are no more slippers. You can just walk in with your shoes on. You too, Uncle Gao. Uncle Gao, who was walking at the very back, didn't fuss over such things. He just nodded and pulled over a chair to sit down. The cold air from the AC quickly lowered the temperature of the entire room. The afternoon sunlight refracted through the glass windows onto the wooden floor, and Su Qingyi walked over to draw the curtains. Chu Qingyan's eyes followed his footsteps. The floor was clearly spotless. What's wrong? Su Qingyi poured everyone a cup of lukewarm water, noticing her gaze. Chu Qingyan shook her head, simply feeling that his entire being radiated a certain spotless quality. So the next step is to choose between classical opera and several of Jay Chou's Chinese-style songs. Speaking of which, Su Qingyi suddenly remembered that Jay Chou's new album, The Greatest Works, had already been released. Although the public's final evaluation wasn't that satisfying, with everyone feeling it couldn't compare to his early songs. But Su Qingyi also agreed with Jay's own statement, it's the memories that added the extra points for everyone. Which of these three Chinese-style songs does Nickname prefer? Han Bing knew that. Chu Qingyan liked Jay Chou very much, so she asked directly. For me, I'd say, Orchid Pavilion Preface. I really like the lyrics of this one. By comparison, Fireworks Cool Easily, is just too sad. Nickname took small sips of the water in her cup and answered with a bit of hesitation. Su Qingyi followed her words, recalling the lyrics and the emotions expressed in those two songs. One goes, it has nothing to do with romance, I write the preface and wait for your return. With one final stroke of the pen, the waves on the shore surge 1,000 times. The other goes, the rain falls incessantly, the grass and trees grow thick in the old hometown. I heard that you have always been alone. Actually, he liked both of them quite a bit. Let me share my thoughts first. The school's required program length is about 5 minutes. In the example videos Han Bing chose, the Butterfly Lovers segment is 2 minutes and 6 seconds, and the others are also around 2 minutes. If we add the Huangmei Opera Bridge in the middle, which is about another minute, the remaining time is still quite ample. Su Qingyi poured himself a glass of water as well, then spoke slowly. The point I made offhandedly in class was the fusion of forms, so we don't necessarily have to perform just one fixed piece. We could add a segment of another popular song that appeals more to young people at the end of the classical piece. Nickname tilted her head, seemingly very interested in his proposal. Han Bing, however, frowned and replied, "That's a good idea, but how exactly would we add it? If we just pause at the end or transition directly into a pop song, it would seem very stiff and abrupt, wouldn't it?" Su Qingyi shook his head with a smile. "Of course not. What I mean is rearranging the music. That way, the flow of the Huangmei opera insertion would also be resolved." Nickname's eyes widened instantly. "Huh? You know how to arrange music?" "I don't, so I found some outside help." "You've met him." The outside help was a familiar face he had seen in the group photo backstage at the National Style Performance Convention on Nickname's WeChat Moments, Mr. Li. He was a very high-status composer in the country who had written many national style pieces famous abroad, and he was also a master of arrangement. Su Qingyi opened his WeChat and showed the chat logs to the two of them. To show his sincerity, Su Qingyi had sent a voice message to Mr. Li, a 35-second recording. "Hello, Mr. Li, this is Su Qingyi. I apologize for the intrusion. It happens to be the centennial anniversary of Tangon No. 1 Experimental High School, and I have been invited to perform as a representative of the senior class. However, my talents are limited, and I have too many doubts regarding the arrangement of the pieces. Could I ask for your guidance?" Mr. Li's reply was, "Qingyi, I have received your message. It is feasible. There is no need for such formalities between us, being able to collaborate with Ziyuan's grandson is my good fortune." "What? You know Mr. Li?" Nickname was shocked. Last time at the National Style Performance Convention, the teachers she thought were already very impressive all bowed and scraped as soon as they saw Mr. Li, looking like minor underlings. "It's not that I know him, but my grandfather knows him. They've been old friends for many years," Su Qingyi said with a calm and indifferent expression. Part, Gemini, 3.1, Flash, Light, although, wait, do you all in the National Style Circle always speak so pretentiously? Han Bing remarked, hitting the nail on the head. "I don't know. My grandfather has talked like this since I was little, so I'm used to it." Su Qingyi shrugged. The two met in their youth at the National Conservatory of Music and hit it off immediately, their friendship reminiscent of the high mountains and flowing water and spring snow. Elderly composed, grandfather performed. As the years passed, their collaboration became increasingly tacit. Both had stubborn personalities, and when they had different opinions, they would argue until they were red in the face. But the arguments never lasted more than 2 or 3 days at most. The outcome was either Elderly bringing over a teapot to make up, or grandfather sitting in front of the chessboard sighing, hinting for others to call Elderly. After grandfather passed away, Elderly withdrew from the music scene and stopped composing. This was probably what "boya breaking his strings" meant in the modern sense. So, getting Elderly to come out of retirement now is truly harder than ascending to heaven. It's not something that can be solved with money. Artists of the older generation like them are all proud and lofty, hating the stench of money in the entertainment industry. Han Bing's usual listening habits had nothing to do with national-style folk music, so she searched for Elder Li's name in the music player with slight curiosity. Seeing those incredibly familiar interlude songs from childhood films and television, she finally realized, her eyes widening in surprise. "Okay, so the problem of the song adaptation is solved. We just need to send the selected songs over, right?" With such a powerful outside helper, Han Bing stood up excitedly. "Damn, what kind of prestige does a lousy school anniversary have to deserve this?" "That's about the gist of it." Su Qingyi stood up as well, effortlessly pulling up Chu Qingyan, who was curled up on the sofa. "Let's go. Didn't you like the Orchid Pavilion preface? Let's try it out first." Walking into the room from last time again, Chu Qingyan's first feeling was, it had become so clean. Su Qingyi had cleaned it up again. He used to skip this storage room during every deep clean, both physically and spiritually. He had sealed this room away. But now, it had begun anew. Once Chu Qingyan sat in front of the piano, her entire aura changed. Su Qingyi suddenly saw her again, playing the piano in that abandoned music classroom, backlit by the moonlight. Staring at her for a long time without realizing it, Chu Qingyan tilted her head slightly to look at him, and he finally realized that this song was supposed to start with the eru. Su Qingyi closed his eyes and took a deep breath, drew the bow across the strings, and the melody turned graceful and winding. After a few beats, the piano sound joined in, suddenly adding a touch of warmth to the sorrowful melody. Copying the Lanting script, the running script flows like clouds and water. Pushing the door under the moon, your heart is as delicate as your soft footsteps. The music followed their hearts. This was only their second time playing together, yet it felt as if they had rehearsed 10,000 times. They were already perfectly in sync. Han Bing listened from the side, feeling that this song, originally very sad, was played by them with such deep affection and tenderness. How to explain the word love? Why does every stroke feel wrong? And I am the only one lacking, your lifelong understanding. As the final note ended, Chu Qingyan pressed the last piano key. You two are really amazing. Han Bing put her hands together, already in a state of worship. I really regret not bringing Su Yang here. He's not here now, which makes me the only mortal here again. It's so annoying. How about we choose this song for the pop section? I love it. Chu Qingyan's eyes were sparkling, clearly very satisfied. If we choose this one, then let's pick The Butterfly Lovers for the first part. I think these two fit very well. Su Qingyi played a short, classic melody with the eru in his hand. Actually, among traditional folklore, my favorite is The Butterfly Lovers. Many people compare it to the Western Romeo and Juliet, but in reality, they are different. Indeed, I've seen many public accounts talk about them together before. Han Bing nodded, agreeing with him. Su Qingyi gathered his thoughts for a moment. And continued, the story of Romeo and Juliet is like a moth to a flame, it's intense and grand. The two fall in love at first sight, then suffer life and death separation. It all happens in just a few short days. This has to do with the social background of that time, it was turbulent, and everyone was in danger. Life was short, so they had to express their feelings as directly and quickly as possible within their limited time. The story of The Butterfly Lovers aligns with the ancient values of love, it's a slow, steady affection that grows over time. Yet, their ending is equally tragic, both dying for love, which also aligns with the social background of that time. But the difference is that, in the end, it adds the very romantic imagery of turning into butterflies. Let's look at the lyrics of the second verse of The Orchid Pavilion Preface. Su Qingyi opened his phone and dragged the progress bar directly to the second verse. Time flies, a city's beauty vanishes in an instant. On the bluestone street, you smile back, so graceful. Any regrets? You shake your head and sigh softly. Who made you knit your delicate brows? In the deep boudoir, only the scent of rouge remains. Wild geese fly south, turning around, I see tears in your eyes. Cupping a handful of moonlight, clutching memories, how can I sleep? And how to repent? Secrets sewn tightly into embroidered shoes, stitch by stitch, full of resentment. If flowers resent butterflies, who would you resent? Looking at it this way, it's a perfect fit. Chu Qingyan and Han Bing both leaned in to look at the scrolling lyrics on the screen, unable to help but exclaim. Another point is that the Huangmei opera lyrics for The Butterfly Lovers are very classic and beautiful. But it depends on whether Chen Jinji can perform a cross-gender role and sing Liang Shanbua's lines too. If not, we'll have to put a bit more effort into selecting the segment. Other than that, there's nothing else. Su Qingyi edited a message on his phone and copied the links to the two songs. See if there's anything else to add. If not, I'll send it to Elderly. He'll probably send the finished product back the day after tomorrow, so we'll have 3 days left for final rehearsals, which should be barely enough. One thing, ask Elderly to keep the time to around 4 minutes. Han Bing suddenly said, looking serious. Why? Are there any special arrangements? Su Qingyi added while looking down, asking curiously. You'll know when the time comes. Han Bing smiled with a mysterious look. And one more thing. Chu Qingyan suddenly raised her hand to interrupt. What else? You shared the link to The Orchid Pavilion Preface from Chiuchiu Music. Does Elderly have a membership? After playing the classic version of The Butterfly Lovers together one last time, the three of them managed to finalize the program flow. Near mealtime, Su Qingyi saw the two girls downstairs, and Han Bing got into the car first. A little chubby boy ran over from the alley entrance like a spinning top, looking like he was about to crash into Chu Qingyan. Su Qingyi was quick-eyed and fast-handed, grabbing him by the collar and lifting him up. Chocolate, what are you doing? Ah, it's brother Xiao Yi and the pretty sister from last time. Seeing them again, Chocolate looked very happy. Chu Qingyan patted Su Qingyi's arm to signal him not to carry the boy like a puppy, then crouched down and smiled, patting his head. Chocolate, what's wrong? Be careful not to fall while running so fast on the street. Chocolate's feet finally touched the ground again, and he tidied his collar in a grown-up manner before answering. Su Xiaoxue was finally picked up by her mom just now, I was so happy I couldn't help but run. I watched Barbie dolls all afternoon, I'm going home to watch Tyrannosaurus Warriors now. Ha ha ha, alright then, go home and watch your cartoon, sister is going home too. Chu Qingyan pinched his chubby little cheek, waved goodbye to him, and then looked at Su Qingyi, who was standing to the side with his arms crossed. She blinked and silently mouthed, "See you tonight." Su Qingyi nodded, watching her climb into the car, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The thrilling experience this afternoon was truly a headache, and he wasn't the type of person who was good at playing both sides anyway. Fortunately, although the process was full of holes, it was barely covered up in the end. So, only now did he finally have a feeling of relief that the dust had settled. Unexpectedly, in the last second before she was about to close the car door, Chocolate, not knowing what went wrong in his brain, suddenly looked up and asked, "Brother Xiao-yi, where did that scary sister from noon go?" Chu Qingyan's hand immediately froze in place. Thanks to Book Friends, world needs nuclear peace and low power for the tips. Thanks to everyone for the subscriptions and votes. Didn't expect it, right? Another failure here. 164, Chapter 164, I'll miss you, what sister? Which sister? Su Qingyi asked back without changing his expression. The one who speaks very fiercely. Chocolate was very confused. Brother Little E is so good at studying, yet his memory is so poor. Did he forget after just one afternoon? What? I can't hear you clearly. Su Qingyi squatted down, a kind smile on his face, looking directly into his eyes. Chocolate suddenly shivered. Good heavens, this look was much scarier than that sister's. No wonder the two of them could hang out together. Under this sense of pressure, he suddenly had an epiphany and realized he must have asked something he shouldn't have. Chocolate thought back to when he was in kindergarten and a very beautiful intern teacher had arrived. During that time, his father was always very eager to pick him up from school, but after the intern teacher transferred away, his father was no longer willing to come. He accidentally let it slip to his mother, which resulted in his father kneeling on a washboard for 2 weeks straight. This might be a similar situation. Chocolate, tell me, which sister? Chu Qingyan had already gotten out of the car, and she gently pulled Chocolate away from Su Qingyi's abyssal gaze. Han Bing had heard most of it from the car and was now leaning against the window with a look of schadenfreude. Serves him right. Making her eat dog food, was he? Now he's crashed and burned. Chocolate shook his head, deciding not to speak anymore. Although this sister was very nice, the consequences of offending Brother Little E were clearly more severe. Don't be afraid. I'll treat you to ice cream and buy you some Lego. Failing to coax him gently, Chu Qingyan began a sugar-coated cannonball attack. Chocolate's mental defenses began to waver, and he cautiously glanced at Su Qingyi, who had already stopped smiling. Su Qingyi sighed and stood up. Go home. Hearing these words spoken in a flat tone, Chocolate somehow felt even more afraid. Now ice cream and Lego were useless. He gave the beautiful sister an apologetic look and prepared to run home. After running just 2 steps, Chocolate walked backward. He gestured for Chu Qingyan to squat down, then stood on his tiptoes and whispered in her ear, "Sister, I think you're prettier than her. Please don't be mad at Brother Little E." Then, not daring to look at Su Qingyi, he ran into the hallway of the opposite apartment building without looking back. Chu Qingyan was both annoyed and amused. She looked up, wanting to see Su Qingyi's expression. Fine, it was exactly as she expected, another look of nonchalance, as if nothing had happened. If only he had some other reaction. Looking like this, he must not care about her feelings at all. A sudden, nameless fire flared up in Chu Qingyan's heart. But she couldn't lose her temper. Su Qingyi really had no obligation to explain anything to her. She had to keep her emotions bottled up. It felt like a burning fire, making her feel suffocated and making it difficult to breathe for a moment. Su Qingyi wasn't actually as calm as he appeared on the surface. He thought he could gloss over the matter today, but he didn't expect to be backstabbed by that kid Chocolate. He'd have to teach him a lesson when he got the chance. Chu Qingyan squatted on the ground, seemingly taking deep breaths to calm her anger. Thinking this was for the best, Su Qingyi waited for a while, but she still didn't move. Something was wrong. Su Qingyi took 2 steps forward and leaned down to look at her. Chu Qingyan looked up blankly with moist eyes, the corners red. She looked to be in that familiar dazed state again. That look made Su Qingyi's guilt for deceiving her today reach its peak. After staring at each other for a long while, Su Qingyi finally gave in. He reached out to pull Chu Qingyan up from the ground. Get up, I'll explain it to you properly. I don't want to. Chu Qingyan lowered her head and wiped away a tear with her school uniform sleeve. Your legs will go numb if you squat for too long. Mind your own business. I'm going home. Chu Qingyan sniffled and said between sobs. Seeing that her tears hadn't stopped but were instead becoming more intense, Su Qingyi reached out to wipe them for her, but she recoiled as if she'd been electrocuted. Avoiding his fingers, Chu Qingyan pushed off her knees to stand up with difficulty, intending to head for the car. However, having squatted for too long, her legs had long since gone numb and lacked strength. After 2 steps, she wobbled and was about to fall to the ground. The person behind her wrapped an arm around her waist, holding her steady. Chu Qingyan smelled the familiar scent of soap on him, but it only made her feel worse, and her tears fell even faster. Su Qingyi glanced at the person in the car. Han Bing had shifted from a bystander to a disappointed family member, gesturing wildly to give him signals. He couldn't understand them. Su Qingyi looked away and nodded to Uncle Gao in the driver's seat. Uncle Gao adjusted his sunglasses and silently rolled up the window. Even though Uncle Gao's stance was clearly favoring the outsider, Chu Qingyan still refused to cooperate and struggled to leave. Su Qingyi simply picked her up in a princess carry. Suddenly losing her center of gravity, Chu Qingyan was startled and instinctively hooked her arms around his neck. The weight in his arms was unexpectedly light. Despite eating well every meal, he didn't know how she managed not to gain any weight. Su Qingyi was still curious about this, but now wasn't the time to think about it. Carrying Chu Qingyan, he turned and entered the apartment building's hallway. The ground floor hallway was backlit and very cool. Now that the weather was hot, some elderly people would occasionally bring children here to cool off, so there were a few scattered wooden chairs. Su Qingyi took a quick look and chose a rocking chair that looked relatively comfortable, gently placing Chu Qingyan onto it. In just that short time, a patch of the shirt on his chest had been soaked by her tears, feeling somewhat cold. "What are you doing?" As soon as Chu Qingyan sat down, she immediately tried to get up and leave. But Su Qingyi reached out and pushed the rocking chair. She lost her balance and was rocked back down, unable to get up at all. Chu Qingyan had been very serious, but she found the rocking motion quite funny, and for a moment, she didn't know whether to cry or laugh. "Let's talk properly." Su Qingyi reached out and pulled over a small stool for himself, sitting in front of her as if he were about to give a long speech. Perhaps he shouldn't have tried to hide things from the start, it would have been better to just be honest and clear. "Then go ahead and speak." Seeing him like this, Chu Qingyan held back her tears. Humph, she wasn't an unreasonable person. "You've met the person Chocolate was talking about." There was no need for beating around the bush, so Su Qingyi got straight to the point. Chu Qingyan nodded. Everyone's range of activity was only so large, she had met 80% of the people in school. "Who is it?" "You might not remember her name. It's the underclassman who brought water during the penalty shootout with Su Yan. And even further back, the one Han Bing said was intentionally imitating you." Su Qingyi recalled the occasions when the two of them had met. "Oh, and the time she came to the classroom to ask for your WeChat." He didn't expect Chu Qingyan to remember even more clearly than he did. "Speaking of which, I should thank her. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known someone had me saved as class monitor of class 2. Anyway, it's her." Chu Qingyan had actually already guessed it was likely Liang Nina. Because the traits mentioned in Chocolate's description were that she was scary and spoke very fiercely. Then it definitely wasn't Chen Jinji. Chu Qingyan would occasionally speak to her about class matters. Chen Jinji always smiled with curved eyes, and her tone of voice was so gentle it was almost like she was coaxing a child. "And then? Were you with her today?" Chu Qingyan's legs were still numb. As she spoke, she moved her elbows carefully to avoid bumping them. "Yes." While speaking, Su Qingyi reached his hands to the back of her knees and gently massaged them for her. "Did she ask you out?" His pressure was gentle and comfortable. Chu Qingyan narrowed her eyes contentedly like a cat being stroked, and even her tone became less aggressive. "No, I was the one who asked her out." The kitten instantly flared up in anger again. Su Qingyi quickly added, "My initial thought was to have a formal talk with her about some of her inappropriate behaviors, as they made me feel offended. But although she has a stubborn personality, she isn't a bad person at heart. You've never proactively asked me out before." Catching the main point, Chu Qingyan's tone was pitiful. "Didn't we just see each other at school this morning?" Su Qingyi was truly a bit confused. "That's different. Alright, I'll keep that in mind next time. But today's interaction was strictly within the bounds of ordinary friendship. I didn't do anything out of line." Su Qingyi was very frank about this. There was nothing to doubt about that, Chu Qingyan thought. In Su Qingyi's eyes, perhaps any physical contact was considered out of line. Even though No. 1 middle school was like a study prison, there were still some young couples who defied the world and dated in secret. As the teacher's designated assistant, Chu Qingyan often ran errands, so she frequently encountered affectionate young couples in various surveillance blind spots. At the corners of staircases, behind pavilions in the green corridors, or right behind the plane trees. One anxious and flushed, the other playing hard to get. Although it was just hugging and kissing, for high school students, this was already quite out of line. Every time she stumbled upon them, Chu Qingyan would pretend to be experienced and cough to warn them that a teacher was coming. Because if they were caught, the rules at number 1 middle school were very strict, and there was a high possibility of being expelled. Despite such risks, they still couldn't control themselves. Why? Chu Qingyan used to be quite puzzled, but now she understood a bit. When you like someone, you just can't help wanting to be close to them. Compared to those boys, Su Qingyi was like an enlightened master who had seen through the mortal world, as if he had no worldly desires at all. Maybe this was the ascetic style that had been popular online lately. Chu Qingyan couldn't help but glance at his shirt collar, which was buttoned up tightly. Then why did you hide it from me? Because I didn't want you to misunderstand. Su Qingyi looked at the undried tear tracks at the corners of her eyes, because he didn't want to see a scene like this. Chu Qingyan lowered her eyes, her long, curled lashes fluttering as she seemed to think over his words. Don't lie to me. After a long time, Chu Qingyan finally spoke, and in the blink of an eye, crystal-clear droplets gathered on her lashes again. If you tell me, I might get angry, but I promise I'll only be angry for a little while. But if you lie to me, I will be really, really sad. Su Qingyi had intended to agree straightforwardly, but for some reason, the word okay was on the tip of his tongue yet he couldn't say it. Chu Qingyan didn't get his answer and looked up with tearful eyes. Su Qingyi could only reach out to wipe her tears and nod. Stop crying. Why are you such a crybaby? I didn't used to cry much. I was very strong. Chu Qingyan insisted stubbornly. Right, you'd even cry over a missing piece of rice cake. That was because you were being mean. Chu Qingyan's voice was still muffled and nasal, an after-effect of crying. Are your legs better now? Su Qingyi massaged her for quite a while, and Chu Qingyan tried moving them. Yeah, they're better. Then get up and let's go. They're still waiting for you in the car. Didn't you say it's rare for your parents to be home to eat together? According to Chu Qingyan's original plan, they were supposed to go out to eat together after rehearsal. She had even chosen the restaurant, a Japanese place. When Su Qingyi heard it was Japanese food, his face stiffened and he felt an urge to vomit. But he couldn't explain why at the time. Fortunately, she received a last-minute call saying that both her parents would be home today, so she had to go home for dinner. Carry me. Chu Qingyan sat in the rocking chair and wouldn't get up. No. Su Qingyi glanced at her, unmoved. Chu Qingyan started to act shamelessly, rocking herself back and forth and still not getting up. She looked like she was going to fight to the end. Su Qingyi simply leaned against the wall, took out his phone, and checked his WeChat messages. He had added Auntie Zhu's WeChat a few days ago, and her account had just sent a voice message. It was clearly sent by that kid Chocolate. Su Qingyi intentionally used the earpiece mode and held the phone to his ear to listen. Brother Little E, I'm sorry. I won't say the wrong things next time. Is the pretty sister still mad at you? Then I'll say sorry to her too. Sincerely, Salute. Seeing him hiding the voice message from her, Chu Qingyan was curious and immediately leaned over. Little did she know Su Qingyi was baiting her. Seeing her stand up on her own, he wrapped one arm around her slender waist and held the earpiece to her ear. Chu Qingyan was made to laugh by Chocolate's childish yet serious tone. She gave Su Qingyi a slightly reproachful look. It's all because you scared the poor kid and even threatened him. Su Qingyi, you're a grown-up, aren't you ashamed? Yeah, you reply to him then. Su Qingyi pressed the voice recording button, and Chu Qingyan cleared her throat and leaned close to the microphone. Hello, Chocolate. You can call me Sister Little Chu or Sister Little Mian. I'm not angry anymore. Next time, I'll bring you some toys. Thanks for telling me about today's. At that moment, Su Qingyi released his finger just in time, and the voice message was sent. Aya. What are you doing? I wasn't finished yet. Trying to buy off a little wingman with sugar-coated cannonballs, are we? Su Qingyi put his phone back in his pocket. So what if I am? Chu Qingyan wore a look of self-righteousness. Let's go. Su Qingyi pulled her and started walking out. Okay, wait, no, you have to carry me. Can't carry you. You just carried me a moment ago. Don't even mention it, my arm is broken. I'll bite you to death. The two of them bickered as they walked to the car, and Su Qingyi opened the door and stuffed Chu Qingyan into the back seat. Yo, coaxed her already? From the car window, Han Bing had guessed most of what happened based on their movements, and she now chose to watch coldly with her arms crossed. Woo-woo, Bing Bing. Chu Qingyan threw herself into her arms, looking like a pear blossom bathed in rain. Uncle Gao, is it very late? Su Qingyi leaned against the car door and asked. Uncle Gao shook his head. Not late. Madam hasn't gotten off her plane yet. Good. Su Qingyi felt relieved and glanced at Chu Qingyan in the back seat, who was acting like a mistreated young wife. Girl, don't you be afraid. No matter what happens, us folks from your side will back you up. Just speak your mind. Han Bing didn't know where she'd picked up that accent, but she patted her chest with great bravado. Woo-woo. Chu Qingyan covered her face and wept. Great, these two veteran actors were having another acting fit. Su Qingyi shut the car door with a thud. But Chu Qingyan soon leaned against the window to say goodbye to him, her large, sparkling eyes as beautiful as crystals. He could actually vaguely see a hint of reluctance to leave. We'll see each other at school tonight anyway. Su Qingyi sighed and reached out to pinch her cheek. Not necessarily. Chu Qingyan suddenly sighed almost inaudibly. Su Qingyi was a bit surprised. Not necessarily. Chu Qingyan's gaze was very serious, as if she weren't joking. For no reason, a trace of panic rose in Su Qingyi's heart. Seeing his nervous look, Chu Qingyan suddenly smiled, her eyes curving. That smile had the same fox-like cunning as usual, and Su Qingyi almost thought she was playing another prank. But she beckoned him to lean down. Su Qingyi turned his head. Chu Qingyan's voice was very soft, her warm breath puffing behind his ear. I'll miss you. You have to miss me too. 165, Chapter 165. Her words had truly come out of the blue. Su Qingyi, who wasn't accustomed to watching cars drive away, felt a bit dazed, so he stood there watching the Maybach's taillights disappear at the end of the alley. After a long while, he turned and went upstairs. Thinking about it, the role of Chu Qingyan's legal guardian seemed to have always been shouldered by Chu Yuanjiang. The oath-taking ceremony, parent-teacher meetings, and various other activities were all handled by Chu Yuanjiang. Generally speaking, a wealthy businessman of Chu Yuanjiang's level would seem to be the busiest and the one least often at home, but reality was clearly not like that. Chu Qingyan's mother was not the typical virtuous wife, noble lady, or the men work outside, women manage the household type of character common in such family structures. Combining some information revealed in Chu Qingyan's words, such as not allowing her to eat street food, requiring her to learn the piano for competitions, and suspecting her of lying to eat rice cakes, it could be concluded that compared to Chu Yuanjiang, who clearly doted on his daughter, her mother was actually much stricter. So, could Chu Qingyan's behavior today have something to do with her mother suddenly returning? Carrying this doubt in his heart, he returned to his room, rolled up his sleeves, wrung out a towel, and began to wipe the floor. Although the apartment wasn't big, just a standard two-bedroom unit that was even a bit cramped when the three of them lived there, it was still tiring to clean it alone. Now that the storage room was no longer being left unused, his cleaning area had grown even larger. Furthermore, Su Qingyi had always had a slight case of mysophobia and couldn't tolerate any dirt, so he was even more meticulous when cleaning. By the fifth time he rinsed the towel, the floor was already reflective enough to see one's reflection. The air conditioner was blowing steadily, the living room floor was almost dry, and Su Qingyi sat on the floor leaning against the sofa to rest. He had already turned off the silent mode on his phone when he came upstairs. Earlier, but Chu Qingyan still hadn't sent any messages. After lingering on their chat window for a while, Su Qingyi sighed and turned off his phone. It was getting late, and he still had to go to evening self-study. According to what Chu Qingyan said, she probably wouldn't be coming to school tonight. Su Qingyi took a quick shower and changed back into his blue and white school uniform. He tossed the shirt he had taken off into the washing machine to wash, so he could hang it up to dry as soon as he got home at night. He scanned the room one last time to make sure he hadn't missed anything before grabbing his school bag and heading out. Approaching dinner time, the alley was filled with the concerto of pots and pans, and the aroma of food permeated the entire street. Only then did Su Qingyi remember he hadn't eaten yet. The Japanese food he ate at noon was still churning in his stomach. Of the over 1,000 yuan worth of food, Liang Nina had probably only eaten a fraction, while he had eaten the vast majority. He would just go to the cafeteria after class and grab a piece of bread to gnaw on. Because he came to the classroom without eating, Su Qingyi thought he would be the first one there. He didn't expect that with an hour left before class, the classroom was already almost packed. Only Chen Jinji in the last row and Chu Qingyan, who had asked for leave, hadn't arrived yet. Everyone had their heads down, the only sounds in the classroom were the rustle of pages turning and the scratch of pen tips against paper. Someone who didn't know better might think they had walked into an exam room by mistake. Su Qingyi stepped very lightly as he returned to his seat. It seemed Lin Tong was right. With only a little over a month left until the college entrance exam, this was the state most people were in. It was the few of them who were the abnormal ones. Su Qingyi raised his eyes to look at Chu Qingyan's seat in the front row. As expected, she hadn't arrived. The school had a rule against piling things on desks, and as the class monitor, Chu Qingyan naturally led by example, keeping her desk clean and empty. But whenever Chu Qingyan was at her seat, she would place a pen holder she really liked on it. According to Han Bing, the original manufacturer of the pen holder only made black and white cat and pure white cat designs, so she specifically used her money power to contact the manufacturer and have a ginger cat one custom made for her. Besides its intended function of holding pens, this pen holder had a clever little design feature. It used the position of the cat's ears to create a small slot specifically for holding notes. It was roughly like a memo function. High school students had too much homework to do every day, so they could write down things they needed to do later on it to avoid forgetting. But Chu Qingyan, that girl, certainly wouldn't take the ordinary path. The notes atop her ginger cat always read, "It's darkest before the dawn, giving up makes you a big moron. Defeat Su Qingyi, I'll be number one tomorrow. Play is play, fun is fun, don't mess around with Sister Mian." Either it was this kind of self-composed doggerel, or it was quotes from Tough Guys she had copied from somewhere. Of course, after Teacher Li Lu saw that last one, she was immediately ordered to take it down. On the desks piled uniformly with test papers, only Chu Qingyan's spot had a splash of vivid color. But looking at it now, it seemed as if that spot was meant to be empty all along. Su Qingyi leaned against his chair and watched for a while, suddenly feeling uncomfortable. He lowered his head and sent a message to Reflex Arc as long as the moon, "Class monitor, lend me your collection of ancient poetry and prose. If you don't say anything, I'll take that as a yes." He waited in place for 3 seconds, and as expected, he didn't get a reply. He stood up and strode over to Chu Qingyan's seat. The people nearby all looked up at him with slight surprise, but Su Qingyi looked righteous. "I'm here to borrow a textbook." Han Bing, on his left, looked at him speechlessly. "Oh great one, may I ask what textbook in this world requires you to come borrow it in person?" Zhou Lian, on his right, gave an impatient tisk, with an expression that said, "Don't bother serious students, you street punk." Su Qingyi didn't mind at all. He pulled out the chair and sat down. "Collection of ancient poetry and prose, I didn't take notes in my own copy." Heh. Han Bing viciously flipped over the math test paper in her hand. "Damn it, the person who can score 140 in Chinese is saying this. So this is what it feels like to sit in the front row." Su Qingyi felt it with great interest. The electronic screen was too close, the blackboard was too close, and he was too close to the teachers who were spitting while talking. The seat by the window in the back row was still better, it was free. He should just take the book and go back quickly. Thinking this, he casually pulled the drawer, but it didn't open. Instead, there was a clang sound of metal colliding. "Forgot to tell you, nicknames drawer is locked. A combination lock," Han Bing said without looking up, while calculating a sequence problem. Su Qingyi lowered his head and fiddled with the lock. It really was a combination lock, the most traditional type with a 4-digit number dial. Why is she allowed to put a lock on it? When they check for contraband, won't she be reprimanded for violating the rules? The operation of checking for contraband at number 1 high school was also a tradition. It focused on surprise attacks, kicking all the students out of the classroom at an unexpected moment, and then starting to rummage through drawers to confiscate so-called contraband. Isn't the school actually violating privacy rights by doing this? Su Qingyi, who had already been a corporate slave and had developed an awareness of rights protection, suddenly thought. Back then, he had rarely brought a miscellaneous book to school to read, and before he had read much of it, he coincidentally ran into a contraband check and had it confiscated by a student union representative who searched very thoroughly. Although the teacher in charge of counting, after discovering his name written on the page, hurriedly and personally returned it to him. He vaguely remembered that it was all quiet on the Western Front. Su Qingyi didn't take it. He said at the time that there were many other books confiscated like this, so either confiscate them all or return them all. Actually, what he was thinking about at the time was the line on the page tucked into the bookmark. Discipline is necessary, but discipline is not meant to be intentional harassment. Han Bing's already unclear train of thought was made even more confused by his words. "Are you stupid? Just open it when they check." "Oh, then do you know the password?" Su Qingyi decided to take a shortcut. "Even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you." Han Bing couldn't multitask. She had written a formula wrong 3 times on her hand and glared at Su Qingyi irritably. Nickname said, "The fated person will be able to open it." Su Qingyi casually dialed a few common 4-digit passwords. 0000, wrong. 1234, wrong. 8888, wrong. Since that was the case, given Chu Qingyan's personality, if the answer wasn't these numbers, it must be her birthday. But when was Chu Qingyan's birthday again? Su Qingyi discovered that he actually couldn't remember at all. mainly because they hadn't touched on this topic since he was reborn. It couldn't have passed quietly without him knowing, could it? No, that shouldn't be the case. The birthday banquet of the eldest daughter of the Chu family would definitely be grand and known to everyone. Perhaps he could check her profile on social media. Thinking this, Su Qingyi opened Chu Qingyan's profile. 17 years old, January 1st, part, Gemini, 3.0, Flash, it was obvious she had said it randomly. A 100-year-old woman flees longevity village just to attend the college entrance exam with a cane. Su Qingyi glanced at Han Bing, who was writing furiously beside him, and for a moment he didn't know whether he should ask her. But as a member of her inner circle, if she found out he'd forgotten Chu Qingyan's birthday, she'd likely turn around and tattle, giving the young miss another chance to throw a tantrum. Suddenly struck by an idea, Su Qingyi opened his browser and searched for Chu Yuanjiang daughter birthday party. With those keywords, a long list of news articles indeed popped up, with titles mostly along the lines of, a grand gesture. Taiwan's richest man Chu Yuanjiang spends a fortune to celebrate his daughter's birthday. Chu Yuanjiang hosts a lavish birthday party for his 17-year-old daughter, a live look at the scene. Mysterious heiress makes first public appearance, breaking rumors with her breathtaking beauty. As expected, exaggerated headlines are always the media's most effective trick for attracting clicks. Even Su Qingyi, who was never interested in gossip, was successfully lured into clicking the last title. Tangan City's richest man, Chu Yuanjiang, has an only daughter, as I'm sure everyone is well aware. But what's the deal with the Chu family heiress's birthday banquet? Let your editor take you through the details. The birthday banquet for the Chu family's daughter was actually a seaside dinner party that Chu Yuanjiang spent a lot of money to prepare for her birthday. You might be surprised, why choose the seaside for the celebration? But that's just how it is, and your editor was very surprised too. So that's the story regarding the Chu family heiress's birthday banquet. What do you all think? Feel free to let your editor know in the comments section and discuss together. After wasting time reading a bunch of nonsense that had nothing to do with the title, Su Qingyi suddenly felt an urge to smash his phone. Fortunately, the article at least included a photo. It looked like a staff member who hadn't followed the rules had secretly snapped a shot from the edge of the crowd. Although the image was blurry, he could still tell that the person surrounded in the center of the crowd was indeed Chu Qingyan. She was wearing a white dress and a crown on her head, looking elegant and reserved, standing out exceptionally in the crowd, radiant and shining. Su Qingyi couldn't help but associate her with the Chu Qingyan who had attended the auction in a black formal dress. If that day she was a princess on the run, then in this photo, she was likely a princess making her debut at a banquet. The publication dates for these news items were all the same. January 26, Su Qingyi turned off his phone and turned the numbers 0126 on the combination lock, but the lock didn't budge at all. This was actually quite unexpected. Su Qingyi tried switching the order to 6210, but it was still wrong. I didn't expect you to remember Mianmian's birthday. Han Bing had leaned over to take a look at some point. But the password isn't her birthday. Su Qingyi frowned in thought. Was his line of thinking wrong? Chu Qingyan wasn't the kind of simple-minded person who would set such an easy-to-guess password. Try a few other people's then. Han Bing started working on the next problem, mentioning it as if casually. Maybe her parents? Half skeptical, Su Qingyi typed Chu Yuanjiang into his mobile browser, and his personal profile page quickly popped up. Skipping over the long list of various titles, Su Qingyi entered his birthday into the combination lock. Unsurprisingly, it was still wrong. Su Qingyi looked at the small golden lock, hesitated for a while, and finally, without much hope, dialed in a string of numbers. Click, the lock opened at the sound. Su Qingyi was stunned for a moment. 10:24, he had entered his own birthday. Holding the opened lock, Su Qingyi lowered his head and rubbed it with his palm for a while before taking it off. When he pulled open the drawer, the fresh scent of a young girl wafted up. It was actually clean and tidy inside, with textbooks and notebooks stacked in categories. An orange cat pen holder was placed at the very front, looking like a little gatekeeper. Su Qingyi had initially thought she locked it on purpose because she was too lazy to tidy the drawer. But she clearly had her own little thoughts. Her favorite subjects were placed on the outside, while math and physics were stuffed into the furthest corner. Because of this, Su Qingyi saw the complete collection of ancient poetry at a glance and reached out to pull it out. The book was very heavy, and it dragged out a stack of notebooks from the inner layer, which fell onto his lap. Fortunately, they didn't hit the floor. He picked up the notebooks and put them back one by one. Unexpectedly, when Han Bing saw what was in his hand, she immediately looked like she was facing a great enemy. What are you doing? I accidentally knocked them out. I'm putting them back. Su Qingyi didn't know why she was reacting so exaggeratedly. You didn't look inside, did you? No. Han Bing stared into his eyes with a gaze that made Su Qingyi highly suspect that if he said he had, she would immediately pull a dagger from her boot and finish him off. That's good then. Han Bing seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Do I look like someone who has a voyeuristic streak? Su Qingyi was speechless. Not really, it's just that these are Mian's treasures. They're diaries she's been writing since junior high, she cherishes them very much. Han Bing took them from his hand and carefully put them away. So that was the reason she wanted to lock the drawer, Su Qingyi realized. Then why keep them at school? Wouldn't they be safer at home? Heh, home isn't safe at all. Han Bing made a meaningful comment. Su Qingyi felt a pang of alertness, but she didn't continue. For that sequence problem just now, the minimum value for the real number k is 1/6, not 1/4. After relocking the drawer, Su Qingyi stood up with the book. When did you finish looking at the problem? Anger rose in Han Bing's heart, and she crumpled the math paper into a ball. Suddenly remembering it was Teacher Li Lu's class tonight, she got a bit scared and had no choice but to smooth it out again. Su Qingyi walked back to the back row, only to find that Chen Jinji had also arrived at some point. She seemed to be daydreaming, the last rays of the sunset reflecting on her face, making her skin look fair and translucent, the lines of her jaw as exquisite as a painting. Noticing him approaching out of the corner of her eye, she turned her head slightly and gave him a faint smile. Thinking of her somewhat unusually hurried way of hanging up the video call, he was about to ask, but Chen Jinji raised her hand first, signaling him to lower his head. Su Qingyi did so with confusion, and Chen Jinji tidied the hair on his forehead for him. You went out without drying your hair after washing it. I forgot. Su Qingyi hung his head, letting her fingers fuss with his hair. He had been absent-minded before leaving, only towel-drying his hair before heading out, so it probably was a bit messy now. If the explosion head teacher knew the hairstyle he'd spent ages carefully blow-drying was gone so quickly, he'd probably be heartbroken. There, all done. Chen Jinji's gaze lingered on the tips of his hair that covered his eyebrows but not his eyes, and she smiled with satisfaction. At the same time, Su Qingyi was also sizing her up. She was actually wearing the full school uniform properly today, that was unscientific. And in such hot weather, she was actually wearing a jacket, that was very, extremely, absolutely unscientific. Thinking of the mottled blue and purple bruises on her wrists before, Su Qingyi suddenly felt nervous. You, unexpectedly, just as he said one word, Chen Jinji spoke unhurriedly, I'm wearing a jacket because I can't catch a cold these few days, and the classroom air conditioning is set very low. It's my period. Do I really have to be that explicit? Seeing his look of disbelief, Chen Jinji's smile showed a hint of helplessness. Su Qingyi gave an oh. He obviously understood basic physiological knowledge, girls really couldn't get cold at this time, or they'd have abdominal pain. But he was still a little uneasy. Chen Jinji sighed and stretched out her wrist to him. If you don't believe me, take another look. Su Qingyi looked at her plain, slender fingers. He originally wanted to say, forget it, but looking up, he saw the half-smile on her face. She was clearly betting that he wouldn't look. Too provocative. Who did she think she was looking down on? Su Qingyi reached out and grasped her fingers. In the middle of